Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 94, Cooking. After leaving behind a letter for Kukaku, who looked especially cute while sleeping, Masatsuki Aozaki left the Shiba residence. The Gotei 13 was quite far from West Rakangai. Fortunately, Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't in a hurry. Taking his time, he found a small restaurant, had a leisurely breakfast, and rested for a while before heading toward the 12th Division under the scorching sun. For the past 2 days, Kiryu Hikifune had been using Kido to send him requests for takeout again. He had been busy at the time and turned her down, saying he didn't have time. Instead, he arranged to teach her how to cook today. By now, it was close to noon, and the streets were still bustling with Shinigami moving quickly. Masatsuki figured they were most likely hurrying to the squad cafeteria while they still had some free time. It reminded him of his past life. Back in high school, his favorite class had been gym. He still remembered how physical education was always the last period before lunch. If he was lucky, and the PE teacher wasn't out sick, he could run to the cafeteria early and avoid competing with other students in the mad dash for food. Funny how I ended up in a place where life and death are unpredictable, yet my days somehow feel more relaxed. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled to himself as he happened to pass by the 8th Division barracks. The sight reminded him of an old friend. He had first met this friend on the day he enrolled at the Shino Academy, and they had since been caught up in a business venture that would definitely be considered illegal in modern society. Soon enough, that very friend appeared in front of the 8th Division barracks, holding a peculiar-looking book. The faintly visible title read Suichijetsu, Masatsuki Aozaki's pen name. The person holding it was none other than Lisa Yadamaru, lieutenant of the 8th Division. Lisa glanced up at him, her eyes filled with expectation. Beside her stood a young girl with glasses. Following Lisa's gaze, the little girl looked at Masatsuki, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Masatsuki Aozaki cast a brief glance at the girl before shaking his head slightly at Lisa. Lisa's face fell in disappointment as she turned back and walked into the 8th Division quarters. I feel like I've seen that kid somewhere before. Next time, I'll ask Lisa about her. Shaking off his curiosity, Masatsuki continued on his way. After days of rain, Seireitei was finally blessed with a bright and sunny day. At some point, the number of people on the streets had dwindled significantly. With a light step, Masatsuki Aozaki arrived at the entrance of the 12th Division barracks and informed the station Shinigami of his arrival. The guard seemed to have been expecting him and wordlessly opened the door, allowing him to enter. Masatsuki strolled down the clean, orderly corridor, heading straight for the captain's quarters. That was his destination, or more precisely, where Kiryu Hikifune lived. Stopping in front of a paper door, he raised his hand and knocked gently. "Kiryu-san." "Come in," came a muffled voice from inside the room. Masatsuki Aozaki slid open the paper door. Inside, Kiryu Hikifune was sitting cross-legged on the floor, chewing on something, a book resting on her lap. Beside her were tea and snacks. Just from the cover, Masatsuki could tell she was nothing like Lisa Yadamaru, whose mind was filled with all sorts of bizarre material. Kiryu was a true food enthusiast, the kind who could start salivating just from reading about recipes. Noticing his gaze, she gave a sheepish smile. Food in Seoul society was scarce. The nobles undoubtedly lived the best lives here, but their so-called luxurious meals, while intricately prepared, weren't as grand as they seemed. Sure, there were delicious dishes, but the variety was limited. No matter how good something was, eating the same things over and over again eventually got dull. Kiryu picked up the book, which was essentially a cookbook, and handed it to Masatsuki. "Masatsuki, look, don't these dishes seem pretty good? I managed to get this from some top chefs in the noble district." She suddenly clapped her hands. "Speaking of which, you're a noble now, right? You must have had these kinds of meals before. Let me take a look." Masatsuki took the book. The recipes were all traditional Japanese cuisine, not much different from what existed in the world of the living. At this point in history, Japan had only just begun interacting with the outside world. It was nothing like the advanced nation it would become in the future, and its culinary variety was still quite limited. Most of the dishes in the book focused on bringing out the natural flavors of the ingredients, favoring lighter seasoning. However, the people of Seireitei, Masatsuki included, generally preferred bolder flavors. While the dishes in the book were visually appealing and required complex preparation, they didn't necessarily guarantee great taste. Kiryu might think these recipes were amazing, but to Masatsuki, who had never skimped on good food and had learned various cooking styles, they were completely unremarkable. They looked nice, but the flavors seemed too mild. "Not my thing," Masatsuki said matter-of-factly. If you really want to try noble cuisine, I could cook some for you. Despite his words, he made no move to do so. He knew Kiryu had a similar taste to his, she liked her food rich and flavorful. Forget it, then. Kiryu waved a hand dismissively, instantly losing interest in the book. Masatsuki thought for a moment. How about I teach you how to make fried food today? It's easy to prepare and suits your taste better. Fried food was high in calories and could easily lead to weight gain. Masatsuki himself had the kind of metabolism that made it hard to put on weight, but he knew Kiryu had the potential to gain some. Not that it really mattered, she could always burn it off by using up her ryatsu. Besides, it wasn't like he was about to deny her the joy of eating just because she might gain a little weight. If he tried, she'd probably cut ties with him on the spot. And since she could slim down whenever she wanted, it wasn't an issue at all. Without waiting for her response, Masatsuki moved around the room and opened another door. Inside was a fully equipped kitchen. Kiryu's love for food had driven her to convert part of her captain's quarters into a dedicated cooking space. This wasn't Masatsuki's first time here, he effortlessly opened the cabinets and pulled out various ingredients. Kiryu, having completely abandoned any captain-like dignity, followed him around like an eager apprentice. Seeing how serious he looked, she even took out a notebook and started jotting down notes. Standing at the counter, Masatsuki couldn't help but marvel at the setup, even though he had seen it before. Her kitchen was better stocked than his own. For this era, it had an impressive collection of cooking tools, rivaling anything in Seoul society. Under Kiryu's attentive gaze, Masatsuki began cooking with practiced ease. With her watching, he felt even more motivated. Of course, he hadn't come here just to cook. His real reason was the charming woman standing right behind him. There was an old saying, if you want to win someone's heart, start with their stomach. Masatsuki didn't know if that worked on everyone. But after spending so much time with Kiryu, he was certain it worked on her. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Little Sister. Kiryu Hikifune ate heartily, her chest rising and falling with each bite. Meanwhile, Masatsuki Aozaki sipped his tea, pretending not to notice the captivating scene before him. At this point, his interest in the food had completely vanished. He couldn't help it, the sight of a beautiful woman enjoying a meal so enthusiastically had stolen his attention. At first, under his gaze, Kiryu maintained a refined demeanor. But as time went on, her chewing sped up, and soon, she was devouring the food without restraint. Masatsuki Aozaki watched with amusement, a smile playing on his lips as he considered what to teach her next time. Fried foods were easy to make, but they also became tiring to eat quickly. Well, that was part of the plan. Knowing Kiryu's appetite, he had intentionally prepared enough food for 5 people. Yet in just over 10 minutes, she had polished off everything on her own. Wiping her glossy, well-fed lips, Kiryu patted her still flat stomach, signaling that it was time to get down to business. The real reason she had invited Masatsuki over wasn't just to eat, it was to learn how to cook. She returned to the kitchen, with Masatsuki following closely behind, giving her a hands-on, one-on-one lesson. By the time the sun began to set, both of them had achieved their goals, parting ways fully satisfied. Masatsuki Aozaki left the 12th Division and returned to his mansion in Noble Street, where he and Ranjika Matsumoto delved into the profound academic discussion of creating Little Shinigami. The next morning, Masatsuki and Jin Ichimaru went to the 2nd Division cafeteria for breakfast. Though Masatsuki was a noble, the 2nd Division was managed by both the highest-ranking and wealthiest noble clans. The food served here was no worse than what noble chefs could prepare. Neither of them had any complaints about the cafeteria. When they were too lazy to cook, this was the best option. After breakfast, Masatsuki left all the work to Jin and headed toward the nest of maggots. He was planning to meet its newest resident. If the newcomer was suitable, he might even recruit them to help with his training. However, just as he stepped out of the 2nd Division barracks, a loud voice called out behind him. "Masatsuki-san, please wait." Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. "If it's about work, just go to Jin, why are they looking for me?" The voice was familiar, so he turned to see a broad-shouldered, stocky man with a brown pompadour, a thick gold chain around his neck, and an unmistakable presence. An old acquaintance, Marinoshin Omida. "What's up?" Masatsuki asked, puzzled. As the lieutenant of the 2nd Division, Omida rarely sought him out unless it was to pass down official orders. After spending so much time here, Masatsuki had long established that all of his duties were Jin's responsibility. "The captain wants to see you," Omida said. Masatsuki frowned in suspicion. "Yoruchi wants to see me. What for? Is she trying to drag me into another game of cat versus dragon again?" Led by Omida, Masatsuki arrived at the captain's office. After announcing his arrival and receiving permission to enter, Omida bowed and took his leave. Masatsuki slid open the door and immediately spotted Yoruchi Shihoin lounging comfortably on a seat that resembled a legless sofa. Her small, delicate feet were bare, carelessly resting on a soft cushion in a way that was undeniably enticing. Masatsuki hesitated, battling with himself internally, before reluctantly tearing his gaze away. However, Yoruichi, as if sensing his thoughts, deliberately stretched her body. Her smooth, petite feet curled slightly, her toes flexing like the sculpted details of a masterwork. It was almost as if they were inviting him to reach out and admire them up close. Masatsuki nearly stepped forward, ready to offer his captain a foot massage. That was when he noticed someone else standing beside her. The figure was small and slender, with short black hair and dressed in a black Zanpakutō combat uniform. A cute, petite girl. From her rosy cheeks and the slightly nervous look on her face, Masatsuki could tell she was shy. However, what surprised him was that her flustered expression wasn't directed at him, it was because of Yoruichi. Wait. Is this a love rival? Masatsuki's eyes widened in alarm. Masatsuki, this is Xiaolingfeng, from the Feng family. Starting today, she will officially serve as my personal guard, codename Suifeng, Yoruichi Shihoin said. Feng, this is Masatsuki Aozaki, third seat. Introduce yourself. Yes, Yoruichi-sama. Suifeng bowed and said to Aozaki Masatsuki, it's a pleasure to meet you, Aozaki third seat. I look forward to working with you. She's surprisingly formal. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding what Yoruichi meant. Suifeng must be the girl she had once described as her favorite type, the future captain of the 2nd Division. At this moment, she still looked young, her features carrying the innocence of a girl who had yet to mature. But beneath that, traces of her future self could already be seen. Masatsuki estimated she couldn't be older than 50. To be personally assigned as a bodyguard to the commander-in-chief at this age was already an impressive achievement. Still, Masatsuki wasn't foolish enough to ask Yoruichi if this meeting was simply to fulfill some past promise. After all, no one would be happy about being presented as a gift. Even if that gift was just a simple introduction. Likewise, Masatsuki responded seriously before turning to Yoruichi. So, did you call me here just to show off your new, capable subordinate? Hearing Masatsuki's disrespectful tone, Suifeng instinctively straightened, ready to reprimand him, but Yoruichi casually waved her hand, stopping her. Of course not. Suifeng is now part of my personal guard, and today is her first day with the 2nd Division, Yoruichi explained. So, I'm asking you to show her around. No objections, right? Masatsuki was a bit surprised. Making a rookie who had just joined the Zanpakutō a personal guard seemed bold. Still, he led Suifeng out of the office and turned to ask, Feng, where do you want to go first? Suifeng didn't answer right away. Instead, she glanced back at the paper door behind her. Is Yoruichi really that charming? Masatsuki wondered, then suddenly remembered, wasn't he the one who had spent a whole month entangled with Yoruichi in the underground training hall? You want to stay in the captain's office? Suifeng shook her head. I want to stay by Lady Yoruichi's side, but I will follow her orders and take the tour. You really like Yoruichi, huh? Masatsuki remarked. Suifeng's face immediately turned red. That's not it. I just come from the Feng family. Our lineage has always taken pride in serving and protecting the Shihoin clan. I have no right to like Lady Yoruichi. Just being able to stay by her side is enough. Masatsuki was at a loss for words. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this girl was just stubborn, easily embarrassed, or simply too bold. Was she denying it or confessing? It was hard to tell. The passing squad members seemed to have overheard their conversation, casting Suifeng some rather curious glances. Noticing the attention, Suifeng immediately shrank back, lowering her head. Did I embarrass Lady Yoruichi? Masatsuki covered his face. Is this what they call being love-struck? You should be worrying about yourself, little sister. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 96, Witnessing Strength. Masatsuki Aozaki led Suifeng away from the gathering crowd, distancing themselves from any unnecessary trouble. As they walked, he rubbed his chin. Sue. Xiaolingfeng, can I just call you Suifeng from now on? He had always referred to her as Suifeng in his previous life, and changing how he addressed her so suddenly felt a bit unnatural. Xiaolingfeng was briefly taken aback before nodding. Of course. The codename Suifeng originally belonged to her grandmother, and she had inherited it upon joining the Zanpakutō. As a lower noble family, the Feng clan had a long history of serving as executioners and assassins. Anyone who failed to join the executive militia was exiled. Because of this, members of the Feng family underwent Zanpakutō training from an early age. For someone like Xiaolingfeng, who had grown up under strict family training, using codenames was second nature. So when Masatsuki made his request, she didn't think much of it. Masatsuki nodded. Suifeng, let's skip the office area for now. Next up are the training grounds and the nest of maggots. Where do you want to go first? Where to go? I heard that Aozaki third seat and Lady Uruchi are quite close. Is that true? Rather than answering, Sui Feng posed a question of her own. Masatsuki immediately sensed hostility, but he remained composed and openly admitted, that's right. Sui Feng stopped in her tracks. I want to go to the training grounds, seeing Aozaki third seat's strength would be even better. Masatsuki was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. So, she sees me as a romantic rival and wants to test me. If it were anyone else, he would have beaten them into submission and left them in the dirt without a second thought. But since it was Sui Feng, he was willing to show a little more patience. Leading the young girl, Masatsuki stepped into the training grounds. Wait here for a moment. With that, he walked over to the Shinigami guarding the area. The guard seemed a little surprised to see him but said nothing, simply leading the two of them to one of the best training grounds in the second division. A wooden sign with the character 3 hung at the entrance. This was the exclusive training ground for the third seat of the second division. Masatsuki had always treated the nest of maggots as his personal training space, so he had never actually been here before, hence why he needed guidance. Many of the squad members who had been training turned their attention toward them. They had never seen Masatsuki Aozaki in this training ground before. And now, seeing him bring a beautiful girl inside, curiosity spread among them. Wasn't Aozaki third seat afraid that the commander-in-chief would be angry if she found out? In the crowd, a short, chubby young man with short black hair, who didn't seem much older than Sui Feng, watched the scene unfold with a look of impatience. Don't break anything, or our family will have to pay for the repairs. Marino Shin Omida smacked the boy on the head. You brat, all you ever think about is money. Pay attention. Don't underestimate people. Even I wouldn't dare say I could definitely beat Masatsuki. The chubby boy clutched his head, eyes wide with surprise. His father's strength had been recognized by the head of the Shihoin clan. The Omida family had held the position of lieutenant of the second division for generations, not just because of their wealth but because each generation produced individuals with the talent to join the Zanpakutō. And his father, Marino Shin Omida, was a rare genius within the family. Marino Shin smirked. If only this kid had more ambition. But he knew that was wishful thinking. This brat only cared about money and food, who even taught him to be like this? He shook his head, causing the large gold chain around his neck to jangle. Meanwhile, seeing that Masatsuki Aozaki had no intention of attacking, Sui Feng made a decision. She would strike first and teach this villain, who had stolen Lady Uruchi's heart, a lesson. Sui Feng took a deep breath, shifted her stance, and in the blink of an eye, vanished. As expected of someone raised in the Feng family, trained in Zanpakutō from childhood, her Shuinpa was executed with impressive precision. She disappeared in an instant, reappearing right in front of Masatsuki Aozaki the next second. With a flick of her right hand, cold steel gleamed. At some point, the Zanpakutō that had been at her waist was now in her grip. As an assassin-type Shinigami, Sui Feng specialized in close-quarters combat. She struck swiftly and fiercely, refusing to give Masatsuki even a chance to counter. Her Zanpakutō was small and compact, and every slash and thrust demonstrated the danger of a shorter blade, speed and precision over brute force. Masatsuki had to admit, her assassination technique was excellent. Unfortunately, against overwhelming strength, these slashes barely qualified as attacks. No matter how tricky her angles were or how lethal her strikes seemed, without sufficient speed and power, it was meaningless. Besides, it was clear that while she disliked him, she had no intention of actually killing him. Though her blade aimed for vital spots, the angles were slightly off. Her strikes lacked the force that should have accompanied her Ryatsu level. It was obvious she was holding back. Even if her attacks landed, they wouldn't be fatal. Masatsuki didn't believe for a second that a professionally trained assassin couldn't control her own strength. This wasn't a serious assassination attempt. She had simply heard rumors, believed she had lost her beloved, and in her frustration, was venting her emotions, yet in the end, she couldn't bring herself to truly hurt him. She's surprisingly gentle. Masatsuki suddenly found her even more endearing. Sui Feng's pupils shrank. In her disbelieving gaze, Masatsuki smiled and effortlessly grabbed her wrist. To avoid accidentally hurting her fragile Ryatsu, he applied only a controlled amount of force. This girl was still young, yet her strength and speed already surpassed many executive militia members. But Masatsuki remained completely at ease as he pressed down on her sword hand before letting go. Do you want to continue? He scratched his head and smiled. If so, go all out. I am the third seat, after all. You don't have to worry about hurting me. Sui Feng nodded. She seemed calmer now, but she didn't back down. With unwavering resolve, she raised her blade and charged at him again. Now, she genuinely wanted to see how strong Masatsuki Aozaki was. Flashes of steel filled the air. The battle had only just begun, yet the intensity had already reached its peak. Their clash grew fiercer with each exchange, drawing the full attention of the watching squad members. After another rapid sequence of slashes, Masatsuki casually extended a single finger and lightly tapped the side of her blade. A simple motion. Yet in that instant, Suifeng completely lost control of her Zanpakutō. With a sharp clang, the blade was sent flying, and the training ground fell silent. Suifeng's expression grew serious. She now understood, this man's strength was far beyond ordinary. From start to finish, he had remained utterly composed. He hadn't even drawn his Zanpakutō or used Hakuta, yet he had effortlessly suppressed her the entire time. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. She briefly considered abandoning her sword and switching to Hakuta for close combat instead. But before she could act, Masatsuki stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and spoke in a calm, encouraging tone. "You did well. You're more than qualified to serve as Yoruichi's personal guard. However, your swordsmanship still has some flaws. The coordination between your blade work and footwork could use improvement." 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 97, Masked Monster. At that moment, Masatsuki Aozaki seemed almost possessed by Retsu Unohana. Just as Unohana had once done during a Zanjutsu class at the Shinno Academy, he pointed out each flaw in Suifeng's combat technique with precise clarity. The onlookers mentally reenacted the battle between the two and quickly realized that Masatsuki was absolutely right, prompting murmurs of amazement. As she listened to him highlight her weaknesses and offer solutions, Suifeng's sharp eyes lit up, only to dim again a moment later. "If this man is my rival, how can I possibly remain by Lady Yoruichi's side?" As soon as their sparring match ended, several team members clenched their fists in anticipation, itching to challenge him next. Unlike their more laid-back superior, these members were brimming with motivation. Masatsuki, however, had no interest in them whatsoever, his expression making it clear that he found the idea bothersome. He was willing to humor Suifeng because she was Suifeng, but as for the rest, they could find something else to do. Scratching his head, he absent-mindedly grabbed Suifeng's hand and glanced toward the mountains northwest of the barracks. "The training ground tour is over. Let's head to the nest of maggots. There's a newcomer there, the most powerful and most cowardly criminal in its history." Powerful. Cowardly. How do those two words even go together? Suifeng tilted her head in confusion, momentarily forgetting to pull her hand away from his grasp. The moment they stepped out of the exclusive training ground for the third seat, they were immediately surrounded by an eager crowd of squad members. Fortunately, with Marinoshin Omida's help, Masatsuki and Suifeng managed to slip away from the overly enthusiastic group. After leaving the 2nd Division barracks, they made their way through the moat and dense forest, eventually arriving at the nest of maggots. Jin Ichimaru was already there, waiting. When he noticed the unfamiliar girl at Masatsuki's side, his expression remained unchanged, calm and indifferent, as always. He was used to this. "This isn't exactly an ideal spot for a date," Jin quipped. "If you're trying to charm a little girl, you should take her to the noble district instead. With your noble status, the 10th Division won't bother arresting you." In the past, the 10th Division wouldn't have dared to provoke a noble. But under a captain dead set on making his mark, that might not be the case anymore. Masatsuki pondered this briefly before turning his gaze toward Suifeng, who was a short distance away, storing her Zanpakutō. Her petite frame certainly gave her a youthful appearance, but from their time traveling together, he was certain she was already an adult, just still in the middle of growing. Though Masatsuki didn't quite understand how someone could be both fully grown and still developing at the same time. But whatever. If Suifeng said so, then it must be true. After all, she was both cool and adorable, who was he to argue? Gesturing for her to follow, he casually waved to Jin before stepping into the underground prison that housed the most dangerous criminals. The prisoners, as always, exuded menace, but Masatsuki had long since lost interest in them. With little effort, he swatted away any who dared to get too close. Suifeng could clearly sense the prisoners' ryatsu, and the sheer power radiating from them left her stunned. It wasn't just the strength of these criminals that shocked her, it was the way Masatsuki moved through this place as if it were his own backyard. And the most unsettling part? He had been suppressing his ryatsu the entire time. The realization made the whole situation feel almost surreal. Pushing open the heavy prison doors, they arrived at Takasuji Hirofumi's cell. The sheer durability of his confinement and the appalling conditions within were far beyond what was standard for a prisoner in the nest of maggots. There were no torture devices scattered around, no grisly instruments of pain, just an empty space, barren except for the chains and shackles binding him to the wall. Immobile, restrained in a way that would surely drive a person mad over the course of 3,000 years. Masatsuki, however, remained completely unfazed. He didn't even acknowledge the prisoner's piercing stare, merely leaning against the wall with a nonchalant air. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he unlatched the metal mask covering Takasuji's face. "Long time no see, Takasuji. Or perhaps I should address you by your full name, Takasugi Hirofumi. This cell of yours is downright miserable. Not even a place to sit. Maybe we should install a sofa outside so I can drop by more often. What do you think? Hey, it doesn't matter. I'll be out soon anyway. By then, you'll be the one staring at the walls, or maybe you won't even have the luxury of sitting here and doing that. Takasugi Hirofumi let out a chilling laugh, his expression twisted in an attempt to kill with his glare. But even his threat sounded hollow, utterly lacking menace. A man who could barely move a finger, how was he supposed to be intimidating? Seeing Masatsuki Aozaki standing there, looking down on him with that arrogant expression, Takasugi snapped, his fury boiling over as he shouted. Why the hell are you here? Are you here to kill me? Don't forget who's backing me, you can't just do as you please. Just looking at you pisses me off. Do me a favor and get the hell out of my sight. Maybe he didn't realize it himself, but by the end, his words sounded more like a plea than a threat. If anyone familiar with Takasugi Hirofumi saw the trace of fear in his voice as he faced Masatsuki, they would no doubt mock him mercilessly. Then again, anyone who knew him even a little was well aware that, at his core, Takasugi was a coward. His reaction was hardly surprising. After all, Masatsuki Aozaki, a young man thousands of years his junior, had nearly cost him his life not long ago. Even Takasugi's stronger colleagues had fallen at Masatsuki's hands. To the unfortunate Takasugi Hirofumi, Masatsuki wasn't some prize to be hunted for glory, he was a plague to be avoided at all costs. All he could do was pray that Masatsuki would grow bored and leave of his own accord. Of course, there was no doubt that someone would come to rescue him. Until then, he had no intention of dying a meaningless death. Masatsuki, completely unaware of Takasugi's frantic inner thoughts, and even if he was, he wouldn't have cared, simply looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Come on, no need to get so worked up, Takasugi-san. I'm not some villainous monster. Why would I kill you? He stepped closer, a bright, friendly smile plastered across his face. Relax. We've got plenty of time ahead of us, to take things slow and have some fun. Takasugi's whole body trembled. A chilling dread spread through him as a vision of Rentaro's gruesome demise flickered through his mind like a film reel. Suifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Takasugi Hirofumi's Ryatsu was undoubtedly captain class, so why was he this terrified after just a few words from Masatsuki? She still didn't know that Rentaro, a captain like Takasugi, had already met his end at Masatsuki's hands. If she did, she might have understood Takasugi's fear a little better. Masatsuki turned away and called out, "All right, Takasugi-san, we've got other people to see. We'll be heading out now." You bastard, do you take me for some kind of performer here for your amusement? Takasugi snarled through clenched teeth. Masatsuki ignored his outburst. With a flick of his fingers, the metal mask snapped back into place, sealing Takasugi's mouth once more. Then, without looking back, he walked off with Suifeng, making his way to another cell. It was time to show this inexperienced little girl his prized collection of masked monsters. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 98, Combat Division. The forest was silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. A towering figure leaned against a tree, remaining motionless for a long time before finally straightening up and stepping to the edge of the cliff. He had a rough, menacing appearance, massive in stature, clad in a white haori emblazoned with the kanji 411, and sporting two metal lip piercings that jutted from his mouth like the fangs of a ravenous demon from hell. And yet, this very man was the captain of the 11th Division of the Gotei 13. Beneath the dense canopy of the forest, a dozen figures dressed in black Shihakushō stood at the ready, their gazes wary, each one armed with a sword at their waist. Kenpachi Kiganjo curled his lips into a sneer. The 2nd and 3rd Divisions were attacked at the same time. What's this? The Gotei 13, the so-called guardians of Seireitei, can't even protect themselves. And this is the force that maintains order in Seoul society. Ha! You're nothing but lapdogs groveling at the feet of the aristocracy. What a joke. The members of the 11th Division turned pale with anger, fists clenched, but none dared to refute his taunts. Captain, there are no reports of an attack on the nest of maggots. Should we move to assist elsewhere? One of the squad members asked with a slight bow. Kenpachi Kiganjo cast him a sideways glance. Since when do I need you to tell me what to do? But Central 46 has ordered us to provide support. If we disobey, we'll be punished, won't we? Maki Ichinos, a member of the 11th Division, voiced his concern, his eyes still brimming with admiration as he looked at Kiganjo. Seeing this little admirer of his, Kiganjo showed rare patience. He leaned forward slightly, as if about to place a reassuring hand on Ichinos' shoulder. Ichinos stiffened, uneasy. But Kiganjo hesitated for a brief moment. Instead of touching his shoulder, his hand moved downward, resting firmly on the hilt of his Zanpakutō. Then, with his other hand, he lightly patted Ichinos' cheek, his grin widening. Ichinos, my apologies. This time, I don't have the patience to answer your questions. The other squad members froze, unsure of what this brute, whose strength far outweighed his intellect, was planning. Kiganjo fell silent, then slowly unsheathed his Zanpakutō, the motion as casual as if he were brushing away dust. From deep within the forest, the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. Maki Ichinos had been sliced in half by a massive 1.5-meter-long blade. Blood sprayed from both halves of his body, hot, real, and unmistakably not paint. The warmth of it splattered across the faces of those nearby. You won't be going anywhere to assist the other divisions, Kiganjo muttered. You'll die here, but not without purpose. The 5 great noble clans achieved something remarkable. They used mortal bodies to overcome gods and carve out a new world. It was an extraordinary feat, no doubt. But I have no interest in shaping worlds. Do you know that there were once only 5 noble families? Yet now, they've multiplied like locusts. No matter how many you kill, they just keep coming, devouring everything in their path. Have you ever truly seen what life is like in Rikongai's 80th district? I refuse to accept it. I have power, far greater than most. And I deserve to be the locust ravaging the land, not the grain trampled beneath their feet. Ladies and gentlemen, I take joy in crushing, ravaging, and destroying life itself. Your corpses will be the proof of my ascent, the steps upon which I climb to power. This lunatic has been completely consumed by his sick desires. The captain of the 11th Division, betraying the Gotei 13. Does he even care about the captain commander? The squad members trembled in shock. Kenpachi Kiganjo was widely regarded as a fool within the Gotei 13. That much was common knowledge. But no one, not a single soul, underestimated his strength. Born a warrior from the savage depths of Rikongai, he had seized his position as captain by slaying his predecessor, the 9th Kenpachi, Kenpachi Gosuk. Though Gosuk had earned the title of captain without ever challenging his own predecessor for the Kenpachi name, he had nonetheless attained Bankai. And yet, in the end, he still fell to Kiganjo. That fact alone was enough to prove just how fearsome Kiganjo truly was. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, I am here. Nest of Maggots, Moat Riverbank. As Kenpachi Kiganjo stepped out of the barrier, the scent of the river filled his nose. In the dense, thriving forest, more than a dozen figures clad in black night gear followed closely behind him, their expressions wary. They drew their long swords from their waists, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Gazing at the prison in the distance, Kenpachi Kiganjo wore a look of satisfaction, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Captain Kiganjo. A group of black-clad figures in Masatsuki uniforms emerged from the prison, nodding in greeting. Are you ready? What you desire is right in front of you, don't let me down. Kenpachi Kiganjo patted his large belly and let out a hearty laugh. His Zanpakutō, still slick with fresh blood, carried an unmistakable air of menace. The black-clad figures hesitated briefly before one of them stepped forward, bowing slightly. Everything is prepared. The barrier surrounding the nest of maggots can be lifted immediately. Kenpachi Kiganjo cast him a glance and chuckled. Well then, what are you waiting for? At his command, the leader of the black-clad figures raised his hand, and the others swiftly got to work. Standing along the edge of the moat, they formed rapid hand seals. The barrier disintegrated like sand in the wind, dispersing into reishi as it vanished. The barrier is down. We won't take part in the battle beyond this point, it's up to you now. Kenpachi Kiganjo sneered and waved his hand. At his signal, the black-clad figures behind him darted forward, their silhouettes merging into the shadows as they charged into the prison. Seeing this, the Masatsuki members instinctively prepared to retreat, hoping to avoid being caught in the inevitable battle. However, before they could act, Kenpachi Kiganjo blocked their path. Grinning widely, he spoke in what he likely thought was a friendly tone. Now, no need to leave in such a hurry. What are you trying to do? One of the Masatsuki members instinctively stepped back. Kenpachi Kiganjo shrugged. You know too much. And that's not exactly a good thing. The Masatsuki members exchanged wary glances. Without a word, they drew their short blades and lunged at him. Screams soon echoed through the forest. Nest of maggots, surveillance room. Ikamaru-sama, the intruders are closing in on the main entrance to the dungeon, a detention unit member reported, bowing. Has the distress signal been sent out? Jin Ichimaru asked. No, the team member replied. The enemy has set up a barrier around the nest of maggots, blocking all outgoing communication. There were patrols stationed outside, this shouldn't have happened. It's likely that someone within the detention unit. He trailed off, but his implication was clear. Jin Ichimaru gave a slight nod, choosing not to dwell on the matter. The more pressing issue was stopping the enemy's advance. Do we know who they are? The team member's voice was tense. Among them, we've identified rebels, assassins, and the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Kiganjo. A heavy silence fell over the surveillance room. Jin Ichimaru licked his dry lips and let out a slow breath before speaking, his back still turned to the others. Ryusuke, Izumo, the enemy has already infiltrated the nest of maggots. Will you come with me to put down these rebels? This time, there's a good chance we won't make it out alive. But the third seat, Masatsuki, is still inside. Quite the predicament, huh? As he spoke, Jin Ichimaru clenched his fists. His narrowed eyes opened slightly, revealing a chilling glint. A cold, serpentine aura seeped from him, subtle yet deeply unsettling. It was the kind of presence that sent a shiver down one's spine. The Zanpakutō members present couldn't help but feel a creeping fear. Ryusuke and Izumo exchanged glances before turning their gazes back to the screen. Looking at the striking figure displayed there, their eyes shone with unhidden fervor and admiration. Masatsuki, third seat saved our lives. It's time we repaid the debt. The usually silent Ryusuke suddenly spoke. Izumo nodded in agreement. Ryusuke, sixth seat is right. We were cowards once, we can't afford to be cowards again. Jin Ichimaru was still smiling, but the sharp coldness in his expression had softened. He thought to himself. That guy really is a magnet for trouble. I wonder if I'll even make it out alive. He was ready to die. This time, they were facing a true captain of the Gotei 13. None of the members on the other side of the screen could even last a single exchange against him. And among those present, the strongest were merely three-seated officers, himself included. Victory was nowhere in sight. Jin Ichimaru drew his Zanpakutō and was just about to push open the door. Boom. A sudden impact rocked the room. The metal door of the surveillance room, reinforced to withstand the full force of a lieutenant's strike, suddenly caved inward with a loud crash. Boom. A second explosion followed as the sturdy wall collapsed in an instant. Dust and debris surged through the air like a storm, and the violent shockwave sent Jin Ichimaru and the others flying. They crashed hard into the rubble, coughing up blood. Gahaha. You brats, where the hell did you hide that worthless trash Takasugi Hirofumi? A rough, boorish voice echoed through the dust-filled air. Ryusuke and Izumo, blood dripping from their lips, trembled in disbelief as they watched a hulking, dark-skinned figure slowly step out from the swirling smoke. Captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Kiganjo. So it really is you. How dare you storm in here? You've committed an unforgivable crime. A chorus of furious voices rang out as Ryusuke, Izumo, and the others launched themselves at him in rage, drawing their blades in unison. Ryusuke's Zanpakutō surged with swirling water. Izumo's blade shrank into a short sword in an instant, crackling with yellow lightning. But before they could even react, Kenpachi Kiganjo moved. They couldn't see him. All they felt was an explosion of pain tearing through their bodies before they were sent flying. Crash. Their bodies slammed into the thick prison walls, designed to hold the most dangerous criminals. Deep cracks spread through the stone, the impact accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering. Whoosh. A sharp whistling sound suddenly cut through the chaos. A short, razor-sharp dagger shot from Jin Ichimaru's hand like a venomous snake striking from the shadows, slicing through the air with lethal precision, aimed directly at Kenpachi Kiganjo's throat. Jin Ichimaru, who had been waiting in silence, finally made his move. But then, something impossible happened. Clang. The unmistakable sound of steel striking an impenetrable surface rang out. The dagger, honed to a razor's edge, scraped across Kenpachi Kiganjo's throat, only to spark against his skin like it had hit a solid shield. Jin Ichimaru's pupils shrank. He saw it. A thin crack had formed on Kenpachi Kiganjo's neck, small, but there. Tiny fragments flaked off from the fissure. Your Zanpakutō. He never finished his sentence. Kenpachi Kiganjo was gone. Bang. A brutal fist slammed into Jin Ichimaru's abdomen, sending him flying backward. His body crashed to the ground several meters away. Kenpachi Kiganjo loomed over him, raising his massive Zanpakutō like a cleaver, grinning wildly. Gahaha. I heard you're Masatsuki Aozaki's little lapdog. I wonder if he's in the nest of maggots. If he saw you like this, what kind of face do you think he'd make? Just imagining it cracks me up. He swung his blade. Then suddenly frowned. Bang. 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 A series of muffled explosions rumbled through the air, growing louder by the second. The attacks were closing in from behind at an astonishing speed. Kenpachi Kiganjo didn't even glance back. He simply swung his Zanpakutō down, the sheer force of the strike so immense that the gust of wind alone stung the skin. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the ruins, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. His blade halted, less than half a meter from Jin Ichimaru. No matter how much force he put into it, he couldn't push forward. A deep, steady voice spoke from within the smoke. I'm right here. Do you see my expression now? 40 chapters ahead. P. A Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 100, the captain is stronger than the pet. Kenpachi Kiganjo swung his sword in a wide arc, scattering the dust and smoke to reveal a striking yet eerie figure. Long black hair billowed in the wind, and a blood-stained Shihakushō flapped noisily around him. In his hand, he clutched the severed head of a masked opponent, exuding a presence both composed and unhinged. In Jin Ikimura's eyes, it was as if a pitch-black sun had risen, drawing his gaze upward. Masatsuki Aozaki. Kenpachi Kiganjo recognized the newcomer instantly. His eyes narrowed, and his expression turned cold. He knew this opponent's strength and discarded any thought of toying around. Among those present, this was the only one worthy of being called his opponent. He tightened his grip on his massive Zanpakutō and swung it horizontally, sparks flying from the force. At the same moment, a petite figure in an Onmitsukido uniform flickered into view at his side, quickly retreating with a short blade in hand. Swish. Seeing this, several nearby rebels hesitated for a moment before sneering and charging forward, their raised Zanpakutō glinting coldly as they aimed for Masatsuki Aozaki. Slash. With a casual swing of his sword, Masatsuki Aozaki sent a blue crescent of energy flying from the blade. The sharp sound of steel shattering rang out as three bloodied heads soared through the air. Masatsuki Aozaki, a little rat scurrying in the shadows. Kenpachi Kiganjo squinted at the young third seat of the second division, a mocking sneer curling his lips. The ryatsu of those weaklings is barely detectable. That was your doing, wasn't it? The brat who used to hide behind Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto to spy on us has grown into someone who can stand on his own now. You've really come into your own. Even that old man Yamamoto would be proud. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't reply, his gaze sweeping over the fallen members of the second division. Some lay lifeless, while others still clung to a faint ryatsu. For what you've done, locking you away isn't nearly enough, Masatsuki Aozaki said. What did you just say? Kenpachi Kiganjo blinked, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to amuse me? What can a little punk like you possibly do? I'm a captain of the Gotei 13. I'm not some nobody who just swings a sword around and flares his ryatsu aimlessly. You don't even know what it takes to become the captain of the 11th division, do you? You have to kill the previous captain. And I became Kenpachi after cutting down Kenpachi Gasuk. Now do you understand who you're up against, brat? I'm not like the weaklings you faced before, I'm a captain who has killed a captain. You killing Kenpachi Gasuk is your business. You dying here is mine. I've never gone back on my word. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke without emotion, glancing at the tense girl beside him before tilting his head slightly. The moment the words left his mouth, Masatsuki Aozaki lunged forward. The black-haired girl vanished from sight, along with Jin Ichimaru behind her. Not far away, Kenpachi Kiganjo's pupils contracted. For a brief moment, he forgot to react. Does this brat really have that kind of self-sacrificing resolve? Last time, he stayed behind to fight Rentaro alone so his subordinates could escape. And now, he remained to stop me. Masatsuki Aozaki moved at blinding speed, instantly decapitating two rebels who had been hiding in the shadows. But his sword didn't stop there. To the shock of the 2nd Division soldiers, Kenpachi Kiganjo caught Bancho Senrin with his bare hand. Masatsuki Aozaki was slightly surprised, but as his gaze shifted from Kiganjo's palm to his Zanpakutō, he quickly understood. If his guess was correct, Kenpachi Kiganjo's Zanpakutō must have some connection to stone or similar materials. Slash. The sound of blood spraying filled the air as the severed palm fell, echoing in everyone's ears. The detached hand tumbled midair, and the armor covering it instantly shattered into fine dust, golden particles scattering in the breeze. Kenpachi Kiganjo's pupils contracted. A thin layer of rock rapidly formed over his wounded hand, and at the same time, the severed limb stretched out, reconnecting with the falling palm. Though forcibly reattached by the stone layer, the hand remained motionless, unlikely to pose a threat. Yet, even as he stared at his crudely reassembled hand, Kenpachi Kiganjo's shock did not fade in the slightest. He had read Takasuji Hirabumi's Confession and knew that Masatsuki Aozaki's Zanpakutō was extremely sharp. But he had always considered his own ryatsu superior to Takasuji Hirabumi's and Rentaro's, and with his Zanpakutō's defensive abilities, he had never given much thought to the sharpness of Bancho Senrin. His Zanpakutō was renowned for its defense. Within the Gotei 13, it was said to be second to none. And yet, even with his armored hand, it had been severed so easily. Masatsuki Aozaki's ryatsu was a tier below his own. No matter how sharp a Zanpakutō was, it shouldn't have cut through his defenses as if they were made of paper. What was the reason? Masatsuki Aozaki raised Bancho Senrin, Bakuncho, pointing it directly at Kenpachi Kiganjo. A cold gleam flashed, another slash. Kenpachi Kiganjo swiftly raised his enormous Zanpakutō, barely managing to block the strike. The pain from his severed hand flared up, and his eyes widened in shock. Your Ryatsu. Even as he spoke, he felt the weight pressing down on his sword, forcing him to brace himself to keep it from being severed as well. Just a captain. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled faintly, no longer suppressing his Ryatsu. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping through the nest of maggots. Third-class Ryatsu. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the nest of maggots. Not just Kenpachi Kiganjo, all those still alive, including Sui Feng, who had returned to bring reinforcements and aid the wounded, widened their eyes in disbelief. Don't be ridiculous. Kenpachi Kiganjo scoffed, then curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. He swung his massive Zanpakutō, the force of his strike stirring up a violent gust. He refused to believe that Masatsuki Aozaki's Ryatsu had truly reached third-class Ryatsu. No, more than that, he couldn't believe it. It was too absurd, too overwhelming. If he acknowledged it, it would shake him to his core. How old was this brat? What made him worthy? What gave him the right? Had he trained for hundreds, even thousands of years, only for it to amount to nothing? Just sensing Masatsuki Aozaki's Ryatsu forced these thoughts into his mind. And that infuriated him. He didn't want to think about it. He refused to think about it. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked, his Ryatsu surging without restraint as he clashed blades with Kenpachi Kiganjo. At first, he had concealed his Ryatsu to catch his opponent off guard. But after severing Kenpachi Kiganjo's hand, the men had likely sensed his spiritual pressure through their brief clash. There was no need to hide anymore. Letting it loose so recklessly would only intensify the psychological pressure on his opponent. Bansho Senrin and the massive Zanpakutō clashed at blinding speed, blades flashing as their silhouettes flickered through the nest of maggots, too fast for the eye to follow. Feeling the power surging through his own blade, Kenpachi Kiganjo's expression darkened. Masatsuki Aozaki crooked a finger, excitement creeping into his eyes. The captains of the Gotei 13 truly are stronger than those pampered pets raised by the nobility. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Bankai. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a maniacal laugh, his Ryatsu surging in waves, distorting the air around him. On the other side, Kenpachi Kiganjo struck at the same time, swinging his massive Zanpakutō in a powerful slash. If one looked closely, they'd notice a thin, rock-like film covering the blade. He trusted his Zanpakutō, but he wasn't about to let it end up like his left hand. Masatsuki Aozaki casually swung his sword, sending out countless flashes of blade light, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attacks. Kenpachi Kiganjo's eyes narrowed. Everyone watching was left stunned. The captain of the 11th Division was attacking relentlessly, yet Masatsuki Aozaki blocked every strike with ease. His third-class Ryatsu showed no signs of instability. He was a true captain-level combatant. Kenpachi Kiganjo felt his composure slipping. In that brief moment of distraction, Masatsuki Aozaki swung Bansho Senrin at incredible speed. A formless sword aura seemed to cut through the air itself. The next instant, the white blade crashed into Kenpachi Kiganjo's chest. The rock armor he was so proud of crumbled like paper as Bansho Senrin pierced through, leaving a long, deep gash across his body. Kenpachi Kiganjo panted heavily, yet his expression gradually steadied. The thin rock film rapidly regenerated, sealing the wound as he let out a cold chuckle. Heh. Heh heh heh. Masatsuki Aozaki, you really are something. Clang. 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 The relentless clash of blades echoed through the battlefield as their swords collided again and again. Yet, Kenpachi Kiganjo seemed to be getting stronger, meeting every strike head-on. With each impact, the ground beneath them split apart, cracks spreading like a web. Grinning viciously, Kenpachi Kiganjo sneered as he deflected another incoming slash. Masatsuki Aozaki, you don't understand what it means to be a true Gotei 13 captain. I fought my way from Rakangai to Seireitei, clawing my way to the top to become the captain of the 11th Division. Do you have any idea how many battles I've been through? Your little tricks won't work on me. You arrogant brat, I'll show you what true captain-level power looks like. With a deafening roar, his Ryatsu exploded outward. He stomped down hard, his feet sinking into the earth, leaving 2 deep craters. The ground beneath him groaned, trembling from the sheer force, cracks spreading outward as chunks of rock shattered and crumbled away. Bankai, Dohan Tengen. Reversed path heavenly rock. Kenpachi Kiganjo's Zanpakutō transformed into a massive rock blade, seemingly fusing with his right hand. A thick layer of stone encased his entire body, forming a monstrous, jagged armor. In an instant, his Ryatsu surged more than 5-fold. So, this is his Bankai. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced around. Most of the detention unit members had already retreated. Hearing Kenpachi Kiganjo's boasting, he couldn't help but find it amusing. The true strength of a captain. Do you even know the kind of captains I've fought? You've got a long way to go. A small smile appeared on Masatsuki Aozaki's lips. Kenpachi Kiganjo froze for a moment. Seeing that confident smirk, an uneasy feeling crept over him. His instincts screamed at him, and he immediately pushed his spiritual perception to the limit, only for his face to twist in shock. Masatsuki Aozaki gripped his Zanpakutō tightly, and his Ryatsu was still rising. Bankai. SSSSST. The very air seemed to twist under an invisible force as blue lightning crackled around Masatsuki Aozaki's hands, coiling upward like a living storm. Kenpachi Kiganjo instinctively looked up, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. If Masatsuki Aozaki had truly mastered Bankai, he might just break. A lifetime of effort, overshadowed by a 20-something-year-old kid. Unacceptable. His face turned pale. A lightning-type Bankai. Wait, lightning. Wasn't his Zanpakutō a pure slashing type? Heido 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Flying dragon striking heaven-shaking thunder cannon. Masatsuki Aozaki shouted, unleashing a massive beam of light from his hand. Bankai. Don't be ridiculous. There was no way he could have mastered Bankai in such a short time. Bansho Senrin hadn't even fully materialized yet, let alone submitted, acknowledged him, or revealed her true name. Kisuke Urahara hadn't developed the Tenshintai needed to force a Zanpakutō into materialization. The only way to achieve it was through long-term training, communing deeply with Bansho Senrin through Jinzen. The sudden surge in Ryatsu. That was just a trick. He had been holding back, suppressing a portion of his power in advance. By releasing it all at once, he created the illusion of an explosive increase. As the blinding light engulfed Kenpachi Kiganjo completely, Masatsuki Aozaki didn't bother to look back, he turned and ran. A Bankai state could boost combat power by 5 to 10 times that of Shirkai. And he had no idea what Kenpachi Kiganjo's Bankai could do. Under these conditions, the odds of victory were slim at best. With a burst of Shuinpa, Masatsuki Aozaki shot away from the nest of maggots. But before he could take more than a few steps, a sharp glint of light flashed toward him. Whoosh! A piercing whistle tore through the air. A three-pronged spear streaked forward like a battering ram, cutting through the wind with deadly force. Masatsuki Aozaki's pupils contracted slightly. Following the weapon's trajectory, he spotted Takasuji Hirofumi, shirtless, frozen in the motion of a throw, blocking his path. You must have a death wish. Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed, regaining his composure. Takasuji Hirofumi's all-out attack didn't faze him in the slightest. Expression cold, he stepped forward to meet the incoming weapon. Bansho Senrin flicked lightly, sending the spear flying off course. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't hesitate. Flames erupted behind him as he shot forward, appearing before Takasuji Hirofumi in the blink of an eye. Third-class Ryatsu. How? It was only now, standing in the middle of the battlefield, that Takasuji Hirofumi finally sensed Aozaki's true power. His heart clenched. His face went pale. His body trembled involuntarily. A fear he had never known before gripped him. Was it the overwhelming strength that terrified him? Or the sheer talent? Or maybe, both. In his paralyzed horror, he watched as Masatsuki Aozaki clenched his fist, his expression utterly impassive. A pillar of fire surged upward. Then a crushing punch blasted forward. Ikatsu, NTI. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the ruins, waves of orange-red flames surging out like a tsunami. The inferno swallowed everything, transforming into a massive net of death. Takasuji Hirofumi had nowhere to run. His body blackened instantly, shattering like fragile porcelain. Fool. You barely escaped from prison, and instead of running for your life, you come straight to me to die. Masatsuki Aozaki cursed inwardly, but then. He suddenly stopped. The next moment. A torrent of rock burst from the ground like a geyser. Masatsuki Aozaki leaped back to evade. Massive stone walls rapidly closed in, filling every gap, locking together into an impenetrable fortress. From above, the battlefield now resembled a colossal coliseum. All around, the distant cries of detention unit soldiers, rebels, and assassins echoed through the air. Masatsuki Aozaki ignored them. He gripped Bansho Senrin tightly, channeling its power. A powerful slash struck the massive stone wall. Several shallow cracks appeared. But almost immediately, they sealed themselves again. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 102, Beg for Mercy. Lieutenant Omida. What is that? Two powerful Ryatsu are clashing. One of them feels like third seat Masatsuki's, he's already reached the third rank of Ryatsu. It's coming from the direction of the nest of maggots. Have they been attacked by the rebels too? Not far from the nest of maggots, in the 2nd Division barracks, a group of soldiers locked in battle with the rebels suddenly shouted excitedly. Lieutenant! The nest of maggots has fallen. Kenpachi Kiganjo led the attack. 9th seat Ichimaru and the others are back. 3rd seat Asatsuki rescued them, he's holding off Kiganjo Kenpachi. What? Marinoshin Omida gasped in shock, cutting down a rebel before grabbing a soldier by the collar. Are you certain? Kiganjo Kenpachi has betrayed us. That's what Suifeng from the captain's personal guard said herself. The corps commander has ordered us to finish this battle quickly and move out for reinforcements. Damn it, Marinoshin growled, momentarily stunned. Gritting his teeth, he activated his shurikai, his long katana transforming into a massive spiked mace. Damn you, Kiganjo. Where is Yorichi-sama? The captain is being held back by an enemy with strange abilities, the soldier reported. The moment the words left his mouth, Marinoshin's expression darkened. On the other side of the barracks, Yorichi Shihoin sensed the distant Ryatsu. Her heart tightened with anxiety, yet she could do nothing. Then, suddenly, she felt something. Lightning crackled at her feet as she instantly leaped backward. Almost at the same time, a slashing wave tore through the ground, leaving a deep gash. Yorichi looked up, her expression hardening with anger. Under the night sky, a figure slowly approached, clad in a luxurious kimono, his face concealed by a fanged demon mask. He had short, dark green hair, a lean build, and held a Zanpakutō casually in one hand. Yorichi frowned slightly. Something about him felt familiar. She was certain she had seen him before. Judging by his bearing alone, he was undoubtedly a noble. But Yorichi had encountered many nobles in her time, making it difficult to pinpoint his identity right away. Then, her gaze shifted to the Zanpakutō in his hand. A strange ability, it could reflect attacks. Not bad, huh? I heard it took quite a bit of effort to borrow this from those old geezers. The masked man twirled his blade with a light chuckle. Too bad you won't get to see my own Zanpakutō, I have no idea where that thing ended up. Yorichi's pupils narrowed. There were only a handful of families in Seoul society that inherited Zanpakutō, and she knew of just 2. The Tsuneyashiro clan and the ISE clan. Considering the rebels' actions, the answer was clear. The Zanpakutō's ability didn't match what she remembered, but there were no other noble families known for inherited Zanpakutō. I've heard of you. You should be under house arrest. How naive. The masked man sneered. The Central 46 may have ordered those old men to confine me, but whether I stay locked up or not is entirely up to them. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his Zanpakutō. Clang. Yorichi raised her short blade, blocking the strike. Without hesitation, she used the force of the impact to propel herself backward. Trying to go after him. The masked man had clearly anticipated her move. With a smirk, he dashed forward, taunting. Your little lover's pretty impressive, managing to fight that guy for this long. But at this rate, he won't last much longer. Then I'll just deal with you quickly. Yorichi snapped, tightening her grip on her sword as she lunged at his chest. Kenpachi Kiganjo looked down at the so-called genius before him, sneering. Masatsuki Aozaki, do you really think you can escape me with such pathetic tricks? You're not getting away. He glanced at the rock wall that Masatsuki had just cleaved through. Feeling helpless. Gasuke was just like you back then. Why don't you follow his example, get down on your knees and beg? Maybe, just maybe, I'll spare your life. Masatsuki turned around calmly, took a deep breath, and smiled. Beg for mercy. If I remember right, Unohana-Nizan once said that even though Kenpachi Gasuke lost, he still fought to the very end. Unohana-Nizan? You mean Retsu Unohana? That damned woman really loves to run her mouth. Having his bluff called out, Kiganjo's expression darkened, his teeth grinding in frustration. Masatsuki smirked. You really are a miserable bastard. No wonder nobody likes you. You brat. You're asking for death. A furious roar echoed through the Colosseum. Kiganjo's eyes burned red with rage, bloodshot veins spiderwebbing around his pupils. You dare look down on me too? Fine, just die already. As he stared at Masatsuki's unfazed grin, his mind was flooded with memories, faces he despised, faces twisted in mockery. Why do you people always pick on me? So what if I'm from Rakongai? So what if I'm rough around the edges? So what if I don't fit in with your noble ways? I killed that weakling. I became a captain of the Gotei 13. I am the 10th Kenpachi. You bastards dare to look down on me. One day, I'll kill you all. With his Bankai-enhanced Ryatsu, Kiganjo's speed surged. Masatsuki barely caught a glimpse of movement before Kiganjo was already upon him, swinging his massive rock-forged Zanpakutō in a sweeping arc. Reacting just in time, Masatsuki raised Bancho Senrin to block. The sheer force sent him skidding backward several steps before he could steady himself. Not enough. Still got plenty to say, huh, brat? Kiganjo sneered. I know you're trying to piss me off, but it's useless. Today, I'm not just killing you, I'm taking Takasuji Hirobumi with me. Do you have any idea what that means for me? The things they promised, just thinking about them makes your little taunts meaningless. You can't shake me. Masatsuki blinked, then suddenly burst out laughing. Takasuji Hirobumi. He's already dead, you idiot. Didn't you notice the Ryatsu surge just now? His presence flared up and then vanished. Doesn't that seem a little strange to you? You damn brat. Kiganjo let out a furious roar, his crimson eyes locked onto Masatsuki, overflowing with bloodlust. And in that moment, he understood. Seeing his words had struck a nerve, Masatsuki seized the opening. He lunged forward, thrusting Bancho Senrin straight toward Kiganjo's eye. Clang. Kiganjo shut his eyes, and the blade, empowered by the Bakuncho's power, clashed against his rock-hardened eyelid, scattering sparks. You think cheap tricks like that will work on me? With a thunderous bellow, Kiganjo roared. Rock thrust. Hiss. Sharp, blade-like rocks erupted violently from his body, surging toward Masatsuki like a storm of jagged spears. Masatsuki braced himself, raising Bancho Senrin in defense. The impact sent him flying backward. Boom. A deafening crash shook the battlefield as debris exploded into the air, dust and shattered stone raining down in the aftermath. 40 chapters ahead. P at Trioncom/Pinksnake. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, No Bankai Needed. Kenpachi Kiganjo spread his massive hands wide before slamming them down onto the ground. Jagged stone pillars erupted from beneath, surging toward Masatsuki Aozaki like the fangs of a beast. Inuga Gantotsu. Fong Rock Pursuit. Masatsuki burst through the rising dust, lightning crackling wildly across his back and shoulders as he darted through the coliseum at breakneck speed. Blood dripped onto the ground, his left shoulder had been pierced. What insane speed! Kiganjo's pupils shrank. This brat is too fast. Inuga Gantotsu can't keep up. Before he could react, a deafening roar of thunder exploded right beside him, dangerously close. Lightning-wreathed fists slammed into his side and chest, sending translucent columns of electricity shooting into the sky. Masatsuki's voice was cold. Sakatsu, Seireitei. Lightning Emperor. Kiganjo was sent flying, while Masatsuki vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, countless electrified fists rained down on him, each strike landing with pinpoint precision. Ikatsu, Seireitei. This was the ultimate speed of Ikatsu. Kiganjo crossed his arms in front of him, bracing against the relentless barrage of fists and crackling energy. His only shield, his Bankai's defense. Boom. The impact of fists against stone sent shockwaves tearing through the coliseum, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since I've had a fight this satisfying. Kiganjo let out a wild, defiant laugh, planting his feet firmly on the ground. The rocky armor on his arms had shattered completely. As I thought, I've been sick of the quiet life for a long time. Thanks for finally making things fun, brat. Is that so? Masatsuki sneered but didn't press the attack. During their exchange, Kiganjo's armor had been damaged more than once, but every time it neared the brink of destruction, it rapidly regenerated. Continuing the same assault would be pointless. Kiganjo hesitated for a moment before shaking his head in disbelief, his stone gauntlets reforming around his hands. I'm an idiot. There are plenty of people smarter than me. He had always known that. He just didn't want to admit it. With a heavy thrust, Kiganjo drove his massive Zanpakutō into the ground. Instantly, sharp rock formations burst out from all directions, closing in on Masatsuki. No matter how fast he moved, unless he could fly, the stone blades would hunt him down. Speed alone won't save you. Your weak little punches can't hurt me. And let's see how long your Ryatsu can last. Kiganjo laughed, his tone completely relaxed. As long as he managed his Ryatsu properly, he was untouchable. Masatsuki scoffed. You really are suited for that Zanpakutō, lashing out because you're afraid. The shape, form, and power of a Zanpakutō all come from the soul of its wielder. A familiar female voice echoed in Masatsuki's mind. Then what is the source of my power? Your fickle nature. But you are not me. Masatsuki Aozaki responded in his heart, gripping Bancho Senrin tightly as he locked eyes with Kenpachi Kiganjo, unwavering. In battle, focus is everything. He had long since grown accustomed to Bancho Senrin's whispers. After reaching the third rank of Ryatsu, the Zanpakutō had taken to speaking to him of its own accord. It never said anything particularly important, either teasing him about his personal life or making him guess its true name. Every time he guessed wrong, she would pretend to be angry, ignoring him for the rest of the day like a sulking girlfriend. Admittedly, forgetting his own partner's name was his fault. But knowing she couldn't leave him, Masatsuki simply chose to ignore his mistake. Die. With a furious bellow, Kiganjo slammed his foot down, and a massive spike shot up from the ground beneath Masatsuki. This time, he abandoned control over the other stone pillars. The attack was faster than ever. The jagged rock shot through the air like a beast's fangs, tearing the atmosphere apart with a roaring shockwave. Its speed and density far surpassed his previous attacks. Masatsuki had no time to react, no way to block it. Kiganjo leaped forward, his colossal rock-formed fist ready to strike. But Masatsuki raised both hands, clenching them into fists as the lightning behind him erupted into raging flames. He swung his fist straight into the incoming stone pillar. He reacted in time. Impossible. His combat instincts are terrifying. No wonder the old man took an interest in him. What a monster. Crack. A devastating force erupted from Masatsuki's fists, shattering the stone pillar in an instant. Kiganjo's rock fist slammed down, colliding with Masatsuki's smaller, flesh-and-blood fists. Compared to the sheer size of his opponents, Masatsuki's hands seemed tiny, barely half the size of Kiganjo's attack. Boom. A shockwave exploded outward, rippling through the battlefield. Crackling. In the next moment, Kiganjo's massive rock fist crumbled into dust. Masatsuki's body shot backward like a cannonball, rolling across the ground for over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop, leaving a bloody trail behind him. Drip. Drip. Blood trickled down from his forehead as Masatsuki struggled to sit up, leaning against a massive rock. He gasped for breath, his body racked with pain. His hands were mangled and bloodied, but still functional, still capable of fighting. Had it not been for the stone pillar that absorbed some of the force before their fists met, Kiganjo would have been sent flying too. What a mess. Bansho Senrin's voice rang out, and in an instant, the world faded into pure white. Time stood still. Only Masatsuki and the girl before him retained their color. Do you regret coming here? You're such an idiot. You should have run away earlier. Masatsuki briefly wondered if he had hit his head too hard. He was actually seeing Bansho Senrin in front of him. Regret. Maybe a little. But not for myself. Strictly speaking, even if I die here, I wouldn't consider it a loss. But you, and Ranjaku, the others, you'd all be upset. And thinking about that, makes me not want to die. You're right. I would be sad. Bansho Senrin crouched in front of him, resting her chin on her hand as she nodded. But you're still a complete idiot, bringing up other women at a time like this. How annoying. I won't argue that, Masatsuki admitted through gritted teeth. I underestimated him. Got too caught up in the fight. I should have run before he used Bankai. Well, Bankai is a turning point. Bansho Senrin spread her hands, and at some point, a small, beautiful bird had appeared beside her. Its feathers were pitch black, and it had 4 legs and 4 wings, letting Bansho Senrin gently stroke its tiny head. Achieving Bankai doesn't just enhance Ryatsu, it strengthens a Zanpakutō's abilities too. Relying solely on the Bakuncho's power is pushing it. At her words, the Bakuncho seemed to bristle in protest, shaking its head as it tried to push away her hand. Flapping its wings, it landed on Masatsuki's shoulder and turned its back on him, as if saying, I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, if Bankai is that powerful, why don't you just tell me your true name? Masatsuki chuckled, winking at her. No way. You wish. It's not that easy. If you don't tell me, you'll lose me forever. You don't need Bankai to deal with someone like him. We have the power to defeat him, you just refuse to use it. Stop holding back already. With those final words, Bansho Senrin leaned in, pressing her lips against Masatsuki's. Her form began to fade into nothingness. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, All Things in the Universe, Turn to Ash. No need for Bankai. You really are stubborn. Masatsuki Aozaki licked his lips. For a moment, he thought he heard a girl's light laughter, accompanied by the chirping of birds. My little sister can be a bit headstrong. She really shouldn't be keeping secrets from you at a time like this. A playful voice came from behind him as a girl wrapped her arms around him, placing her hands over his as he gripped his sword. But don't be too hard on her. She's been holding back, waiting for this moment, so of course she's a little temperamental. You are. Masatsuki turned his head. The girl had striking green eyes and long brown hair, dressed in a pink kimono with matching ornaments. A sly smile curled at the corner of her lips. There was an undeniable energy about her. Masatsuki stared at her, reminded of the girl who had just vanished moments ago. For a second, he wondered if he had somehow crossed into the world of Final Fantasy VII. The older sister reminded him of Aerith Gainsborough, while the younger one was a dead ringer for Tifa Lockhart. Shaking off the ridiculous thought, he refocused on Kenpachi Kiganjo, now appearing like distorted black and white lines in his vision. This was still Bleach's world. You're awful, you know that. The girl pouted, pinching his cheek. You kept calling our names, but you only recognize my little sister. Well, you never showed up before. I don't care. You have to make it up to me and cheer me up. You're even more willful than your so-called little sister. You too are Bancho Senran, aren't you? Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. So, is your name Bancho Senran? Or something else entirely? I'm not telling you. Serves you right for ignoring me. How could I possibly ignore you? You were the one hiding from me. Masatsuki rolled his eyes, sighing. I know myself, I'd never overlook someone as beautiful and adorable as you. Humph. Sweet-talking me won't make me happy. Despite her words, the girl's face blossomed into a bright, mischievous smile. The two of them chatted idly, as if they had completely forgotten the fact that Masatsuki was still on the brink of life and death. A sharp cry rang out from the sky. Masatsuki could sense frustration in the sound, like something, or someone, was upset at being ignored. He looked up. A massive bird, wreathed in roaring flames, spread its wings behind them, its fiery presence swallowing the sky. The surging waves of fire threatened to incinerate everything in their path. Master. You really have been looking out for your unworthy student all this time. Masatsuki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced down at his hands. Reishi from the surrounding world was flowing into his body. His bleeding had stopped, and his mangled hands, once stripped down to exposed white bone, were slowly regenerating. The Ryatsu he had drained was now refilling. This only confirmed one thing for him. I'm definitely not a Quincy. What am I, exactly? A god. Ha. When did I start getting so arrogant? If the Soul King or Yhwach ever caught wind of this, they'd probably mock me for eternity. Masatsuki shook his head, amused by his own ridiculous train of thought. My master was always a cheapskate, you know, he muttered with a smirk. He'd give me the smallest sweet potatoes, every time. But they actually tasted pretty good, so I forgave him. Licking his lips, he almost swore he could remember the taste of Yamamoto's roasted sweet potatoes. Ryujin Jaka really is powerful, but this is my first time using its strength. Can I actually defeat Kiganjo with it? I'll help you, the girl said firmly. She hugged him from behind, pressing herself close. Ryujin Jaka and I are good friends. I know what to do. Masatsuki Aozaki's expression twisted slightly. For a brief moment, he was reminded of those movies from his past life, where possession by a ghost felt exactly like this. He remained silent. Sensing his guard lowering, the girl behind him smiled knowingly. High above, Ryujin Jaka let out a long cry before dissolving into flames, merging into Bancho Senran. In an instant, the world returned to its original colors. Kenpachi Kiganjo's lips curled into a cold sneer as he continued advancing. Suddenly, Masatsuki spoke. Captain Kiganjo. What? Trying to stall for time again. Kiganjo scoffed. Masatsuki continued, I recall you never attended the Shino Academy. Tell me, have you ever read Shinigami Handbook, Records of Knowledge? Kenpachi Kiganjo. Is he mocking me for being uneducated? Before Kiganjo could respond, Masatsuki carried on. Do not pursue the aesthetics of blade-on-blade combat. Do not romanticize the virtue of dying without return. Do not value only your own survival. If you wish to protect one king and 5 nobles, then slaughter all enemies from the shadows. Masatsuki shook his head, scoffing. 1 king and 5 nobles. Royals and aristocrats. Aside from a handful of them, most have nothing to do with me. If they die, so be it. But, as much as I hate to admit it, there are people I want to protect. I don't want them mourning over me. That's why I have to survive. What nonsense are you spewing, brat? You think you can still make it out alive at this point? Kiganjo gritted his teeth, until his pupils suddenly shrank. That's. Masatsuki lowered his gaze, gripping his sword with one hand as he chanted an ancient release command. All things in the universe. Turn to ash. Ryujin Jaka. A scorching inferno erupted. You've got to be kidding me. Ryujin Jaka. Kiganjo gasped. In response, flames ignited along Bancho Senran's blade. The girl in the pink kimono gritted her teeth. No matter how many times I hear it, that release phrase always pisses me off. The flames around Bancho Senran flared even hotter and wilder, as if reveling in its own power, dancing in a chaotic frenzy. The girl clenched her jaw, clearly displeased. Masatsuki hurriedly tried to soothe her. After all, his life was in this woman's hands. Now that he finally had a chance at survival, he couldn't afford to lose it just because she was in a bad mood. Ryujin Jaka, Soul Society's strongest, oldest fire-type Zanpakutō. For most Shinigami, mastering Bankai was the clearest line separating the strong from the weak. But there were exceptions. Like Ryujin Jaka. It was said to possess the most destructive attack power in all of Soul Society. In Yamamoto's hands, its shuriken alone burned as hot as the sun's surface. And in Bankai, its flames reached the very core temperature of the sun itself. Masatsuki knew he couldn't wield it to the same extent as the old man. But with his Ryatsu at the third-class spirit rank, undoubtedly on a captain's level, he could at least bring out part of its true power. If he could control it well enough, he might actually win. Masatsuki staggered to his feet from the rubble, steadying himself as he gripped the strongest sword in his hands, aiming it at the slowly approaching Kenpachi Kiganjo. "Don't try to fool me," Kiganjo muttered, his voice uncertain. "Your Zanpakutō was fire-type from the start, wasn't it? I've seen the old man's blade before, his is completely different from yours." He let out a strained chuckle, clearly trying to convince himself. Masatsuki grinned. "Why don't you come test it out for yourself?" 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Masatsuki-chan. Several towering pillars of flame erupted from the distant ground, and a pair of bare, pale feet stepped out from the inferno. Kenpachi Kiganjo's gaze followed upward, locking onto Masatsuki Aozaki as he emerged from the swirling flames, moving as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. A wave of intense heat washed over him, making his rocky skin feel as if it were softening. A stinging burn prickled across his body. His vaunted defense, once his pride, now made him feel like he was trapped inside a cramped furnace. Beneath the rocky exterior, his unseen skin was turning red, marred with burns. "Masatsuki Aozaki, so what if you really did steal the old man's power?" "I used Bankai." Kenpachi Kiganjo glared at the young man in the distance, his breath ragged, his expression twisted with fury. He had experienced the power of Ryujin Jaka firsthand. That power had reduced him from a warrior of Rakangai to a servant groveling before the one king and his 5 nobles. But this time, he refused to submit. He was the captain of the 11th division. The 10th Kenpachi who had slain Kenpachi Gasuke. And now, he was supposed to bow to some brat just because of a sword's power. What a joke. A sword's strength depended on the one wielding it. And this kid was not Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. "Don't think I'm afraid of you. Even if you really possess Ryujin Jaka's power, it's only a shuriken. If my Ryatsu rivals that old man's, then my Tenuwa, Heavenly Rock, may not be any weaker than Ryujin Jaka. And besides, I've used my Bankai. The one who's going to die is you. You can try," Masatsuki Aozaki grinned maniacally. "But your time is running out. Or are you doubting Master and my 2 senior speed? You bastard." Kenpachi Kiganjo roared in rage. His rocky skin surged, expanding wildly as his massive frame grew even larger, making him resemble a monstrous stone giant. Boom. The ground caved in for several meters around him, sending shards of stone and clouds of dust flying as the sheer force of his movement shook the battlefield. In an instant, Kenpachi Kiganjo vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in front of Masatsuki Aozaki, his colossal fist barreling toward him. Rock fist. Perhaps because he had witnessed the power of Bancho Senrin firsthand, he had become reluctant to engage Masatsuki Aozaki with direct sword strikes after activating his Bankai. A Bankai-forged Zanpakutō was powerful, yet fragile. While it could amplify his strength, if the blade itself was damaged, the consequences would be irreversible. At best, his Bankai's power would weaken. That was a risk he refused to take. Masatsuki Aozaki completely surrendered his body to Bancho, feeling more relaxed than ever, so much so that he even had the leisure to chat with her. "You seem to handle Ryujin Jaka better than I do." "That's because I understand it better," Bancho whispered, holding him close. "I know the essence and power of every shuriken. What you see is what I see. Every shuriken you've used has come from me. It's a lot of work, you know. So, in a way, I've been using your power all along. That must have been exhausting for you." Masatsuki Aozaki spoke with genuine sincerity. "Then what about Senrin? What's she been up to? Has she been slacking off?" Bancho raised a finger and playfully teased the Bakuncho bird perched on her shoulder. "She's in charge of managing these little ones. Honestly, you don't really know her that well. She's a stubborn child. Let me teach you how to use her properly." "Why does that sound a little weird coming from you?" "That's not important," Bancho chuckled softly. "Listen carefully, Masatsuki-chan. This woman has no sense of propriety." Masatsuki Aozaki thought. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, her voice ethereal and otherworldly. "At the beginning of heaven and earth, all things are without end. Bancho Senrin." Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated for a moment, then repeated the incantation after her. Bancho Senrin continued to burn with fire, but now a powerful wind wrapped around his entire body. In an instant, he flickered forward with Shuinpa, his speed reaching its peak just in time to evade Kenpachi Kiganjo's crushing punch. Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes widened slightly in surprise, a flicker of realization flashing through his gaze. Bansho Senrin could use multiple shuriken at once. The thought barely formed before a piercing sound split the air in front of him. A massive rock pillar came hurtling down like a war spear, carrying overwhelming force as it crashed downward. But it missed. Impossible. How did that miss? Kenpachi Kiganjo stared in shock as the rock pillar barely grazed Masatsuki Aozaki, failing to inflict any damage at all. He had used this technique countless times, and not once had it ever gone off target like this. His Ryatsu is stronger, so Kyoka Suigetsu's effect is limited, but that guy's an idiot. Messing with his perception just a little is still possible, Bansho explained. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded slightly in understanding. Reality wasn't some game where power levels determined everything. Even among those classified as third-class Ryatsu, there were clear disparities in strength. Kenpachi Kiganjo was a veteran captain who had honed his skills for years at this level. Though he hadn't reached second-class Ryatsu, he was far stronger than a new captain level like Masatsuki. And with Bankai active, his Ryatsu had skyrocketed beyond its shuriken state. Fooling him with Kyoka Suigetsu's illusions would be nearly impossible. Bansho was teaching him how to truly fight with Bansho Senrin. Kenpachi Kiganjo swung his massive rock-forged Zanpakutō. Boom. A deafening roar tore through the battlefield as golden sword pressure surged forward like a raging earth dragon. A massive crack over 10 meters long split open the ground, tearing through everything in its path toward Masatsuki Aozaki. Stones on both sides crumbled and tumbled into the abyss below. Shattered rock flew everywhere, and Kenpachi Kiganjo's pupils shrank. Missed again. This wasn't just bad luck, he had aimed directly at him. Masatsuki Aozaki, what kind of trick are you playing this time? Kenpachi Kiganjo finally realized something was wrong. A battle-hardened warrior like him would never make the same mistake twice in a row. Meanwhile, the pillars of fire around him kept closing in, fueling his growing frustration. His rocky armor, under the intense heat, was beginning to show signs of melting. For a brief moment, he hesitated. And that was when Masatsuki Aozaki's blade came slashing down. Or rather, Masatsuki Aozaki gripped the blazing long sword, a cruel smirk curling at his lips. You dare bully Masatsuki-chan? Masatsuki Aozaki's heart trembled. This woman suddenly seemed terrifying. Then, a powerful slash came crashing down toward Kenpachi Kiganjo's neck. Crack! The flaming long sword collided with the massive rock blade, sending crack spiderwebbing through the stone-encased weapon. Shockwaves rippled outward in waves. Fierce winds tore at the tattered remains of Masatsuki Aozaki's clothing, his blood-stained figure radiating a wild, almost manic energy. It's useless. You can't harm the true form of Dohon Tengen. Kenpachi Kiganjo sneered, his towering frame unmoving as he reached out to grab Masatsuki's arm. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a mocking chuckle. I'm not here to compare brute strength with you. His flaming blade pulsed. And the massive rock sword instantly turned red-hot, superheating until the moisture in the air around it vaporized into steam. Ugh. Kenpachi Kiganjo let out a pained grunt, caught off guard by the searing heat permeating through his armor. Clang. He tightened his grip and swung, his massive sword colliding with Masatsuki's, sending him flying. Masatsuki Aozaki flipped midair, using the momentum to his advantage before diving back in, his blade cutting down toward Kenpachi Kiganjo's neck once more. Boom. Kenpachi Kiganjo stumbled slightly, dodging the strike. But the sudden arc of flames that erupted from the slash blurred his vision. And then, his entire body ignited. Even his rock-covered form couldn't prevent him from becoming fuel for these searing flames. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Captain's Soul. The rapidly rising heat fueled Kenpachi Kiganjo's rage as he let out a furious howl, stepping forward and swinging a massive fist straight at Masatsuki Aozaki's head. Bang. Masatsuki Aozaki blocked the attack with Bansho Senrin, parrying it just as his leg whipped around and struck Kiganjo square in the stomach. Blow after blow, they clashed relentlessly. With each exchange, flames erupted from Kenpachi Kiganjo's body, burning hotter and hotter. Swords met swords, fists and feet struck with lethal intent, and the battlefield was engulfed in a swirling storm of dust and embers as they fought with wild abandon. They were both insane. Perhaps anyone who crawled out from the lower districts of Rakangai carried a touch of madness. It was the kind of place that bred lunatics. You damn maniac. Kenpachi Kiganjo let out a guttural scream, the searing agony of the flames nearly unbearable. No matter how hard he pushed his Ryatsu to disperse the fire consuming him, Masatsuki Aozaki would always find the perfect moment to fan the flames once more. This unending, merciless burning. It was as if he had been cast into hell itself. Ha ha ha. Come on. Keep going. Masatsuki Aozaki was gradually reclaiming control over his body. With Bansho guiding him, he was finally adapting to the true power of Bansho Senran. Pain, blood, the thrill of battle, none of it mattered. What truly made a fight exhilarating was experiencing it firsthand. Kenpachi Kiganjo's fist slammed into him with brutal force, sending him skidding several meters back. Blood splattered through the air, staining his face. Yet, he laughed. Kenpachi Kiganjo could feel it. Masatsuki Aozaki was enjoying this. If it weren't for these damn flames, I'd probably feel the same way. How frustrating. Kiganjo pushed his Ryatsu to its limits, suppressing the inferno ignited by Ryujin Jaka just a little more. The thrill of standing at the edge of life and death, the exhilarating clash of swords, the intoxicating scent of blood. For a moment, it felt like he was back in Rakangai, fighting for survival. Never a moment of peace. Never truly owning his own life. But those days had felt so full. "Hey, kid," Kenpachi Kiganjo suddenly spoke. Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head. "What? You're running low on Ryatsu, aren't you?" Kiganjo muttered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Same here. Isn't it a little reckless to announce your condition so openly?" Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. "Cut the act," Kiganjo growled, gritting his teeth. "I'll settle this with one final strike. Master Yamamoto is almost here. Shouldn't you be saving your Ryatsu to run?" Masatsuki Aozaki didn't answer directly. Instead, he glanced past Kiganjo, toward the rapidly approaching force breaking through the barrier. A scorching, overwhelming Ryatsu. "I don't need to run. There's no point, I wouldn't make it far anyway." Kenpachi Kiganjo bared his teeth in a grin. "Besides, I'd rather see how this fight ends than disgrace myself by running." He had completely forgotten why he had come here in the first place. The only thing that mattered now was defeating the men in front of him. Life or death, it didn't matter anymore. "Come." Masatsuki Aozaki took a deep breath, his confidence unwavering. He wasn't going to lose. Bansho Senran flared, its flames stretching out like wings. A high-pitched screech echoed in his ears. "You haven't disappointed me, Masatsuki Aozaki." Kenpachi Kiganjo's eyes widened. A fierce gust of wind rushed toward him, and under the crushing weight of his earth-colored Ryatsu, the very air howled in agony. Whoosh! Dust and debris erupted from the ground. Masatsuki Aozaki had vanished. No tricks. No unnecessary flourishes. Just pure swordsmanship. Zanpakutō against Zanpakutō. Yet, in that instant, a storm raged within Kenpachi Kiganjo's mind. White-hot Ryatsu surged toward him, twisting into flames that licked at his body. His rocky armor surged forward to meet the attack. Only to melt and shatter. This. How can this be so terrifying? Kenpachi Kiganjo cried out in disbelief. After their previous clashes, he had a rough grasp of the power Masatsuki Aozaki's Ryujin Jaka could unleash. It was worthy of its title as the strongest fire-type Zanpakutō, but the battle shouldn't have been so one-sided. Dohan Tengen hadn't even put up a proper resistance before it was effortlessly torn apart. "I've used my full strength," Masatsuki Aozaki said. Kenpachi Kiganjo was momentarily dazed, his senses distorted by a cacophony of wind, thunder, and countless other noises. He looked up. Masatsuki Aozaki, clearly smaller in stature, had deliberately positioned himself above, an awkward stance for delivering powerful strikes. How the hell was he flying in Soul Society? No, that wasn't the question he should be asking. This was Kaiten Kayakatsu's Takaoni. The higher ground meant victory. Standing above him, Masatsuki Aozaki's slashes carried even greater force. Clang. Their blades collided violently, the metallic clash ringing out like a bell. White and earth-colored Ryatsu clashed, bursting into dazzling light before a hurricane-like shockwave erupted from the battle's epicenter, sweeping outward in all directions. Crack. A deep fissure split across Dohan Tengen, the sound of breaking stone sending a chill through the air. Pain shot through Kenpachi Kiganjo's body, forcing him to suck in a sharp breath. A moment later, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. A flash of steel. A flicker of flames. He clutched his chest, pain surging through him. A deep, gaping wound now ran across his torso. His body remained connected only by his spine and the shredded muscles of his back. Blood sprayed from the wound, spattering across Masatsuki Aozaki's face. Masatsuki Aozaki took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. A rush of exhilaration flooded through him. His hair, stained crimson, clung to his face as rivulets of blood trickled down his cheeks. But there was no revulsion, only the gleeful grin of a man reveling in victory. He had defeated a captain. This meant, he had truly stepped into the ranks of Soul Society's elite. "You, really are one devious bastard." With a loud thud, Kenpachi Kiganjo's body gave out. He slumped onto the ground, leaning back against a massive boulder, a faint smirk lingering on his lips. Masatsuki Aozaki turned, planting Bansho Senrin into the ground as he crouched before him. Disappointed? Because it wasn't the honorable duel you were hoping for. What the hell are you talking about? Kenpachi Kiganjo coughed up another mouthful of blood. This was a battle to the death. A fight where you throw everything you have at your opponent, using every last trick to claim victory. This is what true combat is. I was just too much of an idiot to see that you were holding back. You're Shunsui Kaiaraku's junior, I should have expected this. His vision blurred, breath growing shallower. In his final moments, the man accepted his own foolishness. Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated for a fraction of a second, caught off guard by his words. But there was no time for sentiment. Before Kenpachi Kiganjo could draw his last breath, Masatsuki Aozaki thrust his hand into his chest. You may be an insufferable bastard, but you're still Kenpachi. He gazed at the soul of Kenpachi Kiganjo now resting in his palm, grinning as his blood-stained teeth gleamed in the dim firelight. A captain's soul, an invaluable piece of experimental material. Masatsuki Aozaki carefully stored it away as Kenpachi Kiganjo's body finally lost all signs of life. Whoosh! From the distance, an invisible blade of wind sliced through the air with terrifying speed. The colossal stone prison, its structure akin to a gladiatorial arena, was split in half. The severed rock walls crashed down with a deafening rumble. Boom. The ground trembled under the sheer force of impact. A violent shockwave erupted, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. And amidst it all, a pristine white haori billowed in the scorching wind. Flames surged skyward, consuming everything in their path. The stone walls, once solid and imposing, melted away in an instant. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, It's common sense that fast people are always late. I didn't think even the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society would be late, old man. Masatsuki Aozaki collapsed onto his knees, trembling, his hands pressed against the ground, a smug grin on his face. Blood dripped from every inch of his battered body, pooling beneath him in streaks of black and red. Pain coursed through his entire being. Every muscle felt drained of strength, and the dizziness from excessive blood loss hit him in waves, lulling him toward unconsciousness. Yet, despite it all, his pale face still held a teasing smile. You always talk about how no one in 1,000 years could match you in swordsmanship, Hakuda, or Kido, but your Shunpa still needs work. Guess you'd better keep practicing. This damned disciple. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's eye twitched. As he scanned the scene, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he fell silent. His gaze landed on the corpse of Kenpachi Kiganjo. This brat. A long stretch of silence followed before Yamamoto finally let out a gruff murmur. Well done. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a sharp laugh. Master, if you're struggling to say it, you don't have to force yourself. I know exactly what you mean, I'm well aware of how exceptional I am. Yamamoto huffed heavily but didn't argue. He had to admit. This student was remarkable. Unbelievably remarkable. More talented than himself. Where else could you find a student this young capable of killing a captain? The two locked eyes, saying nothing, as if searching for something within each other's gaze. It didn't take long before they both understood. One was looking for warmth and acknowledgement. The other was looking for expectation and reassurance. And they both found what they were looking for. Words were no longer necessary. A graceful figure hurried forward, stopping behind Yamamoto. A soft voice spoke. Captain Commander, we've arrived. The familiarity of the voice made Yamamoto pause before he quickly turned, issuing orders to his subordinates. The traitor Kenpachi Kiganjo has been executed by 2 ND Division's 3rd seat, Masatsuki. He is seriously injured, 4th Division, see to his recovery. Yes, sir, Retsu Anohana nodded slightly. I'll be in your care, Anohana. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. Leave it to me. Anohana gave him a slow, measured look, her gaze flickering as a small smile played on her lips. If she'd heard correctly, Kenpachi Kiganjo had been slain by Masatsuki Aozaki. This boy always found a way to surprise people. The moment those words left her lips, Masatsuki Aozaki felt something. His expression stiffened, and his head snapped up. The sight of that gentle, elegant face, paired with a warm, soothing smile, sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. He knew that smile all too well. There was no doubt about it. She was in the mood for a sparring session. Anohana, seemingly aware of his realization, gave him a playful wink, her fondness for him barely concealed. With a graceful wave of her hand, she swiftly unsheathed her Zanpakutō. As the name Minazuki rang out, the long blade transformed before everyone's eyes into a massive, one-eyed manta ray. Long time no see, Masatsuki Aozaki greeted the old fish, fully aware of what was about to happen. He was about to be swallowed whole. Again. Although it left him sticky, he didn't particularly mind the comforting sensation. Unfortunately, in his current state, he lacked the strength to leap inside on his own. A shame, really, for both parties. Heh. The giant manta ray opened its massive mouth. Masatsuki Aozaki, ever cooperative, took 2 steps forward. Minazuki glided toward him. Man and manta ray moved in sync. Then, with a deep, resonant gulp, Masatsuki Aozaki was swallowed whole. I'm sorry. Yoruichi Shihoin arrived at the 4th division, visibly injured, yet the first words out of her mouth were an apology to Masatsuki Aozaki. The ward was empty, leaving only the 2 of them. The commotion outside was still ongoing. Yamamoto had returned to the 1st division to take command, unfazed by the chaos, while the 4th division members had rushed off to provide support elsewhere. Masatsuki Aozaki snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze falling on Yoruichi's battered form. Not only did he feel no inclination to blame her, but seeing her in such a state actually made his heart ache a little. She must have gone through a lot just to get here. He tilted his head. Sorry for what? I'm sorry. I'm late again. Yoruichi lowered her head, her voice filled with regret. Isn't it common knowledge that the fastest people are always late? Masatsuki Aozaki spread his hands, his tone light, as if trying to break the heavy atmosphere. Besides, you are the Flash Goddess, after all. What? Yoruichi blinked, caught off guard. It's a title I came up with for you, Flash Goddess Yoruichi. Sounds cool, right? Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. Ah, well, it does sound cool, but I don't think I deserve it. A little embarrassed, Yoruichi had successfully been pulled out of her somber thoughts, shaking her head. Why not? Even Master said your Shuinpa is almost on par with his. He even told me to learn from you. Seeing his distraction tactic had worked, Masatsuki Aozaki puffed up with pride, as if he were the one being praised. Yoruichi's face flushed slightly, the contrast against her tan skin making her look both adorable and alluring. Being complimented by the captain commander was no small thing, but she knew her own limits and quickly denied it. I'm nowhere near as fast as Captain Commander. The old man's been around for ages, of course, he has to slow down at some point. Perhaps because of the strange books and discussions he'd had with Lisa Yatamaru, Masatsuki Aozaki's thoughts inevitably strayed. He coughed twice. I meant your technique. Master Shuinpa is only that fast because of his sheer ryatsu. When it comes to technique, you're not far behind him at all. It's called specialization. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. You were born a genius when it comes to Shuinpa. Masatsuki Aozaki was about to continue showering Yoruichi with praise when. Hiss. A sharp intake of breath. Yoruichi had moved the wrong way, pulling at her wounds. The sting caught her off guard, and she couldn't help but let out a small cry of pain. Masatsuki Aozaki's heart clenched. Without a second thought, he scooped her up and dashed out of the 4th division, heading straight for the underground training grounds. To help Yoruichi recover, he had decided. A hot spring therapy session was in order. With Lisa Yatamaru, his ever-reliable source of questionable knowledge, he had learned that aerobic exercise was beneficial for a woman's physical and mental well-being. For the sake of Yoruichi's health, both body and mind, Masatsuki Aozaki was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. With all the speed and skill he had honed in his lifetime, he reached his destination in no time. Yoruichi swallowed hard and feigned ignorance. What are you planning to do? Masatsuki Aozaki stood at the edge of the hot spring, hands on his hips, looking every bit the villain. What do you think, little cat? This is your punishment for being late. Should I help you, or will you handle it yourself? Fine, I'll do it myself. Just don't hurt me. Yoruichi slumped onto the ground, trembling slightly as she undressed. It was as if she had fully embraced the role, now a delicate, pitiful girl being bullied. This kind of playful act was nothing new between them. They both knew what came next. As they entered the steaming water, Masatsuki Aozaki effortlessly pulled Yoruichi into his arms. A motion so practiced that it elicited a soft, involuntary murmur from her lips. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 108, Fong-chan. To help Yoruichi regain her usual spirit, Masatsuki Aozaki spent the entire night indulging her in reckless fun. His physical endurance was no less than hers, but when it came to certain aerobic exercises, things were always a bit unfair for men. By the time they were done, his body was still holding up fine, but his spirit had given out first. As a wave of exhaustion swept over him, he drifted into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was still soaking in the hot spring. The water had cleared. Hearing movement, he turned his head. And what he saw left him utterly stunned. Yoruichi was crouched at the edge of the hot spring, stripping Sui Feng, who was unconscious, of her clothes before casually tossing her into the water. Masatsuki Aozaki's jaw dropped. Then, unable to help himself, he swallowed hard. What the hell was this? She went out of her way to bring Suifeng here, stripped her completely. Yoruichi, I freaking love you. Oi, could you at least wipe that look off your face? I'm still standing right here, you know. Yoruichi unfastened her obi and let her Shihakushō slip from her shoulders, completely unbothered as she revealed her smooth, bronze-toned skin. She dipped a foot into the water but suddenly paused, tilting her head toward him with a teasing smirk. Does this count as breaking our promise? Masatsuki Aozaki wanted to slap himself. The original agreement had been about, in front of others, and technically, Suifeng was included in that category. Had he just shot himself in the foot? Regretting his past self's decision, he still shamelessly replied, I think, given how times are changing, it's only reasonable to update the terms of our agreement. Yoruichi blinked. Question mark. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke with complete seriousness. After extensive research and consideration, I propose that the term others be revised to other men. Thoughts? I still have one request I can make, right? I'll use it now. You really are a piece of work, Yoruichi sighed. But no need. I owe you this time. What's yours, what's mine, do we really need to be so particular? Masatsuki Aozaki groaned dramatically. Yoruichi chuckled, settling onto his lap. She placed a soft kiss on his cheek, like one would when comforting a child. All right. No more keeping score, okay. That's more like it. Masatsuki Aozaki's grin returned as he leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers, their noses brushing lightly. So, why did you bring Suifeng here? Yoruichi let out a small, helpless laugh. Feng-chan got hurt pretty badly. The 4th Division said she'd need a long time to recover. When she found out, she cried her eyes out, saying she wasn't worthy of staying by my side, that she had to return to her clan and accept exile. I didn't know what else to do, so I asked her if she wanted to recover faster. If she got better soon, she could stay with me. She agreed, so I stole her from the 4th Division. Stole her? Well, can't blame you. She really is a rare treasure. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. Yoruichi's expression darkened. You better not try anything with her. Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed. Do I look like that kind of guy? Not everyone is as reckless as you know. He treated people differently depending on what kind of relationship he wanted with them. For those he wished to keep around long-term, he was willing to be patient, to take his time. Right now, it was obvious that Suifeng wasn't ready. It should be about time, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured, turning his gaze to Suifeng. Yoruichi did the same. The petite girl floated in the hot spring, completely motionless. At first glance, she almost looked like a drowned corpse. A cute drowned corpse. Yoruichi suddenly dove forward, swimming toward Suifeng in what could only be described as a feline version of the dog paddle. It was a graceful and fluid motion, much softer and more elegant than its canine counterpart. Then again, maybe it was just because Yoruichi was stunning, and Masatsuki Aozaki's mind had conveniently applied a beauty filter to the scene. Yoruichi glided beside Suifeng, lazily paddling her hands across the water. Then, she waved at Masatsuki Aozaki, beckoning him over. Masatsuki, come help me hold her while I check her injuries. Ah, that doesn't seem like a good idea, Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated. Yoruichi turned her head, only to find that Masatsuki was already right beside her. His speed was so fast that even she hadn't reacted in time, leaving her both exasperated and amused. If only you'd put this kind of enthusiasm to good use. What are you talking about? This is me showing concern for my comrade. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. Besides, how is this not the right way? Following Yoruichi's instructions, he carefully lifted Suifeng, letting her rest against him. Feeling the softness against him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yoruichi had an impressive figure, though not quite as voluptuous as Kakakishiba's, but she was certainly among the top of her generation. Compared to them, Suifeng. Well, it was as if her presence was barely there. Still, even if her figure was as non-existent as a certain hog-wearing fool from his childhood, Masatsuki had to admit, he liked her. After all, Suifeng was both adorable and cool. Who cared about such trivial things? They were completely irrelevant. To make it easier for Yoruichi to examine her, Masatsuki shifted his grip, sliding an arm behind Suifeng's back to support her with one hand. Yoruichi remained focused on her examination. For some reason, perhaps due to the hot spring's healing properties, Suifeng let out a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes. As her vision cleared, she took in the sight of Masatsuki Aozaki's face. And realized she was nestled against his chest, his arms holding her steady. Masatsuki. Masatsuki. Third seat Masatsuki. Her delicate face instantly turned scarlet, and she began struggling to sit up. Masatsuki had been wearing a playful grin, expecting an immediate counterattack. But when she merely blushed and tried to escape, he froze. This reaction was completely different from what he had anticipated. Shouldn't she be cursing him out and stomping on his face by now? Masatsuki shook his head in disappointment. Yoruichi, well aware of his thought process, rolled her eyes before turning to Suifeng with a stern expression. Suifeng, stop moving. I'm checking your injuries. Why? Yoruichi-sama. The familiar voice made Suifeng's entire body tremble, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. She panicked, then promptly fainted in Masatsuki's arms. She really is easily flustered, Yoruichi chuckled, shaking her head before glancing up at Masatsuki. What are you thinking about? I was ready for an angry outburst, maybe even an attack, but nothing happened, Masatsuki mused. And she blushed when she saw me. Yoruichi scoffed. Wouldn't a normal girl blush in this situation? Masatsuki blinked. Wait, since when do you know how normal girls behave? Huh. Yoruichi's eyebrow twitched. Sensing danger, Masatsuki quickly waved his hands and changed the subject. I just don't think she blushed out of embarrassment. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Masatsuki-sama. I'm truly sorry, Yoruichi-sama, third seat Masatsuki. As a member of the guard, I should have been protecting you, yet instead, you both had to take care of me. This is unacceptable. In the underground training grounds rest area, Suifeng, now fully awake and dressed neatly, knelt before the two of them in a deep bow. Yoruichi waved her hand dismissively. No need to apologize. If anything, I should be the one saying sorry, I was the one who knocked you out, after all. No, Yoruichi-sama warned me. I chose to come here of my own free will, Suifeng said, her face tinged with red. I was just in the hot spring with Yoruichi-sama, but that man was there too. The happiness on her face slowly faded, replaced by a conflicted expression as she looked at the only men in the room. What's with that look? I contributed to that hot spring too, you know. Also, why hasn't she tried to punch me yet? Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head, thinking it over. Even if she wasn't mad for herself, surely she'd be furious that I saw Yoruichi too, right? Masatsuki-sama. Suifeng stammered, addressing him with an honorific, her tone laced with embarrassment. Masatsuki blinked in disbelief. Did she just call me Sama? Was this some kind of polite courtesy before she attacked? Thank you, for saving my life. Masatsuki Aozaki only grew more confused. Saving your life? What are you talking about? Back at the nest of maggots, you held off Kenpachi Kiganjo by yourself so that I and the other squad members could retreat. Suifeng lowered her head even further, her face flushing once again. Although I ended up encountering stronger enemies afterward and ended up in this state, I regret disappointing you both. But your kindness in saving me, I will never forget it. Oh, so you're talking about Kiganjo. Masatsuki finally understood and waved a hand dismissively, looking a little embarrassed. Don't worry about it. It wasn't some noble act, I just charged in on instinct. At the time, he had only just broken into third-class Ryatsu a few days prior. After dealing with Mayuri Kuratsuchi and casually eliminating a few assassins, he had stepped out of the dungeon to find Kiganjo bullying Jin Ichimaru. A chance to fight a real captain wasn't something that came often. There was no way he was going to pass up the opportunity. The fact that he saved Jin in the process was just a bonus. Telling Suifeng to lead the others away was nothing more than a spur-of-the-moment decision, he hadn't given it much thought at all. Saving her had never even crossed his mind. But Suifeng had completely misunderstood his intentions. Her already flushed face deepened in color, and for the first time, admiration flickered in her eyes. Back when they first met, she had been so quick to assume that he was nothing more than a shameless scoundrel trying to steal Yoruichi-sama's heart. But in reality, beneath that flirtatious exterior, he was an exceptional Shinigami with an unwavering sense of self-sacrifice. She recalled a line from the Shino Academy textbooks. A Shinigami must never consider their own life first. Masatsuki Aozaki embodied that ideal. A man who instinctively helped others, who threw himself into battle without hesitation. How could someone like that possibly be a bad person? No wonder a prodigy like Jin Ichimaru willingly followed him around like an unassuming shadow. No wonder seated officers Ryusuke and Izumo admired him so fervently. If she weren't already sworn to Yoruichi-sama, she might have found herself wanting to follow him too. Lowering her head, Suifeng let her long hair conceal her face, carefully masking her emotions. Then, suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. First, she looked at her hands. Then, at her body. No pain. My body. A look of astonishment crossed her face, and a joyful smile unconsciously tugged at her lips. Her injuries were supposed to take nearly half a year to heal. Yet in just a few days, she was already almost fully recovered. This hot spring was miraculous. Unable to contain herself, she shot to her feet, running her hands over her body to make sure this wasn't some illusion. Or a dream. Yoruichi Shihoin gently patted Suifeng's head with a smile. If you want to thank Masatsuki, then don't just thank him for saving your life, this hot spring is his doing too. Actually, all I did was chat with Captain Unohana. It wasn't anything major, Masatsuki Aozaki said casually. Yoruichi and I brought the materials back together, and Kasuke was the one who made the hot spring. Suifeng felt as if she had uncovered yet another admirable trait in him, and the admiration in her eyes deepened. Masatsuki Aozaki probably had no idea that, in the heart of this young girl, he was already becoming the ideal model of a Shinigami. Yoruichi looked at Masatsuki with a helpless expression. You sure are full of yourself. After this whole incident, the 2nd Division is in shambles. The detention unit, in particular, lost more than half of its members. Suifeng lowered her head. Please don't blame Masatsuki-sama, Yoruichi-sama. It was my fault. Masatsuki-sama was showing me the nest of maggots, which is why we failed to detect the enemy in time. This all happened because of me. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow, her tone unimpressed. Oh. So now you're taking all the blame. I never said I was blaming him. I was the one who gave the orders. If anyone's at fault, it's me as the captain. Yoruichi-sama. Suifeng whispered. Suddenly, Yoruichi's voice rang out sharply. Suifeng. Yes. The girl immediately straightened up, standing at attention. Yoruichi smiled slightly, crossing her arms behind her back in a commanding stance. You're still my personal guard, but I'm temporarily assigning you to assist the detention unit. She glanced at Masatsuki. The detention unit suffered heavy losses this time, and soon, they might need to make even bigger sacrifices. Right now, we need all the manpower we can get. Then, like an older sister, she took Suifeng's hand. So don't slack off, all right? Yes. Suifeng responded immediately, without hesitation. The next morning, after confirming that they were in good condition, the 3 of them returned to the 4th Division. This time, Yoruichi seemed to have a little more trust in her young protege. She didn't knock Suifeng unconscious. And because of that, Suifeng nearly had her jaw drop to the floor when she realized that the underground training ground was located directly beneath Sokayaku Hill. Sokayaku Hill, the execution grounds of Seireitei, where the legendary execution weapon, the Sokayaku, was kept. When released into its true form, the Sokayaku transformed into a Kikō, Blaze fledgling king, said to hold the destructive power of 1,000,000 Zanpakutō. Masatsuki-sama, Yoruichi-sama. And that Kasuke Urahara, these people were way too bold. The 3 of them made their way back. Well, to be precise, Masatsuki and Yoruichi were having a great time teasing the still flustered Suifeng. They arrived at the 4th Division in high spirits, only to run straight into Retsu Unohana. It looked like she had been about to leave but had coincidentally bumped into the returning trio. Trying to sneak past her was out of the question. Even members of the Onmitsukido, trained in stealth, wouldn't be able to slip by unnoticed. And so, when the 3 of them returned to the ward, they found themselves bandaged up once again. Fortunately, Unohana had gone easy on them. And even better, Isane Kotetsu, who was on duty that night, was much more easygoing. With a bit of persuasion from Masatsuki Aozaki, the flustered Isane blushed and ended up moving all 3 of them into the same ward. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 110, Return to 1,000 Years. Seireitei, Central District, 1st Division Headquarters. Captain's Office. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto stood before a crimson painting, leaning on his staff. The image depicted a man with a traditional samurai topknot, gripping a katana, his figure engulfed in roaring flames as he burned the world around him. The man in the painting was a monster from Soul Society's past, one who had nearly destroyed the world. Genryusai Yamamoto. Flashing swords, howling winds, roaring thunder, and searing flames. Battlefield reports raced through Yamamoto's mind, pulling him into contemplation. Just how much is that Masatsuki kid hiding from me? Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Captain Commander. A clear female voice rang out from beyond the door. Enter. Yamamoto responded, slowly shifting his gaze away and resuming his usual composed expression. The sliding door opened, revealing Retsu Unohana. She spoke softly, Captain Commander, the investigation is complete. Yamamoto studied the 4th Division captain, her radiant smile making it clear that she was genuinely pleased. The two had known each other for 1,000 years, he could tell when she was truly happy. He nodded and asked warmly, what's the situation? Although Kenpachi Kiganjo was dead, he had been the captain of the 11th Division, a Shinigami bearing the title of Kenpachi. And given how unexpectedly Masatsuki Aozaki had performed in battle, it was only natural that the details of the fight would be scrutinized. Unohana bowed her head slightly. Masatsuki Aozaki has completed treatment and has mostly recovered. As for the specifics of the rebel attack, there were many strange battle traces found both on the battlefield and on Kiganjo Kenpachi's body. However, one thing is certain, Kenpachi Kiganjo was indeed slain by Masatsuki Aozaki. Yamamoto let out an unimpressed sigh and rolled his eyes. That kid performed well, but it's not time yet. Anohana gave a small, awkward smile. The thought of Masatsuki Aozaki taking down Kenpachi Kiganjo alone was undeniably exhilarating. If she were being honest, she was itching to head straight to the 4th Division and challenge him to a proper sword match, several, in fact. Speaking of that brat Masatsuki, the details of this battle will remain classified for now, Yamamoto said. Keep a close eye on the others. Retsu Anohana pondered for a moment before responding with a serious expression. I understand. I will pass along your orders, but if they refuse to obey, kill them. Yamamoto's voice was ice cold. In an instant, the kind old man vanished, replaced by the terrifying monster who had once struck fear across Seoul society 1,000 years ago. Seeing this, Anohana hesitated for a brief moment. She remained silent, letting out a quiet sigh in her heart. Those days, truly were unforgettable. Though that era had been filled with chaos, slaughter, and death, for her, it had been the best time of all. And yet, when had this man, this demon before her, more fearsome than even herself, begun to restrain his bloodlust? Masatsuki Aozaki. Once again, Anohana found her thoughts drifting to the men who constantly shattered her expectations. He had yet to lose his edge. His talent was undeniable. It was only a matter of time before he caught up to them. Their battle was inevitable. For the sake of that intoxicating thrill, she would have to guide him well. She could hardly wait for the day of their inevitable clash. Where is third seat Masatsuki now? Yamamoto paid no mind to the subtle change in Anohana's expression and simply continued his inquiry. He's currently recuperating in the 4th Division, Anohana replied. Though his injuries have healed, the battle was intense, so I've ordered him to remain under observation for the time being. Observation? You're spoiling him too much. Yamamoto scoffed. A few minor wounds don't warrant hospitalization. Don't forget how we got through things in our time. The more he listened, the more irritated he became. Why is this ruthless killer being so gentle with that brat? It made it seem as if he, the master, was failing in his duty. Damn it, how did this woman, who once bathed in blood without hesitation, become such a soft, nurturing figure? These are different times, Captain Commander. Anohana's voice was gentle, her demeanor obedient. Didn't we establish the Gotei 13 to protect the peace we fought so hard to obtain? Is this supposed to be your line? Yamamoto's face twitched in irritation, feeling as though he was about to age 1,000 years on the spot. Some things never change, this woman's personality was just as infuriating as it had been centuries ago. After a brief pause, he sighed. Summon Masatsuki. Masatsuki, you're here. Yamamoto's voice, unusually warm, came from the 1st Division captain's office. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped inside, his expression skeptical. Master. The old man wasn't wearing his usual stern expression. Something was off. Highly suspicious. Yamamoto coughed lightly and spoke with concern. You seem to be in good spirits. Your injuries, are they healing well? At his words, Retsu Anohana chuckled softly, while Masatsuki Aozaki's face stiffened. The old man was showing concern for him. No. Something was very, very wrong. He reached up, clutching his forehead dramatically, swaying on his feet as he exaggeratedly declared. Master. My wounds are severe. I must return to the 4th Division immediately to recover. Captain Anohana, please escort me back. Anohana approached, gave him a once-over, then shook her head with an amused smile before stepping out of the office. What the hell did that mean? Was she doubting his acting skills? Or worse, had she just abandoned him to his fate? Masatsuki Aozaki froze in place. No. Judging by the sheer amusement in her expression, she must have had something to do with this. As the office door shut behind her, Yamamoto watched her leave before turning back to Masatsuki. For a moment, he remained silent, as if weighing something in his mind. Then, his expression shifted. Gone was the warmth. His usual imposing presence returned as he asked in a low, commanding voice. Tell me, what's the truth about your Zanpakutō? My Zanpakutō. Masatsuki blinked, then let out a small sigh of relief. If the old man was back to his usual self, then he was probably safe. Understanding what Yamamoto was getting at, he scratched his head and smirked. Master, don't you think asking something so private in broad daylight is a bit reckless? Who knows who might be listening? Yamamoto said nothing, just turned his head slightly. Masatsuki got the message. He walked over to the wall and placed his hand against it, sensing a barrier. As expected. The old man had already taken precautions. With a sigh, Masatsuki sat down, accepted a cup of tea, and took a sip, his expression growing more serious. Well, the truth is, between me and Bancho Senran. He had barely begun to explain when he caught the sharp glint in Yamamoto's eyes. Immediately, he changed course. I mean, I've mastered Shirkai. Yamamoto exhaled through his nose, shaking his head with a sigh. You've grown up, he said. Not only did you defeat Kiganjo, but now you even have the nerve to mess with this old man. He reached for his staff, his tone deepening. I'm quite pleased. 40 chapters ahead. P. @Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 111, Do Not Want. Masatsuki Aozaki flinched at an unpleasant memory and quickly waved his hands. No. Master, let me explain. I wasn't messing with you, I really did master Shirkai. Yamamoto paused, his hand stilling mid-action. He frowned in suspicion. What do you mean? Was your Zanpakutō previously in a semi-released state? Or does it have multiple Shirkai abilities and release phrases? Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. As expected of you, Master, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Sharp as ever. You figured it out right away. The flattery was awkward, but Yamamoto didn't seem to mind. He nodded slowly, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Getting this brat to say anything nice about him was a rarity, and when he did, it was usually laced with sarcasm. For once, the praise felt genuine, and Yamamoto couldn't deny it was oddly refreshing. Seeing the old man's expression soften, Masatsuki Aozaki grew bolder and continued casually. The Shirkai I used before was actually in a semi-released state due to a mistake in the release phrase. During my battle with Kenpachi Kiganjo, after experiencing the brink of life and death, Bancho Senran finally revealed the true release phrase to me. And once I learned it, I was able to fully activate my true Shirkai. He stole a quick glance at Yamamoto. The old man remained silent, his deep eyes fixed on him, as if waiting for something. Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly recalled a quote from the British show Yes, Prime Minister. If you're going to be dishonest, you have to be clever, if you're going to be honest, you have to be dull. It was a principle he often used when dealing with Aizen, never bothering to hide his own ambition when speaking to him. It looked like he'd have to apply that same strategy with his master today. Taking a deep breath, he smiled wryly before continuing. Upon full release, she has 3 abilities. First, she can imitate the Shirkai of other Zanpakutō, with the power of the Shirkai depending on my own Ryatsu. Second, when mimicking a Shirkai, I can choose whether or not to alter my Zanpakutō's form. Third, I can use multiple Shirkai abilities simultaneously, layering their effects. Yamamoto's frown deepened. What about the side effects? That was his biggest concern. Bancho Senran's ability reminded him of the Tsuneyashiro clans and Reikyoten. That Zanpakutō could also copy others, but at a terrible price, it permanently drained the user's life. The side effects were severe, yet its power still lured young Tsuneyashiro heirs to it, generation after generation. With Masatsuki's talent, he had no need for such shortcuts to become strong. If his Zanpakutō carried a similar risk and he became addicted to it, that would be a problem. None. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head. Seeing his confident expression, with no hint of deception, Yamamoto finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Masatsuki Aozaki closed his eyes and thought for a long time before nodding in satisfaction, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Very good, Masatsuki Aozaki. You haven't disappointed me. Your Shirkai ability aligns almost exactly with my deductions. Masatsuki Aozaki, you are my disciple. I won't lie to you, so I'll be honest. But if you are deceiving me, I will have to reconsider whether our master-disciple relationship should continue. Yamamoto paused, as if making a firm decision, then continued. I understand that as a master, I shouldn't doubt my disciple. That is my failing. I am not a qualified master. If you no longer wish to acknowledge me as your master, I will allow you to leave my tutelage. Don't worry, once you leave, I will recommend you to Captain Unohana. You may not know much about her, but she was Soul Society's first Kenpachi, one of the strongest in the Gotei 13. She is more than qualified to be your master. Having Unohana as my master. That sounds kind of exciting. Cough. No, wait, why is the old man being so rigid? Did he really have to spell everything out? Couldn't he just lie to me a little? I'm very easy to fool, just introduce me to a few beautiful Shinigami, and I'll pretend I never heard a thing. There's no way he's saying this because he actually wants to get rid of me, right? Then what was with that secret glance earlier? Wait, did I misunderstand again? Masatsuki's thoughts veered far beyond what Yamamoto had anticipated. Shaking his head, he smirked and said with a deliberately irritating expression. You old geezer, don't tell me you're afraid of my talent, worried I'll surpass you one day, so you're holding back and trying to kick me out. What nonsense. Do you take me for that kind of person? Yamamoto's eyes shot open in fury. With all the powerful Shinigami he had trained, how could he possibly be hoarding techniques? Only this brat would have the nerve to say something so outrageous. A second later, Yamamoto caught himself, realizing his reaction might undermine his dignity. He quickly regained his composure and, with forced solemnity, asked. I simply want your answer, Masatsuki Aozaki. One last time, do you wish to leave the Genryu school? No. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head firmly. What? Yamamoto nodded, then did a double take. I said, no. Masatsuki Aozaki waved his hand dismissively. Why would I settle for being the disciple of the 4th Division's captain when I could be the disciple of the captain commander himself? One commands the 4th Division, the other commands the entire Gotei 13. It's obvious who holds more power, isn't it? I still plan to use your name to stir up trouble in Seireitei. Don't think you can get rid of me so easily, old man. You brat. Such disrespect, how dare you talk to your master like that? Yamamoto finally lost his patience and stood up, giving Masatsuki a light knock on the head with his cane. Masatsuki rubbed his head in confusion. The force was too light, not only did it not hurt, but he barely even felt it. Yamamoto snorted, feeling increasingly irritated just looking at this unruly student. What are you staring at me for? He grumbled. Go change your clothes. Since you can use Ryujin Jakka, I'll teach you a few techniques. Having power but no skill, what separates you from a brute? I'd be embarrassed to even mention it. How did I end up with such a foolish disciple? Yes, master. Masatsuki Aozaki lowered his head, making it difficult to read his expression. The two of them trained for an entire day, continuing until the sky darkened. Even Masatsuki, who was obsessed with training, reached his limit before Yamamoto finally ended the lesson. Masatsuki had used Ryujin Jakka's power before, but just being near Yamamoto's Ryujin Jakka was nearly unbearable. A full day of training was already pushing his limits. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, he suddenly asked. By the way, master, how did you figure out my Zanpakutō could imitate Shirkai? Logically speaking, shouldn't you have suspected it was a Kido-type Zanpakutō instead? 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 112, Kido Class. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes, stroking his long white beard with a hint of pride. I don't know about other Zanpakutō, but I know you used Ryujin Jakka. The power of Ryujin Jakka is something I am more familiar with than anyone. While the Ryatsu that forms the flames was completely different, the method of construction was exactly the same. I have been with Ryujin Jakka for thousands of years, never apart, and I know it better than anything else. Did you really think you could fool me with such a petty trick? Never apart. You mean, you sleep with your Zanpakutō every night, just like me? Masatsuki's eyes widened in realization. So that's what kind of old man you are, Yamamoto. I totally misjudged you. You're more like me than I thought. No wonder he was able to enhance his Bankai through 1,000 years of training. Normally, a Zanpakutō's power is fixed, and its strength depends entirely on the user's Ryatsu. But this old man, his Ryatsu had long since reached the absolute peak for a Shinigami, with nowhere left to grow. The fact that he could further refine his Bankai over 1,000 years spoke volumes about how deeply he understood Ryujin Jakka. 1,000 years. Masatsuki couldn't even imagine what it must have been like for Ryujin Jakka to be stuck with this old man every single day. He silently mourned for the poor Zanpakutō for a moment. Yamamoto, seemingly angered by the remark, raised a fist and knocked it against Masatsuki's head, a familiar feeling. Painful, but not harmful. Yamamoto rolled his eyes. I'm not like you, brat. I only use Ryujin Jakka to warm my bed. That sounds even worse. Masatsuki scoffed, feeling like he could hear Ryujin Jakka wailing in the distance. Using a world-destroying Zanpakutō like Ryujin Jakka as a bed warmer. Only this unreliable old man could come up with something so ridiculous. Good thing it was Ryujin Jakka. If it were Hyarinmaru, the old man would have frozen himself solid while training his Bankai. Speaking of which, if he remembered correctly, Hyarinmaru was known as the strongest ice-type Zanpakutō. And anything with the title of strongest shouldn't be ignored. I wonder if Toshiro Hitsugaya has been born yet. His hometown is in Junranen, which technically falls under my territory. Yamamoto, noticing his student's thoughts wandering yet again, shot him a sharp glare. Masatsuki met his gaze without flinching. The two stared at each other for a long moment before Yamamoto sighed. Masatsuki. Yes, master. Seeing Yamamoto's serious expression, Masatsuki quickly set aside his joking demeanor and responded earnestly. Starting today. Yamamoto paused, tapping his cane against the wooden floor with a heavy thud before shaking his head. No, starting right now, your Zanpakutō is to be considered purely Kido-based. Bansho Senran does not have the ability to imitate other Zanpakutō as Shirkai. It merely allows you to use Kido-based abilities of various attributes. If you must use abilities with distinct characteristics, then make sure to eliminate anyone who sees them. Whether you are deceiving others or deceiving yourself, you must remember this. Until the day comes when you attain strength equal to mine, never reveal its true abilities to anyone. If, before then, you tell someone about your powers, they must swear absolute secrecy. Otherwise. Yamamoto's eyes sharpened like blades, his entire presence radiating a terrifyingly murderous aura. The sheer intensity of his killing intent sent an involuntary chill down the spine. Masatsuki knew that the killing intent wasn't directed at him, but at anyone who might become a threat to him. And that was exactly what he wanted to see. He had counted on the old man's protective nature. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to reveal his Shirkai's true abilities. If he kept hiding it, he would always be forced to hold back in battle, constantly worrying about slipping up. And if his abilities were exposed in the heat of combat, it would be even harder to explain. Better to come clean now. He understood Yamamoto's personality well enough to make this choice. This was no reckless decision. Masatsuki Aozaki pondered for a moment before furrowing his brows in confusion. But you were able to see through my Shirkai. What if others can do the same? There are indeed others who could see through your abilities, Yamamoto said, shaking his head. But they are not here, so you don't need to worry. He was confident in this assessment. Not everyone possessed the same level of understanding of their Zanpakutō as he did. Most Shinigami focused primarily on Ryatsu, often adopting a just learn how to use it attitude when it came to their Zanpakutō. It wasn't until he had reached the limit of his Ryatsu growth that he had begun to dedicate himself to truly mastering his Bankai. Masatsuki Aozaki took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Imitating another's Zanpakutō was undoubtedly a powerful ability, but it was also one that would not be well received. If the Tsuneyashiro clan learned about it, they might turn against him entirely to protect the uniqueness of Enreikyoten. And other Shinigami, very few of them would be comfortable knowing that their abilities could be copied by someone else. Hiding his true abilities would not only make others lower their guard, but it would also make imitating Shirkai much easier. Yamamoto really was looking out for him in every way. Seeing that Masatsuki had understood his meaning, Yamamoto felt slightly relieved and nodded in satisfaction. This brat was usually unreliable, always stirring up trouble, never showing proper respect to his teacher. But in some ways, he was eerily similar to himself from 1,000 years ago, equally cunning and ruthless. That kind of personality was a double-edged sword. Fortunately, he wasn't someone who lacked loyalty. Masatsuki had chosen to stay behind and fight Kenpachi Kiganjo just to ensure his subordinates could escape. Cruel to his enemies, but devoted to those close to him. The former had been the reason Yamamoto was feared 1,000 years ago, while the latter had been something he himself had lacked. Looking at the young man before him, Yamamoto's gaze unconsciously softened. Perhaps this boy would surpass him one day. As he was thinking, Yamamoto suddenly looked up toward the entrance of the dojo. I'm removing the barrier, he said as a reminder. Seeing Masatsuki Aozaki make a quick, I'll keep my mouth shut gesture, he tapped his cane against the floor. The soundproof barrier surrounding the dojo dissolved into reishi. With a swift whoosh, a figure appeared at Yamamoto's side, kneeling on one knee. It was a member of the inner court troop, responsible for delivering orders. The troop member immediately spotted Masatsuki Aozaki, but suppressed their excitement, lowering their head. Though fleeting, admiration flickered in their eyes. This was Masatsuki Aozaki. The man who had killed Kenpachi. The 2 ND Division's 3rd seat. The pride of the entire 2nd Division. Noticing Masatsuki's presence, the messenger did not immediately speak, instead waiting quietly for Yamamoto's command. Yamamoto, seeing their reaction, was not displeased. If anything, he seemed rather pleased. Maintaining his usual stern expression, he said. No need to wait. Speak. The messenger nodded and said in a low voice, reporting to the captain commander, the orders have been delivered to all captains. Good, Yamamoto acknowledged. Inform Lieutenant Sasakabe to make the necessary preparations. The captain's meeting will be held in 1 week. Yes. The messenger bowed deeply before vanishing in a flash. Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head curiously. Captain's meeting. That's right, Yamamoto nodded. And you will be attending as well. 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 113, Experiment. The sky gradually darkened. Masatsuki Aozaki left the 1st Division barracks. With Yamamoto's permission, he was no longer required to stay in the 4th Division for observation, giving him a rare moment of free time. Still, he made a brief stop at the 4th Division to inform Retsu Unohana, Yoruichi, and the others before leaving Seireitei. District 62 of Rakongai at night was a place where thieves and vagrants lurked. The streets were silent, the moonlight and starlight casting a dim glow over the darkened world. Masatsuki Aozaki stood deep in the forest, silently surveying the small hut in front of him. The rustling of leaves in the wind stirred memories from years ago. 4 or 5 years prior, he had been in a similar forest, though far from here. Beneath the same moonlit sky, a bespectacled man had stood in the shadow of a tree, looking at him with a gentle smile. Masatsuki Aozaki extended his hand toward the ground. A faint glow of ryatsu flickered like a firefly in the darkness. Ripples spread across the ground, a wooden cabinet trembled slightly, and the floor shifted and rearranged itself like a puzzle coming apart. A gap opened beneath him. Stepping forward, Masatsuki Aozaki descended a long flight of stairs, entering a dimly lit underground chamber. The room was filled with an array of sophisticated equipment. Originally, it had been nothing more than a crude hideout. It wasn't until he had plundered Mayuri Kuratsuchi's lab equipment that it started to resemble an actual research facility. He pressed a hidden mechanism on the wall. With a click, the wall split apart, wooden panels folding outward to reveal a concealed collection. A faint blue glow illuminated the interior, revealing rows of glass jars and vials. The nest of maggots really is a goldmine. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he took in the results of his labor. Inside the transparent jars, black soul orbs floated, wreathed in wisps of violet smoke. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 100 in total. These were his collected experimental materials. The orbs served as containers for souls, storing those of Shinigami or individuals with Shinigami potential. More than half had been sourced from the nest of maggots. The souls from there were of particularly high quality, and the occasional disappearance of an inmate would hardly raise suspicion. After all, in that prison, suicides due to mental breakdowns were far from uncommon. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped toward the center of the chamber and retrieved his most valuable specimen. The soul of Kenpachi Kiganjo. Encased within this soul orb was the largest fragment of the Soul King among all his collected materials. Combined with the sheer strength of Kiganjo's soul itself, its value far surpassed dozens, if not hundreds, of the other soul orbs. Masatsuki Aozaki stood before the experiment table, adjusting the machine's controls. The platform holding the souls extended outward. In one hand, he held Kiganjo's soul. In the other, he retrieved an ancient soul long sealed away. He had witnessed Aizen's process for soul fusion before, using specialized filtration devices to merge completely unrelated souls into a single orb. The soul orbs themselves had the natural ability to store and absorb spirits. However, his attempts to forcibly merge two souls into the same orb had always ended in failure, resulting in shattered orbs and dissipated souls. These repeated failures made it clear to him that, in the realm of scientific research, he was a complete amateur. Rather than rushing into further experiments, he had instead sought guidance from 3 individuals he considered geniuses, gradually refining his understanding while analyzing his past mistakes. To his surprise, Kiryu Hikifune and the others had gladly agreed to teach him. Given his role as an advisor to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, it made sense that he would want to expand his scientific knowledge. As for the Hogyoku, since its creation was an ethical transgression, Aizen had taught himself everything, gathering, compiling, and studying research data on his own. Strangely, Aizen had never made any real effort to hide his knowledge. Aside from the core secrets of the Hogyoku itself, the rest of his research materials were left open for Masatsuki Aozaki to study freely. Perhaps it was because Aizen held absolute confidence in his own intellect. He himself had never achieved any meaningful breakthroughs in this research, so he didn't believe that Masatsuki Aozaki could surpass him under the same conditions, let alone catch up. In a way, Masatsuki Aozaki seemed to be retracing Aizen's old path. However, unlike Aizen, Masatsuki Aozaki had more than just a genius friend and a genius prisoner. He also had Kiryu Hikifune, who, for now, had no equal in the field of soul research. Masatsuki Aozaki concealed the true nature of his Hogyoku research, but by subtly inquiring about technical details, he was still able to gain valuable insights. His usual eccentric and unserious demeanor had already left an impression on the 3 of them. Rather than suspecting his true intentions, they were simply amazed that someone as whimsical as him could occasionally come up with good ideas. By briefly skimming through Aizen's lab notes and consulting Kiryu Hikifune and the others to clear up his doubts, Masatsuki Aozaki had already gained substantial knowledge. Before long, as his studies deepened, he finally grasped the conditions necessary for soul fusion. While summarizing what he had learned, he began drafting the next phase of his experiment. With his current laboratory equipment, he could now barely attempt a soul fusion experiment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he put aside Kiganjo's soul. To be cautious, he retrieved another soul orb containing a fragment of the Soul King. The soul of a captain was a rare resource, so he decided to start by experimenting on less valuable souls. In Masatsuki Aozaki's plan, the foundation of the Hogyoku would still be Soul King fragments, as they were the key to soul fusion. However, before the fusion, these souls needed to be purified through several specialized instruments to remove any external reishi interference, reducing them to their purest state. Fortunately, Mayuri Kuratsuchi had left behind plenty of such equipment. Before his imprisonment, Mayuri's primary research subjects had been the Quincy, who were all living beings. To study them within soul society, it was necessary to first turn them into the dead, especially in the absence of a reishi conversion device. Not only did he have soul filtration devices, but he even had equipment designed specifically to capture Quincy souls. When a Quincy dies, their soul naturally returns to their progenitor, Yawatch, yet this madman had managed to snatch souls directly from Yawatch's grasp. There were only two true challenges in the entire plan. First, how to filter out the impurities within a soul and refine it into a purer state. Second, acquiring fragments of the Soul King for the experiment. Now, both obstacles had a solution. Crushing a soul orb that did not contain a Soul King fragment, Masatsuki Aozaki watched as a wisp of purple mist rose from his palm. Stabilizing the dissipating soul, he carefully placed it into the filtration device. Soul purification was an intricate process. Since he was still unfamiliar with the technique, it took him a full 2 hours to complete. After running a final analysis on the purified souls using a high-precision viewer, Masatsuki Aozaki observed that both souls had suffered minor damage, though the extent was negligible. Next, he injected the two souls into a soul orb and waited silently for the result. Before long, the orb emitted a faint sky-blue glow. Masatsuki Aozaki remained calm, monitoring its state through the instruments. As the glow gradually faded, the orb's smooth surface began to grow uneven, its size increasing slightly. Simply put, it was changing from the smooth texture of jade to the rough appearance of a lump of coal. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Treasure Orb. The transformation of the Hogyoku into a coal ball was entirely expected, so instead of disappointment, Masatsuki Aozaki felt a surge of excitement. This proved the experiment was moving in the right direction. The jade-like orb gradually stabilized. There were no fractures, nor did any souls dissipate. The failure from previous attempts hadn't repeated itself, surprising Masatsuki Aozaki, yet also filling him with anticipation. The experiment has achieved its first success. Just like Aizen's Hogyoku, its shape is irregular, and its size is increasing. Masatsuki Aozaki carefully examined the orb within the containment vessel. Now, he finally understood why Aizen had referred to this as a treasure. Who would willingly call their life's work a coal ball? Masatsuki Aozaki picked up the coal ball, no, the treasure. Holding it in the palm of his hand, he scrutinized the priceless object. For now, it lacked any extraordinary powers. That, however, was something no technology could forcibly change. Only quantitative change could lead to qualitative transformation. It needed more Soul King fragments. It needed more souls. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in an instant. For an entire week, Masatsuki Aozaki buried himself in his laboratory, only occasionally stepping out to check on Ranjika Matsumoto and the others, just enough to prevent himself from being reported as a missing person. Fortunately, in that time, his proficiency with the equipment improved significantly. And with a stable foundation now in place, all that was left was to continuously merge additional souls into the original gem, drastically reducing the time needed for each fusion. Even if he didn't possess the raw intellect of geniuses like Kisuke Urahara, Sosuke Aizen, or Mayuri Kuratsuchi, repetitive mechanical work like this was second nature to him. After 7 days of effort, the size of Masatsuki Aozaki's Hogyoku had expanded several times over, now reaching half a meter in diameter. It was still far from matching Aizen's coal ball, but that was simply a matter of material quantity, not technique. Through the transparent glass of the containment vessel, he gazed at the massive orb, his once calm emotions now subtly wavering. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, he retrieved the orb from the container and placed it on the laboratory table. He first used an instrument to analyze its internal state. After confirming that the souls within had fused just as Aizen had described, he placed his hand gently atop the surface. His eyes narrowed. So it really is like this. Even with Kaganjo's soul added, it was still far from being a true Hogyoku. That, of course, was to be expected. If a mere few years of accumulation and a single captain's soul had been enough to complete the Hogyoku, then Aizen wouldn't have needed to spend over a decade searching Rakangai. At a minimum, he would need hundreds more souls, and an incalculable number of Soul King fragments, to satisfy its requirements. By his estimation, the total amount of Soul King fragments needed would have to surpass even the length of the Soul King's nail. Masatsuki Aozaki recorded his experiment with a calm expression, showing no hint of disappointment. For Aizen, this gemstone might be of little use, but for Masatsuki Aozaki, even a seemingly useless gem carried immense significance. He had yet to apply Mayuri Kuratsuchi's reishi isolation technique, and if his hypothesis was correct, this would be a critical step in shaping the Hogyoku. During a previous soul fusion experiment, Masatsuki Aozaki had accidentally discovered that the reishi barrier played a role in the formation of the Hogyoku. That realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. An offhand move of his had actually proven useful. From his memory, Kisuke Urahara's Hogyoku had a translucent barrier-like membrane. And when Aizen Sosuke merged the two Hogyoku, its appearance was nearly identical to Urahara's. This confirmed it, the small, irregular gemstone form was the true state of the Hogyoku. After documenting the gem's current condition, Masatsuki Aozaki moved to another machine. This particular device was capable of generating a reishi membrane that completely blocked reishi flow. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the gemstone inside. Then, settling himself at the control console, he retrieved Mayuri Kuratsuchi's research notes and began adjusting the settings. Instantly, the machine began absorbing reishi from the surrounding air. Beams of concentrated reishi, resembling laser rays, shot out from the conical devices embedded within the machinery, rapidly forming a structured framework. The gem hovered in midair, trembling slightly as if struggling to break free. For a fleeting moment, Masatsuki Aozaki thought he could hear a mournful wail, a soul crying out in despair, pleading to escape the prison he had created. He ignored it. Silently, he pushed the lever forward, increasing the machine's output. Reishi continued to gather around the gemstone, while the struggling gradually weakened. After a few moments of resistance, the gemstone finally stilled. Through the glass observation panel, Masatsuki Aozaki studied the gem now encased within a multifaceted barrier. Its surface remained rough and uneven, strange distorted patterns forming grotesque, almost nightmarish faces. Even he found the sight unsettling, unnervingly eerie. After watching for a while, Masatsuki Aozaki removed his white lab coat and muttered. Pain and suffering, very few people enjoy them. Myself included. Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm not mocking you. If I were in your place, I'd probably be even more pathetic. But I don't like pain. And no matter how much you wail, I won't stop. I won't regret it. And you don't need to worry, who knows. Maybe one day, I'll die on this blood-stained road too. Donning his Shihakushō, he slowly approached the containment glass, his eyes locking onto the gemstone. Perhaps in response to his murmuring. The grotesque faces on the gem's surface began to fade away, as if it had actually believed his words. As if it were simply waiting for the day he died. Reishi isolation is definitely effective, but at this rate, it'll still take quite some time to fully condense and solidify. Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Condensation alone isn't enough. It still needs Soul King fragments and more souls. Not a single hollow soul among them. But regardless, the fact that it's stabilizing is a good start. A smaller form will make it easier to manage. To protect this precious creation, Masatsuki Aozaki walked over to the laboratory wall and lightly pressed against the floor. A half-meter-high hidden compartment slid open. Still unsatisfied, he reached into the compartment and pressed another switch, revealing yet another hidden compartment behind the first. Carefully, he lifted the gemstone and placed it within the second compartment, sealing it shut before activating its Keto-based security mechanism. If the activation sequence was performed incorrectly, the compartment's self-destruct function would trigger. At this stage, the gemstone was still incredibly fragile, even an ordinary Shinigami could easily destroy it. But Masatsuki Aozaki had already mastered the technique to create a Hogyoku prototype. Even if this one were lost, he could simply build another. It would just take more time to gather the necessary materials. After using his spiritual senses to confirm everything was secure, he finally left the laboratory and began making his way back to Seireitei. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 115, The Next Era. Early the next morning. Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoruichi Shihoin arrived at the 1st Division barracks, hand in hand, and greeted Ranjika Matsumoto, Lisa Yatamaru, and Kiryo Hikifune. The group exchanged jokes and laughter, with no bloody conflicts erupting, everything seemed perfectly harmonious. Except. When they passed by Retsu Unohana, Yoruichi deliberately stopped to chat with her, all while still holding Masatsuki's hand. Unohana returned her a smile, and for the first time in a long while, Masatsuki sensed the killing intent hidden within it. So, how did things even end up like this? Masatsuki let out a deep sigh as he looked up at the sky. Even if this were some kind of battlefield, shouldn't the other person in this mess be Ranjiku or Kakaku? Why was it Retsu Unohana of all people? I haven't even done anything inappropriate with Unohana, so why am I suffering like this? Shaking his head, Masatsuki simply couldn't make sense of their behavior. As Shunsue Kairaku, Jushiro Yukitake, and Isshin Shiba walked past, each wore an expression of amusement, surprise, or helplessness. Kairaku and Yukitake even winked mischievously and discreetly gave him a thumbs up. The Genryu school is full of jerks. Not a single decent one among them. When a senior sees his junior in trouble, he doesn't even bother to help. Masatsuki muttered under his breath, cursing even himself in his frustration. Fortunately, the old man Yamamoto arrived just in time, putting an end to the spectacle without needing to say a word. He shot his popular young disciple a glance before letting out a cold snort, sending a chill through everyone present. Even Yoruichi instinctively let go of Masatsuki's hand. Yet Masatsuki remained unfazed, standing calmly behind Yamamoto. This time, he positioned himself slightly closer to the front, not far from Yamamoto and the other captains. After defeating Kenpachi Kiganjo, his confidence had grown significantly, and even in such a formal setting, he could maintain his composure. Scanning the meeting room, Masatsuki noted that compared to the last captain's meeting, the number of attendees had decreased. Because one of them was dead, killed by him. 2 days ago, Central 46 had issued an order for Kenpachi Kiganjo to be included in the next Kanso Raisai. The Kanso Raisai was a ceremony held once every 12 years in Soul Society, meant to send fallen captains to hell. A captain's Ryatsu was far too powerful. After death, their reishi couldn't naturally return to Soul Society. The only way to handle it was through the Kanso Raisai. However, while Kenpachi Kiganjo's body still existed, his soul had already become part of Masatsuki's grand creation. Who knew what would happen during the next ceremony? Masatsuki stroked his chin thoughtfully. There were still a few years until the next Kanso Raisai. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't be his fault, probably. Several captains instinctively glanced at the spot where Kenpachi Kiganjo once stood, then turned to look at Masatsuki, standing behind Yamamoto. Kenpachi Kiganjo had served as a captain for nearly a century, making him one of the more senior members of the Gotei 13. He had always come across as somewhat slow-witted. But no one could have predicted that he would actually betray the Gotei 13, not only joining the rebel faction but even attempting a prison break at the Nest of Maggots. He had witnessed the captain commander's power firsthand. Did he seriously think he could get away with something like that? Did he truly believe the nobles could protect him after angering Yamamoto? What a complete fool. The captains all reached the same conclusion at once, their feelings mixed. Yamamoto swept his gaze over the room, then struck his cane against the ground with a loud thud. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him. Masatsuki Aozaki. Here. Masatsuki Aozaki responded loudly, stepping forward. Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction and said, "There's no need to conceal your Ryatsu. As someone directly involved in the attack on the Nest of Maggots, give the captains a detailed account of the entire incident." Understood. Under the stunned gazes of those present, Masatsuki Aozaki stopped suppressing his Ryatsu. The moment they felt it, the captain's eyes widened in shock. They had all heard about his victory over Kenpachi Kiganjo, but witnessing firsthand this undeniable display of third-rank spiritual might was another matter entirely. How old was he? What gave him the right? What made him worthy? They had spent centuries, some even millennia, cultivating their strength, only to be overtaken in just a few years. They couldn't help but find themselves asking the same question that Kenpachi Kiganjo once did. A realm that most would never reach in their lifetime, and Masatsuki Aozaki had already stepped into it after only a few years of training. If he kept growing at this rate, how many of them would even be his match in a few more years? In a few decades? Kensei Maguruma stared, eyes wide. Shinji Hirako exaggeratedly dropped his jaw. Oi, seriously? How the hell is this even possible? Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukite paused, exchanged glances, then shook their heads with a wry smile. Comparisons like this were enough to drive anyone mad. No wonder Master had invested so much effort into him. Outside the office, the lieutenants waiting in the hallway, as well as the 1st Division members in the barracks, all instinctively halted their movements, turning toward the office with expressions of disbelief. Some of them knew Masatsuki Aozaki personally, while those who didn't could immediately tell that this Ryatsu was unfamiliar, yet overwhelming. And there was only one unfamiliar presence inside that room. The young man named Masatsuki Aozaki. Even Shinosuke Yamada, who usually did nothing but mock others with his sharp tongue, now wore an expression of shock and reluctant admiration. Lisa Yadamaru, normally lost in her books, found herself momentarily distracted. She even put down her special edition magazine of Suichijetsu. Masatsuki-kun, you haven't let me down, Sosuke Aizen mused inwardly, his usual warm, gentle smile remaining in place. He had received a message from Masatsuki Aozaki just the day before and had rushed back from the world of the living early this morning. Even for him, standing before Yamamoto demanded a degree of caution. Meanwhile, Chojiro Sasakaibe stroked his mustache with an air of pride, thinking smugly to himself. See. This is Master Genryusai's disciple. All across Seireitei, those with keen spiritual perception instinctively turned their heads toward the 1st Division barracks. This time, without a barrier blocking their senses, they could feel it clearly. This is Masatsuki's Ryatsu. Kisuke Urahara, who had been lounging in bed, taking advantage of his captain's absence to slack off, suddenly opened his eyes. TCH. What a troublesome guy. Way too flashy. In the Shihoin clan's underground prison, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, his body wrapped in bandages, gritted his teeth. In a hidden meeting room in the 6th district, several 2nd Division members were gathered. Suifeng abruptly lifted her head, her cheeks faintly reddening. In the noble district, inside a mansion belonging to the Tsunishiro clan, a group of elderly nobles suddenly widened their eyes. That Ryatsu. Yamamoto, is this a warning? Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro sighed. In the end, this is a world where strength speaks louder than power. Influence alone isn't omnipotent. What will the next era look like? One of the elders hesitated before asking, do we really have to let this next era arrive? There's still time to stop it. Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro cast him a glance, then slowly lowered his gaze into deep thought, remaining silent. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Kenpachi and the Captain. Inside the 1st Division Captain's office. Led by Kensei Maguruma, a group of captains with relatively weaker talent couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. Each of them was a genius in their own right, having trained for centuries to reach their current level of strength. Yet today, the pride they held as prodigies had been utterly shattered by the young man standing before them. Perhaps in his eyes, they were no different from ordinary Shinigamis. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke confidently, recounting the battle as it had been refined and framed by Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto himself. As expected of the strongest Shinigami in history, one who had lived as long as the Gotei 13 itself, Yamamoto's vast combat experience ensured that even when Bancho Senrin's abilities were subtly altered to sound more plausible, the narrative remained just as compelling. When Masatsuki finished describing the decisive strike that had severely wounded Kenpachi Kiganjo, he turned to look at Yamamoto. In the end, Master arrived just in time. That's more or less how it happened. Yamamoto nodded, his voice steady. By the time I arrived at the scene, Kenpachi Kiganjo was already dead. A Zanpakutō capable of using all forms of Kido, that's unheard of, Love Ikawa remarked in astonishment. Shinji Hirako nodded in agreement. Not just that, being able to take down a Bankai with only a Shurikai proves just how terrifying this Kido can be. Kensei Maguruma also nodded, though a hint of envy flickered across his expression. His Zanpakutō, Tachikaze, was of the wind element, but among wind-based Zanpakutō, its power was far from exceptional. In terms of real combat effectiveness, it was leagues behind Kaiten Kayakatsu, another wind-type Zanpakutō. Though Kaiten Kayakatsu's ability, Bushigoma, might not be stronger than Tachikaze's in sheer force, it had a special ability that Tachikaze lacked, making it far more formidable in battle. Junior brother really is something else, Shunsui Kairaka mused lazily as he adjusted his straw hat. I just never expected Master would personally come to save him. Wouldn't that be favoritism? It almost makes me jealous. Joshiro Yukitake waved a hand. Come on now, Shunsui. If you were in danger, Master would save you too. Really? I just can't picture the old man coming to my rescue, Kairaka said, spreading his hands in an exaggerated manner, looking every bit like someone asking to be smacked. Yamamoto shot him a sharp glare, releasing a faint yet chilling aura of killing intent. Feeling the pressure, Kairaka pouted but ultimately straightened his posture, albeit reluctantly. Yukitake could only shake his head with a wry smile. Yamamoto fell into brief contemplation before solemnly declaring. Since Masatsuki Aozaki has defeated Kenpachi Kiganjo, I hereby confer upon him the title of Kenpachi. Do any of you have objections? The captain commander had spoken. None of the captains dared to argue, nodding in agreement one after another. Truthfully, none of them had strong opinions about who held the title of Kenpachi. Once upon a time, Kenpachi had been a title reserved for the strongest swordsman in all of Soul Society. Among the Gotei 13, whoever bore the name Kenpachi was widely acknowledged as the strongest Shinigami beneath Yamamoto. But in recent centuries, the weight of that title had diminished drastically. All because of two individuals. The first was the 8th Kenpachi, Soya Azashiro. It wasn't that he lacked strength, but the method he used to defeat his predecessor, Kenpachi Kurashiki, was seen as dishonorable by the 11th Division. Kenpachi Kurashiki had been a formidable warrior. In the world of Bleach, the primary enemies of the Shinigami were hollows. Hollows were classified into regular hollows and minos. Regular hollows were roughly on par with the average Gotei 13-foot soldier, whereas minos were comparable to seated officers or stronger. Minos were further divided into 3 ranks, from lowest to highest, Jillian, Ajuchas, and Vasto Lord. Vasto Lord class Minos were more powerful than even ordinary captain-level Shinigami. Kenpachi Kurashiki, the 7th Kenpachi, had a record of slaying Vasto Lord, one of the most dangerous hollow species. Not only that, but he had even been invited to join the Royal Guard. Though he ultimately declined the offer, his strength had been recognized by them. Yet, when he accepted Soya Azashiro's challenge, he died without even activating his Bankai. It was said that when Kurashiki fell, the 11th Division erupted in fury, with countless soldiers drawing their Zanpakutō, ready to cut down Azashiro where he stood. If not for Kurashiki using the last of his strength to restrain them, the division would have likely fallen into chaos. The second was the 9th Kenpachi, Gasuke Kenpachi. The unfortunate man who was ultimately slain by Kenpachi Kiganjo. After inheriting the title of Kenpachi, Soya Azashiro attempted to transform the residents of Rakangai into weapons of war to battle the hollows. However, upon realizing that the Soul King disapproved of his actions, he surrendered himself and was imprisoned in the Central Great Underground Prison. Gasuke Kenpachi had originally been the lieutenant of the 11th Division. With Oza's hero imprisoned, and no challengers left to contest him, he attained Bankai and directly inherited both the title of Kenpachi and the captaincy of the 11th Division. He held his position for decades, until he was ultimately slain by Kenpachi Kiganjo, a warrior from Rakangai. If Soya Oza's hero had been rejected by the 11th Division for his dishonorable tactics, then Gasuke Kenpachi had simply been too weak. Kenpachi Kiganjo's Zanpakutō ability was nothing more than brute strength, pure, unrefined power. He had no talent for deception or strategy. The fact that he overwhelmed Gasuke in a straightforward clash only proved that there had been a significant gap in raw power between them. After a long silence, Yamamoto finally spoke. In that case, I hereby appoint Masatsuki Aozaki as the 11th Kenpachi. After this captain's meeting, I will personally report it to Central 46. Standing at the edge of the room, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Just like that, the title of Soul Society's strongest swordsman had fallen onto his head. He knew himself well enough, regardless of the title, he was still far from being the strongest swordsman in Soul Society. At his current level, he could likely hold his own against a standard captain like Kensei Meguruma, but that was about it. Masatsuki exhaled lightly, shaking his head. The path of the strong was a long and arduous one. There was still much climbing to do. Yamamoto tapped his cane against the ground once more, glancing at two particular disciples in the crowd before continuing. Next, we will discuss the succession of the 11th Division's captaincy. Do any of you have a suitable candidate? Shunsui Kairaku immediately understood the hint and replied with a casual tone. Old men, is this even something we need to discuss? I mean, since Masatsuki is already Kenpachi, we might as well just make him captain too. For the past 1,000 years, every Kenpachi has been the captain of the 11th Division. That's just how it's always been. No need to go breaking tradition now. Yamamoto frowned. The captaincy of the 11th Division must be inherited through a formal ceremony, witnessed by the division members. Kairaku waved a hand dismissively. You're sure it was Masatsuki who killed Kiganjo, right? And tell me, who in the Gotei 13 is more qualified than you to decide whether he's worthy of leading the 11th Division? But Masatsuki has yet to master Bankai, Yamamoto said, furrowing his brow. I don't recall Bankai ever being a requirement to become a captain, Jushiro Yukitake added thoughtfully. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 117, Gift. Shunsui Kairaku chimed in. That's true. There's no mandatory requirement that a captain must have Bankai, it's just that Bankai is usually a strong indicator of a Shinigami's strength, which is why it became an unwritten rule. But let's be real, Masatsuki already defeated Kenpachi Kiganjo. That alone proves he's strong enough for the position, so what does it matter whether or not he has Bankai? Rules are meant to serve the living, not the other way around. Besides, the 11th Division has always been an exception, learning Bankai has never been a requirement to become its captain. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Kairaku with odd expressions. Good grief. It was exactly because he was the captain commander's prized disciple that he could say things like this so freely. First, he was the one advocating for rules. Now, he was the one pushing for flexibility. What were they supposed to say when he had already said everything? Yamamoto gave a small nod before casting a calm yet scrutinizing gaze over the group. What do the rest of you think? With your status and strength, do you even need to ask us? What could we possibly say? Shinji Hirako and the others were momentarily speechless. I agree with Captain Kairaku, Yorichi Shihoin was the first to speak up. I believe Masatsuki is fully capable of leading the 11th Division. Retsu Unohana, Kiryu Hikifune, Isshin Shiba, and Jinrei Kuchiki followed suit, nodding in approval. At that moment, with Yamamoto and his disciple included, 8 captains had already voiced their support for Masatsuki Aozaki as the next 11th Division captain. And these weren't just any captains, they were the 8 strongest and highest-ranking figures in the Gotei 13. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shinji Hirako, Love Ikawa, Kensei Meguruma, and Chikane Iba also nodded in agreement. As for the men in question, Masatsuki Aozaki was still in a daze. Congratulations, third seat Masatsuki, no, I should say Captain Masatsuki. As he stepped out of the 1st Division barracks, Masatsuki was snapped back to reality by a bold and cheerful voice. Kiryu-san. Masatsuki acknowledged her with a nod. Something on your mind? Do you have time this weekend? I still want to practice my cooking, and now that you're a captain, I thought I'd give you a little gift. It's not just any gift, it may not be the rarest treasure, but it's definitely something most people could only dream of having. Kiryu Hikifune gave him a sidelong glance, her gaze carrying a hint of expectation. Without realizing it herself, she flashed a smile that was both charming and playful. Masatsuki could see the passion for fine cuisine gleaming in her eyes. Still, her words piqued his curiosity, prompting him to ask, "What kind of gift?" "You'll know when you see it." "I promise you won't be disappointed," Kiryu replied confidently. Seireitei, Gotei 13, 12th Division Barracks. White robes swayed gently in the air. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a slow breath, then playfully winked at the refined woman taking his measurements, earning a satisfied smile in response. She had delicate features, porcelain white skin, and jet black hair neatly parted to one side with elegant bangs. Intricate golden ornaments adorned her hair, and she wore a white, buckle-fastened mantle draped over her shoulders. Behind her, 6 golden arms moved with effortless grace. Masatsuki glanced at his reflection in the mirror, standing half-dressed while Senjimaro Shitara carefully adjusted the fabric. Behind him, Kiryu Hikifune watched with an amused smirk, clearly enjoying the moment. With a resigned sigh, Masatsuki muttered, "I still don't understand why a mere captain like me is getting a personally tailored uniform from a member of the Royal Guard. Also, don't the Royal Guard usually reside in the Soul King's palace? Are you even allowed to come and go as you please?" He had always been confident in his physique, so much so that he almost wanted to quote a certain Golden King, "There is nothing about my body that I should be ashamed of." But being this exposed in front of a woman who was genuinely trying to express her affection for the first time, that was enough to make even him feel a little self-conscious. Of course not. The procedures for the Royal Guard to descend are quite complicated. However, this time, I've come with a mission. Senjimaro Shitara glanced at Masatsuki Aozaki and nodded with a smile, seemingly quite satisfied with this clothes rack. "Kiryu has been selected to join Zero Division, so I've come to escort her to the Soul King Palace." "I see." Masatsuki Aozaki nodded in understanding. Traveling between Seireitei and the Soul King Palace requires not only the Oken, a skeletal frame constructed with the power of the Soul King, but also a transportation device known as the Tenchurin, which resembles a massive pillar. This device exists solely within the Soul King Palace, lacks the ability to move on its own, and must be propelled by external forces. The Shiba family holds the method to reach the Soul King Palace, which involves using the Keiakaku Taiho cannon to launch the Tenchurin skyward. However, they do not possess a Tenchurin themselves. As this thought crossed his mind, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly frowned. He still wanted to spend more time with Kiryu Hikifune. This was a crucial moment for them to grow closer. "So, Kiryu-san is heading to the Soul King Palace soon. Why the rush?" Senjimaro Shitara said with a knowing tone, "And what exactly is your relationship with Kiryu, to make you so agitated?" Masatsuki Aozaki smiled slightly. "I've been teaching Kiryu-san how to cook lately, and there are still many dishes I haven't taught her yet." Masatsuki is absolutely right. Kiryu Hikifune laughed heartily, placing her hands on his shoulders in a bold, carefree manner. "But don't worry, Masatsuki. Senjimaro arrived in Seireitei ahead of schedule. There's still plenty of time before I leave for the Soul King Palace. I should have enough time to learn how to cook." Senjimaro Shitara mused, "That's actually quite strange. When I was called to the Soul King Palace, the Royal Guard didn't come to pick me up this early. At the time, I only stayed in Seireitei for a few days before heading to the Soul King Palace. This time is different. But since this is the will of the Soul King, as a Royal Guard, it is my duty to comply. Well, life in the Soul King Palace is rather dull anyway. I might as well treat this as a vacation in Seireitei." She let out a small chuckle before turning her gaze back to the two. "You two seem quite close." "Of course. Masatsuki is my inseparable friend. He's helped me a great deal on my journey of self-discovery." Kiryu Hikifune licked her lips, as if recalling Masatsuki Aozaki's cooking had made her mouth water. Senjimaro Shitara scoffed, "Only you could make cooking sound so profound. You say you're inseparable, but in a few years, you'll be heading to the Soul King Palace. You'll have to part ways with him then." Kiryu Hikifune laughed. "That doesn't worry me. With Masatsuki's talent, it's only a matter of time before he's promoted to Zero Division. When that happens, we'll be together again." Senjimaro Shitara raised an eyebrow. "He looks quite young. It's rare to see such a young captain, but to say he'll definitely enter Zero Division, that's quite a bold claim, don't you think?" Kiryu Hikifune crossed her arms and tilted her head proudly. "You're new to Seireitei, so you don't know this yet, but Masatsuki is only in his early 20s and already has a third-class Ryatsu. Not only that, he recently defeated the former captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Kiganjo, without even using Bankai. 40 chapters ahead. p@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 118, Work Uniform. What? Senjimaro Shitara was incredulous. A captain in his early 20s, capable of defeating a true captain without even using Bankai, that was even more terrifying than Yamamoto in his youth. She could now understand where Kiryu Hikifune's confidence in Masatsuki Aozaki came from and nodded in agreement. In that case, it's indeed highly likely that this child will be promoted to Zero Division in the future. Well, since you'll be joining Zero Division sooner or later, as your senior, how about we start getting along now? When you finally enter Zero Division in a few hundred years, I'll make sure to look after you. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. That almost sounds like a good deal. But of course, Senjimaro Shitara said proudly. Once you join Zero Division, I'll make you new clothes every day. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed. You just want a free model, don't you? Oh my, I've been found out. What a clever boy. Senjimaro Shitara stroked her chin and grinned. But I do like clever boys. Well, I am quite confident in my physique, Masatsuki Aozaki remarked narcissistically. Masatsuki-chan knows his strengths well. You have the best physique I've ever seen. So, how about it? Senjimaro Shitara smiled playfully and winked at him. Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated for a moment before asking, but I've heard that to be promoted to Zero Division, one has to create something of great significance for Soul Society. Isn't that the requirement? Well, there are exceptions. Take the 7th generation Kenpachi, for example, just an ordinary Shinigami, yet powerful enough to rival the Zero Division. That alone earned him an invitation. To rival the Zero Division. Masatsuki Aozaki murmured, impressed. That's one terrifying individual. Don't underestimate the Zero Division. Senjimaro Shitara handed him a freshly made set of clothing. Every member of Zero Division has undergone bodily reinforcement through the Soul King's power. Our Ryatsu surpasses that of ordinary Shinigami. For someone to match our strength, that alone is an achievement to be proud of. Hearing this, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly thought of the old man, Yamamoto Genryusai, the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society. He asked, then how does your strength compare to Master's? Master. Yes, Captain Commander Yamamoto. He's my master. Senjimaro Shitara's hands froze mid-motion, momentarily stunned. Ah. She seemed about to say something but couldn't quite get the words out. Masatsuki Aozaki and Kiryu Hikifune exchanged glances, both looking at her with curiosity, clearly not planning to let the matter drop. After a long silence, Senjimaro Shitara finally spoke. Yamamoto. Captain Commander Yamamoto is an exception. Other than our leader, I doubt anyone could be his match. But don't get me wrong, I'm not afraid of him. With the Soul King's power reinforcing me, as long as my Zero Division written remains intact, I can revive even if my body is completely reduced to ashes. Listening to Senjimaro Shitara's noticeably unconvincing words, Masatsuki Aozaki and Kiryu Hikifune exchanged amused smiles before nodding at her indulgently, like one would when humoring a child. Senjimaro is amazing, they said in unison, chuckling softly. Senjimaro Shitara's face flushed slightly, and she quickly retorted, you two better not underestimate me. I'm very powerful. She maintained her usual graceful posture, but her words came out flustered. Spotting Kiryu Hikifune, she immediately latched onto her like a lifeline. Kiryu-chan, you know how strong I am. Hurry and tell Masatsuki-chan. Kiryu Hikifune sighed in exasperation. She knew Senjimaro had no real confidence in that claim, but she also couldn't outright embarrass her old squad mate and friend. With a helpless breath, she finally said, actually, Senjimaro was the inventor of the Shihakushō. That's an incredible achievement, and it's the reason she became a royal special agent. Yes. That's right. I invented the Shihakushō. As Senjimaro Shitara recalled her contributions to Soul Society, she unconsciously straightened her posture, puffing out her not-so-impressive chest ever so slightly, regaining her composure and confidence. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned, his tone serious. Inventing the Shihakushō doesn't really count as an achievement, does it? I wear a Shihakushō every day, and aside from its barely there defensive properties, it's no different from regular clothing. No, actually, that so-called defense is practically useless. It can't even block an attack from an ordinary squad member's sword, it's only effective against completely powerless souls. In short, it serves no real purpose. His blunt critique was direct and to the point. Senjimaro Shitara's breathing quickened, and she immediately shot back in rapid speech. How rude. The Shihakushō is an essential part of a Shinigami's identity, just like a Zanpakutō. The moment one becomes a Shinigami, they are granted a Shihakushō and a Zanpakutō. These aren't just for personal use, they're symbols of what it means to be a Shinigami. Masatsuki Aozaki stroked his chin in thought. After a brief pause, he nodded. I see. So, it's basically just a uniform. Other than symbolic value, it doesn't actually do anything, right? Masatsuki. Senjimaro's eye twitched. What? Masatsuki Aozaki looked down at her. Senjimaro Shitara suddenly gave him a sweet, almost motherly smile and tilted her head. You should be careful with your words. They might come back to haunt you. Masatsuki Aozaki took a deep breath and straightened up. My apologies, Senjimaro-sama. That was rude of me. He was quite skilled at backing down when necessary. Senjimaro Shitara let out a small laugh, nodding with composed elegance. Very good. I like well-behaved children like you. Now, put on the clothes and let me see how they fit. Yes. Masatsuki Aozaki obediently nodded and began putting on the tailored inner and outer garments Senjimaro Shitara had prepared for him. A black Shihakushō, draped with a long-sleeved white haori embroidered with the kanji 411. The standard Gotei 13 captain's uniform. Nothing special. He felt a little disappointed but didn't show it. Senjimaro Shitara suddenly reminded him, Masatsuki, try channeling your Ryatsu into the clothing. Oh. Masatsuki Aozaki did as instructed, infusing the robe with his Ryatsu. The moment he felt the change, his eyes widened in surprise. Impressive, right? Senjimaro Shitara smirked proudly. No matter how damaged it gets, as long as you infuse it with Ryatsu, it will repair itself. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. Anything else? That's all. Ha. Haha, sounds really impressive. Masatsuki Aozaki awkwardly scratched his head. He had expected something more, maybe a combat function, something flashy, but that was it. Aside from saving him money on new clothes, what was the point? Then again, since it was a gift, it wouldn't be polite to complain. So he simply said, with genuine sincerity, thank you, Senjimaro-sama. Glancing down at the white haori, he suddenly thought of something and looked up at the clock on the wall. It's about time. I should be going. Kiryu-san, Lady Senjimaro, I'll take my leave now. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 119, Captain Masatsuki. Masatsuki Aozaki flicked his long hair as he turned and walked out. Waiting just outside the 11th Division's gates was Jin Ichimaru, the newly appointed fourth seat, accompanied by two others. One of them was a handsome man with long, flowing hair and a refined demeanor, dressed in a Shihakushō with a Zanpakutō at his waist. The other had a more rugged, heroic air about him, similarly dressed. These two were formerly the 6th and 8th seats of the 2nd Division, Ryusuke and Izumo. Now, they stood as the 5th and 6th seats of the 11th Division. After the battle against Kenpachi Kiganjo, the 11th Division had suffered devastating losses, even losing its lieutenant. When Ryusuke and Izumo transferred in, their ranks weren't lowered, instead, they were promoted. However, Masatsuki Aozaki hadn't personally recruited them from the 2nd Division, they had volunteered for the transfer themselves. When Yoruichi Shihoin heard about it, she didn't seem surprised and didn't say much. Masatsuki Aozaki, seeing no reason to refuse, accepted them. The 11th Division was critically short on manpower. With skilled fighters willingly joining, there was no need to push them away. In fact, many members of the detention unit had also wanted to transfer over, but Masatsuki Aozaki rejected them. The detention unit had already suffered heavy casualties, if even more members left, it might as well cease to exist. Neither the rest of the Shihoin clan nor the old man Yamamoto would allow that to happen. Jin Ichimaru and his two companions bowed slightly, their voices respectful. Captain Masatsuki. Kenpachi Aozaki. Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively, a smirk tugging at his lips. Despite earning the title of Kenpachi, he had no intention of changing his name. Simply put, Kenpachi Aozaki UST didn't have a nice ring to it. Alright, enough with the formalities. Let's go check in on our beloved 11th Division squad members. Let those so-called paragons of martial virtue see what kind of spirit our new recruits bring. Jin Ichimaru's smile didn't waver. Ryusuke and Izumo exchanged a glance before grinning. We won't let you down, Captain. It was midday. The sun shone brightly, and wisps of clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Golden beams of light pierced through the cloud cover, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across the high walls of the 11th Division barracks, making them gleam under the sun. This place looks better than I expected. I thought Kiganjo would have turned it into a mess like Rakangai, Masatsuki Aozaki remarked as he approached the gates of the 11th Division, the white haori draped over his shoulders fluttering slightly in the breeze. A gust of wind on a sweltering summer day, it was a refreshing sensation. Kenpachi Kiganjo never bothered with administration or management. The 11th Division's affairs were always handled by the lieutenant, Jin Ichimaru commented, glancing at Masatsuki Aozaki. But now that the lieutenant has fallen in battle, the one temporarily overseeing squad operations should be the third seat, Itora Yamazaki. Masatsuki Aozaki met Jin Ichimaru's gaze, stretched lazily, and grinned. What a coincidence. Looks like I'll be relying on you guys from now on. Jin Ichimaru was just about to make a snide remark when Ryusuke and Izumo spoke in unison. Please leave it to us, Captain. Jin Ichimaru sighed and shook his head helplessly. These two were beyond saving. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked. Good. Then make sure to help Jin out as well. Yes, sir. The two responded respectfully. Still not letting me off the hook, huh? Why do they trust me so much? This is getting annoying. Jin Ikamaru's thoughts flickered through his mind, but outwardly, his gaze was fixed on the courtyard in the distance. Ha! Even through the thick walls, the spirited shouts of training Shinigami could be heard loud and clear. No surprise there, it's the 11th Division, Gotei 13's combat squad. The members sure are diligent, Masatsuki Aozaki said with a grin, patting Jin Ichimaru on the shoulder. Jin exhaled slowly and shook his head. Looks like managing them is going to be a hassle. Masatsuki Aozaki turned to him, his expression suddenly serious. Ichimaru. The key to managing them is strength. Let's show them what we've got. The 11th Division has its own rules. Don't let someone take your 4th seat position on the very first day of my captaincy. I won't disappoint you, Jin Ichimaru replied softly, nodding. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. As long as you understand. Now, I wonder what kind of welcome the 11th Division has prepared for us. Traditionally, the succession of an 11th Division captain required public acknowledgement from the squad. But since no one had witnessed Masatsuki Aozaki's battle against Kiganjo Kenpachi, even with Yamamoto's backing, earning their recognition wouldn't be easy. Jin Ichimaru smirked. I heard those guys are pretty stubborn. Forget welcoming us, they might just throw us out. Masatsuki Aozaki rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck, his excitement growing. Then I won't go easy on them. These brats need a proper lesson, they have to understand the authority of their captain. You'd better not go overboard. A cool, composed voice interrupted them. Lisa Yadamaru approached swiftly from a distance, carrying a stack of documents in her arms. Asking other divisions to help you manage your squad. In all my years in the Gotei 13, you're the only captain who's done that, Masatsuki. Masatsuki Aozaki laughed lightly. Come on now, Lisa-san, don't put it like that. The 8th Division oversees all of Gotei 13's intelligence, after all. I have to do my homework before I start recruiting from other squads, right? Lisa Yadamaru sighed in exasperation. If the other captains heard you say that, they'd teach you a lesson. Thanks for your concern, Lisa-san. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned in slightly with a charming smile, making Lisa's cheeks flush faintly. But no need to worry, reinforcing the 11th Division was Master's decision. No matter what, the 11th Division is a crucial combat force. A severe shortage of mid-level officers would be disastrous in times of war. I'm not reckless, and I won't gamble with lives. Lisa Yadamaru pursed her lips, as if wanting to say more, but before she could, Jin Ichimaru spoke up. We're here. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group looked up. In front of them stood the wooden doors marked with the kanji 411. 2 guards stood at the entrance, their expressions conflicted. After a brief hesitation, they seemed to decide that, at least in front of outsiders, it was best to give the new captain some respect. They bowed formally. Stepping into the 11th Division barracks, the sight that greeted them was one of relentless training. The deaths of the captain, the lieutenant, and multiple seated officers seemed to have had no impact on the squad at all. In fact, as the division that valued martial prowess above all else, the 11th Division didn't mourn death, it only strengthened their resolve. Masatsuki Aozaki led the group deeper into the barracks. The members of the 11th Division continued their training, ignoring the 4 newcomers completely. These guys are too much. How dare they ignore Aozaki-sama? Izumo muttered angrily. Ryusuke remained silent, but his expression was equally displeased. Jin Ikamaru's face showed no change, but everyone around him could sense it, his presence had grown noticeably colder, more dangerous. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 120, Opportunity. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled and waved his hand. No need to get so worked up. I know the traditions of the 11th Division, their reaction is understandable. Captain Aozaki. A hesitant voice sounded from behind the crowd. Ah. Someone from the 11th Division actually called me Captain. Masatsuki Aozaki turned his head, narrowing his eyes. Standing before him was a bald old man. And you are? I am Yamazaki Itora, the 3rd seat of the 11th Division, the old man said in a deep voice. His sleeve billowed as a strong, aged hand suddenly shot out, reaching for Masatsuki Aozaki's Zanpakutō at his waist. Interesting. So the 11th Division isn't full of idiots after all. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked, grabbing Yamazaki's wrist and casually throwing a punch. What strength? Without hesitation, Yamazaki Itora stepped forward, his expression serious as he swung a punch in return. Bang. Their fists collided midair, the dull impact echoing through the room. Masatsuki Aozaki released the wrist he had grabbed. Yamazaki Itora barely held on for a moment before he was sent flying, crashing through the paper door, which shattered into pieces. As expected, the 11th Division members' expressions changed when they saw their third seat sent flying. But instead of anger or outrage, their faces showed a mix of surprise and shock. I heard that the Captain Commander's disciple possesses captain-level strength and even killed our former captain, the traitor Kenpachi Kiganjo. Seeing it firsthand, it seems the rumors were true. A hearty laugh rang out as Itora Yamazaki sat up from the wreckage, his grin slowly spreading. Forgive my recklessness, Kenpachi Aozaki. It's an honor to meet you. Shaking his head, he sent dust and wood splinters flying from his shoulders. Apologies, Captain, but your name carries too much weight. There isn't a single person in the Gotei 13 who hasn't heard of your feats. My hands were itching, and I couldn't resist testing myself against you. I hope you won't take offense. It's fine. I've long heard about the 11th Division's warrior spirit, and seeing it firsthand confirms it. Masatsuki Aozaki retracted his fist and extended a hand to help him up. His bold smile carried a natural charisma that was hard to ignore. Yamazaki Itora's eyes flickered as he quickly scanned the practice hall. After a brief, almost imperceptible nod, he grasped the offered hand. Thank you, Captain. He stood up with a grin. Are you here to inspect the barracks? That's right. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. We've seen most of it and we're just about to head to the office area. Perfect timing. I just finished training, why don't I escort you to the captain's office? Itora Yamazaki suggested with an easygoing smile. That works. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at him and said casually, I was planning to ask you about the current state of the division anyway. Was that a subtle reprimand for my management? Itora Yamazaki blinked in surprise and turned to look at him. Masatsuki Aozaki still wore that faint smile, revealing nothing of his thoughts. The group made their way to the captain's office. Once inside, Masatsuki Aozaki turned to Itora Yamazaki, still smiling. Third seat Yamazaki, this is my first day as captain, and I'm still unfamiliar with the division's situation. Shall we talk? Yamazaki Itora chuckled. Of course, Captain. This suited him just fine. Even if Masatsuki Aozaki hadn't sought him out, he would have made the first move. A captain who had caused such an uproar in Seireitei was worth getting to know. After all, they'd be working together for a long time. Leaving the division in this tense, uncertain state wouldn't do anyone any good. If the 11th Division were just a logistics unit, it wouldn't matter. But they were a combat squad, always the first to charge into battle. A bad relationship between the captain and the squad could lead to unnecessary casualties. Itora Yamazaki was curious. What kind of person was this young captain? What was his stance on the 11th Division? Would he hold the squad accountable for their earlier behavior? So far, he seemed like an easygoing man. Bold yet not overbearing, strong yet not without warmth. In another division, he'd probably have no trouble winning the loyalty of his subordinates. But this was the 11th Division. And the warriors here didn't follow kindness. Here, respect was earned with fists and steel. Please, have a seat. Speak freely, Masatsuki Aozaki said with a smile, raising his hand. Third seat Itora Yamazaki, today is Captain Aozaki's first day in office. Why was there no one to welcome him? Has the 11th Division abandoned even the most basic etiquette? Itora Yamazaki had barely settled in his seat when Jin Ikimura's displeased voice rang out from the front. Captain Aozaki, the young ones are just ignorant. They're all stubborn mules, and I can't control them. Please don't take it to heart. Without sparing Jin Ichimaru a glance, Itora Yamazaki kept his gaze fixed on Masatsuki Aozaki. He knew this was Masatsuki Aozaki's intent. Jin Ichimaru had accompanied Masatsuki Aozaki here. Without his tacit approval, how could Jin, as the fourth seat, openly question his superior, the third seat, in front of everyone? Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively and said in a calm tone. Itora Yamazaki, there's no need to belittle yourself. In the 11th Division, you're one of the most senior members. You've been a seated officer since the time of Kenpachi Kurashiki, that's 200 or 300 years now. So tell me, is it that you can't control them, or that you don't want to? As he spoke, Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze sharpened, and an imposing pressure filled the room. Now he understood, this old man was a seasoned veteran who knew how to navigate every situation. He was the type who ignored both praise and criticism, which meant there was no point in sugarcoating things. It was better to just lay it all out. This. Itora Yamazaki hesitated, looking a bit embarrassed. Truthfully, he was torn. He wanted the 11th Division to get back on track, but he couldn't stand the idea of some unknown upstart suddenly breaking tradition and taking the captain's seat. It was just like back then, when the division believed Kiganjo Kenpachi's victory was dishonorable, they drew their blades against him without hesitation. So, rather than intervene, he chose to let things unfold naturally. He had even used some subtle methods to ease tensions between Masatsuki Aozaki and the squad members after his arrival. But now, it seemed he had miscalculated. This young captain wasn't just strong, he was smarter than Kenpachi Kiganjo. "I see where you stand, Itora Yamazaki," Masatsuki Aozaki said. Itora Yamazaki looked up, only to see Masatsuki Aozaki slowly rising to his feet, leaning forward with both hands on the table, a smile on his face. His loose Shihakushō revealed a physique both strong and refined, and combined with that confident smile, there was an undeniable presence about him. "Gather all the squad members. Have them assemble at the dojo. The 11th Division values strength above all else, don't they? They don't acknowledge my strength as their captain, do they? Then I'll give them a chance. I'm challenging the entire 11th Division. If anyone can defeat me, I'll step down as captain and leave without a word of protest." Itora Yamazaki's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected the new captain to have such nerve, to be able to cast aside the position of captain so easily. For the first time, he found himself feeling a bit of admiration for this young man. After a long silence, he finally managed to squeeze out a single word. "Understood." 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Numbers are meaningless. When it comes to battle, the 11th Division is always eager for a fight. And this was a rare opportunity to challenge a captain. Itora Yamazaki had just used Tentikura to send out the message, and within 3 minutes, the dojo was packed. The gathered Shinigami were all raring to go, but none wanted to lose face by ganging up on a single opponent, so they held back from charging in right away. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at the four-person group led by Jin Ichimaru not far away. Ichimaru wore his usual carefree smile. Ryusuke and Izumo looked on with admiration, as if it had never even crossed their minds that he could lose. Only Lisa Yatamaru's eyes flickered briefly with concern. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a pleased smile. All his tireless effort, sacrificing sleep, pouring himself into his craft, bringing forth in this world what he had accumulated in his past life, had not been in vain. Even the 9th Division's editorial department had seen fit to publish his book. It was all worth it. "Captain Aozaki, I'm no match for you," Itora Yamazaki admitted honestly. Their earlier exchange had made it clear, Masatsuki Aozaki was far beyond him in strength. He had attacked with full force, yet the other had sent him flying with a single casual strike. The gaping hole in the dojo's door was still unrepaired. And it wasn't just physical strength. Even their Zanpakutō were leagues apart. Even a Bankai had been overpowered by the opponent's Shurikai alone. Just remembering how powerless even Kenpachi Kiganjo's sparring partners had felt against that rock-like armor. If Masatsuki Aozaki's Zanpakutō was truly as rumored, then even in Shurikai, it could likely reduce him to dust. Dying in battle was one thing, but being beaten to death by his own captain. Now that would be humiliating. "It's fine, I'm not here to kill anyone." Masatsuki Aozaki smiled at Itora Yamazaki, his excitement clear as he flexed his fingers. "I just thought this would be a good chance to get to know everyone in the 11th Division. You can even release your Zanpakutō." Itora Yamazaki let out a wry smile. But with things at this point, he knew he couldn't back down. If he did, it wouldn't just be his own pride on the line, but the entire 11th Division's. "All right." With a sharp cry, he gripped the scabbard at his waist. "Roar, Kunmaru." Drawing his Zanpakutō, flames instantly engulfed the blade. "A fire-type Zanpakutō, huh? What unfortunate luck, but this level of heat doesn't affect me anymore." Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. The 11th Division had always been a combat-focused squad, but at this time, it was still somewhat different from how it would later be under Kenpachi Zaraki. While they favored direct combat, they didn't reject Kido-based techniques, nor did they have a particular preference for purely offensive-type Zanpakutō. "Then come, third seat Yamazaki." The moment his words fell, Masatsuki Aozaki's figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Itora Yamazaki. Yamazaki's pupils shrank in shock, and he instinctively slashed forward with Kunmaru. Bang. Before he could even react, a fist slammed into his abdomen with crushing force. His body shot backward like a severed kite, crashing straight through the wooden wall. Completely overpowered. The watching 11th Division members froze in shock, and some couldn't help but swallow nervously. Without the slightest hesitation, Masatsuki Aozaki extended a finger, pointing at the gathered Shinigami. Then, with a smirk, he curled his finger in a taunting gesture, as if to say, "He's not enough. Why don't you all come at me together?" Fury flared in the hearts of the 11th Division members. They were known as the battle maniacs of the Gotei 13, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Without another moment of restraint, they charged in unison. The dojo echoed with the pounding of footsteps, the crackling of thunder, the rush of wind. From a distance, Jin Ichimaru watched with an indifferent expression. Ryusuke, Izumo, and Lisa Yatamaru, however, stared wide-eyed, holding their breath as they witnessed the chaotic clash, 1 man against 100. Good. Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes gleamed with excitement. He sidestepped a seated officer's incoming punch, glided forward, and suddenly lashed out with what seemed like an unremarkable fist. Bang. A shockwave rippled outward as his punch landed square on the officer's contorted face, sending him flying diagonally through the air. A sharp crackle rang out, lightning flashed fiercely, snaking through the air like a white serpent. A seated officer, eyes gleaming with aggression, swung his long sword, directing a bolt of electricity straight at Masatsuki Aozaki. In an instant, Masatsuki Aozaki closed the gap, his movements ghost-like. Appearing beside the officer, he raised his left hand and brought it down like a blade. A searing pain exploded in the officer's skull as his body was sent soaring uncontrollably. The next moment, his head crashed into the ground, shattering the dojo floor. Another squad member lunged from the side, raising his Zanpakutō like a massive axe. Masatsuki Aozaki reached out, grabbed the man's face in a crushing grip, and shoved him forcefully into the wooden wall, splintering it open with a deafening crack. From afar, a towering Shinigami with short hair charged forward. He loomed at least 3 heads taller than Masatsuki Aozaki, his muscles bulging as he swung a powerful punch. Bang. A pale hand stopped the attack in midair. Not bad. Do you mainly train in Hakuda? We should spar sometime, Masatsuki Aozaki remarked, nodding in approval. But for now, you'd better sit this one out. With a firm grip on the towering man's wrist, Masatsuki Aozaki twisted his body and flung him aside. The massive Shinigami crashed into the crowd, toppling several squad members in his wake. Without pause, Masatsuki Aozaki sank his stance slightly, his fists launching forward with blinding speed, turning into a flurry of black shadows. His strikes rained down like a violent storm, hammering into the bodies of the advancing squad members. Don't die, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured. What? The fighters barely had time to register his words before. Bang. 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 A relentless barrage of impacts erupted like the beating of war drums. Bodies flew in all directions. Lisa Yadamaru stood frozen, staring in utter disbelief. So this is the power of a captain. She had never actually seen her own captain go all out before. Would he look the same at full strength? Against him, sheer numbers meant nothing. 1 hour later. Masatsuki Aozaki stood in the middle of the wreckage. Around him, countless 11th Division members lay sprawled across the floor, some gasping for breath, others completely motionless. The barracks were in complete disarray. The walls and floor were riddled with holes, the very structure battered and broken. Tattered Shihakushō were stained with blood, and nearly every squad member had crimson trailing from the corners of their mouths. Ryusuke, Izumo, and Lisa Yadamaru could only stare blankly. They had never seen anything like this before. A Shinigami who could defeat an entire division without even drawing a Zanpakutō. Even though the 11th Division was currently lacking its upper-tier fighters, they were still seasoned warriors, trained for combat. And yet, he had overwhelmed them completely. It was terrifying. You haven't changed at all, Jin Ichimaru said, stepping forward with an easygoing expression. Still as monstrously strong as ever. In general, the 11th Division's members had lower Ryatsu than the prisoners of the Nest of Maggots. But there was an undeniable difference between a Shinigami with a Zanpakutō and one without. Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively. It's not a big deal. Give it time, and you'll be like me too. Yeah, right, Jin Ichimaru scoffed, rolling his eyes. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, A New Idea. That afternoon, Retsu Unohana led a team to the 11th Division barracks. As the doors swung open, she was met with a scene of utter devastation, shattered walls, splintered floors, and squad members groaning in pain across the wreckage. I heard the 11th Division was under attack. Where's the enemy? Unohana asked with a gentle smile. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned, blood still smeared across his fists. Right here. I attacked them. Unohana's knowing smile deepened. Did these little ones give you a hard time? Masatsuki Aozaki watched as he calmly wiped the blood from his hands, then scoffed. Not really. Just some young hotheads throwing a tantrum. They won't be making the same mistake again. As he spoke, a squad member with a bandaged head approached and saluted. Captain, we've finished assessing the injuries and damage to the barracks. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded in approval. Good work. From now on, report these kinds of minor matters to 4th Seat Ichimaru. Yes, sir. The squad member saluted again before turning and running off. Unohana chuckled softly. It looks like you all get along quite well. Who says we don't? Masatsuki Aozaki shrugged. Unohana glanced around at the ruins surrounding them. So, after causing this disaster on your first day, what's your plan? What do you mean? Masatsuki Aozaki blinked. The barracks, of course. Seireitei isn't going to fund repairs for damage you caused yourselves. You'll have to cover the costs using the squad's budget. She smiled faintly. But with this level of destruction, I doubt your squad funds will be enough. Masatsuki Aozaki followed her gaze to the wreckage. The damage was so severe that rebuilding from scratch might be easier. Add in the cost of medical supplies for the injured, and the 11th Division's budget for the quarter was definitely going to fall short. But there was no way he was paying for a public squad barracks out of his own pocket. No matter how much money he had saved up, he couldn't afford to burn through it like this. Guess I'll have to ask Master for help. I've saved up some money over the years, Unohana remarked casually. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't doubt it. Captains of the Gotei 13 were paid well, and Unohana's only known interests were flower arranging and killing people. She barely had any expenses. After nearly 1,000 years, even if she hadn't been trying to save money, she'd still have more than enough. I think I'll go talk to Master and figure something out, Masatsuki Aozaki said, his expression turning serious. I did all this for the sake of unity and harmony within the 11th Division. A truly united squad is a strong one, Master will understand. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the ruined barracks. Yet in his eyes, there was a glint of something unreadable. So, on your first day as captain, you destroyed the 11th Division's barracks. Yamamoto's eyebrow twitched. He was now seriously questioning whether handing the 11th Division over to Masatsuki Aozaki had been the right decision. On his first day, not only had he beaten the entire squad into submission, but he had also destroyed their barracks, the very foundation of their division. And if that wasn't enough, now he had the audacity to ask for funding to rebuild it. His shamelessness even surpassed Shunsui Kairaku's. Never in the history of the Gotei 13 had something like this happened. Master, calm down. I did this for the good of the Gotei 13. Masatsuki Aozaki said earnestly. Oh. Yamamoto gave him a skeptical look, waiting to see what kind of excuse he would come up with this time. Masatsuki Aozaki continued, you've been leading the Gotei 13 for 1,000 years. You know exactly what the 11th Division is like. If I didn't fight them, would they ever listen to me? Yamamoto's expression softened slightly. He knew better than anyone that the 11th Division was a squad that only respected strength, one where words meant little unless backed by fists and blades. Seeing that Yamamoto was at least listening, Masatsuki pressed on. These are unusual times. The rebels are becoming bolder by the day. If this were peacetime, I could afford to slowly work my way into their trust. But we don't have that luxury. At any moment, the rebels could strike again, and by then, if they still refuse to listen, it'll be too late. We are entrusted with protecting the Soul King and the 5 noble houses, we can't afford to be careless. Yamamoto frowned. That still doesn't justify destroying the barracks. I may have gone a little overboard, but you know how the 11th Division is. If I hadn't gone all out, they would have never acknowledged me as their captain. As he spoke, Masatsuki Aozaki carefully poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yamamoto. You make a fair point, Yamamoto admitted. But the Gotei 13's annual budget is allocated by the Central 46. Each division's funds are already set, I don't have any extra money to give you. Taking a sip of tea, Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction before adding in a firm tone, I'll speak with the Central 46 and see what can be done. In the meantime, return to your squad and keep them under control. You are their captain. They are your subordinates, but also your comrades. Don't take things too far. Yes, sir. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. You know I'm not the type to cause trouble. I just didn't have any other choice. Ha. As if you haven't caused me enough trouble already, Yamamoto snorted. Now get out of here, I don't want to see your face. TCH. Fine, old man. I'm leaving. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked and, before Yamamoto could get any angrier, vanished with a shuinpa. Out of habit, he even closed the door behind him. For a moment, Yamamoto was stunned. Then, he let out a long sigh and motioned for the inner court troop members waiting outside. After leaving the 1st Division, Masatsuki Aozaki returned to the 11th Division. He glanced at the long list of damages and expenses before casually ripping it apart. Not satisfied? Jin Ichimaru asked, raising an eyebrow. I went over the numbers myself. The prices are fair. I already spoke with the 12th Division. They'll handle it, Masatsuki Aozaki replied. Jin blinked. You got the 12th Division involved? When? Masatsuki Aozaki's expression remained serious. In about half an hour. Jin Ichimaru. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled but didn't elaborate. Truthfully, he had initially planned to just patch things up and move on. But then he thought about it, this would be his base in the future. Why not take the opportunity to make some modifications? From the outside, the barracks would look the same. But beneath it, he would build a secret underground laboratory, perfect for conducting his experiments. Normally, something like this would be impossible to pull off unnoticed. But with the help of a few trusted friends in the 12th Division, making it happen without anyone realizing wouldn't be too difficult. After all, Keisuke Urahara had managed to construct an enormous underground training ground beneath Seireitei Hill, and it had gone undetected for over a century. And the reason Masatsuki Aozaki had made this decision. Aizen had recently returned from the world of the living with some interesting news. He had discovered the existence of Fullbringers, humans who possessed fragments of the Soul King. But even with that knowledge, he had yet to figure out a way to track down the fragments themselves. What they did know was this. Humans with Soul King fragments possessed unusually high Ryoryoku. Every Fullbringer carried a fragment within them. And all of them gravitated toward Jurichi, highly spiritual locations within the world of the living, where Reishi naturally gathered. These locations varied in size, making it difficult to pinpoint specific targets. Finding Soul King fragments would be a long and tedious process. And Masatsuki Aozaki hated wasting time. He needed to accelerate his experiments, starting now. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Heiress. Seireitei, 12th Division Headquarters. Masatsuki Aozaki sought out his two closest friends, Keisuke Urahara and Kiryu Hikifune. The two were initially surprised by his idea of building a laboratory beneath the 11th Division barracks, but considering his impulsive nature, it wasn't all that shocking. In the end, tempted by Masatsuki Aozaki's cooking, Kiryu Hikifune, despite being a captain, agreed to help. As for Keisuke Urahara, though he found the whole thing troublesome, he had no say in the matter as a subordinate. With no choice but to accept his captain's orders, he reluctantly went along with it. On his way out, Masatsuki Aozaki ran into Senjimaru Shitara. After enduring a mix of threats and persuasion, he ended up modeling for her for a few hours before he was finally able to escape the 12th Division. "What did you do to Kiryu-san to get her to renovate your barracks?" Lisa Yadamaru asked. She knew the 12th Division handled technological research and development, but construction wasn't exactly their job. "All I did was treat her to dinner." Masatsuki Aozaki gazed out the window at the moonlit night. The lone full moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft silver glow over the ruins of the 11th Division, draping them in an eerie luminescence. Right now, they were in a residential district on the outskirts of the 11th Division. Masatsuki Aozaki had spent a hefty sum renting the area as a temporary headquarters. Lisa Yadamaru rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. "There's no way a single meal convinced the 12th Division to rebuild your barracks. They've got better things to do. Have you decided yet?" "You're still dragging this out," she added impatiently. "Yeah, these should do." Masatsuki Aozaki yawned, blinking lazily as he handed her a stack of documents, personnel files of Gotei 13 squad members. "They're all girls." "Typical." Lisa Yadamaru snorted, flipping through the files, until something caught her eye. "Wait a second, there are actually a few guys in here. And they're fresh graduates from Shino Academy. What's so strange about that?" Masatsuki Aozaki rolled his eyes. "As captain, I picked them for the good of the squad. You think I'd choose people just to satisfy my own selfish interests?" He wouldn't deny he had his preferences. But that didn't mean they conflicted with his responsibilities. Every single one of them was more than qualified to join the 11th Division. "Or are you jealous?" "Jealous? Please, we're just business associates. Why would I be jealous?" Lisa Yadamaru's face turned slightly red. She had known Masatsuki Aozaki for years, and for someone with her reputation in the Gotei 13, resisting temptation was easier said than done. A stormy night flashed through her mind, rain pouring, thunder rumbling, and Masatsuki showing up at her door, drenched from head to toe, delivering her custom publications as usual. Lisa quickly shook her head, pulling herself out of the memory. If she kept thinking about it, she might actually lose control and pounce on the men grinning mischievously in front of her. "I'm just curious why you picked these people. I don't recognize any of their names." This year's top graduates from Shino Academy were definitely Byakuya Kuchiki and Kaion Shiba. Byakuya joining the 6th Division is a given, but Kaion Shiba, he's got ties to you, doesn't he? "Ties? More like family, though he's never been particularly fond of me." Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head and leaned close, whispering into Lisa's ear. "He's set on joining the 10th Division. Captain Isshin Shiba is his uncle." To be honest, Masatsuki was relieved. If Kaion had chosen the 11th Division, he would have been watching him like a hawk. And if he found anything suspicious, he'd undoubtedly go running to Kakaku. That would have been a pain. Besides, in this timeline, Kaion had joined the Gotei 13 earlier than expected. His strength wasn't at the level it would be in the future, he was just an ordinary seated officer. There was no real need to recruit him into the 11th Division. Lisa felt the warmth of his breath against her ear, a strange ticklish sensation stirring in her chest. She wanted to laugh. Then, Masatsuki wrapped his arms around her from behind. Lisa was certain now, the emotion she felt was satisfaction. Masatsuki suddenly frowned. Huh? What's wrong? News from Jin Ichimaru. It's about the barracks reconstruction. He took a deep breath. Damn, he nearly gave me a heart attack. Good thing nothing serious happened, or I would have had to teach him a lesson. Lisa shifted slightly, loosening her obi as she shot him a sidelong glance. Worried about getting caught. About you and me. As if. I was just in a very delicate state a moment ago, but I'm fine now. Masatsuki Aozaki did a quick check of his physical condition, nodded, then reached out to rest a hand on Lisa's waist. After several exhausting days, Masatsuki and Lisa now found themselves sharing the same bed. Masatsuki sat up, yawning as he ran a hand through his silky hair. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, planting his bare feet on the smooth floor. Lisa followed suit. Their movements were eerily synchronized, their footsteps softly tapping against the floor. It was almost as if they had been living together for years, perhaps this was what people meant by looking like an old married couple. They headed into the bathroom of their temporary residence, slipping into the bathtub for a bath together. By the time they emerged, they were fully awake. Masatsuki returned to the bedroom and gestured for Lisa to sit down on the bed. The glasses-wearing woman, dressed lazily in a loose yukata, flopped down onto the mattress without a care in the world. Masatsuki pulled a fresh Shihakushō from the closet and helped her get dressed. Then, from a drawer, he retrieved a pile of silk stockings. Which type today, my lady? Black. Knee-high. Lisa didn't hesitate for a second. With just 2 words, she had effortlessly played into his preferences. You know me well, my lady. Masatsuki smirked, lifting her delicate feet and carefully slipping on the black silk stockings he had picked out. Lisa had a perfect figure, neither too full nor too thin, with not a single flaw from head to toe. Not that he had a particular thing for black stockings, he just thought they suited her. For the record, the West had developed stocking knitting techniques as early as the 16th century. Masatsuki had merely picked up the craft through some casual study. For things like this, he always had plenty of motivation. As Lisa lounged idly, Masatsuki ran a hand through his hair, tidying it up as he spoke. I'm heading to see Master today. He sent word for me to go. MHM. Lisa, still admiring Masatsuki's handiwork, sat with her legs neatly together and gave a small, obedient nod. The sight was so cute that Masatsuki felt his heart melting. If only he had a sailor uniform lying around, she would look even more adorable in one. What a shame. Masatsuki sighed dramatically, shaking his head in regret. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 124, Evil Forces. Masatsuki Aozaki strolled down the wide avenue, passing through several blocks where rows of white buildings stood in perfect alignment. This area housed the 1st Division barracks as well as Seireitei's central administrative offices. Due to its significance, this district was designated as the Central 1st District, commonly known as the Central Ward. Masatsuki, lost in idle amusement, played an old childhood game as he walked, carefully stepping along the edges of the shadows cast by the walls, as if he were balancing on a tightrope. Looking up, he saw an immense wall stretching endlessly in both directions, gleaming silver-white under the sunlight. The light draped over it like a thin silk veil, emphasizing its flawless surface, spotless and unblemished. Solemn-faced patrol squads moved methodically along its perimeter, their presence adding to the wall's imposing grandeur. Masatsuki took a deep breath. For a mere division barracks, this place felt entirely out of place among the surrounding government buildings, as if it were the true center of Seireitei. The noble family saw themselves as the rightful rulers of Seoul society, residing in their exclusive enclaves of power and prestige. But to the Shinigami, this place was the true heart of their world. Masatsuki, you're here. The captain commander is expecting you. As he stepped inside, he was met with the stern gaze of Chojiro Sasakaibe. Masatsuki Aozaki acknowledged him with a nod, then suddenly smirked as if a mischievous thought had crossed his mind. Oh, right. Lieutenant Sasakaibe, I'm the captain of the 11th Division now. When we're working, please address me as Captain Aozaki or Captain Masatsuki. Make sure you remember that. This little brat. Sasakaibe's eye twitched slightly. Around them, the 1st Division members tensed instinctively. Was he seriously provoking Lieutenant Sasakaibe? That was just like Captain Masatsuki, he had a way of saying the things no one else would dare to. Masatsuki Aozaki, wearing a victorious grin, picked up his pace and dashed toward the captain's office before Sasakaibe had the chance to respond. As soon as he disappeared, the surrounding squad members rushed to calm Sasakaibe down. Captain Masatsuki is always like this. After all these years, you should be used to it by now, Lieutenant. As Masatsuki Aozaki approached the Captain Commander's office, he could faintly hear voices from inside. Since there was Northwest soundproof barrier in place, the conversation probably wasn't anything too confidential. The office door was slightly ajar. Masatsuki carefully peeked inside before stepping in, hoping to catch a glimpse of who his master was speaking with. Yamamoto's deep, authoritative voice echoed through the room. Come in. Yes, Masatsuki Aozaki responded lazily, waving a hand dismissively as he strolled inside and closed the paper door behind him. The moment the door shut, a soundproof barrier activated, sealing off the room. Yamamoto sat at the tea table, his gaze fixed on the young man standing before him. The young man lifted his head slightly, following Yamamoto's line of sight until his eyes landed on Masatsuki Aozaki. For a brief moment, his expression wavered. Masatsuki's presence was striking. The standard Shihakushō, a uniform often dismissed as unremarkable, fit him so flawlessly that it looked like a masterpiece crafted just for him. His noble, refined features carried an air of effortless superiority, and his long, jet-black hair cascaded over his shoulders like a waterfall. The young man knew he had an appearance that could captivate noble women without trying, but standing in front of Masatsuki Aozaki, he felt overshadowed. Masatsuki Aozaki, sensing his gaze, looked at him with mild amusement. The black-haired youth had two distinctive streaks of pink in his hair. His kansekin and red windflower scarf, symbols of the Kuchiki clan, marked his status unmistakably. These accessories alone were worth more than 20 luxury estates. Masatsuki recalled meeting him once before. This was the Kuchiki clan's prodigy, Koga Kuchiki. Looking at Masatsuki's defiant smirk, Koga hesitated for a moment before finally preparing to greet him. Hey, old man, this handsome guy looks familiar. Ah, I remember now, it was that time with Sojin. So, did you call me here because of him? You should know by now, I'm not interested in men. Masatsuki Aozaki's voice cut through the room as he strolled past, casually picking up a teacup from the table and downing its contents in one gulp, only to immediately wince and smack his lips. Hot. It's freshly brewed tea. How many times have I told you? You need to be calm and take your time when drinking tea, but you never listen, Yamamoto said, unfazed. He lifted his own cup and took a sip before clicking his tongue. Humph, it is a bit hot. Masatsuki Aozaki stuck out his tongue and fanned his mouth with his hand. Told you. Well, just let it cool before drinking, Yamamoto replied nonchalantly, setting his cup down and pouring Masatsuki another. Koga Kuchiki watched the exchange with mild surprise. This was the first time he had ever seen Captain Commander Yamamoto like this, just like an ordinary old man. While Yamamoto was known to show moments of gentleness, anyone else who dared to act this casually with him would be met with a sharp reprimand. Master, you're too strict most of the time. Look, you've practically scared this guy stiff. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned and extended a hand toward Koga Kuchiki. We didn't get a proper introduction last time. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki, captain of the 11th Division, and the old man's disciple. Koga maintained his noble composure, his expression calm as he extended his hand in return. Koga Kuchiki, captain of the 1st Division Special Forces Unit. A pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded, releasing his grip before turning to Yamamoto. So, old man, what's the real reason you called me here? I'm busy, you know. Dealing with the barracks mess has been a nightmare. Isn't that your own fault? Ignoring his disciple's complaints, Yamamoto looked up, frowning slightly at his relaxed demeanor. How are the barracks coming along? Should be ready in about a month. The 12th Division is incredibly efficient, Masatsuki Aozaki said, genuinely impressed. Rebuilding barracks was child's play for a genius like Kisuke Urahara. The Special Forces Unit has located the rebels' last stronghold, Yamamoto said, shifting the topic without concern for Masatsuki's previous remarks. His gaze flickered toward Koga Kuchiki as he continued. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned back slightly, a knowing look in his eyes. So you finally decided to wipe them out completely. About time. They've been a threat to the Soul King and the 5 noble houses for long enough. Yamamoto remained silent. He knew his disciple was mocking him. With his power, he could have crushed the rebellion at any time. Even if he hadn't acted himself, sending either Shunsui Kairaku or Jushiro Yukitake alone would have been enough to deal with the problem. But he had delayed until now, because he had no interest in meddling with the noble clan's internal power struggles. Finally, Yamamoto spoke. In previous operations, the rebels suffered heavy losses. Their high-ranking fighters have been nearly wiped out. Now is the best opportunity to eliminate them for good. The 6th and 11th Divisions will take the lead in this operation, with the Special Forces Unit providing support. You and Captain Jinrei Kuchiki will serve as joint commanders. Masatsuki Aozaki, who had just taken a sip of tea, froze mid-drink. Seriously? With the way he phrased it, how was he supposed to refuse? 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pink snake. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Science Can Solve It. Rumble. With a sudden streak of lightning across the sky, rain began to pour in torrents. The rolling thunder seemed to herald the coming chaos and conflict. As the downpour washed away the dust of time, it felt as if the long-standing strife that had plagued Seireitei for years was about to be swept away as well. Masatsuki Aozaki had no interest in the power struggles. What mattered to him were the souls of the rebels. And if he could extract fragments of the Soul King from them, all the better. In other words, the 6th Division is only participating in name, and the main force responsible for wiping out the rebels is just our 11th Division. Kuchiki Clan Mansion, Reception Hall. Masatsuki Aozaki, mid-sip of his tea, paused for a moment before looking up at Jinrei Kuchiki, who sat across from him with a solemn expression. The elderly head of the Kuchiki clan was meticulously groomed, exuding an air of quiet authority just by sitting there. Being around someone like him inspired a sense of security, but at the same time, it was suffocating. Jinrei Kuchiki nodded. That is the Captain Commander's decision. Masatsuki Aozaki fell into thought. He understood his master well enough to know what this meant. Yamamoto intended to let this battle play out as just another noble conflict. Eliminating the rebels was merely a way to solidify Masatsuki Aozaki's footing within the Gotei 13. With the rebel faction nearly wiped out, especially its high-level combatants, the 11th Division, led by Masatsuki himself, couldn't possibly lose, even without the 6th Division's involvement. This war was already decided. Aozaki, you will determine when and how the battle unfolds, Jinrei continued. The 6th Division will not intervene, but Koga will assist you on behalf of the Kuchiki clan. The Kuchiki clan had always been the model of nobility. Though inevitably drawn into political struggles, they rarely initiated conflict themselves. Having Koga Kuchiki represent the clan in supporting him was a clear and deliberate statement of their stance. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at Koga, who was kneeling quietly behind Jinrei. The once proud warrior now sat stiffly, not daring to utter a word, like a frightened bride on her wedding night. Damn, that old man must have really left a psychological scar on him. A captain-level fighter, reduced to this. Instinctively, Masatsuki's gaze shifted to the Zanpakutō at Koga's waist. Muramasa. Now that was a fine blade, a true Shinigami killer. Not only could it incite Zanpakutō to rebel against their masters, but unlike Kyokusui Jetsu, it didn't have the limitation of being ineffective when facing an opponent with vastly superior Ryatsu. Against Shinigami who lacked overwhelming spiritual pressure, this blade's practicality was off the charts. Noticing Masatsuki's intense gaze, Koga's brow twitched slightly. He's looking at my Zanpakutō, does he want to fight me? The rumors claimed this so-called genius was obsessed with battle and training. Seems those rumors weren't wrong. For the first time, excitement flickered in Koga's eyes as he looked at Masatsuki. He had long been curious about him. In both the 1st Division and the Kuchiki clan, Masatsuki Aozaki's name was constantly whispered in the halls. The Captain Commander's disciple. The one who slew a captain-level rebel. The one who even defeated the previous captain of the 11th Division. Even Jinrei Kuchiki, a man who rarely gave out praise, spoke of him from time to time. For years, Koga had strived for his father-in-law's approval. Yet after their first few years together, Jinrei had never once spoken highly of him. And yet, he repeatedly brought up this man. Though there were 2 or 3 centuries between them, they were both still considered part of the younger generation. And now, Koga wanted to know, what exactly made Masatsuki Aozaki so special? Let's set the final assault for 6 months from now. Masatsuki Aozaki gauged the situation and made his decision. This was like a trial. In 6 months, the 11th Division would be fully restored, its ranks replenished, and there would be time for the new recruits to integrate. Old Man Yamamoto had already ordered the 2nd and 8th Divisions to monitor the rebels' movements, there was no way they could escape. That works. Jinrei Kuchiki nodded. After a brief moment of thought, he understood the young man's reasoning. Calm and composed, this one was certainly much better than his son-in-law. Jinrei was strict with his son-in-law, not because he doubted his strength, but because he had hoped the men would learn to be more level-headed. Yet, after all these years, there had been no growth, if anything, he had only become more impatient. It made Jinrei question his ability to train the younger generation. Masatsuki Aozaki seemed to sense his thoughts. Out of consideration for Sojin Kuchiki, he offered a word of advice. Captain Kuchiki. Jinrei Kuchiki looked at him, puzzled. Young people tend to prefer straightforwardness over roundabout words. Sometimes, saying things directly is more effective than beating around the bush. There's nothing wrong with letting people figure things out on their own. But thoughts can be hard to control. If you let them wander too much, they might lead to the wrong conclusions. Even this kid can see through me. Jinrei Kuchiki was stunned. Meanwhile, Koga Kuchiki stood there, completely lost. He had no idea why someone younger than him was talking to his father-in-law in such a mature manner. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at the two men and shook his head with a slight smile. An outsider shouldn't meddle too much in family matters. A word or two was enough, any more would be overstepping. Besides, his interest in Koga Kuchiki lay solely in Muramasa. He didn't have the same patience here as he did with Suifeng. I'll take my leave. Deciding to give them space to talk, Masatsuki Aozaki left the parlor. Strolling through the vast Kuchiki estate, he soon spotted a young boy in a kendo uniform practicing diligently in the courtyard. Long time no see, young Byakuya. The boy's eye twitched. Without hesitation, he swung his wooden bakken in a sharp downward strike. Masatsuki Aozaki easily leapt back, dodging the attack. This was Byakuya Kuchiki, the future head of the Kuchiki clan. Right now, though, he was still just a bright, spirited young boy. Masatsuki Aozaki. You actually dare show your face in front of me. This time, I'll make sure you taste my strength. Oh. Calling me by name so casually, how rude. If Sojin knew, he'd be heartbroken. Who gave you permission to call my father so familiarly? Byakuya's temper flared instantly. Clenching his fists, he shouted angrily. Besides, you're younger than me. What gives you the right to act like my senior? Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly appeared at his side and smugly slung an arm around his shoulders. Because I entered Shino Academy and the Gotei 13 before you. And, looking at the two of us, anyone would think you're the kid, right? Byakuya struggled to break free, but Masatsuki's grip was surprisingly strong. What the hell are you even here for? I just finished some business with your grandfather, so I thought I'd drop by. Where's your father? Byakuya's expression darkened. Father is still recovering. Masatsuki Aozaki placed a hand on his head and said gently. If you have time, take him to the 12th division. If medicine can't help, maybe science can. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Hogyoku. Before anyone realized it, a month had passed, and the storm had long since faded from the small imperial court. The ruling court of Soul Society had returned to its usual solemnity and silence. As a residence for the privileged class, its population density was far lower than that of Rakangai. For most, this quiet life was nothing new, they had long since grown used to it. With the arrival of the weekend, people took to the streets, adding a rare touch of life and energy to the city. 11th Division, Squad Barracks. 4th Seat Ichimaru. Hurry up and tidy things up. You're in charge of guarding the dormitory today. If the captain finds out I haven't prepared anything, I'll never hear the end of it. Jin Ikamaru's eyebrow twitched as he glanced at the new third seat, Mashiro Kuna, a transfer from another squad. She hadn't seemed particularly diligent when she first arrived, so why the sudden burst of responsibility? At this time of day, she would usually sneak off to the mess hall, rummaging through the cupboards for her favorite sweets. Without fail, she'd get caught by Ettore Yamazaki, who was soon to be promoted to lieutenant, and be used as an example of what not to do in front of the whole squad. Then Masatsuki Aozaki would step in as the peacemaker, smoothing things over on her behalf. But today was different. Mashiro Kuna was responsible for organizing patrols around the captain's quarters, and just yesterday, she had boldly declared that she could manage the team without Ettore Yamazaki's help. She had even gathered the squad members to give them a lecture about it. Watching her now, frantically scrambling to get things in order, Jin Ichimaru had his doubts. Could she really handle planning the patrols? Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a familiar voice. Is my adorable little Mashiro here? Even Jin Ichimaru, who rarely opened his eyes fully, couldn't help but roll them. Masatsuki Aozaki sure knew how to talk. Just the words adorable and little were enough to make Mashiro Kuna's face light up with joy. I'm here, I'm here. Weren't you supposed to be visiting a friend in Rakangai? Why are you back so early? I thought you wouldn't return until dinner. Grinning from ear to ear, Mashiro Kuna dashed out to greet him, throwing her arms around him in an enthusiastic hug. Jin Ichimaru watched the scene in silence. Masatsuki Aozaki might just be playing along, but Mashiro Kuna. She was definitely taking full advantage of the situation. Did you all see that? Learn from your third seat, Mashiro Kuna. Jin Ichimaru had been about to sigh when he heard Ryusuke and Izumo lecturing the other squad members. Turning around, he was met with an odd sight. The female squad members were staring at Masatsuki Aozaki like wolves eyeing a fresh meal, while even some of the male squad members were looking at him in a very strange way. Has the 11th Division turned into some kind of weird cult? Mashiro, where exactly are your hands wandering? And the rest of you, could you at least wipe the drool off your faces? Jin Ichimaru was exhausted just watching this. Mashiro, I brought you some peony cakes. Feeling the weight of everyone's stares, and the soft warmth of the woman clinging to him, Masatsuki Aozaki quickly handed over the box in his hands. He had to admit, both Mashiro Kyuna and Suifeng had a petite, lowly-like stature. However, Mashiro Kyuna's figure felt slightly softer, probably due to their different lifestyles. Suifeng had undergone Onmitsukido training from a young age and was a devoted follower of Yorichi Shihoin, holding herself to strict standards. Meanwhile, Mashiro Kyuna's life was far more relaxed, unbound by rigid rules and discipline. She was free to retain a more natural softness. The captain brought me a present. Thank you, Captain. Beaming, Mashiro Kyuna eagerly unwrapped the peony cakes, though she looked a little embarrassed as she did so. Eat slowly. I know you love these, so I picked them up when I saw them in town. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled, taking her hand and leading her inside. I even found a pastry shop in the noble district. From now on, they'll be supplying desserts to the 11th Division, including peony cakes. Really? Captain, you're the best. Mashiro Kyuna practically jumped for joy. Watching from the sidelines, Jin Ichimaru fell silent. No one understood better than him why so many women in the squad were drawn to Masatsuki Aozaki. While the team members were sharing snacks, Masatsuki Aozaki finally had a moment to return to the captain's quarters. He called out softly, Jin. I understand. Jin Ichimaru nodded, sitting on a chair in the corridor as he watched the wooden door to the captain's quarters slowly close. Inside the room, Masatsuki Aozaki felt the hard object in his arms and took a deep breath. Unhurriedly, he took a sip of tea before placing his hand on the portrait in the bedroom. The painting depicted Masatsuki Aozaki, a piece created by his own hand. The figure in the portrait stared out coldly, as crimson-stained clouds floated in the sky like billowing battle flags. Beneath him, a mountain of skeletal remains stretched toward the heavens. Masatsuki Aozaki thought it looked rather impressive, but Yorichi Shihoin had only given it a two-word critique, narcissistic. A white glow emanated from Masatsuki Aozaki's hand as his ryatsu flowed into the painting, moving in a rhythmic pattern like scattered stars. This lock was specially crafted by Kisuke Urahara at Masatsuki Aozaki's request. To open it, 3 elements were required: fingerprint, ryatsu, and a patterned password. None could be missing. Click. The wooden bed slowly shifted aside, revealing a secret door beneath it. A deep, resonant sound echoed from the tunnel as the lights flickered on automatically, gradually illuminating the dim passageway. Listening to the steady, pleasant rhythm, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but smile. This was his first true laboratory. The underground space in Rakangai had merely been a ramshackle room cluttered with equipment. Now, even that equipment was gone, leaving only dirt and rubble. Hogyoku. Masatsuki Aozaki retrieved the beautifully crystallized jade from his robes, finally granting it the name he had long envisioned. The gemstone shimmered with an ethereal blue-black glow, as if it held endless, unfathomable mysteries, its allure unforgettable at first glance. Its form was nearly identical to the true Hogyoku. Masatsuki Aozaki understood, however, that it was only a hollow imitation. Unlike before, he could now sense a faint power within it, yet it remained inert, incapable of fulfilling wishes of evolution or breaking the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow. Don't worry, I'll grant your wish soon enough. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled indulgently, his expression almost fatherly. He placed the Hogyoku into a specially crafted Kido containment device, then eagerly turned to the other side of the room. A black cloak hung on the wall, an anti-ryatsu tool developed by Kisuke Urahara, modeled after the Shihoin clan's Tenshi Haizo. During his time at the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, Masatsuki Aozaki had memorized the manufacturing process and secretly crafted a perfect replica. The effectiveness was indistinguishable from the original. Recalling Yorichi Shihoin's promise of a Senkaman, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but smirk. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. The sound of fists and feet striking the Kido training stakes echoed through the room. Mashiro Kyuna, dressed in a white Hakuda training uniform, sat in the corner, resting her chin on her hands. Her eyes sparkled as she watched Masatsuki Aozaki standing in the center. Looking at the men, elegant like a noble yet exuding an untamed, reckless air, Mashiro couldn't help but drift into memories. Like Zanjutsu, Hakuda is divided into 10 ranks, with the 10th being the highest. Mashiro had reached the 8th rank. In the past, whenever the 9th Division organized training sessions, she always served as the Hakuda instructor, teaching with effortless grace while being admired by countless subordinates. Because of this, her Hakuda skills were highly regarded within the squad. But everything changed after she joined the 11th Division. After becoming the 3rd seat, she had been waiting for her work assignments, expecting Yamazaki Itora to appoint her as the Hakuda instructor. Instead, what she received was a regretful notice from him. 3rd seat Mashiro Kyuna, the squad members have unanimously requested that the captain handle Hakuda training. If you want to teach, I'm afraid you'll need to switch to a different combat style. Even with Mashiro's usual carefree attitude, she couldn't help but feel irritated by Yamazaki Itora's rejection. She never considered herself a teacher and had little interest in instructing, but having a role she had long held suddenly taken away left her with a sense of frustration. Hakuda was her specialty, her favorite combat style, the one she was most passionate about. Even her Zanpakutō Shurikai form was tailored to complement Hakuda, taking the shape of a protective gauntlet. She wasn't interested in teaching, but being a Hakuda instructor came with an exclusive training hall, so she never minded the role. During her time in the 9th Division, even as the 4th seat, her Hakuda rank was equal to that of Captain Kensei Maguruma. In pure technique, she could even slightly outmatch him. Now, after being transferred to a new squad by the captain commander, her role had been taken by someone without even an official Hakuda rank. It was impossible for her not to care. Yamazaki Itora's message was clear: the squad members didn't acknowledge her Hakuda skills. Despite her 8th rank title, they placed more trust in an unranked captain. That was why Yamazaki Itora had sounded regretful, suggesting she shift her focus to another teaching area. After all, she was still a high-ranking officer, and even if she couldn't teach Hakuda, there were other skills worth learning from her. The problem was, she wasn't particularly skilled in other areas. Her Zanjutsu was no match for Yamazaki Itora, her Kido was weaker than Jin Ikamaru's, and her Shunpa fell short of Ryusuke and Izumo, who were from the 2nd Division. Simply put, there was no need for her to teach at all. Then, Lieutenant Yamazaki, may I ask when the captain's classes are scheduled? Mashiro frowned, feeling an unspoken pressure as she asked seriously. This weekend. Kenpachi Aozaki will be holding a Hakuda class at the main dojo. Any squad member interested is free to attend. Yamazaki Itora smiled, clearly looking forward to the class himself. This weekend. Fine. I'll attend and see for myself just how incredible the captain's Hakuda is, to the point that the entire squad demanded he teach them. Mashiro huffed at the time, her frustration evident. She might appear naive and carefree, but she was perceptive. She immediately understood the underlying message in Yamazaki Itora's words. Just from her expression, it was clear she wasn't convinced. But since she had never witnessed Masatsuki Aozaki using Hakuda to demolish the entire squad, her skepticism was understandable. Yamazaki Itora let out a helpless smile. The 11th Division was, without a doubt, the most combat-driven squad in the Gotei 13. Every year, countless battle-hungry Shinigami fought fiercely for a chance to join its ranks. And in this division, strength determined everything: status, promotions, authority. In other words, if you didn't have overwhelming strength, you couldn't hold onto the captain's seat. The fact that the squad members begged Masatsuki Aozaki to teach them Hakuda, showering him with endless praise, said all there was to say about his power. 3rd seat Mashiro Kuna was still too young. Ignoring Itora Yamazaki's sympathetic gaze, Mashiro Kuna secretly thought to herself, I hope he humiliates himself in front of everyone during class this weekend. That was the worst kind of malice she could muster. When the weekend arrived, Masatsuki Aozaki showed up at the dojo as promised for the Hakuda class. Over 200 squad members filled the dojo, listening intently as he demonstrated Hakuda techniques. Aside from his voice and the sharp sound of strikes cutting through the air, the place was utterly silent. As she listened to his warm yet powerful voice and watched the flawless coordination of his muscles and movements, Mashiro Kuna felt as if she were drifting through an endless sea of knowledge and technique. Every punch, every kick, every motion flowed with strength like the crashing waves of an ocean. Enthralled by his deep, commanding voice, Mashiro Kuna found herself completely captivated by the men on stage. As Masatsuki Aozaki finished his demonstration, he slowly withdrew his fist, then stood at the center of the dojo and bowed to everyone. This was a basic gesture of respect, unrelated to rank or strength. Amazing. Boom. The moment someone voiced their admiration, the dojo erupted into thunderous applause. I never realized just how much force was behind the punch that sent me flying back then. The captain slowed down his movements, and I still couldn't catch everything. This is insane, his strikes are as powerful as a Ryatsu attack. So the captain was holding back before. If he hadn't, I'd have ended up just like that Kido puppet, completely shattered. Squad members jumped to their feet, their gazes locked onto the strikingly handsome men bowing before them, eyes blazing with admiration. 10 Dan. He's definitely at a 10 Dan level. No, he surpasses every martial artist in Seireitei. And he's even younger than me. Mashiro Kuna's wide eyes remained fixed on the men being showered with praise. As an 8th Dan in Hakuda, she knew all too well what 9th Dan masters thought of her level: amateur. Their Ryatsu might not have been much compared to hers, but their technique demanded painstaking dedication. She had spent decades honing her skills and still hadn't reached their level. At that moment, watching the bright and confident man step down from the stage, she carved his name into her memory, never to forget it. Captain Aozaki. As he approached, Mashiro Kuna hesitated slightly before greeting him shyly. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled. Mashiro, no need to be so formal. Just call me Masatsuki. That single sentence made Mashiro Kuna immediately wary of him. But his next words changed her mind. Mashiro, are you interested in Hakuda? Do you want to learn Captain Commander Yamamoto's combat techniques? If you do, I can teach you. Masatsuki Aozaki said this without the slightest hesitation, as if passing down his master's teachings meant nothing to him. After all, Yamamoto had never explicitly forbidden the transmission of Hakuda. To Mashiro Kuna, however, it felt like sheer generosity, this Kenpachi's selflessness laid bare. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Training. In the 11th Division Barracks, within the captain's private dojo. Smack. 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 As the sounds of strikes gradually faded, the Hakuda training session neared its end, and Mashiro Kuna's thoughts drifted back to the present. That was incredible, Masatsuki. Mashiro Kuna exclaimed, quickly rolling up her sleeves and throwing a few punches of her own. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked up at Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki, your level is definitely worthy of a 10th Dan certification from the Hakuda Association. Just watching how you generate power has helped me so much, it's like every cell in my body is screaming at me to start training right away. The whole certification process is way too tedious. For me, what matters is whether my techniques hold up in battle, not whether some so-called masters recognize them. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled, ruffling Mashiro Kuna's hair as he flexed his fingers. Both Old Man Yamamoto and Unohana had evaluated him before, saying that if he applied for certification, he could easily obtain the highest 10th Dan rank in Zenjutsu, Hakuda, and Kido. If there were a Shuinpa association in Seireitei, he figured he'd probably qualify for 10th Dan there as well. But to him, getting officially ranked was a waste of time, it would only expose information about his abilities. Sure, there were some benefits, like earning a formal title and receiving association subsidies, but compared to the risks, those perks were meaningless. I get it. Masatsuki is teaching me not to chase empty fame but to pursue true martial arts. I'll do my best. Mashiro Kuna beamed, nudging the hand still ruffling her hair. Masatsuki Aozaki waved her off with a grin. MHM. Mashiro, if you keep working hard, you'll definitely reach my level one day. Keep at it. I understand. But I'm still so far behind you, Masatsuki. I've been training for years and still haven't reached 9th Dan. Mashiro Kuna sighed, running a hand through her hair, looking a little discouraged. Reaching near 9th Dan at your age is already an incredible feat. With consistent training and my guidance, you'll reach 10th Dan sooner or later. Masatsuki Aozaki sat down beside her, offering reassurance. It's all thanks to you, Masatsuki. If you hadn't been coaching me, I wouldn't have improved so quickly. The ever-energetic girl instantly perked up, clenching her small fists with renewed enthusiasm. That's because you've got talent, Mashiro. Among my peers, your Hakuda skills are second only to Yoruchi's. As Masatsuki Aozaki thought back to his sparring sessions with Yoruchi, always ending with her bright, carefree laughter, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Compared to Yoruchi, Mashiro Kuna was undoubtedly more specialized. Her talent in Hakuda was outstanding, but it didn't extend much beyond that. Her aptitude for Ryatsu, Zanjutsu, Kido, and Shuinpa was fairly average. Of course, average was relative to Masatsuki Aozaki. In terms of Ryatsu alone, unless she received some external boost in the future, she would likely max out at a standard captain level. Whether she would be able to achieve Bankai was uncertain, and compared to Ranjika Matsumoto, there was simply no contest. Ranjika Matsumoto, who was about the same age as Masatsuki Aozaki, had recently reached lieutenant-level Ryatsu. Masatsuki estimated that in less than 10 years, she would attain captain-level Ryatsu. Even Old Man Yamamoto had remarked that she was a once-in-a-millennium genius, someone who would, without a doubt, catch up to Masatsuki Aozaki one day. By catch up, Yamamoto was referring to reaching the absolute limits of a Shinigami's potential. In his view, Masatsuki Aozaki was exceptionally gifted, but as a Shinigami, he would ultimately hit a ceiling. Sooner or later, Ranjika Matsumoto would reach that same peak. Yoruchi. You mean Yoruchi Shihoin, the head of the Shihoin clan and captain of the 2nd Division? Mashiro Kuna thought for a moment before a slight blush crept onto her delicate face. She pouted. That's right. Even the old man acknowledges her Hakuda skills, Masatsuki Aozaki said, glancing at the girl, who had lowered her head. I used to spar with her often, that's how I improved so quickly. In that case, Masatsuki has never really sparred with me, huh? Every time I told you to go all out against me, you refused. Thinking about how Masatsuki Aozaki always seemed to keep his distance from her, Mashiro Kuna puffed up her cheeks in frustration. I actually wouldn't mind sparring with you, Mashiro. I'm just afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. Masatsuki Aozaki teased, blinking playfully. I'm not afraid. Bring it on, Masatsuki. The usually sweet and soft-spoken girl instantly transformed into a fierce warrior at his teasing. She shot up from her seat and demonstrated a set of aggressive boxing techniques with sharp precision. All right. I won't say anything more. Let's see just how much you've improved. Masatsuki Aozaki extended his hand, watching as a strange blush still lingered on Mashiro Kuna's face. I won't disappoint you. Fueled by excitement at the chance to spar with Masatsuki, Mashiro Kuna's energy surged. She stepped forward, assuming a proper combat stance. Ha! Her battle cry echoed through the dojo as she charged in. She started with a rapid series of short punches, launching a fierce offensive. Then, she switched to a more open and powerful style, increasing the force behind her strikes. The fight quickly escalated in intensity. Masatsuki Aozaki remained purely on defense. Whether it was her swift, relentless short punches or her powerful, heavy strikes, he caught each one effortlessly. Their movements were sharp and fluid, displaying both skill and grace. As Masatsuki Aozaki observed her, he noted how surprisingly strong she was despite her flexibility. Every impact of her fists against his palms rang out with crisp, clean strikes. Not bad. With this level of Hakuda, you'd stand a decent chance against a lieutenant-level Shinigami. Holding her soft but firm hand, Masatsuki Aozaki offered an honest assessment. In the world of the Shinigami, challenging someone of a higher rank was extremely difficult. Ryatsu played too great a role, capable of compensating for countless weaknesses. Among all combat techniques, Ryatsu had the biggest impact on battle power. For someone with only 6th rank Ryatsu to hold their own against a lieutenant-level opponent using Hakuda alone was a testament to Mashiro Kuna's raw talent. However, to Masatsuki, her Hakuda still felt like a child playing at fighting. With one hand, he grasped her fist and pulled her in. The counterattack he expected never came. Instead, Mashiro Kuna suddenly seemed to lose all strength, collapsing against him. What's this now? Masatsuki Aozaki glanced down at the girl in his arms. Her green hair partially covered her face, but it wasn't long enough to completely hide the deep flush on her cheeks. His mind instinctively recalled what he knew about her. Despite her airhead demeanor, she was actually quite sharp, calculating, even. Masatsuki. Looking up at him, Mashiro wrinkled her nose slightly, as if irritated by his lack of reaction. Don't overestimate my self-control. Masatsuki shamelessly blew a soft breath against her ear, slowly pressing her against the spotless wooden wall as he moved on to the next phase of their training. 40 chapters ahead. p@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Professionalism. This is what a cute yet scheming girl looks like. One day, she's going to completely devour me. As Masatsuki Aozaki walked back to his dormitory, he recalled the girl's shyness, the warmth of her lips, and the sweetness of her breath. He nodded to himself in satisfaction. A young girl's love really is sweet. I can still taste it even now. It's probably just because you ate too many peony cakes. A normal person's mouth wouldn't taste sweet. A voice cut through his pleasant daydream, dragging him back to reality. Looking up, Masatsuki found himself facing a silver-haired boy. His expression grew serious. Even Ran has grown up, but you still look like a kid. Don't tell me you're going to stay this size forever. Even if I've crushed your fantasies, isn't that a bit too personal? Ranjaku's case was special. My growth rate is perfectly normal. The white-haired boy squinted slightly, just enough for Masatsuki Aozaki to pause. Most of his old friends had already grown into adults, making him unusually self-conscious about his own youthful appearance. All right, Jin, I was wrong. Don't get mad. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned, though his expression lacked even a hint of sincerity, which made Jin Ichimaru itch to punch him right in his smug face. No one else in the 11th Division dared to tease Jin about his height, either they had been beaten into submission or they simply chose to be polite. Masatsuki Aozaki was the only one bold enough to do it, and the worst part. Jin couldn't even win in a fight against him. It was downright frustrating. How had he been so blind back then, trailing after Masatsuki like a lost puppy? If he had known better, he might as well have just died in Rakongai. Now, he was stuck repaying his life debt. Come to think of it, Masatsuki had saved him once again back in the 2nd Division. That made 2 times now. How long was he going to be paying this guy back? So, does this mean everything's ready? Masatsuki Aozaki folded his arms and leaned lazily against the wall, the captain's Haori crumpling against the pressure. Jin Ichimaru didn't know what to say to this guy who treated his captaincy like it was nothing. Most captains, except maybe Yorichi Shihoin, who was just as much of a rogue, still carried some level of authority in their demeanor. Masatsuki Aozaki, on the other hand, ran the 11th Division like a gang boss, no different from when he ruled over Rakongai. And the worst part? His squad members absolutely ate it up. They called him Kenpachi, Captain, or even Oyabun with respect, but their attitude toward him was the same as Rakangai thugs fawning over their leader. Still, Jin wouldn't have expected this so-called captain, who spent his days beating up male squad members while going easy on the female ones, to actually take time out of his busy schedule to handle division matters. Then again, it made sense. On the surface, Masatsuki acted like he didn't care about anything, but in reality, he was always working behind the scenes on things best kept in the shadows. There was no way someone like him would be truly indifferent. This guy was rotten to the core. Clearly, he had been keeping an eye on the rebels all along. But since this whole mess involved too many people, he had just chosen to keep everything to himself. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Jin Ikamaru's mind in an instant. On the surface, however, he remained expressionless, simply staring into Masatsuki Aozaki's seemingly gentle black eyes. Koga Kuchiki is waiting for you in the reception room. Lieutenant Yamazaki is seeing to him, Jin Ichimaru said, his tone laced with irritation. Oh. That's perfect, Masatsuki Aozaki replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like he's in quite a hurry. The rebels have been acting like cornered rats lately. It's as if they know their time is up, so they've started attacking the major noble houses. Even the Kuchiki clan's vassals have been affected. The two strolled toward the meeting room, chatting casually. They know they've been abandoned, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured to himself. Yamamoto had made up his mind to move against the rebels, and it was clear the order came from above. That meant the noble power struggle was reaching its conclusion. However, the Tsuneyashiro clan wouldn't be able to keep up their petty schemes much longer. One captain-level Shinigami after another had died, and even a true captain had fallen. Raising a captain-level fighter required enormous resources and effort, not even the mighty Tsuneyashiro clan could afford such losses. For them, this war was like sinking into a bottomless swamp. If they didn't pull out soon, they'd be dragged into a slow and inevitable demise. The war had to end. But the rebels were still rebels. They had tried to overthrow Seireitei. For them, this war was already lost. And when the war ended, so would they. Still, before they died, they might as well make themselves useful. Watching Masatsuki Aozaki's indifferent, almost amused expression, Jin Ichimaru could tell, the rebels were in for a very bad time. He didn't know what Masatsuki was planning, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Whatever. What do their lives have to do with me? If they die, they die. Serves them right. Following behind Masatsuki Aozaki, Jin mused to himself. There were few people he truly cared about, and the rebels certainly weren't among them. What does it matter? They're just rebels. I've taken plenty of lives before. The person I need to protect is right in front of me. No matter how many lives I take for that, I'll never regret it. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at Jin Ichimaru, who had suddenly fired up with determination, and raised an eyebrow in confusion. He wasn't sure what Jin was thinking, but judging by his expression, he was feeling particularly dramatic. Young people, always letting their emotions run wild. He's been following me for so long, and he still hasn't learned any composure, Masatsuki sighed to himself. Why is he looking at me like that? Has his brain finally snapped? Jin Ichimaru twitched slightly as Masatsuki suddenly sighed and shook his head, giving him a look of exaggerated pity. All the way to the reception room, the two, trusted friends who would stake their lives on each other, kept up an easygoing conversation, while internally questioning each other's sanity more than once. We're here. I'll go in first and bring Lieutenant Yamazaki out. You two can discuss command matters in private, no need for us to get involved, Jin said, stepping ahead and stopping outside the door, the very picture of professionalism. Oh. As expected of my personal secretary, so thoughtful. I'll leave it to you, then. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded approvingly at the door. Looks like I'll have to give you a raise. Don't call me that weird name. Jin snapped, though he made no move to refuse the pay raise. Instead, he knocked lightly on the door. Less than a minute later, Jin Ichimaru emerged with Atora Yamazaki. Captain, Koga Kuchiki is inside. Appreciate it. Exchanging a glance with them, Masatsuki Aozaki pushed open the door and stepped inside. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 130, The Limitations of Kyoka Suigetsu. Jin Ichimaru stepped out of his quarters, glancing at the clock outside. It was already 7, yet the barracks remained silent. Skillfully, he called out to the soldier standing outside his door. Izumo, what time is it? Masatsuki still isn't up. Go wake him up. Tell him to hurry and remind him about today's business. No problem. But I'm afraid the captain still won't want to get up, Izumo responded, bowing before heading toward the captain's quarters. It's fine. It's not time yet, but at least he should be aware, Jin said, knowing Masatsuki Aozaki all too well. He had taken care of his savior with effortless familiarity. Masatsuki might be someone who indulged in his desires, but when he truly set his mind on something, he gave it his all. He was never one to be easily swayed by temptation. Perhaps that was the very reason he had survived for so long. Jin then made his way to the cafeteria, ordering the usual Chinese breakfast Masatsuki Aozaki liked. By now, most of the 11th Division members had gathered, brimming with energy and eager for battle. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound at his door and sensing the familiar Ryatsu, Masatsuki Aozaki, still lying in bed, lazily glanced toward it. He had been awake for a while now, staring at the ceiling for nearly 10 minutes, doing absolutely nothing but lingering in bed. 3 knocks, then silence. Masatsuki hadn't even spoken, yet Izumo's Ryatsu was already fading away. After spending so much time together, Izumo understood Masatsuki's habits well. 3 knocks were enough. No unnecessary words, no pointless reminders. Masatsuki finally sat up against the headboard. Under the blanket, something shifted. He lifted it, revealing a familiar face. Ryuseki. Izumo? Or Jin? A lazy, sultry voice drifted out, carrying a hint of flirtation that sent a tremor through Masatsuki's heart. Her appearance hadn't changed much, yet her charm only grew stronger with each passing day. Every glance, every smile, it was captivating. The allure of a mature woman. It was Izumo. You've seen him plenty of times, how do you still not recognize his Ryatsu? Masatsuki nudged the cute little nose of the blonde beauty beside him. I can't be bothered to remember. As long as I know friend from foe, that's all that matters, Ranjika Matsumoto huffed, then leaned in and pressed a soft kiss against his lips. Masatsuki didn't argue. He knew she wasn't lying. To be blunt, Izumo simply wasn't important enough for her to commit his Ryatsu to memory. I've got important things to do today, so I can't stay with you, Masatsuki said casually, spreading his hands. What? That's not fair. Ranjika whined, her voice adorably pitiful. I told you about this already, so don't play innocent. Now hurry up and get back to the 1st Division. To Masatsuki, that was still the safest place in all of Seireitei, a security that only the old men could provide. He knew Kyoka Suigetsu worked on the old men, but Sosuke Aizen wouldn't dare try to deceive him so easily. That was the kind of deterrence the old man carried. His very existence alone was enough to impose unseen pressure on those with ill intentions. After some coaxing and playful resistance, Masatsuki indulged Ranjika for another half an hour. Once everything was in order, he finished breakfast in the cafeteria and headed toward the division's dojo. In the captain's lounge next to the dojo, Masatsuki Aozaki looked at Jin Ichimaru standing across from him. Is everything ready? The pre-battle mobilization is complete. Are you really not coming with us? Jin asked. No, I have other things to take care of. Moving with you would be inconvenient. Masatsuki patted Jin's shoulder with a smile. This battle depends on you, Captain Masatsuki Aozaki. If anyone else had been in the room, they would have noticed that Jin Ichimaru's appearance had changed. He now looked exactly like Masatsuki Aozaki. Jin, unfazed, simply nodded. Understood. 4th seat Jin Ichimaru, I'll leave the barracks in your hands. Masatsuki ran his fingers over Bansho Senrin at his waist. At some point, Kyoka Suigetsu's power had activated without a sound, and in the eyes of certain people, Jin Ichimaru had become Masatsuki Aozaki. Having Jin take his place was a risky move, but it was one of Kyoka Suigetsu's inherent limitations. The Zanpakutō's power altered the perception of those under its hypnosis, but it couldn't create something from nothing. That was why Aizen, when deceiving Shinji Hirako, needed to prepare a double. It was also why, when faking his own death in the future, he left his Zanpakutō behind. Without something to act as a substitute, he couldn't fabricate an illusion of himself from thin air. For the so-called strongest illusion-type Zanpakutō, Kyoka Suigetsu had quite a few flaws. It required precise conditions, specific targets, rituals, illusions, and Ryatsu alignment. Even the illusions created by its hypnosis had to be meticulously crafted by the wielder. This was why Masatsuki rarely used Kyoka Suigetsu in battle. Its offensive power was limited, and its conditions for use were restrictive. Against weaker or equal Ryatsu opponents, Masatsuki didn't even need Kyoka Suigetsu, he could crush them outright. Against stronger opponents, the illusion wouldn't work, and splitting his focus to construct an illusion would only create openings for his enemy to exploit. For him, it was just impractical. Aizen, however, had managed to push Kyoka Suigetsu far beyond its natural limits. Oh, right, Masatsuki suddenly spoke up. What is it? Jin asked. Don't go around flirting with girls while wearing my face. Masatsuki's expression was serious, this was his bottom line. Jin rolled his eyes. You think I'm like you? I have no interest in women. To avoid suspicion, I already sent 3rd seat Mishiro Kuna out ahead of time. She should be on the road with the female squad members by now. Masatsuki stroked his chin, clearly pleased with his considerate subordinate. That's more like it. He waved a hand. Since everything's ready, head out. You're not going to wait any longer. Jin instinctively glanced toward the dormitories. No need. She's a bit tired and won't be coming to see you off. Masatsuki met Jin's gaze, shamelessly making his excuse. Jin. He didn't need to ask, he already knew what had happened last night. That wasn't something a kid like him needed to know. Masatsuki shrugged, looking a little helpless. After all, Kakakushiba, Yoruichi Shihoin, and Lisa Yadamaru were either too far away or too busy due to their positions. By comparison, Ranjika Matsumoto had the most free time and visited him the most. As for Mashiro Kuna, she was the closest, though their relationship was still in its early stages. But it probably wouldn't take much longer to progress. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Arrogance Requires Ability. South Rukongai, District 80, Shurin. Golden sunlight bathed the mountain forest, casting a sacred glow over the blood-stained land. The morning had been overcast, yet by noon, the sky had cleared completely, as if even the heavens had acknowledged this righteous war. Life-giving light poured down like a golden river, illuminating the battlefield where men clashed in combat, screams of pain echoed, and others fled in desperation. Kill them. Wipe out these rebels. Protect the Soul King and the 5 great clans, traitors must be eliminated. Damn the nobles. We've been betrayed. Masatsuki Aozaki stood on the trunk of a large tree, draped in a black cloak that concealed his ryatsu, gazing down at the chaos below. The battlefield was a mess of battle cries, curses, and blood-soaked earth. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, warm against his skin. Severed limbs littered the forest floor, while the wind rustled the canopy above, adding an eerie undertone to the carnage. Landing lightly on the ground, Masatsuki listened to the clashes still raging in the distance, soldiers and rebels locked in battle, blades colliding as each fought for the other's life. The 11th Division handled the main front, while Koga Kuchiki led the 1st Division Special Forces to guard the perimeter, ensuring none of the enemy escaped. Masatsuki glanced at Koga without a trace of concern. He wasn't worried about being seen through. Their ryatsu levels were on par, and as long as he didn't use Bankai to amplify his presence, there was no risk of his illusion being exposed. Besides, the two weren't particularly familiar with each other. Even in close proximity, Koga wouldn't notice anything amiss. War, it's almost over, Masatsuki murmured, gazing into the distance with a trace of sentiment. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path? A squad of 6 had appeared behind him, clad in tattered uniforms bearing the rebel insignia. The leader eyed him warily. This is quite a distance from the main battlefield, Masatsuki remarked, glancing at their tense expressions. Judging by your panicked faces, are you running away? The rebel leader's gaze flickered to the Zanpakutō at Masatsuki's waist. Narrowing his eyes, he drew his own blade. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, step aside. Masatsuki rolled his eyes, tilting his head back to peer at the sunlight streaming through the leaves. Cocky, aren't you? Reminds me of myself on an average day. His lips curled into a smirk. But arrogance requires skill, and you just so happen to lack it. What a shame. What nonsense are you spouting? You think a coward hiding in the shadows has the right to be so arrogant against our righteous army? The rebel leader raised his sword and charged. Masatsuki sighed, effortlessly raising his blade to block the attack. He eyed the group with mild interest. You seem like a small-time leader, so let's not kid ourselves. Do you rebels even understand how worthless you are? Without noble backing, you're barely surviving in the Shurin district. The rebel leader's expression darkened, but before he could react, Masatsuki's gaze sharpened. Rank 10 ryatsu. Not bad, he mused, sizing him up. As for the ones behind you, average Shinigami level. They'll do for filler. The intensity of Masatsuki's stare made the leader instinctively step back. Who the hell are you? He demanded. That's not something you need to worry about. Seeing his opponent falter, Masatsuki didn't waste words. In an instant, he appeared right in front of him. A single swing, blood splattered in all directions. The remaining 5 rebels swallowed hard, hands trembling as they touched their foreheads in disbelief. Just moments ago, their leader had been exchanging words with this man, then, in the blink of an eye, he was struck down. Worse still, he hadn't even been able to block a single attack. His Zanpakutō lay shattered, and his body crumpled lifelessly on the ground, save for the gaping wound in his chest still faintly bleeding. Relax, he's not dead yet, Masatsuki said lightly, flicking his blade. A graceful arc of blood painted the ground. But he will be soon. His golden eyes glowed with amusement as he gazed at the remaining rebels. Are you ready to join him? And no. They didn't get to finish their sentence. Masatsuki had already moved. In the next instant, the forest was drenched in blood. Didn't that guy say he was coming? Where is he now? Don't tell me Ranjaku has him wrapped around her finger again, and he can't get away. Disguised by Masatsuki Aozaki's illusion, Jin Ichimaru stood on the cliff with a few escorts. Every now and then, he casually cut down a rebel while observing the battlefield, lost in thought. On the other side of the forest. Captain. A 1st Division soldier saluted. What's the situation? Koga Kuchiki asked with a nod. The 11th Division has already broken through 2 defensive lines. The enemy is holed up in their stronghold, making a last stand, the soldier reported. At this rate, I'd say the 11th Division will wipe them out in no more than 4 hours. But. Koga frowned impatiently. But what? He hated when people dragged out their words. The soldier hesitated, then said, it's just. Kenpachi Aozaki doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move. He's been observing the battle the whole time. So far, only the squads led by the seated officers have been attacking. Koga, as if expecting this, smirked slightly and said, that's where you don't understand. He's training the squad members. The 11th Division was always going to crush the rebels, this battle is nothing more than a live exercise for him. If the captain had to do everything himself, then the Gotei 13 would only need captains. Would the other divisions even have a purpose? He felt a bit smug about having asked Masatsuki Aozaki about the battle plan in advance, it gave him a perfect chance to show off his intelligence in front of his subordinates. I see, the soldier said, their eyes widening with admiration. But after a moment, they couldn't help but wonder. Since when had their reckless and impulsive captain become this sharp? Koga noticed their reaction and nodded in satisfaction. He thrived on recognition. Even if these soldiers didn't hold a candle to Jinrai Kuchiki in his heart, their respect still lifted his spirits. But the moment he thought about his father-in-law, that sense of satisfaction faded. Before departing today, the old man hadn't offered him a single word of concern. Masatsuki Aozaki had reminded Jinrai Kuchiki about it, but Koga knew all too well, his father-in-law was stubborn. A few words wouldn't change his mind. Still, wasn't he the man's son-in-law? Would it kill him to show a little care? Did Jinrai Kuchiki even see him as part of the family? Frustration flickered across Koga's face. He had come from an ordinary Shinigami family, but from the moment he entered the Shino Academy, he had always been seen as a dazzling genius. Looks alone wouldn't have been enough to earn him a place in the Kuchiki clan. It was his talent and reputation that made it possible. Both nobles and commoners admired him. Even the captain commander himself had praised his abilities more than once. Yet, the one person he revered most, his father-in-law, had never once acknowledged his talent. He was always kind to Sojin Kuchiki and Byakuya Kuchiki. So why was it different with him? Was it simply because the blood of the Kuchiki clan didn't run in his veins? 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 132, The Soul King's Injustice. As night fell, the 11th Division soldiers quickly returned from Rakongai to their barracks in Seireitei. 11th Division Barracks. The entrance, resembling the grand gate of a noble estate, stood solemn and imposing. Originally, the 11th Division barracks were situated right next to the street, but after renovations, a towering white wall now separated them. Living close to the common people wasn't an issue, but some of Masatsuki Aozaki's activities weren't meant for public view. Some things could be seen, others, not so much. At this moment, however, Masatsuki Aozaki and Itora Yamazaki stood in the captain's office, facing what might be the greatest challenge of their lives. Because, despite being the 2 highest-ranking officers in the 11th Division, neither of them knew how to write a battlefield report. That, at least, was understandable. Masatsuki had always dumped all the paperwork on Jin Ichimaru. And Itora wasn't much better. If he were smarter, he wouldn't have come up with the idiotic idea of challenging Masatsuki's strength in public just to get closer to him. What battlefield report? I've never heard of such a thing, Masatsuki scoffed. If you want me to publish Seireitei's most popular men's magazine, sure, but writing a report? No thanks. But Captain, I was on the front lines the entire time, I couldn't see the full picture. Wouldn't it be better if someone else handled the report? Lieutenant Yamazaki, what kind of talk is that? As the lieutenant, isn't it your duty to share your captain's burdens? But I don't know how. It's embarrassing for a lieutenant to admit he can't do paperwork. Stop trying to pass the buck. The previous lieutenant handled all the reports. I've never done it before. What do we do now? As the 2 of them bickered back and forth, Jin Ichimaru felt a massive headache coming on. His gaze drifted toward the division's 3rd seat, Mishiro Kuna. She was sitting there with an expression that screamed, I know nothing, completely spacing out. Jin's fingers twitched. These 3 good-for-nothing slackers deserved to be dragged up Sokayaku Hill and executed. Why was it that these utterly useless people were somehow ranked above him? The Soul King was truly unfair. Itora Yamazaki gets to be lieutenant, but I, Jin Ichimaru, can't. So, what do we do now? Mashiro finally spoke, wiping the drool from her mouth as she stared at Masatsuki, who was calmly sitting in his chair, munching on a peony cake. The battle had lasted all day, and she hadn't eaten a single bite since breakfast. She was practically starving. And honestly, what kind of boyfriend hoards good food instead of sharing with his girlfriend? Mashiro's cheeks puffed up in annoyance, clearly displeased. Masatsuki smirked, eyes glinting mischievously. He deliberately picked up the half-eaten peony cake and waved it in front of her. Mashiro caught on immediately. Without hesitation, she leaped onto the desk and snatched the cake straight from his hand with her teeth. Masatsuki, having just discovered the joy of hand-feeding, felt a surge of amusement and reached out to ruffle Mashiro's soft hair. Two single men in the office stared at them in disgust. Jin Ichimaru had apparently had enough. With a sigh of resignation, he spoke up. I'll handle the report. You two behave yourselves. If the other squad members see this, it won't set a good example. The last thing he wanted was for the other female team members to start acting like Mashiro Kuna. If that happened, and the whole squad ended up filled with captains' wives, how was he supposed to manage the division? Well, if that's the case, there's no other choice. And here I thought I'd have to be the responsible captain and take care of everything myself, Masatsuki Aozaki said, looking up at Jin's smirking face with mock disappointment. This was supposed to be your responsibility in the first place, Jin shot back, rolling his eyes before turning and walking out. Right behind him, Itora Yamazaki quickly made his escape, as if terrified Masatsuki would rope him into writing the report instead. Knock, knock, knock. A steady knocking echoed through the office, abruptly cutting off Masatsuki's fun. Mashiro Kuna sheepishly returned to her seat. Both of them straightened their clothes before Masatsuki spoke. Come in. A masked figure dressed in black flickered into the room, kneeling on one knee. Captain Aozaki. What is it? The captain commander has issued an order. A captain's meeting will be held at the 1st Division in 7 days. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are expected to attend. I'll be there. Masatsuki gave him a brief glance. The report hasn't even been submitted yet, and they're already calling a meeting. He needed to make sure Jin finished that report fast. The messenger nodded before vanishing just as swiftly as he had arrived. So, what now? Masatsuki asked, glancing at Mashiro, who was still in a bit of a daze. Seeing her wipe at her mouth, he could tell she was starving. Masatsuki, I'm so hungry. I don't even have the energy to mess around. Mashiro pouted before launching herself at him. Her words might have sounded weak, but Masatsuki could feel the strength in her grip. If needed, she could probably go fight another battle against the rebels without breaking a sweat. Still, if she was willing to show a softer side in front of him, as her boyfriend, he had to play along. Without hesitation, he scooped her up in a princess carry. Well, if you're hungry, let's go eat. Do you want to head to the squad cafeteria, or would you rather go to my dorm? I've got a kitchen and plenty of ingredients, and I'd say my cooking skills aren't half bad. Masatsuki watched her carefully as he made the offer. Truth be told, he was eager to show off. If he could win her stomach, then maybe he could win her heart even more. He rarely visited his noble district mansion these days, as it was still undergoing renovations by Shihoin clan craftsmen. Since he couldn't go home, and with Kiryo Hikifune always hungry, he had converted part of his dorm into a kitchen instead. Mashiro gave him a strange look, staring at his serious expression. Is he taking me to his dorm? Was this a step forward in their relationship? She let her short hair partially cover her blushing face. Let's go to your dorm, I want to try your cooking. You actually have a kitchen? Mashiro exclaimed in disbelief. I told you, didn't I? Masatsuki started, then suddenly froze before a knowing smirk spread across his face. So that's how it is, huh? I thought you were a pure and innocent girl, but it turns out even the cutest ones are the most dangerous. You've been plotting against me all along, haven't you? Well, in that case, I won't be letting you go tonight. You go ahead and rest for a bit, Masatsuki said with a mysterious glint in his eye. I'll call you when the food's ready. Any preferences? Anything's fine. But I love sweet food. Mashiro raised her hand enthusiastically, like a student answering a teacher's question. Sweet food, huh? That does suit you. Masatsuki nodded. No other preferences? Once you finish the sweets, I've got something else delicious for you. Oh. What is it? You'll find out soon enough. Now, let me get cooking. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Understanding Bansho Senran. 11th Division Barracks, Captain's Quarters. Masatsuki, you lazy bum, time to get up. Masatsuki Aozaki lay in bed, holding his green-haired lover in his arms. She was soft and light, his drowsy eyes fluttering open to a familiar sight. Floating in the air were the twin sisters, Bansho and Senran. Bansho, the older sister, was making a silly face, while Senran, the younger one, puffed up her cheeks in mock anger and poked his face. "You two are just too cute." Masatsuki thought to himself with genuine admiration. "I was just dreaming about you." Huh. Senran froze mid-motion, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. Bansho covered her face and chuckled. They had mimicked Muramesa's power. Whenever Masatsuki absent-mindedly called out their names in his mind, the twins would forcibly hijack Muramesa's ability and pop out to mess with him. As a result, every time he attempted Jinzen lately, a tall, emotional woman, standing at 1.7 meters, would inevitably throw herself into his arms, sobbing dramatically. Masatsuki grasped the hilt of Bansho Senran and entered his inner world. The once pure white landscape had changed long ago, now filled with color. The earth had taken on a natural brown hue, waves rhythmically crashed against rocky shores, and the blazing sun and crimson moon hung high in the sky. A gentle breeze, like a girl's delicate fingers, brushed against his face, carrying the sounds of chirping birds, rustling beasts, and splashing fish. Laughter echoed continuously in the distance. In one corner, a woman with long brown hair crouched low. She wore a tight-fitting bodysuit beneath a flowing leather skirt that reached her ankles. Her mature, alluring figure was fully wrapped in white garments. Even in high-heeled white boots, her posture remained effortlessly graceful. Her large, expressive eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Masatsuki suspected this stark contrast in appearance and demeanor was a product of Bansho's twisted sense of humor. But Bansho insisted that this timid older sister was actually a manifestation of Masatsuki's own subconscious desires. "Masatsuki, Bansho, and Senran are bullying me." Muramasa rushed toward him, visibly flustered, and leaped into his arms, clinging onto him like a koala. All right, I got it. I'll deal with them later." Masatsuki ran his fingers through her silky hair, holding her with a smile. "There's no way I have such a weird sense of humor. But this timid older sister is seriously soft and smells nice. And that contrast in her personality is kind of adorable." Masatsuki, you have to stand up for me," Muramasa mumbled weakly, resting against him as she took a deep breath, giggling to herself. "Muramasa, Masatsuki-chan belongs to everyone, you can't keep him all to yourself." A cheerful voice rang out from behind. Turning his head, Masatsuki met Bansho's gentle gaze. Muramasa stiffened instantly. "Ain-san." She muttered sheepishly. "Ain-san. What is this, some kind of delinquent girl gang?" Masatsuki had no idea how to deal with this instantly submissive older sister. He couldn't even bring himself to try. Without a word, Senran grabbed Muramasa by the back of her collar and casually tossed her aside. She traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing into a pile of rubble. "You went a little overboard, didn't you?" Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled, though he wasn't really worried about Muramasa. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. We sisters wouldn't hurt her. With the right intent, even stone can turn soft, Senran said quickly, gazing up at the sun and moon shining together in the sky. Masatsuki grinned. "I always keep you in my heart." Was this her way of reminding him to pay more attention to her? How subtle. If it were Bansho, she'd just tell him straight up to care about her more instead of dancing around the point like this. "I don't need your concern." Besides, saying that now doesn't sound convincing at all, Senran huffed, crossing her arms and looking away. But deep inside, she couldn't help feeling a rush of joy. Masatsuki really does care about me. He understands my feelings. Watching him rush over, Bansho's whole expression brightened with delight. "Oh my, I saw you getting jealous just a moment ago, and now he's ignoring you to check on another woman. What a shame." Seeing how her sister was about to fold after just a few words, Bansho pursed her lips. "And now he's teasing you too. Masatsuki, you really are awful." Hearing Bansho's comment, Masatsuki sighed helplessly. "Bansho, sister. Don't be fooled by Senran's habit of throwing little tantrums. The real little devil here was Bansho, she was much harder to handle." "That's better. I'll let you off this time," Bansho said smugly, crossing her arms and tilting her head up a bit. She loved hearing Masatsuki call her that. Seeing her triumphant expression, Masatsuki let out a relieved breath. "Shall we get to business, then?" Let's start." Bansho nodded before turning to her sister. "Senran, take off your clothes." "Big sis." Ignoring her pleading look, Bansho's lips curled into a mischievous smile, her voice dripping with playful temptation. "What are you so shy about? It's not like it's your first time. Besides, you don't want to be trapped in this inner world forever, do you? In the real world, there's so much more you can do. Big sis is really too good to me. She knows I get embarrassed, so she's helping me." No wonder everyone says she's kind and thoughtful. I won't forget how much she cares about me. Looking down at her sister's dazzling smile, Senran took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Just then, Masatsuki stepped beside her. Need a hand? Senran murmured, loosening her grip on her collar. But before she could move, Bancho grabbed both of her hands, her grip unbreakable. No matter how much Senran struggled, she couldn't break free. In the end, she had no choice but to accept it. We may be from the same source, but she's my big sister. Of course, she's stronger than me. It's not like I didn't try to resist. As Senran hesitated, Masatsuki remained entirely focused, his mind set on one goal, understanding everything about her. To truly materialize a Zanpakutō, one had to fully grasp its essence. Honestly, Masatsuki wasn't sure if he really needed to go this far to achieve materialization. But Bancho had told him so, and for now, he had no choice but to trust her. One thing he did know, whether her method was right or not, making his Zanpakutō happy was never a mistake. Masatsuki. After who knows how long, Senran leaned against his shoulder and softly called his name. Masatsuki couldn't tell how much time had passed. After all, the sun and moon both hung in the sky at once, unmoving. Worse yet, these two celestial ladies weren't just floating there, they were radiating their own light and heat. Ding! Congratulations, Masatsuki-chan. Materialization proficiency increased by 0.1%. Hearing the playful notification, Masatsuki turned around. This wasn't some legendary system cheat, it was just a certain mischievous girl teasing him again. Bancho stuck out her tongue. I figured seeing progress in real time would boost motivation. You really are getting to know us better, Masatsuki. Keep it up. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Bankai Training. The morning was quiet in the captain's quarters, with only Masatsuki Aozaki and Mashiro Kuna lying in bed, idly waiting for time to pass. The two were in a state of deep contemplation, feeling like a mere drop in the vast ocean of existence, marveling at the endlessness of the world. Strictly speaking, their state of mind was akin to that of a sage, indifferent to all external matters, focused only on the pursuit of truth. Seriously, I thought I'd finally get to relax after the war. But I still have to work. Mashiro Kuna grumbled, sprawled across the dark-haired man's chest. It's because the war just ended that there's so much to do. Once the aftermath is dealt with, we should be able to enjoy a long period of peace, Masatsuki replied with a smile. That's true. If it weren't for the rebel uprising, we'd have way more free time. Mashiro nodded in agreement. She had joined the Gotei 13 during peacetime. Back then, aside from training and the occasional deployment to the world of the living, there was barely anything to do. As long as one was strong, being a Shinigami was a simple job. I just didn't expect to be involved in all this. I thought I was only responsible for fighting. Doesn't Jin handle most of the paperwork? As a combatant, all you need to do is report on battlefield conditions. You don't even have to write the reports yourself, Masatsuki reassured her. Ugh, but it's such a hassle. I'd rather be practicing Hakuta than wasting time on meaningless stuff like that, Mashiro whined playfully. Alright. We'll head to the Hakuta dojo later. We worked on your muscles last night, so let's see how much stronger you've gotten today. Masatsuki spoke indulgently, though his gaze drifted toward Bancho Senran, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. The way they used quantified data to help with his Bankai training had definitely increased his motivation. If he had been able to quantify his learning efficiency back in his past life, he might have actually become the kind of model student teachers adored. According to Bancho, his understanding of them had reached 19.3%. At this pace, if he trained once a day, gaining 0.1% each time, it would take a little over 2 years to reach 100%. Without external assistance, that wasn't a long time at all, it could even set a new record in the Soul Society. 2 years, huh? Masatsuki muttered, his eyes lingering on Bancho Senran. Beside him, the young woman sat up and stretched, her graceful curves accentuated by the dim morning light. She dressed quickly, and the sharp, efficient cut of her Shihakushō only enhanced her energetic presence. One look was enough to tell she was full of life. No wonder she's a high-ranking seated officer specializing in Hakuta. In some ways, she even surpasses Ranjaku. The only one who could outmatch her is Yoruichi. Masatsuki, what are you looking at? Mashiro asked, catching his gaze as she stretched. Her lips curled slightly in satisfaction, she was secretly pleased. Without hesitation, she grabbed Masatsuki and yanked him up from the bed. Masatsuki instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, glancing toward Bancho Senran. It wasn't like he had seduced this energetic girl, she was simply too lively for her own good. Bancho Senran's blade trembled slightly, but they didn't suddenly manifest to interrupt the moment. I have to go to the 12th Division at noon. Kiryu-san is looking for me, and I don't have much time, Masatsuki Aozaki said, stroking his chin as he glanced at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. So that means we only have 2 hours? Mashiro Kuna asked, her face twitching slightly in frustration. Despite always presenting herself as a researcher, Kiryu Hikifune was actually one of the strongest captains in the Gotei 13. Over 200 years ago, even Kenpachi Kuryoshiki had acknowledged her strength. To be precise, only 1 hour. The rest has to be spent cooking. If we don't get it ready in time, something terrifying will happen. Masatsuki exaggerated, trying to scare her. Of course, he knew Kiryu wouldn't actually get that angry. If anything, she'd take the opportunity to drag him into the dorm kitchen to cook, letting him learn while eating. Spending more time together should have been good for their relationship, but Masatsuki had already mastered the art of time management, strictly scheduling every part of his day. The souls from the rebellion had all been absorbed into the Hogyoku. Whenever he had free time, he planned to wander around Rakongai to look for suitable materials. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for a captain to be delivering meals? Kisuke Urahara mused as he accepted the food from Masatsuki. If people found out that Kenpachi Aozaki personally brings meals to our captain every day, it might hurt the 11th Division's reputation. Masatsuki shrugged. What's the big deal about bringing food to your wife? Would you dare say that in front of Captain Kiryu? Kisuke sneered. Nope. Masatsuki declared with forced bravado, then winked. Which is why you need to keep this a secret. Don't go blabbing. Heh, and here I thought there was nothing in this world you wouldn't dare do. Kisuke shook his head but nodded nonetheless. Pranks had their limits, some things weren't worth pushing too far. Enough about that. Let's talk about you, Masatsuki said, raising an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. It hasn't been that long since we last met, and you've already broken through to 3rd rank Ryatsu. Kisuke chuckled, his smile carrying an air of maturity beyond his years. I told you, I was confident. It was only a matter of time. True. Kiryu-san has high hopes for you as well, Masatsuki remarked. So, do you think you're up to succeeding her as captain? How's your Bankai training coming along? Just getting started. Kisuke waved it off before suddenly lowering his voice, glancing around suspiciously. Then, in a hushed tone, he asked, You're training for Bankai too, aren't you? Of course. Masatsuki nodded. It wasn't exactly a secret. Any Shinigami who reached 3rd rank spiritual power would naturally attempt to train for Bankai, it was the logical next step. Kisuke draped an arm over Masatsuki's shoulders, pulling him into the corner of the courtyard wall before whispering mysteriously, Actually, I've been experimenting with a new method for achieving Bankai. What kind of method? Masatsuki already had a guess but asked anyway to confirm his suspicions. I've developed a device that can help materialize a Zanpakutō. The prototype should be ready next week. Kisuke said excitedly. A prototype? Don't tell me you're planning to use me as a test subject. Masatsuki recalled his past involvement with the Shinigami Research and Development Institute's experiments, several of which had ended with the lab exploding. Scientific research was seriously dangerous. Kisuke looked a little embarrassed but quickly patted his chest in reassurance. Relax. This time, there won't be any problems. No random explosions, I swear. Masatsuki shot him a skeptical look but eventually nodded. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Senior. 12th Division, Shinigami Research and Development Institute. The Shinigami Research and Development Institute was located within the 12th Division's compound, a mysterious research facility nestled deep in the mountains. On the surface, it appeared as a towering white building, but its true core operations were hidden underground. After tidying up her desk, the purple-haired woman absent-mindedly ran her fingers through her long hair, her gaze fixed on the screen in front of her. Even the food she had lifted to her mouth seemed to have lost its appeal. At noon, the entire institute was enveloped in silence. It was hard to tell whether the rising temperature had induced a sense of laziness or if everyone had simply succumbed to drowsiness. Kiryu Hikifune never expected that her daily routine of eating, drinking, and occasionally researching temporary souls would lead to something like this. Technology really has advanced rapidly. A few hundred years ago, we didn't have such convenient tools, she mused, shaking her head as she stared at the screen in her office. Still, recalling the two figures whispering suspiciously outside the institute's entrance, Kiryu couldn't help but smile. Kisuke has done a great job, but does he not realize their surveillance? Or does he think I wouldn't notice? And Masatsuki, that kid is way too bold. How could he say something like that in broad daylight? Her fingers twirled a strand of hair as she thought back to all the times she had personally sought out Masatsuki Aozaki to teach her his craft. The memory made her feel slightly embarrassed. Wait, do I actually like him? She shoveled a couple of mouthfuls of food into her mouth, deep in thought about their moments together. At the very least, his cooking is amazing. My stomach seems to have accepted him before I have. What am I supposed to do with that? After years of interaction, Kiryu had come to understand the kind of person Masatsuki was. Strictly speaking, he wasn't exactly a good man, but compared to most nobles, he was already one of the better ones. Still, was it really okay to let herself be won over just because of good food? But honestly, how many things in the world were more important than a great meal? Besides, it wasn't like he was a bad person. As she reflected on the past few years, the office door suddenly opened. A poised woman with flowing black hair stepped inside. "You've been working late and still haven't eaten, have you?" Senjimaro Shitara said as she walked in. "I brought you something from the division's canteen. Masatsuki is a captain now, he's bound to be busy, so you'll have to make do with this." With a flick of her puppet arms, she set the lunchbox down on the desk. Oh my, that aroma. Did Masatsuki drop by? Even as Kenpachi, he still finds time to bring you meals. It looks like you're really important to that boy, she added with a teasing smile. He doesn't even care about what others think. Kiryu quickly grabbed the lunch, her voice slightly rushed as she forced a casual laugh. "Thanks, I was starving." Honestly, the food Masatsuki brought probably wouldn't have been enough anyway. "It's nothing," Senjimaro waved her hand dismissively. "But you really don't take care of yourself. Sure, you're fine now, but if something goes wrong in the future, you'll regret it. Not that it really matters anymore," she added with a smirk. "You're about to join the Zero Division. Injuries and sickness won't be much of a concern for us. With the Soul King's power strengthening your body, whether it's research or cooking, you'll be able to do it for as long as you want and eat as much as you like." She glanced at the food, then licked her lips. "But are you sure you can finish all this?" After all, she had been there when Masatsuki taught Kiryu to cook and had tasted his food a few times herself. It really was delicious. "Actually, I can't eat that much," Kiryu Hikifune said with an embarrassed smile as she looked at Senjimaro Shitara. Kiryu, of all people, getting shy. Now that was unexpected. Senjimaro was mildly surprised but covered her mouth with a chuckle. "Then let me help you. Masatsuki's cooking looks quite good." Kiryu pouted. "But Masatsuki made that for me." Senjimaro, with all the authority of a senior, declared righteously, "Kiryu, it is only natural for a senior to assist a junior." Kiryu. At this point, she was seriously starting to suspect that Senjimaro had only brought food as an excuse to snatch Masatsuki's cooking. Late at night, Rukongai was eerily silent. In the Kagurashi district, Sosuke Aizen stood beneath the moonlit sky, gazing up at its serene glow. Tap. 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 Footsteps echoed from underground, growing clearer as a figure slowly ascended toward the surface. "Tozen, did you find something that will satisfy me?" "I hope to hear good news," Aizen said, his back still turned, his tone utterly indifferent. "Aizen-sama. It's nothing but ruins down there, just dirt and rubble. If we try to break through with Kido, it could cause a collapse," Kanami Tozen reported as he emerged from the underground passage. The lingering scent of soil made him frown slightly. "You're quite cautious, Masatsuki-kun," Aizen mused, enjoying the quiet. "But if you're going to such lengths to conceal something, it seems you really have learned a thing or two." For a brief moment, Tozen thought he detected something unusual in Aizen's tone. Was that approval? Just what kind of person did Aizen-sama consider this man to be? Hesitating, he ventured, "It does seem that this man is hiding something from us." Aizen cut him off. "Hiding from us? No, you're mistaken, Tozen. He's not hiding from us." His thoughts drifted back to that day. In Aizen's secret laboratory, the dim glow of the screens flickered across the room. "Aizen-sama," Masatsuki Aozaki called out, eyes fixed on the luminous data displayed before him. "What is it, Masatsuki-kun?" Aizen set down his work and turned, smiling faintly. Masatsuki, as if casually making small talk, asked, "Can I take a look at the lab's research data?" Aizen remained silent for a long moment before chuckling. "Do you even realize what you're asking?" "That's not a joke, Masatsuki-kun." "I know. And you know what I'm after," Masatsuki said with a shrug. "But there's been no progress. Why not let me try? If you're not willing, then forget it." "How amusing. Are you implying you can surpass me?" Aizen sneered. "If you truly believe that, then go ahead and try." Aizen's thoughts returned to the present. Looking back, he had been far too hasty in agreeing to that. When exactly had this damned competitive drive awakened in him? And more importantly, had that man noticed it? Aizen thought back to Masatsuki's words. No, he was certain of it. That clever man had definitely realized it. I handed him all the research. I just wanted to see how far he could go. And now, looking at the results, Aizen felt something stir inside him, an exhilaration he hadn't experienced in years. That thrill of anticipation. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree and Com /Pink Snake. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Captain Examination. After the initial excitement faded, Aizen found himself contemplating a more pressing concern, Masatsuki Aozaki. With his overwhelming talent and intelligence potentially on par with Aizen's own, he could become an even greater threat in the future than Shigekuni Yamamoto. But a collapsed secret chamber wasn't enough to prove that Masatsuki had actually developed anything. It was just as likely that he had destroyed the site to prevent his research from being discovered. After all, being the captain commander's disciple made him a particularly sensitive figure, and Yamamoto himself was an infamously stubborn man. Besides, Masatsuki wasn't someone Aizen could move against lightly. Thinking about the people gathered around him, Aizen felt an impending headache. None of them were easy to deal with. Yamamoto's strength needed no explanation. As his disciple, if Masatsuki were to be harmed, an investigation would be inevitable, potentially undoing years of careful planning. Kiryu Hikifune and Kasuke Urahara were formidable in their own right, with Urahara in particular being an intellectual rival, perhaps even surpassing Aizen himself. And to make matters worse, Kiryu was accompanied by a Zero Division member. With Ryatsu that exceeded that of a standard Shinigami, his Kyoka Soijetsu ability would be useless. Even his decoy had to avoid the 12th Division's territory altogether. This was turning into a real nuisance. Was this all part of your plan, Masatsuki-kun? You truly are a man whose intelligence rivals mine. You've thought everything through, haven't you? If Masatsuki knew what Aizen was thinking, he would probably tell him he was overanalyzing things. Masatsuki had every reason to be confident. Not only was he surrounded by capable allies, but he also understood exactly the kind of man Aizen was. However, he was self-aware enough to recognize his limits. His intellect was merely above average. In a battle of wits, he wouldn't win. His success with the Hogyoku had only been possible thanks to the technical expertise of Kiryu Hikifune, Kasuke Urahara, and Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Compared to those three, he was nothing more than a skilled amateur. Beneath the moonlight, Aizen gazed at his reflection in the water. He pursed his lips before allowing a faint smile to form. He knew that the reasoning he had just laid out, his supposed logic, was both factual and an excuse. Because deep down, he didn't want to kill Masatsuki Aozaki. If anything, he wanted to see just how far he could grow. I'll wait until the Zero Division returns to the Soul King Palace before making any decisions, Aizen murmured as he stepped to the shore of the lake, his narrowed eyes scanning the silent forest. Masatsuki, let's see who will be the one standing at the end. Tozen Kanami, who had been silently awaiting orders, suddenly stiffened. What? Nothing. We still don't know how far Masatsuki-kun has progressed. Aizen turned back slightly, casting a glance at Tozen's serious expression. I want more information. Take some men and investigate. Tozen hesitated. Do you really think he could complete something that even you weren't able to create? Of course not. That research isn't so easily replicated, Aizen replied, shaking his head. Just gathering the necessary materials would be an immense challenge, not to mention the technical expertise required. None of those details were included in the data I gave him. For a brief moment, disappointment flashed across Aizen's face. Even you can't understand me, Tozen. You really are far beneath that man. What? Do you still have doubts? Aizen didn't turn around, his gaze remaining fixed on his own reflection in the water. No, I just want to know where to start. Should I confront Masatsuki Aozaki directly, or investigate the people around him first? Kanami Tozen frowned slightly. If Masatsuki was as clever as Aizen suspected, neither approach would yield much useful information. Oh. Let's start with this basement then. See if you can find any clues. Aizen finally turned around, letting out a sigh as he gave the order. In the dead of night, the Kagurashi district of East Rakongai was silent. Two young men exchanged peculiar looks. Though blind, Tozen's other senses were exceptionally sharp, he could feel Aizen's piercing gaze on him. Tozen wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he was a strategist, skilled in warfare and deception. That's why he immediately realized he had made a mistake. If Masatsuki couldn't be touched before the Zero Division left, then the best course of action was to start somewhere less significant. And this abandoned basement was the perfect place to begin. Inwardly, he marveled at Aizen's insight, how effortlessly he saw through everything. 11th Division, Captain's Quarters. As the third seat, Mashiro Kuna had taken it upon herself to clean the captain's quarters. After a quick 15-minute tidying session, she was already finished. Meanwhile, Masatsuki Aozaki sat cross-legged on his bed, his Zanpakutō resting on his lap as he focused on Jinzen meditation. To achieve Bankai, one needed complete understanding of their Zanpakutō. Bansho had carefully structured his training schedule down to the second. Masatsuki had no intention of wasting even a moment. Captain's exam. He frowned as he listened to Mashiro's explanation. The term felt both familiar and foreign. That's right. At the next captain's meeting, a candidate will be present. Supposedly, someone has mastered Bankai and has submitted a request for promotion, Mashiro nodded as she explained. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. It must be the candidate for the 3rd Division captaincy, the only vacant position in the Gotei 13. That seat had remained empty for a long time, with Chikane Iba serving as acting captain in the meantime. In the original timeline, the position was eventually filled by Rojuro Otoribashi. Masatsuki had looked into it. Otoribashi had indeed been training for Bankai, but he hadn't succeeded yet. Had he recently broken through? Or, could it be Koga Kuchiki? After the war, it made sense that a Shinigami with Bankai wouldn't remain in the special forces, but wasn't he just Jinrei Kuchiki's lapdog? In any case, you don't need to worry about it. The selection process has nothing to do with us, the candidate is just vying for the 3rd Division captaincy. Having been a Shinigami for nearly a century, Mashiro was well versed in these procedures. She waved a hand dismissively, radiating confidence. You just have to join the other captains and determine whether he's truly qualified for the position. Who's the candidate? Masatsuki prided himself on knowing this world inside and out, but things had already deviated from the original course. He needed confirmation. No idea. The candidate's identity hasn't been revealed yet, Mashiro said as she casually settled herself in his lap. I see. I wonder who it could be. As his Bansho Senrin training session concluded, Masatsuki set his Zanpakutō aside. Still, he couldn't shake a strange feeling in his chest. You've been training for so long, you should take a break, Mashiro said approvingly as she eyed him. You still smell fine, but you need a proper wash. With that, she pointed toward the bathroom. Masatsuki hesitated for a moment before finally getting up and heading inside. Lying in the bath, he clenched his fist and exhaled slowly. Without realizing it. I've reached the point where I have a say in who becomes captain. He thought back to when he had first arrived in Soul Society, back when he could barely find enough to eat. And now, he had the power to influence the future of the Gotei 13. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, This is Talent. Shocking. Another young genius in the Gotei 13 has mastered Bankai, what's the story behind this? Unbelievable. This candidate for captain is so young. The title of greatest genius in history might slip from the hands of the 11th Kenpachi, Masatsuki Aozaki. The 9th Division certainly lived up to its reputation as the Gotei 13's only editorial office. Their ability to craft sensational headlines for maximum attention was nothing short of masterful. A flood of dramatic headlines filled the morning paper, making Masatsuki Aozaki wonder if Kensei Meguruma had secretly taken lessons from the Department of Shock. What was even more infuriating was that this so-called reporter had used a picture of him for the front page without permission. And given that the culprit was someone with thick eyebrows and an upright appearance, Masatsuki couldn't shake the feeling that it was an act of petty revenge, probably for stealing Mashiro Kuno way. The 9th Division's editorial standards are really slipping. I thought they were talking about some prodigy, but all they did was use a blurry silhouette to try and challenge Kenpachi Aozaki, someone scoffed. If you ask me, they should just stick to serializing Suichi Jetsusama's masterpiece. And if that's not possible, at least update the Rosy Path. Even romance novels are more interesting than this garbage. This is ridiculous. The 9th Division will do anything for sales, even slandering Aozaki-sama. Hey, that's not fair, someone from the crowd protested. What's wrong with the 9th Division? We're the official editorial office, you know. Do you even understand the weight of the word official? Besides, just look at that silhouette, it's obviously a young guy. What's wrong with guessing he's younger than Kenpachi Aozaki? I know you. You're one of the 9th Division's editors, aren't you? So you're the bastard who wrote this article. Brother, you're in trouble now, someone laughed. This lady here is from Suki no Hana, we can't afford to mess with her. If I were you, I'd start running. Suki no Hana. What the hell is that? You don't know. And you call yourself a journalist? It's a secret society formed by the female members of the 2nd Division, also known as the Masatsuki Aozaki Fan Club. Word is, every single female Shinigami in the 2nd Division is a member. What? The entire 2nd Division? Including Captain Shihoin. The editor paled. Screw this, I'm out. Damn it, I don't even know if the captain will be able to save me this time. His panicked retreat sparked a round of laughter from the surrounding Shinigami. Uncovering scandal was a dangerous job. Normally, the 9th Division would back their own, but this time, the editor had clearly messed with the wrong people. Hey, that guy's way too spineless. A Shinigami of the Gotei 13, afraid over something so trivial. It's not like they'd actually tear him apart over this, someone shook their head in amusement. Haha, you say that, but who in their right mind would mess with a fanatic group like that? Especially when the Shihoin clan is involved and several high-ranking nobles are part of it. The conversation soon shifted. But back to the main topic, the captain candidate does look young. Do you think he'll pass the selection? If he had the nerve to apply, he must have confidence. But come on, all we've seen is a silhouette. How can you even tell he's young? Look at his hands and neck, those are visible. I'd guess he's under 200 years old. Under 200? That's definitely young, but still miles behind Kenpachi Aozaki. He's not even 30 yet. Yeah, not even 30 years old. No wonder he's the greatest genius in Soul Society's history. Masatsuki-sama is the strongest. He's bound to stand alongside the captain commander one day. That's right. Masatsuki-sama is the most talented Shinigami ever. The Shinigami discussing the morning paper couldn't help but reflect on the past few years. The captain commander's personal disciple. The youngest captain in history. The prodigy who slew the 10th Kenpachi. Masatsuki Aozaki's achievements were already legendary within the Gotei 13. For ordinary people, it was an untouchable realm of excellence. His talent was something others could only dream of reaching. Just earning the captain commander's recognition was a lifelong goal for most Shinigami. After all, the vast majority of Soul Society's population were ordinary souls. Even among Shinigami, those with true talent were 1 in 10,000. While every Shinigami held their own sense of pride, when faced with someone like Masatsuki, most didn't even entertain the idea of surpassing him. At this point, many simply hoped that the title of greatest genius would remain his. After all, geniuses like him were meant to be admired. Too many of them, and it would only leave people feeling lost, stripped of direction, unsure what they were even striving for. That was why, when veteran Shinigami encouraged their juniors, they never said, strive to be like Kenpachi Aozaki. It looks like everyone has quite a bit of confidence in me. Masatsuki Aozaki strolled casually down the street, waving to the small groups of admiring fans along the way. Watching their unwavering faith in him, he couldn't help but sigh. But if Suki no Hana is supposed to be my fan club, how come I've never even heard of it before? Walking beside him, Itora Yamazaki remained silent, instead pondering the possibility of establishing a proper fan club. After all, Suki no Hana only accepted female members. How was that fair to the male squad members? Since the 11th Division was mostly composed of men, it was his duty as lieutenant to ensure that everyone's rights were protected. Masatsuki accepted a copy of the morning paper from a starry-eyed young admirer. His gaze landed on the blurry silhouette of the captain candidate, and an odd sense of familiarity struck him. Where had he seen that before? Judging by the hairstyle, it wasn't Rojuro Otoribashi or Koga Kuchiki. TCH, that brat is full of himself. The girl delivering his newspaper is one of ours. Kensei Maguruma, walking a short distance behind, clicked his tongue in annoyance. A pretty face and some charm, and just like that, one of the girls he painstakingly trained had been snatched away. This wasn't over. You still thinking about revenge? That guy's a noble. If he accuses you of defaming a noble, you will lose. Shinji Hirako, his longtime friend, shot him a knowing look. Defaming a noble in a society ruled by nobles. That was more than just risky, it was outright reckless. As a captain, Kensei wouldn't face execution or anything extreme. But if a noble wanted to push for punishment, there was no avoiding it. At the very least, he'd be fined a few months' salary. Captain Kensei, talking behind someone's back isn't a very good habit. When? Kensei spun around in shock, only to find Masatsuki standing right there. After some time apart, he was startled to realize that Masatsuki's Ryatsu, which had only been at the lower third rank level 6 months ago, had now risen to be on par with his own. This kid's growth rate was insane. Even at a captain's level, he was still improving this quickly. And worse, how the hell was he faster than him, when their Ryatsu was supposed to be at the same level? This is talent, isn't it? Masatsuki smirked, as if reading his mind. Kensei's eye twitched. This damn brat had a habit of always poking where it hurt. Seriously, how the hell did Mashiro even like this guy? Masatsuki suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Actually, I'm quite nice to girls. Kensei and Shinji both stared at him in shock. Wait. Could this guy read minds? No, Masatsuki shrugged. But your thoughts are written all over your face. It's way too easy to guess. Kensei and Shinji were left speechless. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The Test. The meeting room in the 1st Division Barracks. As the designated venue for the captain's meeting, the room was already filled with lieutenants. However, there weren't actually that many of them. Among the lieutenants present, one was acting as a captain's substitute, ranked half a step higher than the rest, so they didn't have to wait outside with the others. The Shinigami who had just arrived outside the office walls were visibly excited. Serving in the 1st Division, they had encountered many powerful figures, with their own captain being the strongest of them all. Yet, they couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. This was the captain's seat, one of the highest positions among professional Shinigami, and today, the last remaining vacancy would finally be filled. Perhaps it was simply human nature to always yearn for something greater. Even though these elite Shinigami knew that mastering Bankai gave them a 99% chance of becoming a captain, they still wanted to witness the appointment of a new captain firsthand. After all, captain exams were a rare occurrence. Clap. 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 At the sound of approaching footsteps, silence fell over the room. 3 men, clad in white haori, walked directly into the meeting chamber, drawing admiring gazes from the gathered Shinigami. Leading the way was Kensei Maguruma, captain of the 9th Division, looking visibly irritated. Behind him was the newly appointed captain, Masatsuki Aozaki, widely regarded as the greatest prodigy in Seoul society's history, wearing a broad, unmistakably cheerful smile. Following at the rear was Shinji Hirako, captain of the 5th Division, his half-lidded eyes filled with exasperation as he watched the 2 ahead of him. Trailing behind them were 3 lieutenants. Aizen's gaze occasionally flickered toward Masatsuki Aozaki, but to any outside observer, the 2 appeared to be only distantly acquainted. When does the captain's exam start? A voice suddenly rang out from behind them, prompting Masatsuki Aozaki to instinctively turn toward the familiar sound. Standing at the doorway, arms crossed, was Yorichi Shihoin. Dressed in a combat-style Shihakushō with a white haori draped over her shoulders, she gazed at the massive doors before her with a nostalgic expression. Masatsuki, good morning. Look at you, so lazy. I knew leaving the 2nd Division wouldn't suit you. Yorichi turned back and waved casually at him. As someone closely connected to Masatsuki Aozaki, just the sight of the 2 standing together immediately drew the attention of onlookers. Everyone knew their relationship was far more than just friendship. Gossip was one of humanity's greatest instincts, and a rumored affair between 2 captains was always a hot topic. But when discussing the peculiar dynamic between them, one couldn't ignore the presence of several other notable women in the room. Under the silent yet unmistakably menacing gaze of Retsu Unohana, Kensei Maguruma willingly vacated his spot beside Masatsuki Aozaki, allowing the 2 to stand side by side. Lisa Yatamaru, rumored to have spent nights in the 11th Kenpachi's dormitory, kept her head buried in a peculiar-looking book, pretending not to notice anything. Kiryu Hikifune, captain of the 12th Division, stood off to the side, munching on a melon, her expression making it clear she had no interest in getting involved. Meanwhile, Ranjika Matsumoto, neither a captain nor a lieutenant, could only watch from outside the doorway. Though she wore a bright, amused smile, even she could sense the pressure weighing on Masatsuki Aozaki at that moment. Actually, I was just as lazy when I was in the 2nd Division. But when it's time to be serious, I can't slack off. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Masatsuki Aozaki casually took Yorichi's hand in his own. As for Unohana, he knew better than to try anything. Yorichi nodded in satisfaction. You 2 seem to be having a great time chatting. This meeting is about the operation to eliminate the rebels, isn't it? Looks like Masatsuki is already prepared. Still wearing her gentle smile, Unohana folded her hands elegantly in front of her, embodying the grace of a true Yamato Nadeshiko. I'm not exactly suited for this kind of thing, Masatsuki admitted, studying the composed woman before him. But fortunately, I have some help. When she wasn't in one of her moods, Unohana was truly captivating, so much so that Masatsuki often found himself thinking she would make the perfect wife. The problem was that when she did go off the rails, the only thing left in her was an overwhelming thirst for blood. Just standing near her in those moments was terrifying. Ever since he had defeated Kenpachi Kiganjo, her bloodlust had only grown harder to control. There were even times when, while he was helping her arrange flowers, an inexplicable chill would creep down his spine. That constant sense of looming danger had significantly reduced his attendance at flower arrangement lessons. Unless one possessed the absolute strength to suppress this woman entirely, it was best not to provoke her carelessly. In my experience, after the captain's meeting, the captain's exam will begin. At that time, one captain will be selected to test the strength of the candidate. Sensing Masatsuki Aozaki's longing yet hesitant gaze, Unohana was momentarily surprised. This kid keeps getting more interesting. Have I been too overbearing? Still, she quickly changed the subject, maintaining her gentle smile as she continued explaining the captain's exam. But calling it an exam is a bit misleading, it's really just a demonstration of strength. Mastering Bankai is the true threshold of power, marking a clear distinction from ordinary Shinigami. After all, not everyone is like you, possessing such a unique Zanpakutō. A Bankai can amplify Ryatsu 5 to 10 times beyond Shurkai, that's not a gap that can simply be bridged. Learning Bankai is essentially a ticket to becoming a captain. As long as the candidate isn't some dangerous criminal, the captains will typically approve their appointment. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded, indicating he understood. He could more or less see the reasoning behind the captain's decisions. At the end of the day, captains were the highest-ranking members of the Gotei 13, with only the captain commander above them, a seat that, for now, no one but Yamamoto could occupy. The leadership of other divisions was none of his concern. With no personal grudges involved, there was little reason to offend a Shinigami who had achieved Bankai over a position that had nothing to do with him. So, how exactly does the captain's exam work? Shihakushō asked, intrigued by Unohana's explanation. She had bypassed the usual process, directly applying through her family to replace the previous corps commander, smoothly taking over as the captain of the 2nd Division. Because of that, she wasn't particularly familiar with the standard captain examination procedure. It's actually quite simple, Unohana explained with a pleasant smile. The captain commander must be present, and at least 3 captains, including the captain commander, must bear witness to the exam. As for the exam itself, it's straightforward. One captain is chosen as the examiner, and they battle the candidate to determine whether they possess the strength to be a captain. One captain as the examiner. Masatsuki Aozaki rubbed his chin. I wonder who the lucky one will be. Alright, that's enough talk. The captain's meeting is about to begin. Let's head inside. Glancing at the captains gathered in the meeting room, Unohana subtly tilted her head, her chin pointing toward Captain Commander Yamamoto, who sat with his eyes narrowed. He didn't even need Ryujin Jaka, there were already sparks in his gaze. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped into the meeting room. At Yamamoto's signal, he unfolded the manuscript Jin Ichimaru had prepared and began reporting on the battle against the rebels. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Examiner Kensei Maguruma. The captain's exam will begin shortly. Captains, please enter. Jojiro Sasakaibe, usually a stern lieutenant, now assumed the role of an equally serious assistant to the examiner. With a firm push, he opened the doors to the 1st Division's outdoor training grounds and stepped inside. Since everyone's here, take your seats. The exam is about to begin. As the group entered, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto followed in from behind, waving a hand toward the standing captains. One by one, the captains took their seats, except for one, who stepped forward. Yamamoto nodded at the approaching figure. Kensei Maguruma, you will be the examiner for this test. Remember, cheating is strictly forbidden. Anyone caught violating the rules will be disqualified, and the examiner will face consequences as well. Don't even think about bending the rules. With all the captains watching, there's no chance of deception. This exam is meant to evaluate the candidate's strength. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid any actions that could result in severe injury or death. Yes, Captain Commander. I understand. Kensei Maguruma gave a small nod before making his way to the center of the training field. Yamamoto moved toward his own seat but hesitated before sitting, scanning the area as if scrutinizing whether Kensei would give it his all. Masatsuki Aozaki, already seated, rolled his eyes. That was a whole lot of words with no actual meaning. How would anyone even cheat on a captain's exam? Did Yamamoto think the captains sitting here were just decoration? Even if the candidate didn't have Bankai, like himself, it wasn't exactly hard to determine whether someone had captain-level combat strength. Send in the candidate. Yamamoto's stern gaze shifted toward Jojiro Sasakaibe, who gave a silent nod before leaving his seat. Who's taking the exam, anyway? Why all the secrecy? Masatsuki Aozaki half-listened to Yamamoto's imposing voice while scanning his surroundings. The seats beneath them were crafted from fine cypress wood. He had to admit, as the division that led the Gotei 13, the 1st Division had the best accommodations. A cool breeze drifted through the open-air training grounds, carrying a crisp chill as winter approached. The air was fresh, but the atmosphere was heavy, filled with an unshakable tension. It was a beautiful day, yet no one could truly relax. Masatsuki's gaze drifted toward the other captains. Aside from Jinryai Kachiki, who was fully focused on the training field, the rest all spared him a glance. He felt like a celebrity under the spotlight. Sure, he was already famous throughout Seireitei, but having this many captains watching him alone was unsettling. Being handsome really is a curse. Even the guys can't stop staring at me. Masatsuki sighed to himself, basking in his own narcissism. Focus on the exam. Stop looking around. Kiryu Hikifune, seated to his right, must have noticed his wandering gaze. She turned slightly, her bright eyes blinking in silent admonition. The captain's seating arrangement followed their division numbers, which placed Masatsuki and Kiryu together, while Shihakushō and Retsu Unohana sat on the other side. Relax. We're just here to watch. The outcome doesn't really concern us, what's the harm in looking around? Masatsuki smirked, giving Kiryu a playful glance. Puffed. She stifled a laugh at his teasing, her previously composed demeanor softening. We can communicate with just a look. Have we reached that level of understanding? Feeling more at ease, Kiryu looked at Masatsuki with amusement. Captains, this is a formal occasion. Yamamoto's voice remained calm, but the underlying irritation was clear. I would appreciate it if certain individuals refrained from setting a bad example for future captains under my watch. The two so-called bad influences immediately straightened up, shifting their focus back to the training grounds. Masatsuki clicked his tongue, annoyed at the lost opportunity to bond with Kiryu. This old man, seriously. Instead of paying attention to the exam, he's got time to police me. What kind of work ethic is that? The Gotei 13 is doomed at this rate. Yamamoto shot a cold glance at the two mischief makers before letting out a quiet scoff. If everyone is ready, the exam will begin. As his words fell, Chojiro Sasakai positioned himself at the edge of the training field, and a pale blue reishi barrier materialized in the air. Meanwhile, Kensei Maguruma, standing beside him, attempted to offer what he thought was a friendly smile to the soon-to-be captain. Unfortunately, it looked less like encouragement and more like the sinister grin of a villain about to destroy the world. Are there any normal people left in the Gotei 13? Watching Kensei's evil expression, Sasakai twitched slightly, silently questioning the state of the organization in his mind. He steadied his emotions before announcing loudly. Next, the captain's aptitude test. The 5th Division Lieutenant, Sosuke Aizen, entered the training ground. A refined young man stepped out from the shadows, his gentle smile as warm and reassuring as a spring breeze. Masatsuki Aozaki froze at the sight of the familiar figure. But the one who reacted even more dramatically was Shinji Hirako, who had been casually sipping tea just moments ago, only to spit it out the moment Aizen's name was called. Watching this unfold, Masatsuki Aozaki immediately understood what was happening and found himself at a loss for words. Wait, your own lieutenant is about to be promoted to captain, and you, as his captain, had no idea. Seated beside him, Retsu Unohana and Jinri Ikuchiki made no effort to hide their disapproval, shifting their seats slightly away from Shinji. Waving a hand, Shinji hurriedly said, "Sorry, I got a little too excited and couldn't help myself." Even Captain Hirako didn't know. Shunsue Kairaku teased. Looks like Lieutenant Aizen wanted to surprise you. Heh. Shinji forced a stiff smile. Surprise? More like a heart attack. When the hell did this guy submit his application? I keep an eye on him every single day, how did I not notice? Noticing the change in his expression, Unohana tilted her head slightly and asked curiously. Lieutenant Aizen has already mastered Bankai. If I recall correctly, he's not even 200 years old yet. Truly a genius. Captain Hirako, aren't you happy for him? Of course I'm happy. Aizen's proving his potential, why wouldn't I be? Shinji forced out a smile, gritting his teeth. He felt absolutely miserable. He desperately wanted to tell everyone here that Aizen was dangerous. But while he had sensed something off about Aizen for a long time, he had no solid proof. If he spoke out now, no one would believe him. Worse, it might even make him look petty, like a captain jealous of his own subordinate. And knowing how stubborn Captain Commander Yamamoto was, not only would he dismiss Shinji's concerns, but he'd probably reprimand him for making baseless accusations. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 140, Children. When Shinji Hirako looked down, he sucked in a sharp breath. Masatsuki Aozaki turned his gaze toward the field, only to be met with a warm, gentle smile, one that carried a faint trace of provocation. Interesting. Masatsuki murmured, his tone laced with meaning. Unlike Shinji, he had no intention of exposing Aizen. First, words alone meant nothing. Yamamoto might not even believe it. Second, he understood Aizen's strength. Aizen wasn't Yamamoto's match, but unless the old man was willing to destroy the world in the process, taking him down wouldn't be easy either. Third, Masatsuki himself was too deeply entangled with Aizen. If certain things came to light, knowing Yamamoto's rigid nature, the old man might decide to clean the house. Aizen could always escape. Masatsuki. Not so much. So, in that regard, he agreed with Shinji, Yamamoto was indeed stubborn. The other captains, unaware of the thoughts running through Masatsuki and Shinji's minds, simply watched the scene unfold with intrigue. Despite Aizen's arrogance, ruthlessness, and his countless murders, not to mention his ambition to overthrow Seireitei's order, most people still saw him as a model Shinigami. Masatsuki could only admit one thing, when it came to acting, he had a lot to learn from Aizen. The man could effortlessly charm young Shinigami, turn them against Seireitei, and even after everything, some still worshipped him. If Aizen weren't so obsessed with overcomplicating things, he would have been an undeniable candidate for Captain Commander once Yamamoto stepped down. If you make it to the top, what's left that you can't do? Masatsuki mused, watching Aizen's confident stance. A lone genius, unable to tolerate being beneath a group of incompetent fools once your goal is achieved. Taking a deep breath, Masatsuki smirked, as if he had seen right through everything. And now, you're stepping up to become a captain. What changed your mind? Well, I suppose if used correctly, a captain's authority can go a long way. Good luck. Masatsuki knew Aizen had never stayed in the 5th Division as a lieutenant out of duty, it had always been a game. He was simply passing time, waiting to see when Shinji would finally uncover his true nature. Now, though, something new had piqued his interest. After all, he is someone who could shave Shinji Hirako's head bald just for fun. It sounded childish, but at the core of it, Aizen was like a child, one whose intellect was simply too advanced for his own good. His extraordinary ability set him apart from others, and his superior intelligence allowed him to see far beyond the surface of things. It was as if he stood alone in a world far older than what ordinary souls could perceive, a solitary child crying into the void. His mind was too sharp, too keen, and in the grand illusion he saw, he was always alone. Yet, the very fact that he could feel loneliness proved something important, he was still human. A social creature by nature. People could only grow through connections with others. No matter how far Aizen distanced himself, at his core, he was just a lonely child longing for companionship. Looking back at his actions in another timeline, Masatsuki could see it, traces of childish defiance, masked by grandeur. Aizen looked at Masatsuki Aozaki's smiling expression and felt an unprecedented sense of joy. So, you understand me. As expected, we are the same kind of person. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Aizen Sosuke let out a slow breath and stepped forward to face Kensei Meguruma. Your name is Sosuke Aizen, right? Shinji Hirako's lieutenant, Kensei suddenly spoke. I heard you're not even 200 years old, yet you've already mastered Bankai. Not bad. For Shinji Hirako's sake, I didn't really want to hurt you. But since the captain commander has ordered it, I won't be holding back. His tall, muscular frame exuded raw strength, making him seem overwhelmingly dominant compared to the seemingly frail Aizen. The lieutenants watching from the sidelines swallowed nervously. Kensei stared straight at Aizen, as if expecting some sort of reaction. However, Aizen didn't display the slightest hint of fear, contrary to Kensei's expectations. The young man, his 5th Division armband neatly tied around his arm, simply gazed at him in silence. I'll take this exam seriously, so please don't hold back, Captain Meguruma. Kensei was momentarily taken aback. There was something unsettling about Aizen's calm demeanor, something that made even him feel a slight sense of pressure. On the high platform, Shinji Hirako narrowed his eyes, carefully observing their every move. If Aizen showed any sign of overstepping his bounds, Shinji would immediately come up with a dozen reasons to prevent him from becoming captain. But the problem was, despite sensing Aizen's dangerous nature, Shinji had no concrete understanding of his true strength. If Kensei managed to defeat him and declared that Aizen had failed the exam, Shinji could use that opportunity to sway the captain commander's judgment. Yamamoto, oblivious to the scheming minds around him, gave Chojiro Sasakaiba a nod. Raising his voice with the aid of Ryatsu, Sasakaiba ensured that everyone in the audience could hear as he announced. Let the captain's exam begin. Kensei's gaze sharpened. Pulling open his shirt, he revealed the 69 tattoo on his abdomen before unsheathing his Zanpakutō and stepping into a combat stance. His grip tightened around the hilt, feet firmly planted, and with explosive speed, he lunged straight at Aizen. Seeing this, Aizen simply lifted his hand, drawing his Zanpakutō with a smooth motion before swinging in a single, fluid strike. Kensei's eyes widened. There was no way to dodge, it was too fast. His only option was to turn his blade sideways and block the attack head-on. Bang. The moment their blades met, a tremendous force surged through Kensei's sword like a tidal wave, momentarily startling him. He hadn't expected such power from someone with Aizen's slim build, yet the young man was matching him blow for blow without faltering. However, Kensei wasn't so easily shaken. With just a slight tremor, he quickly regained his footing. But Aizen didn't give him a moment to recover. The instant his first strike connected, he followed up with a relentless barrage, more than 10 rapid slashes in the blink of an eye. Kensei barely managed to parry them, putting all his strength into blocking each attack. Just when he thought he'd created an opening for a counterattack, Aizen suddenly raised his other hand. Ryatsu surged in his palm, whipping up violent gusts of wind. Heido number 58, Tenrin. A massive whirlwind roared forth like a raging beast, slamming into Kensei and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Not bad. His Ryatsu is definitely at captain level. But I didn't expect him to actually overpower Captain Meguruma. The captains on the platform exchanged glances, impressed by what they had just witnessed. Kensei had been a captain for decades, yet Aizen, as a newly promoted captain, was already managing to suppress him, a remarkable feat, damn. I'm Shinji Hirako's friend, at least. You really didn't hold back, huh, kid? Despite being at a disadvantage, Kensei still had the energy to joke. Aizen, however, was puzzled. He hadn't had much interaction with Kensei, but based on his research, the man was supposed to be quick-tempered and easily provoked. Yet right now, the tone in Kensei's voice carried a sense of approval, perhaps even satisfaction. Aizen's lips curled into a faint smile. Since Captain Meguruma said to go all out, I wouldn't dare be careless. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, the test ends. Is it because you just recently learned Bankai and haven't fully mastered your Ryatsu control? Kensei Meguruma grinned widely, thinking it was his duty as a senior to encourage his juniors. Then, with a smile that was both kind and mischievous, he added, good thing I was the one here. If it had been an ordinary lieutenant, that last attack might have been a real problem. But that's still not enough. I should get a little more serious. Futabase. Blow it away, Tachikaze. The moment he uttered the release command, his Ryatsu surged dramatically. A powerful wave of Ryatsu erupted, forcing many of the watching Shinigami to instinctively take a step back. Wisps of green-blue spiritual wind swirled around Kensei, rising into the air. The katana-shaped Zanpakutō in his hand glowed with a bright green light, slowly shifting into the form of a dagger. As it transformed, gusts of wind spiraled from its blade. When Kensei swung the dagger, the air currents it cut through turned into razor-thin, green-blue wind blades. A shattered piece of earth from the previous battle barely touched one of these wind threads before disintegrating into dust. Even those standing near the battlefield felt a chill at the sight of the threads, an instinctive fear creeping over them, a sensation of death looming just a step too close. Ha! Kyoka Suigetsu. Sosuke Aizen let out a slow breath. The tip of his Zanpakutō, Kyoka Suigetsu, was pointed downward. Though the blade itself showed no visible change, his Ryatsu suddenly spiked. What's going on? He released his Shurikai, but why hasn't his Zanpakutō changed? Some of the Shinigami couldn't help but voice their confusion. There was no visible transformation, nor any discernible ability being displayed. The overwhelming surge of Ryatsu from moments ago now seemed like nothing more than a flashy distraction. After a brief pause, a member of the 5th Division spoke up. I remember Lieutenant Aizen's Shurikai creates illusions similar to mirages by refracting water currents and mist, causing enemies to turn on each other. To us, it looks like nothing happened, but in Captain Mugiruma's eyes, Lieutenant Aizen's appearance may have already changed completely. This kind of ability has its uses in warfare, but in a one-on-one fight against someone with strong spiritual perception, it might not be as effective. If that's the case, wouldn't that put Lieutenant Aizen at a disadvantage? As the onlookers speculated, the two combatants had already clashed once more. After a long battle, Sosuke Aizen stood on the training field, his face filled with reluctance as he conceded defeat under Kensei Mugiruma's blade. In the end, Aizen lost by a narrow margin. However, considering that his Bankai wasn't suited for one-on-one combat, Kensei, acting as the chief examiner, still deemed him to have passed the assessment. It wasn't until the very end that Aizen revealed what he called his Bankai. In reality, all he did was shout, Bankai, before casually making up the name, Mikyo Shursue. He explained that its ability was still based on manipulating water and mist to affect his enemies, but with an increased range. Without a doubt, this so-called Bankai was a complete fabrication. Masatsuki Aozaki knew the truth, Aizen didn't possess a real Bankai at all. It seemed almost absurd that a prodigy, isolated by his own talent, wouldn't have achieved Bankai. But that was the reality. Deep down, Aizen never truly saw himself as a Shinigami. He only trusted himself, refusing to place faith in Zanpakutō, the very symbol of a Shinigami's power. He had no desire to communicate with his own blade. What everyone perceived as his Bankai was nothing more than an illusion, created by releasing a fraction of his Ryatsu and using Kyoka Suigetsu to manipulate Kensei Mugiruma's perception. I won't end up like him, unable to achieve Bankai, right? Masatsuki Aozaki felt a twinge of concern, but at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Do you see us as your Zanpakutō? Yes. After a brief pause, Masatsuki Aozaki gave a firm answer. Bansho chuckled softly. Then that's all that matters. She made no promises, yet her light-hearted words were enough to put Masatsuki at ease. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yamamoto spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. The former lieutenant of the 5th Division, Sosuke Aizen, will be promoted to captain of the 3rd Division starting next month. The appointment letter will be issued at the end of the month and delivered to the 5th Division barracks by the inner court troop. That is all. The announcement was met with joy from most of the gathered Shinigami. Aizen had served in the Gotei 13 for years, earning admiration across various divisions. Even those who hadn't fallen under his charm had no real reason to dislike him. Except for Shinji Hirako. He sat there, looking absolutely miserable. Shinji had sharp instincts. The moment he met Aizen, he knew, this man was dangerous and untrustworthy. But intuition was a personal thing. No one else could see what he saw, and no one would believe him easily. He had wanted to speak up, to warn everyone, but Yamamoto silenced him with a single glare. Even when he criticized Aizen's strength during the battle, he was met with nothing but scornful looks. Among all present, only Masatsuki Aozaki understood Shinji's predicament. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for the men who could see the truth before anyone else. Shinji blinked, caught off guard when he noticed Masatsuki's pitying gaze. Wait, this kid sees how frustrated I am. Is he pitying me? Does this mean he isn't actually some annoying brat, but deep down, he's a kind person? Masatsuki Aozaki simply grinned, waved, and left the first division. When Masatsuki finally snapped out of his amused daze, a small, bronze-skinned beauty suddenly appeared before him. You're grinning like that again, what kind of trouble have you caused this time? Yoruichi Shihoin teased, her golden eyes sparkling with amusement. I haven't caused any trouble, Masatsuki replied quickly, taking her delicate hand. But someone else is about to have a bad day. Huh. Weird that you're not back at the second division and actually have time to visit me. That's normal. The war's over, and there isn't much work for the Gotei 13 during peacetime. It's mostly just standing guard, patrolling, or cleaning up stray hollows in the world of the living. The captains have it even easier, no running around, just sitting in their office handling paperwork. Yoruichi shook her head at Masatsuki's playful antics and sighed. Come on, we're going to your place. In such a hurry? Yoruichi scrunched her nose, her rich, bronze skin making the gesture look particularly mischievous. Where do you think this is going? Don't forget what I promised you. They arrived at the noble district, finding the entire mansion empty, only the two of them remained. Even the craftsmen responsible for renovating the Aozaki estate were gone. With the Senkamen complete, there's no reason for them to stay. This is your home, after all. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to linger, Yoruichi said, glancing around the courtyard. A vast area near the mountainside had been transformed into a grand gate-like structure. Massive white stones were meticulously arranged in an orderly pattern, and in front of the entrance stood two towering wooden pillars that seemed to pierce the sky. This Senkamen is the Shihoin clan's crowning achievement, combining the functions of a standard Senkamen and a specialized one, Yoruichi said proudly. It allows travel not only to the world of the living but also to Hueco Mundo. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Tenshintai. Whoa. So this is a Tenshintai? It's just a prototype, Kasuke Urahara replied, holding an unusual-looking doll in his arms as he answered Masatsuki Aozaki's question. They were in the secret training ground beneath Sokayaku Hill. The doll Urahara had brought was a special spiritual tool called a Tenshintai, an instrument designed to forcibly manifest a Zanpakutō's spirit by piercing it with the blade. This prototype can only maintain materialization for about half an hour. I'm planning to develop a completed version that should extend the duration to around 3 days. A Tenshintai can only be used a limited number of times, but there will always be some restrictions. Urahara spoke in a relaxed tone as he carefully placed the Tenshintai on the high platform in front of him. This particular Tenshintai was developed using data from Benihime. I've already tested it once. Now, Masatsuki, let's try manifesting Bancho Senrin and see if we can actually perceive it. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded and stepped forward. The moment he did, the Tenshintai began to change. Huh. Even Urahara was caught off guard by the reaction. Masatsuki hadn't even unsheathed his Zanpakutō, let alone pierced the Tenshintai with it, yet the Tenshintai was already stirring. Slowly, flesh and skin began forming over the doll's frame, reshaping it into the figure of a human. A moment later, the Tenshintai transformed into a woman dressed in a revealing outfit, her eyes covered by a black leather strap. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Wow, it's Masatsuki-chan. I've been dying to see you. Did you feel lonely? Hey, were you lonely? Or were you too busy getting all cozy with Yoruichi and just left me behind? Hee hee ha ha ha. Yoruichi, watching the woman whose pale skin peeked through the folds of her all-white kimono, turned to Masatsuki and said. This is my first time seeing Bancho Senrin, but your inner world is, wow. Honestly, it's too much. A paradise I'd rather not look at. That's not true. My Bancho Senrin isn't this kind of woman. And there should be 2 of them. Masatsuki Aozaki frantically shook his head and waved his hands in denial. Bancho Senrin was supposed to be a pair of stunningly beautiful sisters. This woman was undeniably attractive, but she wasn't them. And if he had to choose between 2 breathtaking women and just one, well, he already knew his answer. Wait a second. Who are you? And how do you know my name? Masatsuki snapped out of his shock and took a step back, though he already had a feeling what the answer was. At that moment, for some reason, the woman suddenly latched onto Yoruichi, pressing herself close as she purred. Hee hee. My name is Urozakuro. This may be our first time meeting, but I already know everything about you. Hee hee ha ha ha. The woman who called herself Urozakuro giggled uncontrollably, as if laughing at some joke only she understood. She laughed for a moment, then suddenly lowered her voice and said something that made Yoruichi and Kasuke unable to sit still. I'm the Zanpakutō of Kenpachi Oza's hero, who's currently imprisoned in Mukon, Central Great Underground Prison. Pleased to meet you. Masatsuki Aozaki clapped his hands, his expression lighting up as if he'd just had a revelation. Looking at the stunning woman in front of him, he habitually reached out his hand in greeting. Pleased to meet you, Urozakuro-san. Do you have a boyfriend? He. Has Masatsuki-chan fallen for me? I like you too. Didn't Kisuke say this thing only lasts for half a quarter of an hour? Then let's not waste time, let's get started. My apologies, Urozakuro-san. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward with a firm gaze. He knew this was a dangerous Zanpakutō, and to prevent any potential danger, he had already resolved to hold her off for the full duration. You. Get a grip. Yoruchi Shihoin, clearly annoyed, grabbed Masatsuki Aozaki by the back of his collar. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile. No wonder this woman was dressed so provocatively, these two were truly a perfect match. What a shame, Masatsuki. Next time, I'll invite you alone to test the Tenshintai. Kisuke Urahara covered his eyes with both hands, peeking through his fingers as he smirked mischievously. I'll leave it to you, Kisuke, Masatsuki Aozaki said solemnly. Watching these two acting in sync, Yoruchi Shihoin felt her anger flare. The corner of her mouth twitched. Then, with two loud thuds, both of them suddenly sported large lumps on their heads. I see. The ability to fuse with all matter and living beings, to assimilate and control them, and to extend its reach across all of Seireitei. That's quite the power, Masatsuki Aozaki said, nodding. Right. Little Masatsuki wants me too, doesn't he? I can give you my power, go ahead, use me however you like. I can even merge the inner world with the outer world. Once you have my power, we can always be together. As she spoke, Urozakuro suddenly turned her head, looking at the empty air as if speaking to someone unseen. He. What are you eavesdropping for? What's the matter now? Are you jealous? Well, that's what you get for locking yourself away in Mukon. Now you can only watch, completely powerless. While Yoruchi Shihoin was still puzzled, Kisuke Urahara had already pieced things together. Masatsuki Aozaki clapped his hands, ignoring the latter half of Urozakuro's ramblings, and responded, Oh. So you've figured me out. Then hand over your power. Hearing Masatsuki Aozaki speak so casually, Kisuke Urahara furrowed his brows and gave his assessment. In other words, due to the seal in Mukon that weakens Zanpakutō, he can now observe Seireitei but is unable to interfere with the fusion process. He. As expected of Kisuke-chan, so smart. Just a few words, and you've already grasped his situation. Urozakuro giggled, speaking to herself. You really are too much, telling me to get lost. Serves you right for being powerless, forced to just sit there and watch. Isn't this exactly what you hate most, meaningless effort? But, oh well, I forgive you. Because I love meaningless effort the most. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't see Kenpachi Azashiro's expression, but he could easily imagine how furious he must be. And honestly, it was understandable. This woman was a real beauty, but she talked way too much, constantly running her mouth about everything. Not to mention, in Kenpachi Azashiro's eyes, Urozakuro looked exactly like his sister. That alone was enough to kill any charm she might have had. If Masatsuki Aozaki hadn't mentally prepared himself beforehand, and if he weren't exceptionally patient with pretty women, he might have been irritated too. Yoruchi Shihoin asked, So, why are you telling us all this? What's your goal? Urozakuro licked her lips and grinned. I want to make that man feel threatened. That's what I enjoy the most. 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 143, Giving Hope in Despair. Seireitei, Civilian Residential District. Koga Kuchiki cut down an enemy, sheathing his Zanpakutō with a sigh. That was the last of the rebel remnants. The war is finally over. His adjutant chuckled. Yeah, this war dragged on for decades and brought immense suffering to Seoul society, but it's finally come to an end. He had noticed how much his captain had changed lately. Ever since befriending the young captain of the 11th Division, he had become noticeably more cheerful. Koga Kuchiki, basking in the praise of his subordinates, didn't respond immediately. To maintain his composed captainly image, he simply shook his head and examined the bodies of the fallen rebels. Only then did he speak. According to the intelligence from the 2nd and 8th Divisions, all the rebels who escaped during the siege have been accounted for. We can finally take it easy for a while. The adjutant frowned slightly. But with the rebels eradicated, our Special Forces unit will likely be disbanded. I wonder where we'll be reassigned. For a moment, the atmosphere in the unit grew heavy. They had been a temporary force, assembled during the war with the sole purpose of fighting the rebels under Koga Kuchiki's command. Now that the war was over, their dissolution was inevitable. Koga Kuchiki's expression darkened. For a man who had long failed to earn his father-in-law's approval, his status as the Special Forces unit captain was the last thing preserving his dignity. Without that title, would he even be able to hold his head high in the Kuchiki clan? The adjutant scowled. With your strength, captain, you should have been made a proper captain of the Gotei 13. But now, you don't even have a squad to lead. Does the captain commander not care at all about your contributions? Feeling his pride wounded, Koga Kuchiki snapped, that's enough. Stay out of my business. The adjutant shrugged. Truthfully, he wasn't all that concerned about Koga Kuchiki's future. But after serving under him for so many years, if his captain secured a good position, he'd benefit from it too. Seireitei, Noble District, Tsuneyashiro Estate. Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro sat at the head of the room, gazing down at the black-clad death squad below. Sitting upright beside him, Tamaba Tsuneyashiro spoke. Everything has been prepared according to your instructions. Tokuyasu's tone was cold. Then proceed. Tamaba glanced in the direction of the civilian district, her expression somewhat peculiar. Will this really work? Would the Kuchiki clan willingly abandon one of their captains? Tokuyasu let out a quiet chuckle, casting her a sidelong glance. The Kuchiki clan prides itself on being the model of nobility. But how many lesser nobles have gathered under their banner? Once this is over, whether they choose to protect that man or not, they will suffer a heavy blow. If they save him, they'll tarnish their reputation as the noble ideal. If they don't, they'll lose not only a captain but also the trust of their clan members. No matter what they decide, the Kuchiki clan will take the fall. And their weakness will be our strength. Tsuneyashiro Tamaba forced a smile. I'll have someone take care of it right away. Koga Kuchiki stood silently as his lieutenant pursed his lips, then helped him check the corpses. Only after confirming that the bodies had fully dissolved into reishi did he finally let out a breath of relief. Koga Kuchiki opened his mouth slightly. After all, they had been comrades for years, and he wanted to say something to ease the tension. But in the end, his pride held him back, and he merely lowered his head with a quiet sigh. SHHK. Suddenly, the lieutenant's body stiffened mid-step. His movements halted, and his Zanpakutō slipped from his grip, clattering onto the ground. As a seasoned warrior, he immediately realized he had been attacked. But how? They were surrounded by allies. How had an enemy managed to land a blow? The Ryatsu in this blade, it feels so familiar. How could this happen? Blood gushed from his mouth as his knees gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. He turned his head, pupils contracting in shock as he stared into the familiar face of someone he had fought alongside for years. In a hidden chamber far away, Sosuke Aizen watched the scene unfold with great interest. Feeling the clash of two Ryatsu and sensing one rapidly weakening, Kanami Tozen, though blind, could easily grasp what was happening. Just as he predicted, Aizen-sama. These noble tricks are utterly repulsive. In Aizen's presence, Tozen made no effort to hide his contempt for the nobility. After all, Aizen shared the same disdain. He too loathed the corrupt noble houses that ruled over Seireitei. Yet, Tozen understood that he was no better than them. His only desire was revenge, whereas Aizen's ambitions were far greater. Nobles. Aizen chuckled, the disdain in his voice unmistakable. Don't you think this man's abilities could be quite useful? Shing. 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 A series of Zanpakutō were drawn in unison. What the hell are you doing? Koga Kuchiki snapped as he watched his own squad members brandish their swords against him. The leader of the mutineers sneered. Koga Kuchiki, you will die in this civil war. That is our plan. I see, but... Now that their intentions were clear, Koga Kuchiki discarded any lingering sense of camaraderie. In his mind, these traitors were already dead. Kill him. We got him now. With frenzied shouts, the squad members lunged forward, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Numbers mean nothing to me. Koga Kuchiki unsheathed his Zanpakutō, cutting them down with a single, sweeping strike. He scanned the attackers before raising his blade toward the sky. Mukajochu Muramasa. With a thunderous roar, a massive surge of Ryatsu erupted from him like a tidal wave, blasting his would-be assassins backward. As the white mist cleared, a sinister-looking man with grotesquely long nails emerged beside him. Affa. Screams filled the air, and from a distance, Aizen smirked. His Ryatsu isn't bad. Tozen was silent for a moment before speaking. But he's far too reckless. He should have immediately recognized this as a trap and taken control of the situation with minimal effort. Instead, he chose to slaughter them all. As he spoke, Tozen found himself lost in memories of Tokinada Tsuneyashiro. That man had been the same. He hadn't needed to kill, yet he still did. Nobles are all the same. Aizen's eyes flickered, as if he didn't entirely agree. Koga Kuchiki is different from that man. He doesn't kill for pleasure. He's just someone who cannot accept betrayal. He might not be the most calculating, but for a man who once commanded the Special Forces unit, he was far from simple. Everyone has weaknesses. Koga Kuchiki was no exception. As the last cries of agony faded, Muramesa's materialized form slowly vanished. Koga Kuchiki stood triumphant over a field of corpses, a smug expression on his face. But in the distance, a sharp voice called out in reprimand. Hiding nearby, Kanami Tozen frowned. What now? No need to rush, Aizen said with a smile. Everything is proceeding as expected. Let's offer him just a sliver of hope, before taking it all away. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Is That a Dragon? World of the Living. Amidst an expanse of ancient buildings stretching as far as the eye could see, Masatsuki Aozaki walked through the streets, clad in a black cloak, quietly taking in his surroundings. It had been 3 days since he left Soul Society. Fortunately, he was known for slipping away under various excuses, so disappearing for a few days at a time wasn't anything unusual. This era is so outdated. The entertainment options are way too dull. Just as he sighed, a piercing cry echoed from high above. He looked up toward the sky and spotted a massive eagle circling overhead. Its face was obscured by a white mask, its sharp eyes scanning the ground as if searching for something. It was obvious, this was no ordinary bird, but a hollow with considerable Ryoryoku. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked. Not bad. It's at least on par with a low-seated officer. The odds of encountering a hollow in the world of the living really are much higher than in Soul Society. Hollows did appear in Soul Society, but it was an extremely rare occurrence. Some were fallen souls who had degenerated into hollows, while others were remnants from past invasions, stragglers left behind when Vasto Lord-class hollows had once breached Soul Society's defenses. He chuckled but made no further movements, simply standing still, as if waiting for someone. Before long, a figure landed in front of him, dropping to one knee with unwavering reverence. Sephiroth-sama, I've located the hollow's gathering place. You've done well. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't hold back his praise. Kugo. The figure before him was none other than the first substitute Shinigami, Kugo Jinjo. Of course, at this point in time, he was still young, and his status as a substitute Shinigami had yet to be recognized by Soul Society. 2 days earlier. After leaving Soul Society, Masatsuki Aozaki returned to this land, one that felt both familiar and foreign to him. His first instinct wasn't to return to his family's estate but to find a Jirichi, a spiritually rich area. The city of Naruki, now beneath his feet, was one such place. There's a fluctuation in Ryatsu in that direction, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured, gazing into the distance. He strolled casually through the streets, indifferent to his surroundings. Compared to the country's rapidly advancing military, its urban development seemed oddly stagnant, a chaotic blend of old and new structures barely holding together in a fragile equilibrium. Wrapped in his black cloak, he stood atop a large tree, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile as he faintly heard the tolling of bells in the distance. The sound reverberated through the night, emanating from a small, Gothic-style wooden church not far away. More than 30 years ago, this country, isolated from the world for centuries, had been forced to open its doors under the overwhelming might of foreign warships and cannons. Western culture and technology had since seeped in, steadily taking root. Among them were churches and cathedrals, symbols of the encroaching foreign influence. Masatsuki Aozaki scanned his surroundings. The church stood beneath the cool glow of the moon, its wooden frame partially collapsed. A hollow, its white mask gleaming ominously, rampaged through the already crumbling structure, tearing apart what little remained. 3 figures stood before it, forming an unlikely trio, a blonde Westerner, a dark-haired young man of Eastern descent, and a middle-aged man clad in a Shihakushō. They faced the monster like warriors standing against a dragon. Is that a dragon? The blonde-haired priest muttered as he gazed at the masked monster before him. Its entire body, apart from its white mask, was a deep green. Its forelimbs were long, while its hind legs were short, and a massive wing membrane stretched between its body and arms, resembling a giant bat. You can actually see that. And where the hell do you get dragon from? That's a hollow, you damn Westerner. The middle-aged man in a Shihakushō stood protectively in front of them, panting heavily. Damn it, why is something this strong showing up here? The fact that you can see us means your Ryoryoku is high. Did you draw it here? I don't know. The priest stammered in panic. I have no idea why it's here. I just saw similar creatures back in my homeland. Some people there called them dragons. Don't insult the word dragon with your pathetic winged lizards. The Shinigami grit his teeth, his voice filled with disdain for the Western interpretation of the term. This damn thing has stronger Ryatsu than me. I'll hold it off, you find a way to escape. But, the black-haired young man hesitated. What? What could you possibly have to say right now? Do you want to die, kid? The Shinigami's tone was urgent. His Zanpakutō clashed violently against the hollow's razor-sharp claws, producing a metallic screech. He had no time to question why this young man could see him in the first place. The boy clutched the silver cross hanging from his neck and collapsed onto the ground behind the Shinigami. The blond priest helped him up, attempting to flee, only to be run through by a blade. A nobleman, dressed in fine robes, had pierced his chest without hesitation. The young believer and the sword-wielding nobleman locked eyes, standing motionless in the moonlight as if they were long-lost acquaintances. Still haven't decided. The nobleman's voice was quiet. Do we really have to do this? The young man knew exactly what he meant. Don't forget your parents, the nobleman said again. Think about how they died. Don't you want to avenge them with your own hands? The young man clenched his fists. But how do I take a Shinigami's power? You said it's a crime for a Shinigami to give their power to a human. The nobleman grinned and pulled out a long sword with a faint blue glow. Make him hold the spiritual blade. His smile widened. Then, stab yourself with it. That way, you won't need his permission. While they spoke, the battle raged on. The Shinigami took a heavy blow from the hollow and was sent flying, crashing to the ground near them. Why the hell are you still here? He struggled to lift his head, only to see an unfamiliar figure standing nearby. Who are you? The nobleman scoffed. Not your concern. You don't need to know. The Shinigami had no time to argue. He turned to the young man. Kid, run. Before he could finish, the boy slowly turned his head. The flames of the burning church flickered in his brown eyes, reflected like an inferno trapped within glass. The Shinigami's breath caught in his throat. For a moment, he felt the heat, felt as if that fire would devour him whole. He instinctively moved to retreat. But his body froze. Sorry. The young man's voice was calm. The cross in his hand morphed into a massive two-handed sword, adorned with glistening gemstones. The blade plunged through the Shinigami's torso. Warm blood dripped along its edge. Ah! The Shinigami's agonized scream was drowned out by the nobleman's delighted laughter. The nobleman strode forward, his own sword still in hand. From within the ruined church, low, guttural sounds echoed, a mix of demonic whispers and beastly snarls. The bat-like hollow swooped down toward them, its masked face illuminated by the dying embers of the fire. Such strong Ryoryoku. You will make a fine meal. I have no patience to waste on you, mongrel. The nobleman shot the hollow a disdainful glance before gripping the young man's hand. At that moment, a powerful surge of Ryatsu burst from the boy's body. The sheer force sent winds whipping through the area, causing the nobleman's hair to billow. With a single push forward, the enormous greatsword in the young man's hands vanished, replaced by a sleek, black katana. A blade that symbolized the power of a Shinigami. And with that, he drove it straight through the hollow's mask. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Sephiroth. Well done, Kugo, the nobleman said softly, watching the young man in his Shihakushō and nodding in satisfaction. Kugo Jinjo raised the Asachi in his hand, clenched his fist, and felt the power surging through his body. Now, will you finally tell me, just who you really are? Well, I suppose it doesn't matter if I do, the nobleman said, glancing at the bloodstains on the Zanpakutō with a look of distaste before flicking them onto the ground. Kugo Jinjo's eyes narrowed slightly, a chill creeping into his heart. The nobleman continued as if speaking to himself, I come from the Tsuneyashiro clan. The Tsuneyashiro clan? That's right. We are the rulers of Soul Society. Watching the two converse, Masatsuki Aozaki cast Bakudo number 26, Kyako, and approached quietly. The rulers of Soul Society. So the Shinigami are under your control. That means the Shinigami was your subordinate all along, meaning all of this was orchestrated by you. Why did you seek me out? Why are you helping me? Kugo Jinjo fired off his questions all at once. The rulers of Soul Society had discarded a Shinigami's life so casually. Whether it's 1 or 100, it's just a number, the nobleman said indifferently. We chose you because you have value. Do you know what that ability you just used, the one that created a massive sword out of thin air, actually is? I don't, Kugo Jinjo admitted, shaking his head. A few years ago, this man had suddenly appeared in his life and taught him how to use his abilities. Today, he had helped him obtain the power of a Shinigami. His current feelings could only be described as confusion. He had lost everything. His parents had died years ago. The priest who had taken him in had just been killed before his eyes. Even the church he lived in had been reduced to rubble. And now, this nobleman before him, draped in arrogance, spoke of choosing him while making no effort to hide his disdain. That superiority was infuriating. Kugo Jinjo had never personally met a noble, but he had long heard stories of feudal lords and daimyo. Still, having grown up in this era, he had never truly believed in the priest's words about equality under God. The cross around his neck was merely a keepsake from his parents. He had never once seen God. That power is called Fullbring. As for its origins, you don't need to concern yourself with that, the nobleman said, sheathing his katana. He clapped his hands lightly and continued. Let's not waste time. I have 2 tasks for you. First, find others like you, people who can manipulate objects, and gather them. Second, hunt them down. Kill more hollows. Masatsuki Aozaki listened and nodded slightly, beginning to grasp the Tsuneyashiro clan's intentions. If he recalled correctly, Kogo Jinjo had the ability to steal others' Fullbrings. The Tsuneyashiro clan had likely taken notice of this. And since Soul King fragments could exist anywhere, including within hollows, it made sense that they would want to see if Kogo Jinjo could extract them from the creatures. That's all I can tell you. Then, as if to instill fear, the nobleman warned. Don't think for a second you can escape us. The Tsuneyashiro clan rules Soul Society. You killed a Shinigami to steal his power, an unforgivable crime. At our command, the entire Soul Society will. Before he could finish, a flash of steel sliced through the night. His head separated from his body, and warm blood, glistening like gemstones under the moonlight, splattered across Kogo Jinjo's face. A voice, rich and magnetic, rang out behind the nobleman. Sorry, but this kid's arrogance was unbearable. I couldn't listen any longer, so I sent him to meet his ancestors. Kogo Jinjo looked up, glancing at the slender young man standing behind the noble. Even with his hood casting a shadow, the sharp contours of his jaw hinted at an undeniably striking face. Draped in a black cloak, he had the unmistakable air of a villain lurking in the dark. Kogo Jinjo started to step back, but the nobleman's lifeless eyes, still fixed on him even in death, seemed to warn him, don't even think about running. Suppressing the fear rising in his chest, Kogo Jinjo forced himself to ask, his voice slightly unsteady, who are you? Good question. What should I call myself? Masatsuki Aozaki rubbed his chin thoughtfully, paying no attention to Kogo Jinjo. After a brief moment, he clapped his hands as if inspiration had struck. I've got it. You can call me Sephiroth. I like that name. Do you know what it means? In Latin, it signifies the outflow of divinity. Pretty cool, right? Ah, yeah, not bad. Masatsuki Aozaki's sudden enthusiasm left Kogo Jinjo feeling awkward. Hey, kid, got any money? I'm starving, Masatsuki Aozaki said, suddenly grabbing Kogo Jinjo's hand. Is this guy some kind of lunatic who escaped from Soul Society? Kogo Jinjo wondered. Kid, I like you. You seem like a loyal guy. Masatsuki Aozaki sprawled out lazily in his chair, devouring roasted meat and downing shoshu from a small porcelain bottle. The tiny shop was eerily empty, not even the owner was in sight. Not that it was surprising. In this era, if someone saw dishes floating midair and food vanishing on its own, they'd flee as far and fast as possible. Can Shinigami even eat human food? Kogo Jinjo asked. I'm breathing the same air as you in the world of the living. Do I look like I'm having trouble? Masatsuki Aozaki rolled his eyes, beginning to suspect the young man before him wasn't the sharpest. The foundation of Soul Society is made up of reishi, while the foundation of the world of the living is kishi, Masatsuki Aozaki explained, gesturing toward the grilled meat in front of him. That said, reishi exists here too, whether in the air, in the food, or even within humans. Kogo Jinjo scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, his question was kind of dumb. Deciding to ask something more useful, he pressed on. Why did you kill that man just now? Because I have a grudge against them. But aren't they the rulers of Soul Society? Does that make you a criminal? No. Strictly speaking, I could be considered one of Soul Society's overseers too. Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively. That idiot was just spewing nonsense. The Tsuneyashiro clan has influence, sure, but they don't rule Soul Society. At the end of the day, if you have enough strength, no authority in the world can dictate your fate. Kogo Jinjo fell silent for a moment, then asked the most pressing question on his mind. Why did you bring me here? Are you going to kill me? I'm not going to kill you, Masatsuki Aozaki said with an easy, sunlit smile. Stick with me, kid. 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Ajuchas. What if I refuse? Kogo Jinjo asked cautiously. The guy in front of him didn't seem reliable at all. Following the Tsuneyashiro clan was one thing, after all, he had spent years dealing with them. But this Sephiroth had barely met him and was already trying to recruit him. Agreeing too easily wouldn't just be humiliating, it would be outright dangerous. I'm not asking you, brat. Masatsuki Aozaki drew his Zanpakutō from his waist and gave it a casual swing. A white, crescent-shaped sword arc slashed past Kogo Jinjo, carving a massive ravine hundreds of meters long into the ground behind him. Cold sweat trickled down Kogo Jinjo's forehead. He swallowed hard, forcing down the terror clawing at his throat. Turning his head stiffly, he saw the destruction behind him, his pupils constricting in shock. A lunatic. This guy is a complete lunatic. He couldn't sense any Ryatsu, so how was he this powerful? Thank God they were in the outskirts. If this had been the city center, how many people would have died from a single swing of that blade? Don't worry, even if there were people around, it wouldn't matter. When someone dies, their soul goes to Soul Society. Life continues as usual, and in a few decades, they'll completely forget about the world of the living. Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He had spent a good amount of time in Soul Society, but he had never seen anyone actually lose their memories. Oh well, not important. Snapping back to the present, he fixed his gaze on the young man in front of him. So, what's your answer? I've got things to do here, and I don't have time to waste on you. Or, do you want my next swing to take your head off? Sephiroth-sama. Kogo Jinjo's voice pulled Masatsuki Aozaki from his thoughts and back to the present. The hollow gathering site is just up ahead. They've even used special methods to block Ryatsu detection. Looks like these guys aren't ordinary. Masatsuki Aozaki spread his hands in mock surprise. Well, that's interesting. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward. Damalo-sama. The Hawkwing Hollow landed steadily inside a chamber enclosed by towering black walls, bowing respectfully to the massive figure looming before it. The being was over 10 meters tall, its pale body resembling that of a gigantic ape. The surrounding hollows bowed in unison, making it clear, this hollow, Damalo, was their leader. Damalo nodded slightly, and the dark walls of the chamber began to tremble. A deep rumbling echoed from the ground. The black structure surrounding the hollows wasn't just a fortress, it was made of Jillian, the lowest class of Minos. The Jillians all had identical features, long-nosed white masks reminiscent of clowns, and enormous, cloak-like bodies towering nearly 50 meters tall. From a distance, they looked like a range of ominous black mountains. Have you found enough Hyrioku souls? Damalo rumbled, gripping the Hawkwing Hollow in his massive hand. Not yet, my lord, the Hawkwing Hollow replied carefully. Damalo was not someone it could afford to offend, he was an Ajuchas class Minos. It was merely a lowly hollow. Forget Damalo himself, even the Jillian under his command could crush it to dust without effort. Then keep searching. All of you. We need 100 qualified souls. If we fail, we'll all end up on Seireitei-sama's operating table. Damalo roared, slamming a massive fist into the ground, leaving a deep crater. But despite his threatening words, there was no mistaking the fear laced in his voice. Unlike the mindless Jillians, the regular hollows could hear the unease in his tone. They took a deep breath. None of them would mock this powerful Ajuchas, because they felt the same fear. Any hollow living under the rule of Hueco Mundo's king, Barragan, knew of the terror that was Las Noches' chief researcher. Even among hollows, Seireitei's experiments were considered disturbingly cruel, so much so that even their own kind struggled to stomach them. Ah. As the hollows brooded over their grim reality, a Jillian suddenly moved. A single careless step crushed a smaller hollow beneath its massive foot. What's going on? Why are the Jillians getting restless? Someone's invaded our territory. I can sense a Shinigami's Ryatsu. The gathered hollows erupted in a cacophony of noise. A Shinigami? Damalo smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. He could sense the Ryatsu of a standard Shinigami, not particularly strong, but strength didn't matter. If they were a Shinigami, it meant they had an exceptional soul. And exceptional souls made exceptional test subjects. Damalo pounded his thick arm against his chest and let out a booming laugh. Bring him to me alive. Seireitei-sama prefers them that way. Yes. The hollows responded eagerly. If they could capture the Shinigami, their chances of survival would increase. They still had ambitions, they wanted to evolve. Not just to become powerful Ajuchas or even Vasto Lord, but their endless, insatiable hunger drove them forward, pushing them to devour and survive. Sephiroth-sama, are you sure about this? Kogo Jinjo watched as hollows soared through the sky, charged across the ground, and swung between buildings. He swallowed hard. His potential was high. After absorbing the power of a standard Shinigami, his Ryatsu had nearly reached seated officer level. But facing the sheer number of hollows, it was impossible not to feel some fear. And it wasn't just weak hollows coming toward him, some of them had even stronger Ryatsu than his. Relax, they're just a bunch of small fry, Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively, completely unfazed by the grotesque creatures swarming toward them. But, some of them look really strong. Kogo Jinjo pointed toward the distant figures, massive black silhouettes that loomed like mountains. His legs nearly buckled beneath him. Even from this far away, their Ryatsu pressed down on him like an unbearable weight. Strong. Masatsuki Aozaki burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. When I said small fry, I meant all of them. Including those guys. And their boss too. Their boss. Kugo Jinjo's eyes widened in disbelief. The enormous black creatures looked slow-witted, but their Ryatsu was leagues beyond his own. The thought that something so massive, something that could crush him like an insect, actually had a master was terrifying. If those were the subordinates. What kind of power did their leader possess? And what kind of monster was Sephiroth to call them weaklings? Alright, that should be enough, Masatsuki Aozaki said as the hollows closed in. Since there's so many of them, I might as well use a spell I haven't recited in a while. Heart of the south, eye of the north, finger of the west, foot of the east, arrive with the wind and depart with the rain. Bakutō number 58, Kakushitsuijaku. A black circular formation instantly spread across the ground. Masatsuki Aozaki pressed one hand against it, and a radiant white glow of Ryatsu surged outward. He grinned. Target locked. Now, to restrict their movements. Let's see. This should do the trick. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 147, High-Speed Regeneration. Bakutō 62, Hyaparankin. With a loud shout, Masatsuki Aozaki summoned a massive pillar of light in front of him. It split into countless smaller pillars that shot forward at high speed. More than 10 hollows had no time to react before the splitting light pillars bound them firmly to the ground and walls. Amazing. Kugo Jinjo stared in shock at the scene before him, unable to hold back his exclamation. He had instinctively sensed that these hollows weren't a match for Masatsuki Aozaki, but he never expected them to be subdued so easily. From the moment he heard that strange incantation to the instant the hollows were immobilized, not even a second had passed. To him, each of these creatures would be a formidable enemy. Yet, in front of this man, they were like mere playthings. Masatsuki Aozaki said indifferently, "Don't make such a fuss. This is nothing." Kugo Jinjo looked up and saw the white peaks of the distant black mountain suddenly split open. Sephiroth-sama, is that a mouth? Of course. What else would it be? Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. Looks like their master has noticed something is wrong. Kugo Jinjo's expression changed, and he quickly shouted, "Sephiroth-sama, they're gathering their Ryatsu." Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled and said calmly, "Don't be afraid. That's a Siro, a special technique only Minos can use. Pay attention and remember it. ZZT. A sharp sound of condensed Ryatsu filled the air, making it feel thick and heavy. The mouths of the 4 Jillians glowed crimson as they gathered their energy, then fired beams of light like laser cannons. A flash of panic crossed Kugo Jinjo's eyes. There was no way he could block these 4 crimson Ryatsu blasts. Am I going to die? Was I just bait for this guy? Before he could react further, a transparent Ryatsu barrier appeared in front of him. The 4 crimson beams struck the barrier, but it didn't waver in the slightest. Bakutō 81, Danku. Kugo Jinjo shouted excitedly, "Sephiroth-sama." Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head slightly and murmured, "Bakutō 61, Rikujikoro." Golden light blades materialized in the air around the Jillians. Every 6 blades interlocked, sealing the movements of all 4 Jillians in an instant. He still remembered how the textbooks at Shino Academy described Minos as monsters that surpassed even Captain-class Shinigami. Back then, he found it hard to accept. After all, in his original timeline, Jillians never seemed that strong. It wasn't until he asked Yamamoto that he learned the truth. The textbooks exaggerated their strength to prevent students from underestimating low-level Minos. What the hell? Damalo, surrounded by the Jillians, froze for a moment. A cold bead of sweat dripped down his forehead. As an Ajuchas-class Minos, he had survived countless battles and had vast combat experience. The Shinigami brat in the distance didn't have this kind of power. Someone was hiding in the shadows, a true powerhouse. Instinctively, Damalo took a step back. But suddenly, an icy sensation struck him. A large splash of blood burst into the air. His arm had been severed, sent flying before crashing onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ajuchas. Not bad. Seems like coming to the world of the living wasn't a mistake after all. A perfectly smooth male voice echoed, sending an icy chill through Damalo's entire body. It felt as if he had fallen into a frozen abyss, every particle of reishi in him screaming for him to flee immediately. There was no detectable Ryatsu, but that single slash alone was enough to prove that this newcomer was far from weak. Masatsuki Aozaki wore a faint smile, clearly in high spirits. He had long known the city was a Jurichi, but even in such a spiritually dense place, the appearance of Jillians and Ajuchas was uncommon. Ajuchas, in particular, almost never appeared in the world of the living unless under special circumstances. To evolve, they had to devour Minos of their own level, and Hueco Mundo was the true battlefield for that. The so-called High-Ryoryoku souls in the world of the living were no longer even qualified to be their food. For an Ajuchas to appear here, leading a horde of hollows, was an extremely rare occurrence, unless it had a special purpose. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world before. Don't go around saying you're my underling, it's embarrassing. Masatsuki Aozaki teased as he glanced at the young man standing beside him. Kugo Jinjo's body trembled slightly, and every so often, he swallowed hard. In just 2 days, his understanding of the world had been shattered and rebuilt countless times. This Ajuchas has power on par with a lieutenant. You've got a long way to go before you can take on an enemy like this. Masatsuki Aozaki offered a casual explanation. Kugo Jinjo's brown eyes flickered, he caught the hidden meaning in those words. The man acknowledged his potential, implying that one day, he too would be able to stand against such creatures. Damn bastards. One after another. Those damn brats. Those damn Shinigami. How dare you treat me like this? With a deep, guttural growl, blood-red flesh tendrils twisted together like writhing tentacles, rapidly forming a brand new arm. Damalo flexed his fingers, confirming that the freshly regenerated limb was fully functional. His expression darkened, the markings on his white mask distorting with rage. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, then came crashing down toward the two men still conversing. Die. Sephiroth-sama, look out. Kugo Jinjo's pupils shrank as he instinctively raised his blade to block the attack, but before he could act, Masatsuki Aozaki stepped in front of him. Then. A deafening explosion. The ground caved in violently under the sheer force of the impact, collapsing in waves like an earthquake had struck. Ha ha ha. That's it. You're dead, you damn brat. What's the point of speed? I specialize in raw power. Ha 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 ha. Damalo roared with laughter. The sensation of his strike connecting reassured him, and in his final glimpse of the scene, he saw no signs of them escaping. Even if he lost 2 promising test subjects, it didn't matter. Survival was all that mattered. Now, he just needed to continue searching for more souls that could serve as experimental material. A cruel smile spread across his face, just as he prepared to retract his fist, his expression suddenly twisted. Pain. A sharp, searing pain surged through his arm. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down. From his fist to his shoulder, a thin, straight line of blood stretched across his thick limb. Then, his arm split apart. The severed piece tumbled to the ground with a dull thud. Arg. Hey, don't leave so soon. Masatsuki Aozaki's voice drifted up from below. I was planning to cut off all your limbs to incapacitate you, but I almost forgot about your kind's high-speed regeneration. His tone was calm, almost amused. But if I recall correctly, high-speed regeneration has its limits, doesn't it? So where's yours? The moment he finished speaking, Masatsuki Aozaki swung his Zanpakutō. With a sharp whoosh, 4 arcs of light streaked through the air, Damalo's remaining limbs were severed instantly. This is impossible. A flicker of sheer terror flashed through Damalo's eyes. As an Ajuchas class Minos, he prided himself on his physical strength, his hardened body built for brutal combat. Yet against this man's blade, his supposedly unyielding form was as fragile as paper. Oh. Looks like your regeneration is slowing down, Masatsuki Aozaki remarked with a grin. Then, without hesitation, he swung his blade once more, slicing Damalo cleanly in half. As Damalo's upper body hit the ground, Masatsuki Aozaki used Shuinpa to step on him, extending a hand toward his chest. TCH. Having to hold back so I don't kill you outright is such a hassle. Regarding Minos and Ryatsu levels, this story follows a structured classification based on the narrative. Jillian, generally classified as 6th level Ryatsu. Ajuchas, ranges from 5th to 3rd level Ryatsu. Vasto Lord, ranked between 2nd and 1st level Ryatsu. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Am I that kind of person? Dare to disrupt our experiment? Seireitei-sama will not let you go. Those were Damalo's last words. Who is this Seireitei the Hollow mentioned? Kugo Jinjo asked. A Vasto Lord class Hollow, one of the most powerful in Hueco Mundo. Masatsuki Aozaki absent-mindedly stroked the jade storing the collected souls and replied casually, This was a good haul, but it's about time for me to leave. You're leaving. Kugo Jinjo's face lit up with visible relief. His composure was nowhere near that of the man he would become in the future. That's right. Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice lowering. You sound a little too happy about that. Obviously. Who the hell would want to stick around a guy this dangerous? Kugo Jinjo thought to himself. Scratching his head awkwardly, he quickly covered, No, I'm just surprised you're leaving so soon. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. Oh. So you don't want me to go? Maybe I should stay, then. Kogo Jinjo. Masatsuki Aozaki gazed down the shattered street. The already dilapidated wooden houses had completely collapsed, and as the morning sun began to rise over the city, the land was bathed in an orange glow. He and Kogo Jinjo had spent most of the night here. To ensure that no critical knowledge was leaked, Masatsuki Aozaki hadn't let Kogo Jinjo assist in collecting the souls from the fallen hollows, handling it all himself. If not for the soul collection, dealing with these small fry wouldn't have taken nearly this long. Unfortunately, he lacked any efficient method for large-scale extraction. Kogo Jinjo, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He mentioned that nighttime was his favorite time of day. He liked being alone in the dead of night. It gave him a sense of solitude, a reminder that he was still alive, that he was still human. Masatsuki Aozaki casually asked if he wanted companions. Kogo Jinjo dismissed the idea, saying that companionship wasn't important. In this dangerous world, the only thing that mattered was power. If gaining a Shinigami's strength required sacrificing everything, then so be it. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't comment, but he understood, this man who would one day be filled with ambition was, at this moment, just a lonely young man. Those who are different from the rest tend to drift apart from others. For some, that's a tragedy. When faced with the death of that priest, the man who claimed that power was everything had clearly been moved. But because he lacked the strength to resist, he had chosen to accept and submit. Relax, I was just messing with you. There are more important people waiting for me in Soul Society, I don't have time to waste hanging around here. Masatsuki Aozaki's voice echoed through the ruins. Kogo Jinjo was lost in thought about the future when Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly clapped a hand on his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. With the sun rising, a man like Masatsuki Aozaki, handsome and with a striking voice, would no doubt cause a commotion if he walked the streets. Girls would probably be willing to give up sleeping in just to catch a glimpse of him. But Kogo Jinjo only shuddered. After all, this was a man who could level entire streets with a single swing of his blade. If that slap had been even slightly harder, he'd probably be dust. What do you need me to do? The pressure on his shoulder made Kogo Jinjo wince. Gritting his teeth, he asked, fully aware that he should offer to help Masatsuki Aozaki with whatever needed to be done. Masatsuki Aozaki replied, I placed a tracking kido on you. It's a technique I stole from the Shihoin clan. No matter where you go, I'll always be able to find you. If you can break it, well, that'd be impressive. So, want to give it a try? No. No need. Kogo Jinjo forced a strained smile, feeling utterly helpless. Of course, he didn't want to be under someone else's control, but considering Masatsuki Aozaki's terrifying strength, he figured it was best not to test his luck. Masatsuki Aozaki continued, go ahead and do what the Tsuneyashiro clan assigned you. I'll check in on your progress from time to time. Why? Kogo Jinjo asked, momentarily stunned. That's not something you need to know, Masatsuki Aozaki replied casually. I just hope to see some results the next time I come around. Kogo Jinjo flexed his left hand cautiously. A tingling sensation spread through it, but aside from that, nothing felt particularly strange. When he caught sight of Masatsuki Aozaki's satisfied smile, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. If he had tried to remove the kido just now, this guy probably would have killed him on the spot without hesitation. Oh, right, Masatsuki Aozaki added. I should probably give you a little warning, so you don't end up dying without knowing why. What? Kogo Jinjo frowned. The Tsuneyashiro clan will definitely send more people after you, Masatsuki Aozaki said. That man spent years on you, which means the Tsuneyashiro clan isn't willing to let you go so easily. Besides, since he came to the world of the living for you, even if the Tsuneyashiro clan doesn't come looking for you, someone else will come looking for him. Kogo Jinjo felt his heartbeat quicken. So what should I do? He asked hurriedly. Just tell them he was killed by a hollow, Masatsuki Aozaki said offhandedly. That guy was only at the level of a mid-ranked seated officer. Against a mindless Jillian, he might have had a chance to escape, but against an Ajuchas. No way. You don't need to go into too much detail. Just say he ran into a hollow and describe its appearance to them. Those guys aren't all idiots. They should be able to figure out the hollow's level on their own. If they believe you and still want you to work for them, then join them. And if they don't believe me? Kogo Jinjo asked. Then just blame everything on me, Masatsuki Aozaki said confidently. You can't afford to go against the Tsuneyashiro clan, but I, Sephiroth, have no such concerns. Easy for you to say. But do you dare tell me your real name? Kogo Jinjo kept that thought to himself but felt an odd sense of relief. At the very least, this guy treated his subordinates like people, unlike the Tsuneyashiro clan, who exuded nothing but arrogance and disdain from the moment he interacted with them. Masatsuki Aozaki hadn't even bothered using his ability to steal Shinigami powers as leverage over him. Killing a Shinigami was a serious crime, but when the choice was between dying now and dying later, was there even a decision to make? Their relationship wasn't close enough for Kugo Jinjo to trust Masatsuki Aozaki with his life. Seeing the unease in his expression, Masatsuki Aozaki reassured him, "Don't worry too much. Before I leave, I'll give you a Shihakushō, Hell Butterfly. It can transmit messages between Soul Society and the world of the living. If anything happens, use it to contact me, I'll handle everything." Kugo Jinjo tensed, then hesitantly asked, "You're not going to handle me too, are you?" "Come on," Masatsuki Aozaki smirked, patting him on the shoulder. "If I wanted to kill you, would I really wait until later?" "Fair point." Kugo Jinjo nodded, feeling slightly reassured. If this guy wanted him dead, he wouldn't waste time scheming, one slap would be enough to turn him into dust. Come to think of it, maybe being his subordinate wasn't the worst thing in the world. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Hollow Fame. Seireitei, 2nd Division Barracks. Koga Kuchiki sat alone in his cell, his face dark and grim. Betrayed by those he trusted, he was filled with grief and indignation, struggling to suppress the turmoil within him. But he hadn't lost hope. He firmly believed that his revered father-in-law would not be swayed by mere rumors. For the sake of his son-in-law and the honor of the Kuchiki clan, he would uncover the truth. Koga glanced at the tightly shut prison door, a flicker of expectation in his eyes. Would his esteemed father-in-law walk in at any moment, telling him that the investigation was complete and he had been proven innocent? Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, catching the conversation of the Shinigami guards outside. "It's the first time I've seen a prisoner living more comfortably than the guards. Keep your voice down. He's still the son-in-law of the Kuchiki clan, and Captain ordered us to take good care of him." "Captain?" "Yeah, Captain. They say it's because of Aozaki-sama that we're treating him well. Otherwise, do you think he'd be getting this kind of treatment in prison?" Hearing their exchange, Koga sat on his soft cushion, feeling warmth spread through his heart. He hadn't seen his friend in days, yet even now, he was looking out for him. He had truly made the right friend. Kuchiki clan estate. Seated in the main hall, Jinrei Kuchiki looked exhausted. It wasn't just the investigation into Koga Kuchiki's case that wore him down, it was the pressure from the other noble factions. The Tsuneyashiro clan and its allies had been relentless, demanding Koga's expulsion from the Kuchiki clan or even his execution. On the other hand, the members of the Kuchiki clan and their allied nobles insisted on protecting him. They had spent years by Koga's side and knew his character well. He could be impulsive at times, but using his comrades' lives as a display of strength. That was simply not something he would do. The claim that Koga had murdered his teammates felt off to Jinrei. The Tsuneyashiro clan's sudden involvement was too suspicious. More than that, he knew Koga's nature. Arrogant. Yes. Conceited. Perhaps. But bloodthirsty. That was utter nonsense. Because of this, Jinrei had no intention of abandoning him. If the other squad members had truly tried to take Koga's life first, then it wasn't unthinkable that he would have retaliated and killed them all. No matter how you look at it, this was a setup. When will that boy finally learn? Jinrei sighed inwardly. Should I really do as Masatsuki Aozaki suggested and speak with him directly? A lifetime of stubbornness had left him hesitant, but for the first time, his resolve wavered. Allowing Koga to marry into the Kuchiki clan had been his way of acknowledging him. He truly didn't want to see the boy's life destroyed. Clan head, the Tsuneyashiro clan has gone too far. They dared to frame Koga-sama, this is a direct challenge to the Kuchiki clan. We all know Koga-sama's character. He would never do something like this. Exactly. This is clearly a scheme by the Tsuneyashiro clan. We cannot let them get away with it. For decades, we've tolerated their arrogance, are we supposed to keep backing down? We are the model of nobility, yet we allow the Tsuneyashiro clan to recklessly disrupt the order of Seireitei. If we continue to turn a blind eye, isn't that a betrayal of the Soul King? In the Kuchiki clan's meeting hall, the normally composed nobles, who always maintained aristocratic decorum, were uncharacteristically agitated and vocal. Jinrei Kuchiki, seated at the head of the gathering, remained as poised and dignified as ever. His expression was just as serious as usual, his presence alone commanding authority. With a simple wave of his hand, the heated discussion ceased immediately. He understood his clan members. The Kuchiki clan prided itself on being the epitome of nobility, but at the end of the day, they were still human. The Tsuneyashiro clan's provocations had gone unchecked for too long, and resentment had been festering beneath the surface. Now, with Koga Kuchiki's imprisonment, that resentment had finally erupted into full-blown outrage. Jinrei cast a glance at Sojin Kuchiki, who sat beside him, and asked, "What does the captain commander say?" Sojin sighed and shook his head. The captain commander has ordered the 2nd, 8th, and 10th divisions to investigate, but so far, there's no progress. Jinrei closed his eyes in thought. Anyone with a keen eye could see what was really going on, but seeing the truth and proving it were two very different things. This was precisely why the Central 46 existed, and why, despite centuries of political maneuvering, Seireitei's order had yet to collapse. Even nobles, no matter what they did in the shadows, had to abide by the rules on the surface. Koga Kuchiki's alleged massacre of his comrades had been witnessed by multiple Shinigami from the Tsuneyashiro clan. Even the victims, in their final moments, supposedly claimed that Koga had killed them just to flaunt his strength. Right now, their only hope was that the captain commander's investigation would uncover the truth. If that failed, then as one of the 5 noble houses, the Kuchiki clan would have to act. The so-called paragon of nobility was just a title. No matter how prestigious, it was not worth letting one of their own suffer an unjust fate. Looking at his impassioned clan members, Jinrei let out a silent sigh. It seemed he had already made up his mind. 1st Division Captain's Office. While the Kuchiki clan convened their council meeting, Yamamoto, Yoruichi Shihoin, Shunsui Kairaku, and Isshin Shiba gathered in the captain commander's office, discussing Koga Kuchiki's alleged crime. Shunsui, usually laid back, wore a rare expression of solemnity. In a low voice, he said, "Based on the evidence we have so far, it appears that Koga Kuchiki killed members of the Special Forces unit to show off his strength." Isshin let out a heavy sigh. "That just doesn't sit right. I've been on missions with Koga, I can't imagine him doing something like that." Yoruichi, after summarizing the findings of the Masatsuki's investigation, added, "The Tsuneyashiro clan has been holding secret meetings lately, and every discussion revolves around Koga Kuchiki. I strongly suspect they orchestrated this themselves." Shunsui instinctively wanted to tease her about daring to criticize the 5 noble houses, but then he remembered the weight of the name Shihoin and wisely kept his mouth shut. Among the 5 great noble houses, speaking ill of another family wouldn't get you executed, but it certainly wasn't a casual matter either. Yamamoto's deep voice broke the silence. "Do you have any evidence?" "No, but they have a clear motive," Yoruichi replied seriously. "During the war, the rebels lost 5 captain-level combatants." Yamamoto understood immediately. This was a classic case of eliminating a rising power to gain an advantage. Koga Kuchiki was a captain-level Shinigami from the Kuchiki clan. His growing influence had naturally put him on the Tsuneyashiro clan's radar. If the Kuchiki clan lost a captain-level fighter, their strength would diminish. Conversely, their rival, the Tsuneyashiro clan, would benefit from their downfall. The Central 46 is convening tonight. Be prepared. Yamamoto exhaled slowly, his voice carrying the weight of the coming storm. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 150, Why Use Bankai? With the permission of the wise men and judges, Yoruichi Shihoin, Shunsui Kairaku, and Isshin Shiba soon arrived at the Central 46 Compound's council chamber. Faced with the head of the Shihoin clan and the head of the Shiba branch family, the administrators of Soul Society, for once, refrained from putting on airs. Even when dealing with ordinary upper nobles, they maintained a rare display of patience. The 3 stood apart. 3 sections of the chamber's floor lit up with white light, while the rest remained in darkness, as if one misstep would plunge them into an abyss. However, none of the 3 paid any mind to this psychological intimidation tactic. Once the room fell silent, a judge from the Tsuneyashiro clan spoke coldly. "We want to hear the full account of what happened." Without hesitation, Isshin Shiba recounted the findings of his investigation to the gathered wise men and judges, concluding, "There's something suspicious about this case. Based on our thorough investigation, Koga Kuchiki has no history of such behavior." Additionally, before their assignments, the deceased squad members had contact with an unknown individual. At these words, the wise men and judges fell into deep thought. They all knew exactly who this unknown individual referred to. The wise men and judges of the Tsuneyashiro clan sneered, clearly understanding even better than Koga Kuchiki himself how unjust this accusation was. After a brief silence, one of the Tsuneyashiro wise men asked, "So you have evidence proving that Koga Kuchiki was framed?" Isshin Shiba shook his head. The Tsuneyashiro judge pressed further. "Then on what grounds do you claim something is suspicious?" "The Central 46 compound is the judiciary body of Soul Society, everything must be based on evidence. If we relied on baseless assumptions, the entire system would collapse." Isshin Shiba's expression darkened slightly as he shook his head again. "But Koga Kuchiki's accusers have clear conflicts of interest. Their testimony cannot be fully trusted." The Tsuneyashiro judge's brow furrowed, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he was not pleased with this response. At that moment, a neutral wise man coughed lightly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room before addressing Isshin Shiba. "Is everything you just said the truth?" Isshin nodded firmly. "Of course. All relevant evidence and reports have been submitted to you." A Tsuneyashiro wise man then declared, in that case, Koga Kachiki is guilty of murdering fellow Shinigami and should be sentenced to death. At last, a judge from the Kachiki clan spoke. I disagree. The full circumstances have yet to be investigated. How can we issue a death sentence so recklessly? What more is there to investigate? We don't know if the deceased squad members were deliberately framing him. Nor do we know who they were in contact with before their mission. Does that really matter? How could it not? Are you telling me that an act of framing one's comrade doesn't matter? Do you wise men and judges truly believe that? The Kachiki judge's challenge brought the chamber to a sudden silence. Of course, it mattered. If accusations of murdering comrades could be thrown around so easily, then who wouldn't be constantly on edge? At that rate, why even hold Central 46 meetings? Just manage everything remotely from Seireitei Kairin and use Kido for communication. Actually, scratch that, better not use Kido either. Who knows if someone might claim it was an attack. Finally, the neutral sage spoke up again. If that's the case, then while it's true that Koga Kachiki killed his squad members, the witness testimonies are not entirely reliable. In that case, why not follow precedent? Spare his life, place him under house arrest at the Kachiki estate, and seal his Zanpakutō as punishment. The Tsuneyashiro wise men and judges visibly tensed. Follow precedent. Was that a veiled reference to Tokinata Tsuneyashiro? Wasn't this case already decided? Why bring up the past again? Was this never going to end? The judges and wise men of the Shihoin clan smirked in mockery. Once something starts, it never truly ends. Meanwhile, the Kachiki clan's representatives looked equally displeased. On the surface, this seemed like a reprieve, but in reality, it was no different from a death sentence. Anyone could see that Koga Kachiki had been framed. The so-called neutral faction had clearly sided with the Tsuneyashiro clan. Their goal was obvious, they feared Muramesa's power and wanted Koga Kachiki's Zanpakutō sealed. The Tsuneyashiro judge responded almost immediately. I support this verdict. What does everyone else think? One of the Tsuneyashiro wise men waved a hand. I agree. One after another, the wise men followed suit. Agreed. 2nd Division Prison. Koga Kachiki was thrilled when he heard that Central 46 had convened a meeting about his case. In his mind, if the Tsuneyashiro family could get away with murdering a wife, then killing a comrade shouldn't be a big deal, especially when it was self-defense. Creak. The cell door slowly opened. Koga, who had been waiting inside for a long time, locked his gaze onto the person he had been longing to see, his father-in-law. His green eyes shimmered with anticipation. Father-in-law, can I leave now? Koga asked, gripping the bars of his cell. Behind him, the room was lavishly decorated, a stark contrast to his confinement. Not yet, Jinrei Kachiki said in a deep voice. Why? They attacked me first. I was only defending myself. I shouldn't be locked up in here, please, let me out. Koga looked at Jinrei, desperation laced in his voice. He had had enough of being treated like a criminal. Do you not believe me either? Jinrei sighed, his expression heavy as he looked at the son-in-law he had always regarded as his own. I believe you, he said. But Central 46 has already passed judgment. Your punishment is final, 100 years of house arrest. And because Muramesa's abilities are too dangerous, your Zanpakutō will be permanently sealed. Koga's eyes widened in shock. Without his Zanpakutō, could he even call himself a Shinigami anymore? Would he ever earn Jinrei's approval again? Why? Koga shouted, his voice raw with frustration. You're too impulsive, Koga. Jinrei said firmly. The problem isn't you, it's your ability. They're not afraid of you, they're afraid of Muramasa losing control. Koga lifted his head. What? It's not about me, it's about Muramasa. Jinrei's voice softened, but his words carried weight. Koga, I've told you before, those with great power must have a strong heart. You rely too much on your Zanpakutō's abilities. Koga started to protest. But Jinrei cut him off. Why did you use Bankai? I know your strength, and you weren't in a situation that required it, were you? Koga fell silent. That was the issue. Why had he used Bankai against such weak opponents? Looking back, he had completely lost himself to his anger. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 151, Paying the Price. As he watched Jinrei Kachiki's figure disappear, Koga Kachiki sat on the floor, his head hanging low in defeat. He couldn't stop himself from sinking into deep thought. After a long silence, he stared blankly at the ground and murmured, did I go too far? But, is this really my fault? Why won't Jinrei-sama acknowledge me? If he did, I wouldn't have. You wouldn't have ended up like this, is that what you're trying to say? A sudden, unfamiliar voice made Koga freeze. Just then, the prison door creaked open as a Shinigami guard stepped aside, allowing a young man draped in a haori to enter, accompanied by another Shinigami. Sitting in the corner, Koga kept his hands over his face, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. The young man spoke in a deep, steady tone, a faint smile on his lips. I know about you, and I know the truth. Do you need help? Slowly, Koga rose to his feet, turning his gaze toward the young man. There was something familiar about him, and that white haori made his identity clear. How do you know? Are you, from the Tsuneyashiro clan? His chest burned with fury. As his anger swelled, a white figure gradually took shape beside him. The young man paused in mild surprise before letting out a chuckle. What a unique Zanpakutō, but no, we're not from the Tsuneyashiro clan. In fact, to be precise, we're just like you, enemies of the Tsuneyashiro. Enemies? Koga narrowed his eyes. How can you prove it? His gaze flicked toward Muramasa, who had now materialized beside him. With a wave of his hand, he scoffed, forget it. I'll see for myself. A moment later, his expression shifted in shock. Muramasa. How is this possible? You were hoping to use your Zanpakutō to read my memories? The young man's voice remained calm and assured. I'm afraid that won't work. He crossed his arms, his confidence unwavering. If I've come to you, don't you think I would have already studied your abilities? Now, are you ready to sit down and have a proper conversation? Koga let out a long sigh. With a flick of his hand, Muramasa faded from sight. What do you want to say? He muttered, resigned. Masatsuki Aozaki strolled leisurely down the street, dressed in his captain's uniform, his hands resting behind his head in a relaxed manner. Ahead of him, Sojin Kachiki walked with a furrowed brow, his face clouded with concern. Sojin, isn't Koga getting released soon? What's with all the worrying? Masatsuki asked casually. Sojin shot him an irritated glance. Released. He may have left the second division, but he's still under house arrest. Masatsuki cast him a sidelong look. Why are you Kachiki types always so uptight? It's just house arrest. If the Kachiki clan wants him out, they can just let him out whenever they want, right? Sojin rolled his eyes. The Kachiki clan upholds strict traditions. Did you really think everyone was as shameless as you? Masatsuki chuckled, unconcerned. You Kachiki really love pretending to be all proper. If I didn't know that you and your wife are so close that every day you... Sojin's body stiffened. In a flash, he clamped a hand over Masatsuki's mouth, glancing around in alarm. Only after confirming that no one had overheard did he exhale in relief. You brat. Stop running your mouth. Second Division Prison. You can get Central 46 to overturn my sentence, declare me innocent. Koga Kachiki repeated the young man's words slowly, his expression dazed. At that moment, he glanced at the figure standing beside the young man, an exact replica of himself. Yet, instead of feeling relieved or excited, a deep unease crept over him. If this person could create a copy of him so perfect that even he himself struggled to tell the difference, then what did that mean? Could he be replaced just as easily? He didn't know what to do. Following this man was clearly a path of no return. But if he refused his help, he would lose his power forever and remain imprisoned within his own family. The young man smiled, his voice as gentle and affable as ever. I can prove my sincerity first. Koga frowned slightly. Sincerity? What do you mean? Lowering his voice, but with unwavering certainty, the young man replied. The Tsuneyashiro clan framed you. Don't you want them to pay for it? Koga murmured the words under his breath. Pay for it? His gaze sharpened. Memories of the injustices he had suffered came rushing back. It was because of those damn people that he had ended up like this. When Masatsuki Aozaki arrived at the entrance of the second division prison, passing squad members glanced his way with curiosity and admiration. Sojin Kachiki smirked. Masatsuki, looks like you're quite popular here. Masatsuki grinned. Naturally. He threw a playful wink at a group of young girls nearby, who instantly blushed. Sojin shook his head in exasperation. Young girls these days are too easily swayed by appearances. Worse still, Masatsuki had the kind of looks that could charm anyone, and he wasn't exactly the most virtuous person. Koga is just as handsome, but at least he knows how to handle relationships properly. He treats my sister well, but his relationship with father is a mess. Thinking about the ongoing tension between Koga Kachiki and Jinrei Kachiki, Sojin felt a headache coming on. I wonder how Koga's doing right now. Masatsuki waved a hand dismissively. Relax. Thanks to me, the second division is taking good care of him. Their food's great, he might even have put on some weight by now. Sojin sighed in relief before stepping into the prison. After obtaining permission from the new third seat of the second division, he and Masatsuki were led directly to Koga's cell. Inside, Koga sat in the corner, head lowered in silence. Sojin quickly spoke. Koga, I brought Masatsuki with me to see you. I came to explain about father. Before he could finish, Koga slowly lifted his head, his face devoid of expression. He cast a cold glance at Sojin before shifting his gaze toward Masatsuki. But what was unexpected was that his gaze didn't linger on Masatsuki for long. Instead, he quickly looked away, his demeanor becoming even more distant, detached, icy, completely unapproachable. Sojin frowned. This wasn't right. Koga Kuchiki was not a cold-hearted person. If anything, he was sensitive, deeply emotional, someone who felt things keenly. For him to show nothing now was completely out of character. In the past, Koga had often sought Masatsuki out to spar, considering him a close friend. Whenever they met, he had always been warm, eager to engage. Sojin knew this well. This isn't normal. Masatsuki and Sojin exchanged a glance, immediately recognizing the same concern in each other's eyes. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 152, Enemy Attack. Almost simultaneously, Masatsuki Aozaki and Sojin Kuchiki sensed that something was wrong. Given Koga Kuchiki's personality, if he had suffered such a devastating blow, he would have either lashed out in a fit of rage or fallen into unbearable despair. Yet now, he was disturbingly calm, indifferent to an almost unnatural degree. Sojin couldn't help but wonder if Koga had lost all hope. A deep sense of guilt welled up inside him. He should have stepped in sooner, done something to ease the strained relationship between his father and Koga. As a former instructor at Shino Academy, Sojin had long been aware of the tension between them. But Jinrei Kuchiki was a stubborn man, and Sojin's subtle attempts at mediation had been completely ineffective. Now, with things at this point, he regretted not addressing the issue more directly when he had the chance. Masatsuki, on the other hand, seemed deep in thought, mumbling to himself. This feeling, it's familiar. Kyoka Suigetsu, can you take a look for me? Without hesitation, he grasped the hilt of Bancho Senrin, silently reciting the release incantation. Leave it to me. A stunning woman, clad in an elegant kimono, floated gracefully in midair. Her robe was adorned with delicate floral embroidery, exuding an air of refined nobility. A single-lens monocle perched on her face, adding an enigmatic touch to her presence. Her silky, jet-black hair was neatly tied up with an intricate floral hairpiece, enhancing her regal, almost untouchable aura. And yet, Koga and Sojin did not react in the slightest, as if they couldn't see her at all. So only I can see this. Masatsuki mused. Would you like to share this beautiful sight with others? The woman teased, gently hooking a finger under his chin. Not a chance, Masatsuki responded in his mind, without hesitation. The woman chuckled softly. Such a selfish man, but that kind of selfishness is rather attractive. Masatsuki kept his gaze locked on Koga, who now seemed like a complete stranger. So it really is an illusion created by Kyoka Suigetsu. He knew this ability all too well. Sojin, still focused on Koga, spoke softly. Actually, father. Koga raised a hand, cutting him off. There's no need, Koga said, his tone emotionless. Jinrei-sama has already spoken to me. I know everything. Go back. I want to be alone. Sojin turned toward Masatsuki, as if seeking his opinion. After a brief moment of contemplation, Masatsuki nodded. All right, let's leave for now. Maybe giving him space to think things through will help him come to terms with everything. Sojin hesitated, then nodded silently. He said nothing more. The two turned and left, leaving Koga alone with his thoughts. After parting ways with Sojin, Masatsuki didn't linger in the streets. Instead, he headed straight home. Seeing through Kyoka Suigetsu's illusion in the prison only confirmed one thing: Sosuke Aizen had already gotten to Koga Kuchiki. Masatsuki had a general idea of what Aizen was after. Koga's Zanpakutō, Muramasa, was an invaluable weapon, capable of throwing Seireitei into chaos and even serving as a counter against Yamamoto. They left a fake body in the prison, meaning they're not planning an escape. So what are they up to? As Masatsuki absent-mindedly sorted through the souls he had collected in the world of the living, he tried to put himself in Aizen's mindset, thinking through his next move. But before long, he gave up on the idea. Trying to predict Aizen's overall strategy was one thing. Trying to anticipate the exact plans of that genius. That was another matter entirely. Changing his train of thought, Masatsuki Aozaki mused. What about Koga Kuchiki? He doesn't want to escape, so what is he planning once he's out? Wait, this looks like he's setting up an alibi. That means his target is the Tsuneyashiro clan. They framed him and are now scrambling to cover up the truth. Is he going after them for revenge? There's no point in overthinking it. I might as well go take a look. If the Tsuneyashiro clan is really in chaos, I might be able to gain something from it. Masatsuki reached for a black cloak beside him and draped it over his shoulders. The Tsuneyashiro clan had screwed him over one too many times, he hadn't forgotten. He was just waiting for the right opportunity to strike back. If he had the strength, he would have marched in and slaughtered them himself. Now, he had the perfect chance to take advantage of the situation. Bakudo number 26, Kyako. With everything set, his figure disappeared into the darkness, moving swiftly toward the Tsuneyashiro estate. The Tsuneyashiro clan's territory lay at the heart of Seireitei. When Masatsuki arrived, he was greeted by the sight of 10 fallen guards at the entrance, their bodies lying in pools of blood, slowly dissolving into reishi. So this really is their target. Masatsuki sneered to himself, feeling not an ounce of pity for the dead. Without hesitation, he slipped inside the clan grounds. The estate was eerily silent. The thick scent of blood in the air was the only indication of the brutal battle that had taken place moments ago. Following the long, winding corridor, Masatsuki ventured deeper into the compound. Along the way, he passed more than a dozen corpses, all Tsuneyashiro guards, each killed with a single clean slash to the throat. Their faces bore no expressions of pain or surprise. There was no doubt, whoever had done this was too fast, too efficient. The guards hadn't even realized they were dead until it was over. After turning a few corners, Masatsuki quickly shrank back behind a wall. Ahead, about 20 Shinigami stood guard, their swords drawn, maintaining strict vigilance. Among them, 2 carried the distinctive presence of lieutenants. Still guarding this place even now. There must be something valuable here. Masatsuki Aozaki weighed his options as he rested his hand on the Zanpakutō at his waist. This time, he had infiltrated the Tsuneyashiro clan to seize the opportunity and plunder their collection. As one of the 5 great noble clans, he didn't expect to find fragments of the Soul King, but as long as he could get his hands on something useful, it would be a worthwhile haul. Even if he came up empty-handed, killing a couple of Tsuneyashiro members wouldn't be a loss. With his decision made, Masatsuki Aozaki sprang into action. At his current level, he could take down these family guards even without releasing his Zanpakutō. Still, he was always careful. Whenever he engaged in underhanded deeds like this, he would release his Zanpakutō without fail. He could forego using other abilities, but Kyoka Suigetsu's illusion to deceive the Darashikaro, Great Spirit Book Gallery, was indispensable. Who goes there? Enemy attack. The moment Masatsuki Aozaki cut down a lieutenant-level guard and revealed himself, the Tsuneyashiro clan's guards immediately cried out in alarm. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, A Simple Person. 11th Division Barracks, Night. Letting me take your place. What are you up to this time? Upon receiving Masatsuki Aozaki's message, Jin Ichimaru furrowed his brows in confusion. The 11th Division barracks were buzzing with noise, the stern shouts of Itora Yamazaki, the amused chuckles of Mashiro Kuna, and the hurried movements of squad members rushing about. Everything pointed to something big on the horizon, something bad. Before he even reached the captain's quarters, Jin Ichimaru was surprised to see a crowd of fully armed and ready Shinigami gathered at the entrance. Their faces radiated excitement and fervor. What kind of expressions are those? Don't tell me Masatsuki is staging a coup and expects me to lead these guys in storming the 1st Division's barracks. Feeling uneasy, Jin Ichimaru stepped forward to face Itora Yamazaki. As soon as the 11th Division members recognized him, they all bowed. Captain. Inside the barracks, the courtyard was packed. From the lieutenant down to the lowest-ranked Shinigami, every seated officer and squad member had assembled. What's going on? The sheer scale of the gathering felt eerily similar to a war mobilization, deepening Jin Ichimaru's unease. He had a sinking feeling that something major had happened. The inner court troop has relayed an order from the Central 46 compound. The Tsuneyashiro clan has been attacked by an unknown assailant, and we've been ordered to provide support. Jin Ichimaru froze, his mind going blank for a moment before he came to an abrupt stop. Masatsuki Aozaki, what the hell have you done? The Tsuneyashiro clan is the last enemy you should be picking a fight with right now. Couldn't you have just waited a few more decades? Then I could have gone with you. You're absolutely reckless. Frustrated, Jin Ichimaru snapped, Lieutenant Yamazaki, get everyone together. I'll take the first unit to the Tsuneyashiro clan. You bring the rest and follow after. Itora Yamazaki hesitated for a moment before nodding. Understood. Wait, didn't the captain hate the Tsuneyashiro clan more than anyone? Why does he seem so urgent now that they've been attacked? Ah, I see. The captain truly is an exemplary Shinigami, worthy of the captain commander's recognition. He's able to separate personal grudges from duty. A model of professionalism. Tsuneyashiro clan estate. Masatsuki Aozaki stood amidst the falling snow, admiring the masterpiece he had painted with blood. More than 20 bodies lay scattered across the white landscape, staining the pristine snow with crimson. All right, time to check out my prize. With that, Masatsuki Aozaki pushed open the door to the hidden chamber. The sight that greeted him was an array of mechanical equipment. At the center of the room stood a 2-meter-tall cylindrical glass container, like something straight out of a sci-fi film used for preserving human specimens. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned. So the Tsuneyashiro clan was conducting inhumane human experiments. Suspended in the pale yellow liquid inside the tank was a woman with delicate features. Her limbs and spine were slightly curled, and her long, dark hair drifted slowly in the fluid. With her eyes closed, she looked as peaceful as a sleeping child. If not for the research documents scattered on the nearby table, Masatsuki Aozaki might have believed she was still alive. So this is the corpse that Kaname Tozen has been obsessing over. It's been preserved so well it almost looks like she's still breathing. They started their experiments while she was still alive, huh? The Tsuneyashiro clan really are monsters. Flipping through the documents, Masatsuki Aozaki clicked his tongue, though he wasn't particularly moved by the tragedy. After all, his own hands were far from clean. Still, I didn't expect to find Kakio here after all these years. Keeping her body intact for this long. I guess the Tsuneyashiro clan had some worthwhile technology after all. I'll be taking it. Without hesitation, he activated the control panel. The yellowish liquid drained from the glass chamber in an instant. The moment the casing opened, Kakio's body collapsed forward. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward, catching her in his arms. He gazed at her lifeless form, pausing briefly before letting out a quiet chuckle. Tozen, don't hold this against me. Green light flickered in his palm as he thrust his hand into Kakio's chest. Tokinata Tsuneyashiro, a member of the Tsuneyashiro clan's branch family, had married Kakio for one reason, because she carried a fragment of the Soul King within her. After she became his wife, the Tsuneyashiro clan treated her as nothing more than an experiment. In some ways, Kakio and Tokinata were similar. One was pure kindness. The other was pure evil. The Tsuneyashiro clan was on the other side. Blades flashed through the air, tracing silvery arcs as they slashed toward the Tsuneyashiro clan members with astonishing speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Snowflakes were effortlessly swept up by the sword's wind, drifting down onto the crowd, only to melt in the warmth of their blood. Thick clouds of crimson mist burst into the air as deep wounds split open, spraying blood in every direction. Damned Tsuneyashiro clan. Don't run. Die, all of you. Amid the blood-soaked snow, Koga Kuchiki stood, his Zanpakutō in hand. He let out a manic laugh, his face twisted in a vicious snarl as he swung his blade with relentless fury, as if he would never tire. Who the hell are you? This is the Tsuneyashiro clan. You bastard, do you even know what you're doing? Angry voices rang out from the distant courtyard, but the guards behind them trembled, swallowing hard as sweat poured down their faces. They were at a loss. Scrambling, they drew their Zanpakutō, forming a defensive line under the furious shouts of their captain. Hurry! Protect Inukai-sama. Kill the intruder. If Inukai-sama is harmed in the slightest, I'll hold you all responsible. The guard captain, his Zanpakutō at his waist and an armband emblazoned with the Tsuneyashiro clan crest on his arm, barked out his orders. For those with common surnames, serving in this role was the highest honor. His face was tense with urgency as he shielded the fat, middle-aged men, Inukai Tsuneyashiro, behind him. But, he's too strong. None of us can match him. Shouldn't we retreat and wait for the Gotei 13 support? A young guard blurted out, his voice laced with hesitation. They were merely private soldiers, not the kind of death warriors willing to throw their lives away for the clan. The moment the words left his mouth, the other guards shot him looks of utter disbelief. Realization struck him instantly, this wasn't just any enemy. He had chased them down from the outer perimeter to this very spot. There was nowhere left to run. There's only one enemy. Call in reinforcements from the other guard posts. We need to buy time for the Gotei 13 to arrive. The guard captain shook his head and issued orders to his adjutant. His gaze locked onto the distant battlefield, where the invader continued his blood-soaked massacre. The power gap between them was immense, and he knew it. His mind raced. The enemy was suppressing them without even needing to release his Zanpakutō. He possessed at least captain-class Ryatsu. A warrior of that caliber couldn't simply be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The captain's eyes shifted toward the heart of the Tsuneyashiro estate. Naturally, the clan would never rely on mere guards, who weren't even at the level of a lieutenant, for their real protection. The true strength of the Tsuneyashiro clan lay deeper within their stronghold. But those people were far more important than the lord he was currently protecting. There was no way they would send anyone to save them. Not that it mattered anymore, because the enemy had already reached them. 60 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Deep Understanding. Ah. Agonized screams echoed throughout the Tsuneyashiro clan mansion. The sound made Kaname Tozen frown slightly. The pitiful cries didn't stir any sympathy in him, he simply found them irritatingly loud. What a headache. Should we just ignore him, Aizen-sama? Kaname Tozen wiped the blood from his face. In front of him, a Tsuneyashiro clan Shinigami lay motionless on the ground, a deep gash torn across his chest. Despite his words, a faint, almost relaxed smile lingered on Tozen's face, tinged with a morbid sense of satisfaction. The moment he thought of Kakyo's tragic death and the countless sins of Tokinada Tsuneyashiro, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on his sword, eager to strike down these people. The nobles deserved to die, and so did those who aided them in their crimes. Aizen-sama, should we withdraw? He pursed his lips, flicking the blood off his blade as he spoke. Judging by the Gotei 13's response time, it wouldn't be long before reinforcements arrived to aid the Tsuneyashiro clan. Now wasn't the time to openly turn against them. Sosuke Aizen smirked slightly and glanced toward the heart of the Tsuneyashiro estate, his tone unhurried. There's still about 10 minutes left. Kuchiki knows what he's doing, so let's leave him be and check out the rest of the area. Kaname Tozen nodded in agreement. Aizen cast one last glance at Koga Kuchiki, who was rampaging in the distance, then turned and walked away. This operation was high risk, but securing a powerful ally, one capable of restraining even Yamamoto or members of the Zero Division, was well worth it. Besides, Aizen had confidence in himself. Once this was over, the fallout would remain within controllable limits. Despite the heavy casualties, those who died were merely peripheral figures of little importance. And really, how much would the Tsuneyashiro nobles care? If anything, they'd likely welcome the thinning of their own ranks. The Tsuneyashiro clan really has quite the collection. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped out of the hidden chamber, looking thoroughly satisfied. He had only found a single laboratory, but that was already an unexpected bonus. As the captain of the 11th Division, he knew all too well how quickly the Gotei 13 would respond to an incident like this. It was time to leave. With a casual flick of his wrist, he slit the throat of a Tsuneyashiro clan member in a single stroke. Then, after spotting a small room nearby, he slipped inside. Using Kido, he contacted Jin Ichimaru and confirmed that the 11th Division members had already dispersed throughout the Tsuneyashiro estate. Removing his black cloak, he shed the disguise and once again became the respected captain of the 11th Division. As he made his way out, retreating through the estate, several minutes passed before he came to a stop. Captain Aozaki. Jin Ichimaru let out a small sigh of relief and pointed ahead. Following Jin's direction, the group turned their eyes forward, only to see Masatsuki Aozaki stepping out of a small hut. All eyes were on him now. Having already been briefed by Jin Ichimaru, Masatsuki shook his head, his expression serious. I didn't find the intruder. What about you? Jin glanced at him discreetly, making sure he wasn't injured, then gave a slight nod and said with a puzzled look. Even you couldn't find the thief, Captain Masatsuki. But the Tsuneyashiro guards said they saw him heading this way. Mashiro Kuna narrowed her eyes slightly, her face tense. Turning to Itora Yamazaki, she asked. Lieutenant Yamazaki, are you sure this is the direction the Tsuneyashiro clan told you? Why is she talking to me like I'm one of her subordinates? I'm a lieutenant, damn it. Itora Yamazaki felt a twinge of irritation but, remembering who he was dealing with, the captain's wife, no less, he could only sigh and reply. There's no mistake. This is the direction. Masatsuki Aozaki crouched down, examining the ground for a moment before speaking calmly. These people haven't been dead for long. Their reishi has only just begun to dissipate. A squad member stepped forward and saluted. Captain, message from 5th Seat Ryuseki, they've spotted the intruder west of the Tsuneyashiro estate. Itora Yamazaki furrowed his brow. That's pretty far from here. These bodies should have completely dissolved into reishi by now. Does that mean there's more than one intruder? Masatsuki Aozaki paused briefly before answering. We can't rule out that possibility. Then, turning to Jin, he asked. What did the Tsuneyashiro clan say? Everyone who fought the intruder is dead. They only saw a single person from a distance. Jin's expression remained unreadable as he recalled his earlier exchange with the Tsuneyashiro members. There's no point in staying here any longer. Ryuseki and the others might run into trouble, we should move. Mashiro Kuna clenched her small fists and declared loudly. Yeah, let's hurry. Whoever did this much damage to the Tsuneyashiro clan is no ordinary enemy. She's right, Itora Yamazaki added. Whoever they are, they're dangerous. Well, that settles it. Let's go. Masatsuki Aozaki reached out and gently grasped Mashiro's soft green hair, inhaling the faint scent of lavender that lingered there. Masatsuki, you're messing up my hair. She grumbled, smoothing it down with a small pout. We need to hurry, or Ryuseki and Izumo might be in danger. She wrinkled her nose but didn't seem particularly bothered by his antics. After all, considering everything Masatsuki had done for her, what was a little teasing compared to that? As expected of Mashiro, you're too cute. Masatsuki wasn't the least bit annoyed by her reaction. Mashiro was sharp, she knew exactly what needed to be done. In that case, I'll go on ahead. Watch yourselves, and if things go south, let the others take the lead. What's the point of a bunch of grown men letting a girl stand in front every time? With that, he let her hair fall from his fingers and gave her cheek a quick squeeze. It was soft, pleasantly so. His gaze lingered on her for a moment before he turned away. Yes, Captain. We understand. Go on ahead. The squad members responded in unison. Masatsuki chuckled. I'm heading into battle, not paying a friendly visit. Go on ahead. You idiots. With a final amused curse, his figure flickered, and then he was gone. Fourth seat Ichimaru. Mashiro Kuna muttered, staring at the empty spot where Masatsuki had just stood. What's wrong? Jin tilted his head. Masatsuki felt different than when he first arrived. Her voice was cold. Jin's heart skipped a beat. His ever-narrowed eyes opened slightly, and for a brief moment, a sharp, blade-like glint flickered in his gaze. He was silently debating whether or not to let her continue speaking. That was Masatsuki. I know him better than anyone. Don't overthink it. I know. Mashiro suddenly smiled. Which just proves that I really do know Masatsuki, doesn't it? Jin was caught off guard. He thought back to how distant she had been when he had impersonated Masatsuki before. Then, out of nowhere, he chuckled. You do. You understand him very well. She wasn't suspicious. There was no hostility in her words. At that moment, the two of them seemed closer than before, like comrades in the same trench. 60 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, I've been waiting for you. Boom. Explosions rumbled in the distance, the deafening noise a clear sign of the fierce battle raging on. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't even need to see it to know, the 11th Division was fighting hard. As he approached, he was surprised to find that most of the fallen squad members were only incapacitated or unconscious. Not a single one had suffered fatal injuries. It seemed his name still carried some weight. For Shinigami, getting hurt was nothing. Even lost limbs could be healed, unless, of course, it was like Yamamoto in another timeline, who sacrificed his body using a forbidden Heido. In cases like that, not even Retsu Unohana could do anything. These soldiers, though, were only out of the fight temporarily. A trip to the 4th Division for treatment would have them back on their feet in no time. That was far better than the fate of the Tsuneyashiro clan members, who had been slaughtered outright. Masatsuki Aozaki drew Bansho Senrin from his waist and casually twirled the blade in a flourish before speaking. The thief who invaded the Tsuneyashiro estate. I appreciate you not killing my subordinates. Almost makes me not want to kill you either. But since no one's stopping you, why haven't you run? A figure, cloaked entirely in black, responded indifferently. I was waiting for you. I wanted to see the so-called greatest genius in Soul Society's history. Beneath that pitch-black robe, his appearance had undoubtedly changed in the eyes of the Gotei 13 soldiers. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed internally. Is now really the time for a jealousy-fueled grudge match? This guy was too stubborn. Masatsuki didn't particularly want to kill him. After all, he had some ties with Koga Kuchiki, the outcast son-in-law of the noble Kuchiki clan. But if he insisted on throwing his life away, there wasn't much Masatsuki could do. He had never considered the possibility of losing this fight. Koga's Zanpakutō, Muramasa, was indeed formidable. But knowing its weakness and preparing accordingly made him far easier to deal with than Kenpachi Kiganjo. Koga never spoke of Muramasa's full abilities. But as a transmigrator, Masatsuki Aozaki knew exactly where its flaws lay. Muramasa's power had no effect on those who had closed off their hearts. And because Masatsuki understood how dangerous this Zanpakutō could be, he had long since learned how to do just that. Before Koga could even release his Zanpakutō, Masatsuki pulled open his shirt slightly and slapped his chest. A dark, circular formation rapidly took shape, pulsing with spiritual energy. At its center, the kanji 4 seal was etched into the air. The cloaked man hesitated. What is that? A Kido formation to seal emotions, Masatsuki answered casually, as if it were nothing. What? Koga flinched, eyes widening. This was a direct counter to Muramasa's ability. Shocked, he blurted out. You figured out who I am. Masatsuki nodded without hesitation. That's right. Koga narrowed his eyes. Then how do you know my weakness? Masatsuki clasped his hands behind his back, a knowing smile playing on his lips. I might know you better than you know yourself. His tone carried an air of mystery, like a sage standing above the world, beyond comprehension. Koga chuckled, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Rather than feeling pressured by the words, he actually found them comforting. He understands me this well. No wonder he's my closest friend. Masatsuki wasn't afraid of Muramasa, not like others who panicked the moment they learned what it could do. Unlike them, he stood his ground, unfazed. Koga studied him curiously. Are you here to help the Tsuneyashiro clan? The Central 46 ordered the 11th Division to support them, Masatsuki replied with a shrug. But you know how I feel about the Tsuneyashiro. I don't care who you killed, I might even applaud you for it. Then, as if a new idea had struck him, he grinned. But now that I think about it, I've got a better idea. How about we stop fighting and just talk? Koga shook his head. Masatsuki Aozaki, the truth is, I don't want to see you as an enemy, but losing to you still weighs on me. Memories of their countless sparring matches surfaced in Koga's mind. Despite never using Bankai, Masatsuki had beaten him every single time. Jinrei Kuchiki had always praised Masatsuki, but never spared Koga a word of recognition. He knew it wasn't Masatsuki's fault. But he just couldn't let it go. If I win, I'll go back to my cell and I won't kill you, but you can't tell anyone about what happened today. But if you win, my life is yours. Whatever you ask of me, I'll do it. This guy is seriously stubborn. Is getting that old man's approval really that important? Masatsuki Aozaki thought to himself. For someone like Masatsuki, who only cared about women's mental well-being, he simply couldn't understand Koga Kuchiki's obsession. What's so special about an old man's recognition? Unless it was someone like Yamamoto, who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, then maybe he'd pay attention. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Masatsuki Aozaki clicked his tongue and said, let's change locations. There's no room to fight here. Koga Kuchiki was momentarily stunned but quickly let out a hearty laugh. All right, follow me. He turned around, leaving his back completely exposed to Masatsuki Aozaki without a second thought. If it had been Kamen Rider Tiger standing here instead of Masatsuki, Koga Kuchiki would probably be hearing the electronic voice announcing, Final Vent. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head helplessly, sighing at his own kindness before following after Koga Kuchiki at full speed. As captains, both of them moved with incredible swiftness. Before long, they had left the Tsuneyashiro clan's territory and arrived in a dense mountain forest. Impatiently, Masatsuki Aozaki asked, hey, you know my patience is limited. This place should be good enough, right? This will do. Koga Kuchiki stopped without a hint of frustration. He was well aware that the men in front of him only ever showed his refined, gentlemanly side when dealing with women. Brandishing his Zanpakutō, Koga Kuchiki sighed, you've never seen my Bankai, have you? Once I use it, my Shirkai's power increases tenfold. Muramasa had really treated him well. Koga Kuchiki's control over his own power was still lacking. But the fact that his Bankai could amplify his strength tenfold spoke volumes about how obedient Muramasa was to him. Watching Koga Kuchiki bask in his own self-admiration, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but chuckle. Still, he could understand, at least to some extent. Achieving Bankai was a major milestone for any Shinigami. Once a Shinigami obtained Bankai, their name would be forever etched into the history of the Soul Society. The sheer significance of Bankai, along with the immense power boost it provided, was undeniable. And for someone as young as Koga Kuchiki to have already mastered Bankai, it was only natural that his confidence had swelled. Without another word, Masatsuki Aozaki took advantage of that arrogance, using Shuinpa to appear right in front of him and swing his blade. Clang! The slash came in an instant, forcing Koga Kuchiki to hastily raise his Zanpakutō to block. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a small laugh. With just a slight increase in force, Koga Kuchiki was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through the air and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, So Strong. Whisper, Muramasa. As Koga Kuchiki chanted the release command, Muramasa's blade emitted a pale purple wave of Ryatsu, spreading outward through the dissipating smoke. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Masatsuki Aozaki sighed, standing motionless as the thin, thread-like ripples of Ryatsu passed through his body. In that instant, he felt his Zanpakutō stir. It wasn't Muramasa's ability taking effect, rather, the mischievous little demon, Bansho, was protesting. You actually sealed off your heart on purpose. I was hoping that after he used Bankai, you'd bring me and my sister out to play with you. All right, we'll have plenty of chances to play. Just hold on for now. Masatsuki Aozaki reassured her. This little demon was truly spoiled. Bansho snorted in displeasure. Whatever, I'm going back to find my sister. Koga Kuchiki waved his Zanpakutō, scattering the remaining smoke, and murmured, so, it really had no effect. He had known that Masatsuki Aozaki had closed off his heart, but he still wanted to try. For decades, his Zanpakutō's ability had struck fear into enemies across countless battlefields. Yet, now, it was completely useless. Letting out a sigh, Koga Kuchiki suddenly widened his eyes, unleashing a powerful burst of Ryatsu. In an instant, the surrounding area for several kilometers was swallowed by a vast and oppressive wave of spiritual pressure, rolling outward like an endless tide. Fortunately, Ryatsu perception had its limits, and this remote mountain forest served as the perfect battlefield. Otherwise, his carefully maintained secrecy would have been ruined. Masatsuki Aozaki remained still, quietly observing as the air grew heavier and more suffocating. If this is all you've got, you might as well admit defeat now. In Koga Kuchiki's current state, Masatsuki Aozaki was confident he could crush him instantly, without even letting him activate Bankai. But that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to defeat Koga Kuchiki at his strongest. To make him completely acknowledge his superiority. I know full well that Shirkai alone won't be enough to defeat someone like you, so. Koga Kuchiki exhaled slowly, his gaze sharpening under Masatsuki Aozaki's watchful eyes. Bankai. Boom. A massive surge of spiritual pressure erupted from Koga Kuchiki, shaking the very air around them. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't stand idle, he unleashed his own Ryatsu to counter, the sheer force of their collision rippling through the atmosphere. Yet, there was no doubt, Masatsuki Aozaki was at a disadvantage. Their base Ryatsu levels were nearly equal, but with the boost from Bankai, Koga Kuchiki's pressure instantly surpassed his. Even so, Masatsuki Aozaki remained unfazed. He had fought opponents beyond his level before, and he wasn't about to lose confidence now. Mukajochu Muramasa. Koga Kuchiki gripped his Zanpakutō tightly with both hands and raised it high above his head. At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing white coat emerged from his blade. Muramasa. The instant he appeared, Muramasa's gaze flickered toward Bansho Senrin, which was firmly held in Masatsuki Aozaki's grasp. However, he made no unnecessary movements. He simply stood there in silence, because he knew that no matter what he did, it would be futile. Then, with a slight motion, he raised his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a long, gleaming blade materialized in his palm, radiating a cold, lethal presence. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. So, you used Bankai specifically to summon Muramasa, so that his Ryatsu could also reach its Bankai-enhanced state. Koga Kuchiki's eyes gleamed with admiration. As expected from the men who once defeated me. You're absolutely right. But. He smirked. Can you handle two Bankai-level versions of me at the same time? Masatsuki Aozaki showed no particular reaction to his words. Instead, it was Muramasa who couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. My master just said that I am him. A Zanpakutō is an extension of a Shinigami's heart and soul. Just as Koga Kuchiki longed for recognition from Jinrei Kuchiki, Muramasa, too, craved acknowledgement. But where Koga Kuchiki sought the approval of his clan elder, Muramasa longed to be acknowledged by Koga Kuchiki himself. That one sentence from Koga Kuchiki struck Muramasa deeply. His heart swelled with exhilaration, so much so that he could hardly contain himself. As soon as the words left his master's lips, Koga Kuchiki blurred into motion, his figure vanishing like a phantom. Muramasa followed immediately, the two of them streaking toward Masatsuki Aozaki like arrows loosed from a bow. That was fast, but I'm not who I used to be. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a low breath as he met the two men head-on, blade in hand. Watching them charge at him, he had a fleeting thought, pulling an Aizen and using Kyoka Soijetsu's complete hypnosis to make them turn on each other. But the vast gap in Ryatsu, along with Yamamoto's warning, made him drop the idea. Shinigami battles were mostly fought head-on, clashing blades while using Ryatsu to enhance speed, strength, and overall combat ability. Masatsuki Aozaki, however, was in a unique position. His Ryatsu wasn't just reinforcing his already formidable physique, it was also compensating for the power gap caused by the difference in Ryatsu levels. Clang. 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 Ryujin Jaka, Urozakuro, Kaiten Kayakatsu, Bakuncho, Ganryamaru, Nijibana. Multiple elemental Kido-based shurikai were unleashed at once. For a moment, the sharp clash of blades echoed through the mountains and forests, as if tearing through the sky itself. The sound was deafening, like 1,000 gongs struck in unison, or the battle cry of countless soldiers charging into war, vast, thunderous, and overwhelming. Each collision sent powerful shockwaves through the air, making leaves swirl and dance like butterflies in the wind. Amidst the flurry of flashing blades, three figures moved at incredible speed. Their weapons gleamed coldly as they clashed and separated in rapid succession, every strike filled with lethal intent and immense force. This swordsmanship is terrifying. Was he holding back every time we sparred? Beneath his black mask, Koga Kuchiki's eyes darted rapidly, tracking Masatsuki Aozaki's movements. Even with Muramasa's aid, he was struggling to keep up. And it wasn't just the swordplay, the bursts of Kido flames, gusting winds, crashing waves, and crackling lightning made his situation even worse. His long sword and Ryatsu-coated body offered little defense against the relentless assault, leaving him with no choice but to dodge in desperation. Damn it! How is he this strong? A storm of disbelief raged in Koga Kuchiki's mind. Ever since mastering Bankai, ordinary Shinigami had been beneath his notice. Even among the captains of the Gotei 13, aside from the captain commander and his father-in-law, he never thought himself weaker than anyone. After wreaking havoc on the Tsuneyashiro clan and slaughtering countless of their Shinigami, he had even begun to believe that he could stand his ground against his father-in-law, and perhaps even Yamamoto himself. So while he had always lost to Masatsuki Aozaki when only using Shirkai, he had been certain that his Bankai would make this fight an easy victory. Yet now, even at full power, he was struggling just to keep up. Clang! With another fierce clash, the two of them recoiled from the impact, parting like they had been jolted by an electric shock. Koga Kuchiki fixed his gaze on Masatsuki Aozaki, his eyes flashing with wariness and caution. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, you're next. Koga Kuchiki's breathing was uneven, his chest rising and falling sharply as if he had just escaped a life-and-death struggle. The katana in his hand trembled slightly, still carrying the lingering force of the intense clashes. The air was thick with tension, as if time itself had frozen. The wind howled, lifting snowflakes into a swirling dance before they drifted between them, yet no one paid them any mind. Koga Kuchiki and Muramasa remained locked onto Masatsuki Aozaki, their focus unwavering. Neither dared to let their guard down, knowing that even the slightest mistake could give their opponent an opening. At last, Koga Kuchiki began to retreat slowly, each step taken with extreme caution, as though he were stepping on landmines. Seeing this, Muramasa followed suit, carefully maintaining his distance. They didn't stop until they had retreated several meters, but their eyes remained locked on Masatsuki Aozaki. By nature, Masatsuki Aozaki would have simply unleashed Ryujin Jaka and reduced his enemies to ashes. However, Koga Kuchiki still had value. If Aizen had taken an interest in him, then he couldn't be killed so easily. Glancing at the fresh sword marks on Koga Kuchiki's clothing, then at his own unscathed form, Masatsuki Aozaki spoke casually. I'll end this fight soon. You'd better be ready, don't go dying on me. Unlike Masatsuki Aozaki, who was still weighing whether or not to finish him off, Koga Kuchiki's composure had already begun to crack. The realization that, even after using Bankai, he was still at a disadvantage sent his emotions into turmoil. With a roar, Koga Kuchiki and Muramasa slashed their swords in unison, releasing beams of red and green light from their blades. Kangabaku. Gaki Reko. A massive fireball, spanning dozens of meters in diameter, tore through the sky at incredible speed, like a meteor wreathed in roaring flames, trailing a long tail of fire. Then, in an instant, something shifted within the fireball. It detonated violently, scattering a storm of fiery embers in all directions, creating a blinding sea of flames. Hidden within the inferno, 10 razor-thin green beams shot forth. They slithered like agile serpents, breaking free from the explosion and darting in every direction at blistering speed. They moved as swiftly as lightning, leaving streaks of green light in their wake, like shooting stars streaking across the night sky. Masatsuki Aozaki remained silent, simply using Shuanpa to evade the incoming beams. As the fireball came hurtling toward him, he murmured. Suten Ishiku. Water and sky as one. A powerful gust erupted around him, swirling violently around his blade, while a torrent of reishi-infused water surged from beneath his feet as if given life. The winds howled, whipping the water into the air, where it rapidly gathered into an enormous, towering wave, a massive wall of water crashing forward with unstoppable force, colliding head-on with the raging fireball. Boom. Flames and torrents of water clashed in a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the very heavens. A violent shockwave rippled outward like an unstoppable tsunami, threatening to tear the world apart. Amid the chaos, a thick veil of mist engulfed the battlefield, completely shrouding the three figures within, making it impossible to see what had become of them. Masatsuki. This. Staring at the dense mist filling the sky, Koga Kuchiki and Muramasa widened their eyes in utter disbelief, their mouths gaping open as if they could swallow an egg whole. Kangabaku and Gaki Reko, Muramasa's Zanpakutō abilities, were powerful enough to rival Heido spells above level 90. Yet now, such a terrifying Kido attack had been neutralized so effortlessly. How was that even possible? Shockwaves rippled through their minds, making it impossible to regain composure. Is that it? I was just getting started. The moment that chilling voice rang out, so cold it seemed to seep into the bones, the blade in Masatsuki Aozaki's hand erupted into a blazing inferno, shining like a second sun in the sky. Taimatsu. Torch. The flames burned so intensely that the very air around them seemed to ignite, creating a powerful surge of heat. At the same time, Masatsuki Aozaki's sword whipped up a violent gust, fanning the flames into a massive, spiraling wall of fire. Like a rampaging fire dragon, the roaring inferno surged toward Muramasa at incredible speed, swallowing him whole. The fiery vortex spun rapidly, its friction against the air creating an ear-piercing shriek. The flames only grew wilder, as if intent on consuming everything in their path. Muramasa had no chance to escape. He could only watch helplessly as he was engulfed by the raging firestorm. Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze remained cold as he murmured. "One down. You're next." There was nothing but disdain in his words, disdain for his enemy, and absolute confidence in his own strength. Koga Kuchiki stared blankly at Masatsuki Aozaki, who hovered in midair, his body wrapped in a swirling green aura, a flaming sword in hand. This is, the legendary Zanpakutō that rivals Bankai even in Shirkai. His eyes widened further, his voice trembling with shock and awe. Then, as if suddenly snapping out of it, he shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the overwhelming disbelief clouding his thoughts. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he muttered. No wonder. With such monstrous talent and power, it's no surprise that people feel hopeless in comparison. No wonder even my father-in-law, with his harsh standards, holds you in such high regard. That makes sense now. As he spoke, a trace of envy and resignation flickered in his eyes. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed, shaking his head. You really think Jinrei hasn't acknowledged you? He looked at Koga Kuchiki, who kept showering him with praise, and an odd feeling stirred in his heart. This guy was flattering him so much that it almost made him feel guilty about going all out against him. Koga Kuchiki nodded silently, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Of course. I've known my father-in-law for decades, we've spent countless years together, but not once have I ever heard a word of praise or recognition from him. After speaking, he took a deep breath, trying to suppress the emotion surging inside him. On the surface, he seemed composed, but his eyes betrayed the disappointment and loneliness he couldn't hide. He looked like a neglected spouse, burdened with grievances but with no one to turn to. That mixture of sorrow and frustration made him seem both pitiful and somewhat ridiculous. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, The Hardest Mouth. Then how did you end up as his son-in-law? Masatsuki Aozaki asked. What do you mean? Koga Kuchiki tilted his head in confusion, his expression blank. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed and shook his head. This idiot, how can he be so dense? Why can't he think outside the box? The Kuchiki clan is one of the 5 noble families of Soul Society, and your wife is the apple of Jinrei's eye, the treasured princess of the Kuchiki clan. He continued, if he weren't satisfied with you, do you really think he would have entrusted his beloved daughter to you so easily? Everything you wear is a symbol of the Kuchiki clan's status. Koga Kuchiki instinctively reached up to touch the kansekin atop his head, then lowered his gaze to the bright red windflower scarf around his neck. His eyes widened. Could it be that my father-in-law? At that moment, realization finally struck him. Masatsuki Aozaki watched him finally piece it together and found himself at a loss for words. Not wanting to waste any more time, he casually asked, Are you ready? Ready for what? Koga Kuchiki blinked. To lose to me, of course. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled slightly before vanishing in an instant, his figure disappearing like a ghost. A wave of scorching heat rushed toward Koga Kuchiki, burning like a flaming meteor. The raging blizzard around them didn't even have time to approach before the sheer intensity of the heat vaporized the snow, leaving nothing but empty air. Good. A flicker of excitement flashed in Koga Kuchiki's eyes, and a powerful fighting spirit surged within him. He let out a fierce roar. Masatsuki Aozaki. Today, I'll show you, Koga Kuchiki, will not be defeated by you forever. Without hesitation, he unleashed every last ounce of Riryoku within his body, his aura skyrocketing like a war god descending upon the battlefield. He had already pushed himself to the limit. Against an opponent like this, holding back even slightly meant certain death. Just then, a desperate voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Master, his Zanpakutō is far too powerful. Please, be extremely careful. It was Muramasa. At this point, Muramasa was already gravely injured. If not for the fact that he existed as the spirit of a Shinigami's blade, he might not have even survived. Reforming his physical form was out of the question. Koga Kuchiki gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. A newfound determination flickered in his gaze, steadfast and unwavering. All his doubts, frustrations, and hesitations vanished. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he had been reborn. A deep purple radiance engulfed him, pulsating like a raging torrent of Riryoku. Even the air around him distorted under the pressure. A powerful wave of Ryatsu rippled outward from his Zanpakutō, spreading like ripples on water. Snowflakes caught in its wake reversed course, flying back into the sky. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound cut through the air as Koga Kuchiki swung his Zanpakutō with all his might. A dazzling wave of sword pressure exploded forth. He knew he couldn't afford to let Masatsuki Aozaki get close, so he made his move without hesitation. A massive, lavender-colored blade of energy streaked through the sky like lightning, tearing through the void with unstoppable force. The sheer power of the slash split the air apart, shattering ice and snow into countless shards that scattered in every direction. The overwhelming force of the attack made the sky tremble. Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze sharpened as he swung his blade without hesitation. The Getsuga Tensho he unleashed burned fiercely, condensed onto his blade and cloaked in brilliant flames. Fueled by the howling wind, the strike shot forward like lightning, swift and unstoppable. SAA. In the midst of the roaring wind, Masatsuki Aozaki's Bansho Senrin struck like a bolt of lightning, colliding head-on with Koga Kuchiki's sword pressure. I blocked it. Koga Kuchiki was ecstatic, and the tension in his body instantly eased. However, at that moment, a sharp crack rang out. Before the victorious smile could fully form on his face, a sinking feeling gripped his chest. And sure enough, the very next second, a chilling sound of shattering echoed from his sword pressure. The once mighty purple energy blade fractured like delicate porcelain, splintering apart. The crack spread rapidly from the point of impact, branching across the entire sword pressure in the blink of an eye. Realizing the danger, Koga Kuchiki made a split-second decision, his body flickered as he swiftly retreated. Almost the instant he moved, Masatsuki Aozaki's Getsuga Tensho erupted with unstoppable force, obliterating his sword pressure completely. The flaming Ryatsu slash surged through the shattered gap like a runaway wildfire, carving a deep, bottomless trench into the ground. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing racked Koga Kuchiki's body as he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Gasping for breath, he looked up in shock, his gaze locking onto Masatsuki Aozaki. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. His strongest sword pressure, unleashed with everything he had been torn apart so effortlessly. For a brief moment, he even questioned whether this was all just an illusion, a trick of the mind. Perhaps he had never left the prison. Perhaps this was just some intricate deception woven by the new 3rd Division captain who had come to visit him. Yet, high above, Masatsuki Aozaki remained completely unfazed. It was as if that fierce, earth-shaking clash had meant nothing to him. Tilting his head slightly, he cast a glance toward the distant horizon, his thoughts running cold and calculated. I need to wrap this up. Though they were in a secluded forest, the intensity of their battle had caused too much commotion. Masatsuki Aozaki's heightened spiritual perception detected several approaching Ryatsu signatures. Someone was closing in. Seeing him momentarily distracted, Koga Kuchiki let out a ragged breath, blood still dripping from his lips, and gritted his teeth in frustration. Masatsuki. Where the hell are you looking? I haven't lost yet. What the hell is this supposed to mean? The fight isn't over, and he's already thinking about something else. Is he looking down on me? A surge of defiance flared in his eyes as he swung his blade once more. Another streak of purple sword pressure shot from Muramesa's katana. Whoosh. The attack was noticeably weaker than before, its size significantly reduced. Masatsuki Aozaki barely paid it any mind. With a casual flick of his sword, he shattered it effortlessly. He knew Koga Kuchiki was already running on fumes. At this point, the only thing still putting up resistance was his mouth. And just as expected, a second later, Koga Kuchiki's body wavered. His knees buckled. Then, with a heavy thud, he collapsed onto his back, unconscious. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Inside Agent. In a dark, deep cave not far from the battlefield. Ugh. After a while, Koga Kuchiki slowly regained consciousness. He shook his head, trying to dispel the dizziness clouding his mind. When he opened his eyes and took in his surroundings, a chill ran down his spine. He struggled to sit up, but his body felt as if it were pinned under an immense weight, rendering him completely immobile. Shock filled Koga Kuchiki. He had never felt so weak, so powerless. Just then, a low voice echoed from the depths of the cave. In your current condition, you shouldn't be making any sudden movements. The unexpected voice startled him, but when he turned toward its source, he saw Masatsuki Aozaki leaning against the rock wall, arms crossed, looking completely at ease. Upon seeing Masatsuki, Koga Kuchiki's initial panic subsided. His expression turned bleak as he spoke. Since I lost to you, do whatever you want, kill me if you must. Either way, I've committed an unforgivable crime. If I fall into the hands of the Tsuneyashiro clan, I'm as good as dead. Not even my father-in-law could save me. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned slightly but remained calm. If I wanted you dead, I would have killed you already. Why go through the trouble of bringing you here? After a brief pause, he continued. Besides, who says you're guilty? Do the wise men and judges of the Central 46 even know what you've done? If anything, all you did was eliminate potential threats before they could harm Soul Society, preventing those with sinister intentions from causing greater destruction. From that perspective, you've done a great service. Who knows? The Soul King might even be pleased. After all, it was the Tsuneyashiro clan that led the charge in dismembering the Soul King in the first place. But who could say whether the Soul King even possessed emotions like joy or hatred? Perhaps he was nothing more than a divine being, devoid of all human sentiment. Well. Koga Kuchiki hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he weighed Masatsuki Aozaki's words. You don't have to deceive me. How could the Soul King possibly be pleased after what I've done? What if, in reality, he despises them? Masatsuki Aozaki let out a quiet chuckle, speaking in a soft yet deliberate tone. They tormented the Soul King to such a miserable state, and now he's forced to endure eternal suffering as the foundation of the three worlds. What? Koga Kuchiki's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Don't tell me that even you, the unwanted son-in-law of the Kuchiki clan, knew nothing about this. Masatsuki Aozaki posed the question rhetorically before continuing. If that's the case, then let me enlighten you about the truth behind the Soul King and the 5 great noble clans. And with that, he revealed the hidden history of the Soul King. Koga Kuchiki was left utterly stunned. The Soul King, and the 5 great clans, have such a relationship. He had always believed that the 5 noble families rose to power because they had helped the Soul King create the world. But now, he realized, they hadn't aided him. They had betrayed him. For Koga Kuchiki, a man born into the common people and taken in as a son-in-law by the Kuchiki clan, this revelation shattered everything he had ever known. All his life, he had been taught to serve and protect the Soul King and the 5 great clans. Yet in the end, those very clans had been the first to strike against their king. Thinking that his beloved father-in-law might also know the truth, Koga Kuchiki lowered his head and murmured. Why are you telling me this? Masatsuki Aozaki didn't answer directly. Instead, he posed a question of his own. Do you know what that man is trying to do? That man, you know him. Koga Kuchiki was startled, recalling the newly appointed 3rd Division captain who had come to see him in prison. He knows the truth as well, and he refuses to accept the twisted rule of the 5 great noble clans over Seireitei. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke as if talking to himself. You should realize by now that you were nothing more than a pawn to him. This time, your blade was pointed at the Tsuneyashiro clan, next time, it might be the Kuchiki clan. Koga Kuchiki's expression darkened. That man wants to use me against the Kuchiki clan. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head. He's not targeting just the Kuchiki clan. His enemy is all the nobility. Koga Kuchiki's voice was firm. That won't happen. Jinrei-sama saw my worth when no one else did, and beyond that, he's my father-in-law. No matter what the Kuchiki clan may have done millions of years ago, in this generation, there is no one in the Kuchiki clan who deserves to die. Memories of his time with the clan surfaced in his mind. Even after learning the truth about the Soul King and the 5 noble clans, he still believed the Kuchiki clan had upheld its legacy as a model of nobility. It wasn't just blood ties that bound him to them. Everyone knew the Kuchiki clan carried the pride of nobility, but they had never faltered in their duty to protect Seireitei. They were nothing like the filth of the Tsuneyashiro clan. Masatsuki Aozaki was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Koga Kuchiki was simply devoted to Jinrei Kuchiki, with perhaps some lingering attachment to his wife. He hadn't expected such deep loyalty to the entire Kuchiki clan. It seemed the Kuchiki were indeed an interesting bunch. So what would you do if he tried to harm your family? Naturally, I would. Koga Kuchiki trailed off, realization dawning on him. So that's your true goal? Why are you doing this? Masatsuki Aozaki spoke in an offhand manner. I come from a lower noble family. In some ways, my situation is similar to yours. Koga Kuchiki looked up at the men before him. Something clicked in his mind, and his eyes widened in shock. You and the head of the Shihoin clan, it's true. Masatsuki Aozaki simply smiled, saying nothing. Koga Kuchiki was stunned. Until now, he had dismissed it as mere rumor. After all, Yoruchi Shihoin was the head of one of the 5 great noble clans. It wasn't just a matter of Masatsuki being a lower noble, few among the highest-ranking noble families could even hope to be her equal. He exhaled slowly, taking a long moment to compose himself. I told you, I lost. My life is yours now. What do you want from me? Do you want me to go to the Central 46 and testify against him? No. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head. I want you to join him. Koga Kuchiki was taken aback. What? You want me to join him? What he's planning, it's treason. Masatsuki Aozaki remained unshaken. You know his abilities. Your testimony would be meaningless. Koga Kuchiki frowned, processing the words before his eyes suddenly sharpened with understanding. You want me to be a spy, to gather evidence of his crimes? A flicker of amusement crossed Masatsuki Aozaki's face. Exactly, he replied smoothly, lying without hesitation. In truth, he had simply realized that Aizen no longer trusted him as much as before. He needed someone else to take his place in getting close to him. Whether Aizen saw through it or not didn't matter. The man enjoyed toying with his subordinates. Even if he knew, he would likely keep Koga around just for amusement. Of course, it would be ideal if Aizen remained unaware. As for Aizen's crusade against the noble families, aside from Yoruichi Shihoin and a select few others close to Masatsuki Aozaki, the rest could die for all he cared. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, Little Nanao. Masatsuki Aozaki lowered his head slightly, his voice laced with persuasion. Think carefully. If you keep getting involved with someone like that, how do you think your wife and father-in-law will see you? They'll be deeply disappointed, convinced that you're not someone they can trust. But if you choose to go undercover, that changes everything. Not only will you be blameless, but you'll also have the chance to accomplish something great. You wouldn't want to let down your wife and father-in-law, would you, Koga? Koga Kuchiki couldn't stop his mind from conjuring an image of Jinrei Kuchiki's face, full of disappointment. A sharp pain twisted in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his teeth and answered. Fine, I promise. Hearing his response, Masatsuki Aozaki let out a silent sigh of relief, his grip on his sword's hilt slowly loosening. Had Koga given even the slightest indication of refusal, he wouldn't have hesitated to take his head right then and there. Koga Kuchiki frowned, his suspicion lingering. Is he really planning to go against all the noble clans? Masatsuki Aozaki didn't answer directly. Instead, he gave a faint smile and said. There's no denying he holds grand ambitions, his vision of changing the world might even be in the best interest of most people. But even if his ideals serve the greater good, in the current era, Soul Society isn't ready to accept them. Right now, nobility dominates everything. To overturn a way of thinking that has been deeply ingrained for centuries, someone must stand up and break through the chains of tradition. But that is an incredibly long and difficult path. In truth, it's far harder than simply cutting people down. Koga Kuchiki listened quietly, then nodded in understanding. I see. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at him, then carefully probed further. What if he swore never to target the Kuchiki clan? What would you do then? Koga Kuchiki's expression turned cold. I wouldn't believe a single word from someone as cunning as him. Masatsuki Aozaki pressed on. But what if he actually kept his word? Koga Kuchiki hesitated for a moment before responding. I know what you're worried about. Since I gave you my word, I'll stand by it. As long as you don't betray me, no offer, no matter how tempting, will sway me. Masatsuki Aozaki remained silent, simply watching him. That condition, as long as you don't betray me, was telling. At his core, Koga Kuchiki was an extreme egotist. The ones he truly cared about weren't his wife or even his revered father-in-law. It was himself. Koga Kuchiki scoffed. Don't look at me like that. I'm not an idiot. He claims to know everything and uses it to threaten me, that alone proves he's not someone to be trusted. We are not the same. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded before asking. Where is he now? Will he come looking for you? I don't know. They took me to the Tsuneyashiro estate and disappeared, Koga said, shaking his head. They only told me to return to my cell when the time was right, and they'd take care of everything. Masatsuki Aozaki thought for a moment before speaking. This place isn't safe. Conceal your Ryatsu, recover your strength, and get back to your cell as soon as possible. The cave wasn't far from where Masatsuki and Koga had fought earlier. If the Gotei 13 failed to track down the intruders, they would undoubtedly use the battlefield as a focal point, expanding their search in all directions. It wouldn't be long before they found this cave, staying here wasn't an option. Fortunately, the battle between the two had only involved widely known techniques, such as pressure-based sword strikes or elemental Kido attacks. There were no unique traces that could reveal their identities. Although lingering reishi from the clash still remained, the current level of investigative technology in the Gotei 13 wouldn't be able to extract anything useful. Otherwise, Aizen would have never gotten away with framing Shinji Hirako and the others for 100 years in the original timeline. After all, during the holification incident, Aizen and his men had directly taken action. Koga Kuchiki nodded, briefly checking his Ryatsu before standing up and heading toward the cave's exit. On the battlefield. The 8th Division, known for intelligence gathering, was the first to arrive, with the 11th Division, having just searched the Tsuneyashiro estate, following closely behind. Shadows flickered through the trees, swift figures dashing across the snowy ground, leaving deep imprints behind. Lisa Yadamara spoke in a hushed tone. The ones who fought here reshaped the terrain. Judging by the extent of the destruction, at least one of them had captain-level strength. Shuinsue Kairaku furrowed his brow, nodding thoughtfully. According to reports from the 11th Division, Kenpachi Aozaki pursued the intruder alone. There are also burn marks on the surrounding trees. In that case, he was likely one of the combatants, Lisa analyzed further. Makes sense. Maybe he ran into the target while searching for their whereabouts, and a fight became inevitable. Shunsui stroked his chin as he pieced together the situation, but a deep concern settled on his face. He couldn't sense his junior's Ryatsu. Had something happened to him? That thought barely had time to settle before he looked up and felt relief wash over him. A handsome man was approaching, holding the hand of a young girl. Her cheeks were rosy, and she looked absolutely adorable. "No, this is as far as you go. Look, that old man over there is already getting mad." Masatsuki Aozaki gently released Nanao Ise's hand, ruffling her hair before watching her walk away. "Behave yourself." Shunsui Kairaka sighed, his expression heavy. He wasn't sure if he was more worried about Masatsuki or his niece. Masatsuki Aozaki's reputation as a womanizer was well known in Seireitei. He wasn't an ideal match for her. But that was only one of his concerns. Men who married into the Ise family never lived long. This was a well-known fact among the nobility. His own older brother hadn't escaped this fate, leaving Nanao fatherless at a young age. If those two ended up together, they could very well destroy each other. Still, Nanao was young. It was too soon to worry about such things. Taking a deep breath, Shunsui Kairaku refocused on the matter at hand. "What happened here?" "I tracked the intruder here and fought him," Masatsuki replied. Shunsui gave him a once-over, then nodded. "Looks like you won. Where is he?" "He got away." Shunsui's eyes widened slightly. "Someone actually managed to escape from you." He knew the extent of Masatsuki's strength, second only to some of the veteran captains. No ordinary captain-class opponent should have been able to slip from his grasp. Masatsuki Aozaki simply shrugged. "The enemy could use Bankai. He wasn't strong enough to defeat me, but if he was dead set on running, there wasn't much I could do to stop him." 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Surveillance. The 1st Division captain's office was steeped in tension, as if an invisible shadow loomed over the room. Yamamoto sat upright at his desk, leaning on his cane. His brow was deeply furrowed, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and a few more wrinkles seemed to have etched themselves into his forehead. Seated nearby, Masatsuki Aozaki and Shunsui Kairaku appeared relaxed, their expressions unreadable. In contrast, Jushiro Yukitake wore a troubled look, weighed down by concern. As the only one to have fought the intruder and survived, Masatsuki Aozaki began his report, recounting the entire chase in meticulous detail. By blending a small portion of truth with a sea of misleading information, he made the events appear convoluted yet undeniably thorough. When he finished, Yamamoto finally spoke. "You are certain the intruder used Bankai?" His voice was deep, carrying the faintest trace of doubt. Masatsuki Aozaki responded casually. "Absolutely. I distinctly felt his Ryatsu surge dramatically." His tone exuded confidence and certainty. Yamamoto raised his hand slightly, signaling for the inner court troop, who had been standing by, to withdraw. Once they had left, he spoke again, his voice even heavier than before. "Do you have any idea what kind of abilities his Bankai possesses?" A Shinigami who had achieved Bankai represented a significant leap in power. Compared to those who merely had captain-level Ryatsu, such individuals were far more dangerous. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head slightly, his response firm. "No. When he used Bankai, I didn't notice any distinct changes to his Zanpakutō. But his Ryatsu undeniably increased to a level characteristic of Bankai. A Bankai without any visible changes to the Zanpakutō." Yamamoto frowned, murmuring under his breath. Masatsuki Aozaki's words instantly brought to mind Sosuke Aizen, the newly appointed 3rd Division captain. That man's Zanpakutō could manipulate mist and water currents, yet its physical form remained unchanged. However, this similarity alone wasn't enough to confirm anything. At best, it indicated that the intruder's Zanpakutō also remained visually unchanged in its Bankai state. As for its exact abilities or the extent of its power, there was still no way to know. "Since we have no concrete leads, we'll set aside the Zanpakutō for now," Jushiro Yukitake said gravely. His voice was cold and resolute. "But there's something even more concerning about this incident. I fear there is an insider within the Gotei 13. Or worse, the intruder himself is one of us." This conclusion wasn't difficult to reach. After all, the enemy who infiltrated the Tsuneyashiro clan displayed an unsettling level of familiarity with the Gotei 13's operations. The fact that they began their retreat before the Gotei 13 even arrived meant they had access to privileged intelligence. Shunsui Kairaku adjusted the brim of his straw hat, his gaze deepening as he frowned and said. "The intruder isn't just familiar with the Gotei 13's combat tactics, he also knows the inner workings of the Tsuneyashiro clan inside and out. If that's the case, then he must hold a significant position. It's highly likely he's hiding among the higher ranks of the Gotei 13, or at the very least, a seated officer. In the Gotei 13, only those ranked seated officer or higher were considered part of the true leadership. Ordinary squad members merely followed orders, charging into battle with their swords. Many of them might not even be aware of the Gotei 13's deeper operational strategies. So, if a traitor did exist, his status was anything but ordinary. That realization stirred unease and vigilance in both men. Yamamoto furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. A high-ranking officer within the Gotei 13. A Bankai that showed no visible transformation. These two factors brought to mind the recently promoted 3rd Division captain. But suspicion alone wasn't enough to condemn someone. In fact, even considering him a suspect based on this was a stretch. Masatsuki, Yamamoto said gravely, according to the 11th Division's report, do they believe there was more than one intruder involved in this incident? Masatsuki Aozaki nodded slightly. That's correct. I only ran into the thief by chance after receiving intel from the squad members. Before that, we discovered several corpses on the far side of the Tsuneyashiro estate, bodies that were already dissolving into reishi. Yamamoto sighed lightly. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. If there was more than one intruder capable of using Bankai, then this incident was far more dangerous and troublesome than it initially seemed. What was once assumed to be a simple noble family conflict was now clearly something much bigger. Jushiro Yukitake hesitated slightly before speaking. Master, in my opinion, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. But allowing an enemy to remain hidden within the Gotei 13 is an incredibly dangerous risk. We should take measures to prevent something like this from happening again. Yamamoto's frown deepened, suspicion flickering in his expression. Do you have any concrete suggestions? Jushiro Yukitake responded seriously. I've heard that the 12th Division has developed a new surveillance tool. Oh. You mean the Rokirichu, spirit recording bugs? Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. Typical of Yukitake-senpai, always the cautious one. Kugo Jinjo hadn't even been acknowledged by Soul Society yet, and the substitute Shinigami surveillance plan hadn't officially begun, but here he was already proposing monitoring the Gotei 13 itself. Jushiro Yukitake nodded without hesitation. Exactly. Rokirichu. If we plant them within the Gotei 13, we could use them to monitor for any unusual activity. Yamamoto was silent for a moment, lost in thought, before finally speaking. Let Chojiro handle this. As he spoke, the tension in his expression gradually eased. Masatsuki Aozaki, standing off to the side, smirked slightly, deep in thought. His own experiments were already halfway complete, the necessary Shinigami souls were nearly all accounted for. If he could gather a few more Rakangai souls as additional materials, he'd be able to move forward without issue. Next, his research would shift its focus to hollows. Meanwhile, Aizen was preparing to initiate his hollowification experiments. But with the Rokirichu and other surveillance measures about to be deployed, they were bound to cause him some headaches. The thought amused Masatsuki Aozaki, and he couldn't help but grin mischievously. Stretching his arms, he stood up and said, Well, old man, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. I need to focus on mastering Bankai. Yamamoto, Shunsui Kairaku, and Jushiro Yukitake exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed that facing an enemy with Bankai twice in a row had lit a fire under him. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Benihime. Sokayaku Hill, underground training grounds. Perched atop a massive boulder, Yoruchi Shihoin watched the two fighters facing off below with a playful smirk, her golden eyes gleaming with amusement. In her arms, Suifeng had turned a deep shade of red, her face as flushed as a ripe apple. Wow, this feels like a dream. Her mind blanked, her body turning soft as she instinctively nestled deeper into Yoruchi's warm embrace. The sensation made her tremble slightly, and in her embarrassment, she turned her head, only for her gaze to land on the strikingly handsome man standing in the arena. This should be the last round, right? Yoruchi gave a slight nod. Yes. If they don't finish soon, they'll be late for the captain's meeting. Suifeng blinked her wide, curious eyes. But, why is Masatsuki-sama fighting him? Ha! Your little mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter, calling him Sama so naturally. You really live up to your reputation as the vice president of Suki no Hana, Yoruchi teased, running a finger along Suifeng's rosy cheek. The younger girl squirmed, utterly overwhelmed. Why Yoruchi-sama? All right, I won't tease you anymore. He wanted to test Kasuke's Bankai, but... Yoruchi trailed off, deliberately leaving the sentence hanging. But what? Suifeng leaned forward eagerly, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yoruchi chuckled, finding the girl's expression utterly adorable. She scrunched her nose playfully and hummed. I suspect Masatsuki is just using this as an excuse for revenge. Apparently, the last experiment ended in yet another explosion. Now that Kisuke has finally mastered Bankai, he probably challenged him just to get a few good hits in. After all, Masatsuki's Ryatsu is stronger than Kisuke's. Even without using Bankai, Kisuke isn't a match for him. Yoruchi's smile widened as she watched the two men standing in the arena, poised for battle. For over a decade, Masatsuki Aozaki and Kisuke Urahara had been two of the most prominent figures in the Gotei 13. Masatsuki was not only considered the greatest prodigy in Seoul society's history, but he had also shattered the record for the youngest to achieve Bankai. At under 40 years old, he had climbed from third-class Ryatsu to mastering Bankai in just 5 years, and in the past few years, he had even reached second-class Ryatsu. To nearly everyone in the Gotei 13, it was a foregone conclusion, Masatsuki Aozaki was destined to become a powerhouse on par with the captain commander himself. On the other hand, Kisuke Urahara, a former 12th Division captain, had been personally chosen by Royal Guard member Kiryu Hikifune as her successor. He had mastered Bankai at just over 200 years old, a level of genius rarely seen in centuries. One commanded the Gotei 13's battle divisions. The other was about to take over its scientific research division. That alone explained everything. Masatsuki Aozaki had been trained directly by Captain Commander Yamamoto, excelling in Zanjutsu, Hakuta, Kido, and Ho-Ho with extensive real-world combat experience. By comparison, Kisuke Urahara, while skilled in hand-to-hand combat, was still, at heart, a scientist. The gap between them was immense. That was why both Yoruchi and Suifeng agreed, Masatsuki Aozaki would undoubtedly win this fight. If Kisuke wanted to stand a chance, he'd need to turn into Iron Man on the spot and invent a suit specifically designed to counter Masatsuki Aozaki. As the two onlookers chatted on the sidelines, the two combatants in the arena exploded into motion. Masatsuki, for the sake of our years of friendship, just let me off this once. That last time was a complete accident, I swear I didn't mean it. You're a generous man, aren't you? Just show me some mercy this time, please. Kisuke Urahara pleaded, his face twisting into an exaggerated grimace as he winked and fidgeted. His naturally comical expression was now scrunched up like a dried persimmon, practically radiating desperation. Behind him stood a towering woman with long hair styled in a classical bun, wearing a sleeveless kimono. Her limbs had puppet-like joints, Kanenbaraki Beniheim Aratame, Urahara's Bankai. Strangely enough, despite taking the brunt of the explosion in the lab, Masatsuki Aozaki was completely unharmed. The devastating blast, comparable in power to a Zero, had hit him directly, yet it didn't seem to affect him at all. What the hell kind of monster had this guy turned into? Instead, it was Kisuke's laboratory that had suffered, completely wrecked beyond recognition. After an inspection, it was officially declared a total loss. Masatsuki crossed his arms. You wish. How could someone as smart as you make such a basic mistake? And even if it was an accident, shouldn't you have given me some kind of protective suit before running such a dangerous experiment? Kisuke looked even more aggrieved. Didn't you say you didn't need one? This guy always boasted that his body was tougher than any protective gear, refusing to wear anything during experiments, so why was he blaming him now? Where was the justice in this world? Masatsuki blinked, momentarily caught off guard, before his expression darkened. Clearly knowing he had no ground to stand on, he decided to go on the offensive instead. How dare you, Kisuke Urahara? Such a sharp tongue, and now you have the audacity to argue with me. Accept your punishment. In the blink of an eye, Masatsuki vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Kisuke. Not the face. Kisuke, well aware of Masatsuki's usual antics, instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. But Masatsuki was faster. Before Kisuke could react, bam, a fist landed squarely on his face. 10 minutes later. Kisuke sat slumped on the ground, rubbing his swollen, bread-like cheeks, silently cursing his misfortune. You satisfied now, he grumbled. Masatsuki shook his head, looking somewhat unimpressed. Barely. Kisuke nearly coughed up blood. Barely. Look at me, I'm the one covered in bruises. My injuries are way worse than yours. Masatsuki patted his chest with a confident smirk. Relax. I was trained by Captain Commander Yamamoto. I know how to control my strength. Your bruises might look bad, but they're just for show, you'll be fine. Kisuke squinted at him skeptically. Right. He wasn't sure whether to believe that or not. But either way, what was done, complaining wouldn't change anything. With a long sigh, he pushed himself to his feet, dusting off his clothes. Since you've vented your frustration already, and it's getting late, let's head to the captain's meeting. Wait. Just as Kisuke turned to leave, Masatsuki suddenly called out. Kisuke glanced back. What? Is there something else? Masatsuki's expression was calm as he made his request. Kisuke, prepare a few tenshintai for me. Kisuke frowned, confused. For who? He couldn't help but feel suspicious. After all, Masatsuki had mastered Bankai without even using a tenshintai, so why would he need one now? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Release. Seireitei, 1st Division Headquarters. A solemn atmosphere filled the air. In the presence of myself, Captain Masatsuki Aozaki, and Captain Yorichi Shihoin, it is hereby confirmed that Kisuke Urahara, former 3rd seat of the 12th Division, has successfully mastered Bankai and has passed the captain's assessment, with Captain Isshin Shiba serving as the examiner. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto slowly stood, his cane striking the ground with a heavy thud. A deep, resonant sound echoed through the room, making the very walls seem to tremble. The meeting hall was thick with tension. Everyone held their breath, not daring to show the slightest sign of carelessness. Masatsuki Aozaki felt an intense gaze upon him. The moment his eyes met those of 3rd Division Captain Sosuke Aizen, he experienced a strange sensation, an overwhelming pull, as if drawn in by an irresistible force, unable to break free. That gaze, it was invasive, predatory. But unlike before, Masatsuki no longer felt the fear he once had toward Aizen. With his own strength continuously growing, his confidence had solidified. If they were to truly clash, he knew the odds were against him, but at the very least, he wouldn't go down disgracefully. After all, it was common knowledge, Aizen's intelligence was unparalleled, but his direct combat ability was far from invincible. Masatsuki's Ryatsu might not match his, but he wasn't affected by Kyokusoijetsu, and his raw destructive power was on an entirely different level. Right now, if not the entire world, he was certain he could annihilate at least half of Seireitei if he wanted to. Steadying himself, Masatsuki turned his attention back to Yamamoto, who stood before the assembled captains. Only the old man and his cane could bring him a true sense of security. Not even his 2 senior brothers or Unohana could give him that. Yamamoto swept his gaze across the room, his voice steady and commanding. Effective immediately, Kisuke Urahara is appointed as captain of the 12th Division. His official decree will be delivered to the 12th Division barracks. The moment his words fell, the room fell into absolute silence. Then, with his usual finality, Yamamoto added. That is all. With that, the meeting concluded. One by one, the captains rose from their seats and began making their way out of the hall. Masatsuki Aozaki, however, remained seated. He knew. There was still unfinished business waiting for him. And sure enough. Once the last of the captains had exited, Yamamoto turned his gaze directly onto him. Masatsuki Aozaki, stay. His voice was calm, but firm. Masatsuki let out a helpless sigh, but obediently stood and stepped forward. The two of them made their way toward the 1st Division training grounds. Old man, I really can't keep going. Let's take a break, Masatsuki Aozaki said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It's only been a few seconds. Have you even learned the technique yet? And you're already thinking about resting. Yamamoto spoke impatiently, his katana, charred black as if scorched by flames, returning to its normal appearance. Are you kidding? Do you not realize the difference in our Ryatsu? At this close range, and without my Zanpakutō, I'd be roasted alive in just a few minutes. Besides, you already know my talent. After watching such a simple move so many times, especially with how clearly you explained it, I'll just practice on my own. Masatsuki Aozaki rolled his eyes without hesitation, his tone arrogant. Unsurprisingly, Yamamoto responded by landing a punch right on his head. This old geezer is seriously underestimating me. The so-called 4 great techniques of Zanka no Tachi were, at their core, nothing more than skillful applications of its abilities. For him, for the Ryujin Jaka in his heart, this was nothing. A few observations were all he needed to grasp the essence of it. Hey, old man, let me tell you something. Seeing that Yamamoto had calmed down, Masatsuki Aozaki ran his fingers through his long, silky hair, grinning as he waved his hand. Yamamoto leisurely sipped his tea before replying in a low voice, oh. What now? Hey, I'm planning to release someone from the nest of maggots and have him join our 12th Division. I already talked it over with Kisuke. A smug grin spread across Masatsuki Aozaki's face. Back when he was the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, the nest of maggots had been completely destroyed during his battle with Kenpachi Kiganjo. But it was just a prison, nothing the wealthy nobles couldn't afford to rebuild. At the order of the Central 46 compound, it had been reconstructed in just a month. Release someone. Yamamoto frowned. That place was full of dangerous criminals. If they were let out carelessly, it could throw Seireitei into chaos. After all, every individual imprisoned there had been deemed a potential threat under Seireitei's existing regulations. Releasing one of them wouldn't be simple, it would require the approval of the Central 46. Yamamoto snorted. What do you mean, our 12th division? You make it sound like you're part of it. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't take it to heart. Instead, he responded matter-of-factly. I'm a special advisor to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. That makes me practically family with the 12th division. Yamamoto furrowed his brows and scoffed, humph. If anything, you're more like family to Kiryu Hikifune. With that, he shut his eyes in irritation. But despite himself, an image surfaced in his mind, Kiryu Hikifune, ascending to the heavens and stepping into the Soul King Palace. It had been exactly 7 days ago, the day of Kiryu Hikifune's ascension to the royal palace. No one could have predicted this fool's actions, yet somehow, he managed to get Kiryu Hikifune to kiss him in front of everyone before leaving, parting with the words, "I'll wait for you at the Soul King Palace." The captains had been thrown into an uproar, acting like a bunch of monkeys on a sugar high, bouncing around, hollering in disbelief. Even Jinrei Kuchiki, known for his composure, wasn't spared. He had completely lost his usual dignified demeanor, left wide-eyed and speechless for so long that he couldn't snap out of it. That alone was enough to show how shocking the whole thing had been. That was a Royal Guard member. Everyone had no choice but to acknowledge the sheer audacity of the young captain, daring to stir up trouble with the Royal Guard of all people. And it probably wasn't just one of them. Because when Senjumaru Shitara left, she had cast more than a few lingering glances at this so-called clothes rack. Yamamoto had kept his expression indifferent at the time, but internally, his mind was in turmoil. Still, he chose to say nothing. After all, forming a good relationship with the Zero Division wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The Zero Division had only 5 members, including Kiryu Hikifune, but their strength far surpassed the entire Gotei 13. Even he, hailed as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, had to admit that he wasn't a match for the Zero Division's leader, that monk who calls the real name, Ichibe Hyasub. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Leave of Absence. Who are you planning to release? Yamamoto asked, his expression unreadable. Masatsuki Aozaki answered without hesitation. Mayuri Kuratsuchi. The former 12th Division member who researched the Quincy. A flicker of surprise flashed through Yamamoto's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Very well. I'll report it to the Central 46 compound. Masatsuki Aozaki was caught off guard by how readily Yamamoto agreed. He had expected some resistance, after all, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's actions had stirred quite a bit of controversy at the time. In truth, Yamamoto had been aware of Mayuri's name since the early days of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, having learned about him from Kiryu Hikifune. He had even looked into him extensively. To Yamamoto, Mayuri being imprisoned for his Quincy research was not a major issue. But since Seireitei's upper echelon had deemed such research dangerous, his arrest had been a reasonable course of action. Still, Yamamoto had no intention of refusing his disciple's request. He understood that, as the future captain commander, Masatsuki Aozaki would need his own forces and loyal subordinates. Just like the original Gotei 13, after its formation, it answered to no one but him, disregarding even the will of the nobles. It was that absolute control that allowed him to lead the Gotei 13 until now. But Masatsuki only had Kairaku and Yukitake by his side, that alone wouldn't be enough. Though he had strong personal connections with Kasuke Urahara, Yoruichi Shihoin, and others, such relationships were purely personal. Whether they would provide unwavering support in crucial moments was still uncertain. That was why building his own core team was essential. With that thought, Yamamoto nodded slightly to himself. Masatsuki Aozaki's decision to secure a solid and reliable foundation for himself in advance was commendable. It only reaffirmed that Yamamoto had made the right choice in choosing him as his successor. This is perfect. Nimyu Kuratsuchi won't be far from me now. Masatsuki Aozaki rejoiced inwardly, already imagining a future filled with endless training sessions. Completely oblivious to how much effort his kind-hearted master had put in for him, he could no longer suppress his excitement. A broad grin spread across his face as he cheerfully said, "Master, actually, I have a small favor to ask. It's about Ranjaku. I was hoping to get some time off for her." At the mention of Ranjaku, Yamamoto's stern face instantly softened, and a rare, warm smile tugged at his lips. Even though this girl shared quite a few similarities with Masatsuki Aozaki. Always looking for clever ways to shirk responsibility, never showing proper respect for her elders, frequently frustrating Chojiro, and even sneaking drinks during work hours. The fact that she still took a liking to this hopeless disciple of his proved that she had a kind and generous heart. Watching the old man's expression shift so drastically, Masatsuki Aozaki immediately understood, this old geezer was applying a double standard yet again. No doubt, he was probably disparaging Masatsuki in his mind while showering Ranjaku with endless praise. This was just how the old man was, he doted on Ranjaku endlessly, yet when it came to Masatsuki, all he ever received were punches and kicks. How could anyone be this blatantly biased? Masatsuki Aozaki sighed heavily, his face full of exaggerated grief, shaking his head as if burdened by the weight of the world. He lifted his teacup, drinking as though it were fine sake, hoping to wash away his frustrations. Yamamoto, long accustomed to his disciples' dramatic antics, remained utterly unfazed, his heart as still as a calm sea. He spoke with a calm expression. "You're asking for leave again. Didn't you say before that you wanted to contribute to the future of Soul Society? You already took an entire month off for that. But I haven't seen any sign of that so-called contribution. How long do you plan to take off this time? At the very least, you should have a reason." Masatsuki Aozaki answered seriously. "It's not that we don't want to contribute, we've already tried our best. But as you know, Shinigami have unique constitutions. It's not something that can be achieved so easily." His expression grew more solemn. Leaning in slightly, he lowered his voice. "But this time, we really do have something important to handle. I want to help Ranjika grow stronger, assist her in achieving Bankai." Yamamoto raised an eyebrow at that and asked. "Ranjika's Zanpakutō hasn't even materialized yet. Are you planning to use that Bankai training tool, the Tenshintai?" As a staunch traditionalist, Yamamoto had never been fond of such shortcuts. After all, what takes ordinary people decades, sometimes centuries, to master, this method accomplishes in just 3 days. Who knows what kind of hidden dangers it might bring? Fortunately, his disciple hadn't disappointed him. Masatsuki had achieved Bankai through sheer effort and training. Otherwise, he would have received a harsh reprimand. "You've seen Kisuke's situation, so far, no issues have appeared," Masatsuki Aozaki said. "Using the Tenshintai requires exceptional natural talent as a Shinigami, but I believe Ranjika can handle it." Yamamoto gave a slight nod. He hadn't noticed any problems with Kisuke Urahara's Bankai. "Very well. That child Ranjiku has been stuck at the 3rd rank for years now. If you're confident, then go ahead and try. Just make sure to stay safe." As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden afterglow bathed the walls of the 1st Division's barracks, casting a warm sheen over the entire building. Masatsuki Aozaki walked briskly out of the dojo, searching for Ranjika Matsumoto. At last, he found her in a secluded corner, buried under a pile of paperwork. He quickly stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder before explaining the entire situation in detail. The moment he finished, Ranjika's eyes lit up. She sprang to her feet, practically glowing with excitement. "This is amazing. Finally, I get some time off. That means I can dump all my work on Lieutenant Chojiro again." Her joy was unmistakable, her eyes sparkling. The surrounding squad members immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere and, almost instinctively, turned their gazes toward Chojiro Sasakaibe. His face had already darkened considerably. But before he could explode, several team members quickly rushed in, grabbing him by the arms and dragging him away. At that moment, Masatsuki Aozaki and Ranjika Matsumoto paid no attention to Chojiro's predicament. Completely caught up in their excitement, they exchanged a look filled with mutual understanding before embracing. Ranjika sighed dramatically. "Training for Bankai, it sounds impossible." Masatsuki Aozaki, however, remained unconcerned. He knew that Ranjika Matsumoto possessed incredible talent, so much so that even Kisuke Urahara couldn't compare. "Don't worry. If Kisuke could do it, so can you." 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree.com/Pinksnake. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Yuheim. Sokayaku Hill. Ranjika Matsumoto was led to the underground training ground, her heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. Masatsuki Aozaki gazed at the woman before him as her Tenshintai transformed, unable to contain his astonishment. "So this is Yuheim. She's absolutely stunning, she looks exactly like you." The woman standing before him was identical to Ranjika Matsumoto in every way except for her hair, which was as white as freshly fallen snow. She wore a form-fitting white bodysuit that accentuated her curves, adorned with feather-like embellishments. However, Masatsuki Aozaki found this attire rather perplexing. He couldn't figure out what purpose it served other than making her body look rigid. At that moment, Yuheim spoke, her voice dripping with allure and seduction. "Masatsuki, my Masatsuki, I've finally met you." A faint blush colored her smile, and her smoldering gaze seemed as if it would devour him whole. Masatsuki Aozaki involuntarily shivered, startled by the inexplicable attraction she exuded. It wasn't just her appearance, there was something far more compelling at play. He knew this had to be Yuheim's unique ability. When Ranjika Matsumoto activated her shurikai, she not only commanded the pink breeze but also amplified her natural charm to the extreme. Those with weaker ryatsu found it particularly overwhelming, sometimes even becoming completely enamored and devoted to her. However, the moment her shurikai was released, that irresistible allure would vanish without a trace. Yet, Masatsuki suspected that this wasn't simply Yuheim's shurikai, it was something else entirely, possibly linked to the power of the Soul King fragments. After all, Bansho Senrin had once mimicked Yuheim's shurikai, but it only manipulated the wind and lacked this irrationally compelling charm. What the hell is this, woman? You were wrapped up tight during Jinzen, but the moment you step out, you look like this. Ranjaku Matsumoto pointed at Yuhaime, fuming with anger. It was obvious that her Zanpakutō had some ulterior motive for dressing this way. You should ask yourself that, Yuhaime replied with a sly smirk. After all, I am your Zanpakutō. Her large, expressive eyes shimmered with mischief, as if hinting at some unfathomable secret. Then, parting her lips slightly, she continued, but, could it be that Masatsuki prefers a more traditional, modest style? If that's the case, I wouldn't mind trying on a different outfit, just for you. She deliberately winked, her gaze filled with playful anticipation as she looked at Masatsuki Aozaki. Then, in a soft murmur, she added, after all, Masatsuki is Masatsuki, Ranjaku's favorite Masatsuki, Yuhaime's favorite Masatsuki, the Masatsuki who should be adored by everyone. Faced with such a direct and passionate confession, along with an undeniably tempting offer, Masatsuki Aozaki felt his composure slipping. He struggled to remain calm and hastily responded. Ah, no, that's not necessary. Honestly, I think you look fine as you are. Yeah, thanks, Yuhaime. But deep inside, Masatsuki was already in turmoil. The sheer, overwhelming charm radiating from this woman was impossible to resist. Even though, in terms of Ryatsu, he ranked as a second class while Ranjaku Matsumoto was only third class, and Yuhaime's Ryatsu matched hers, that didn't make him immune. Standing before her, feeling the full force of her enchantment, Masatsuki Aozaki found himself wavering, his body urging him to obey her words, his thoughts dangerously close to surrendering to the temptation. In truth, this was his own thought, unrelated to Yuhaime's abilities. However, her unique power still had an undeniable influence on him. Generally, those with Ryatsu a rank higher than hers only needed to divert some attention and Ryatsu to resist, barely maintaining their sanity. Opponents on the same level could hold out for a while, but ultimately, they too would fall captive to her charm. As for those with weaker Ryatsu, they would submit to her without hesitation, even willing to give their lives for her. Why is that? Could it be because this woman is getting in the way? Yuhaime frowned, pointing her delicate fingers at Ranjaku Matsumoto beside her, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Seeing Yuhaime act so domineering, Ranjaku's anger flared, and she nearly ground her silver teeth to dust. Get your facts straight. Who's your master? Masatsuki is mine. Perhaps because Yuhaime looked just like her, Ranjaku, who usually didn't care about other women, was unusually enraged this time. No. He's mine. Yuhaime retorted without backing down. He's mine. Mine. Neither was willing to give in, and the argument escalated until they were both red-faced, locked in a fierce standoff. Honestly, I belong to everyone. Masatsuki Aozaki really wanted to say that. But he knew that if he did, things would end badly for him. So, he wisely shut his mouth and watched as the two beautiful women went from arguing to fighting. The battle was intense, a flurry of attacks flying back and forth. Howling winds carved the surrounding boulders into pieces, scattering debris in all directions. And yet, as the saying goes, beauty and chaos often go hand in hand. Even amidst the raging battle, the two women remained stunningly elegant, so captivating it was impossible to look away. Masatsuki Aozaki watched with great interest until a familiar voice reached his ears. Masatsuki, do you enjoy watching women fight? Of course not. I'm simply admiring Ranjaku and Yuhaime's grace in battle. A faintly playful smile curled Masatsuki's lips as he cast a glance at Senran. Haven't I already told you what to call me when no one else is around? Master. A blush crept across Senran's delicate face, as if she could hear her sister's laughter echoing from deep within her soul. Good. That's my Senran. Now, come here and let your master hold you. Masatsuki nodded approvingly. Now that he had mastered Bankai, he had earned Bansho Senran's recognition in every sense of the word. Masatsuki, you're terrible. I'm going to ignore you. Her fair face turned a soft shade of red, as enticing as a ripened apple. Though the title remained the same, the girl's bashfulness sent a surge of emotion through Masatsuki. Lowering her head slightly, she avoided the two gazes cast from afar. Her form flickered, becoming hazy. And in the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. 40 chapters ahead. /pinksnake. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Sisters. Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze slowly swept over Ranjaku Matsumoto and Yuhaime in the distance. Just as he had expected, the originally beautiful faces of the two women were now puffed up like little buns, their cheeks round and full of anger, as if they could hold 2 eggs inside. They looked unbelievably cute. It was clear that these two beauties had gotten jealous over something. Are you two going to fight or not? Don't forget why we took the day off. At Masatsuki Aozaki's words, both Ranjaku and Yuhaime lightly flicked their silky hair. Ranjaku frowned and asked, what should we do now? Did you come all this way just to fight me? The core of mastering Bankai lies in gaining the Zanpakutō's recognition. However, earning that recognition doesn't necessarily mean defeating it in battle. Take Zangetsu, for example. The trial he set for Ichigo Kurosaki in the original timeline wasn't just a test of strength. In addition to fighting, Ichigo had to accurately pick out the real Zangetsu from among numerous strangely shaped Zanpakutō. Masatsuki Aozaki's path to Bankai, however, was even more treacherous. He had to put forth every effort, exhausting both mind and body, to conquer Bancho Senran. To this day, Masatsuki still remembers that experience vividly. The sight of the two sisters clinging to each other in their sleep remains fresh in his memory. That battle had been nothing short of terrifying, lasting an entire 3 months without a single break. And it wasn't just Bancho Senran, the other women within his inner world had also materialized. The sheer intensity of that confrontation had nearly driven even a battle-hardened warrior like him to surrender. Yet, in the end, through sheer perseverance and relentless effort, he overcame every obstacle and claimed victory. Yuhaim's lips curved into a slight smile as she spoke softly, "I understand you, just as you understand me. You know what my heart desires." She paused for a moment before continuing, "If you can meet my expectations, I will help you complete your Bankai training. Ranjaku, Masatsuki wants you to master Bankai. You wouldn't want to let him down, would you?" "How can this be?" Ranjaku clenched her fists, the flames of anger in her eyes almost becoming tangible. This feeling was too strange, like she was handing over her lover to someone else. Something so ridiculous was absolutely unacceptable. But Masatsuki had always wanted her to grow stronger. If she failed to master Bankai, wouldn't that leave him terribly disappointed? Ranjaku's mind was in turmoil. Her steps were unsteady as she slowly, hesitantly walked toward Yuhaim, trapped in a deep internal struggle. "Haha, I really don't understand why you're so fixated on this. I look exactly like you, can't you just see me as a part of yourself?" Yuhaim gazed at Ranjaku Matsumoto and couldn't help but laugh. She couldn't understand it. Ranjaku had always been kind and forgiving toward others, yet she was so strict with her, just because they shared the same face. "But the more you forbid me, the more I want to do it. You never care about the other women, so why is it that I'm the only exception? It's so unfair." The more Yuhaim thought about it, the more indignant she became. A strange mix of anger and resentment welled up in her chest. She truly couldn't comprehend why Ranjaku was so lenient with others yet so harsh toward her. Her eyes slowly locked onto Masatsuki Aozaki's charming smile, filled with a glimmer of expectation. Ranjaku had always treasured Masatsuki. For his sake, she just might agree. After all, this wouldn't be the first time she compromised for him. Thinking of this, Yuhaim grew excited, and the tension in her body gradually eased. "This is the perfect opportunity, it's right in front of me. As long as I seize this fleeting chance, I can finally be with Masatsuki." Covering her flushed cheeks with both hands, she let her mind wander with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Even her legs fidgeted restlessly, as if she couldn't wait to hear the answer. Meanwhile, Masatsuki Aozaki, who had been immersing himself in his inner world and teasing Senran, suddenly sensed a burning gaze directed at him. His brow furrowed instinctively. Still half-dazed, he looked up, only to see two alluring figures walking toward him. Shouldn't they be focusing on their Bankai training? Why are they coming over? Are Yuhaim and Ranjaku slacking off together? Will this really work? Ranjaku asked hesitantly, a trace of concern in her voice. Yuhaim, on the other hand, continued to coax her. "We can at least give it a try. Have you already forgotten how much of an effect the Bancho Senran sisters had on him? Now that you mention it, you might be right." Ranjaku nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Then, Yuhaim suddenly proposed, "Why don't we follow their example and become sisters? From now on, you can call me Big Sister, and I'll call you Little Sister." "Are you kidding me?" Ranjaku shot back immediately. "I'm the master, and you're my Zanpakutō. Why would I be the younger one while you get to be the older sister? That's absurd." Yuhaim, however, waved her hand dismissively, completely unbothered. "That's just a minor detail. What really matters is winning Masatsuki's heart. Think about it, Masatsuki likes you so much. If the two of us work together, what other woman could possibly compete with us?" She spoke with a self-satisfied grin, as if she had already won. Ranjaku frowned, falling into deep contemplation over the feasibility of this plan. Masatsuki had taken 6 whole months off to train his Bankai. It had taken him 3 grueling months just to conquer Bancho Senran. Based on everything they knew so far, no other Zanpakutō spirit had taken as long. Now, with Yuhaim's sudden appearance, this really did seem like an opportunity too good to miss. After all, they looked identical, people would probably believe they were real sisters. And honestly, a pair of twins with such striking resemblance might just be even more irresistible to Masatsuki Aozaki. Ranjaku hesitated before finally speaking. "Maybe, we should give it a try." "Ha ha ha. Finally. I've been waiting for you to say that. Yuhaime burst into laughter, excitement radiating from her as a powerful gust of wind surrounded her body. Like an arrow released from its bow, she shot toward Masatsuki Aozaki. Hey, wait for me. Seeing this, Ranjiko hurriedly gripped her Zanpakutō and used the wind's momentum to propel herself forward, chasing after Yuhaime. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked in confusion. Before he could even process what was happening, his vision suddenly went dark. As if two soft, warm objects had completely blocked his sight. 40 chapters ahead. /Pink Snake. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Artificial Soul. Time passed quickly, and before long, the holiday had quietly come to an end. Masatsuki Aozaki stood fully dressed, gazing at the three identical girls playing and splashing in the hot spring before him. Bansho Senran hung carefully at his waist. Why were there three women who looked exactly alike? The answer lay with the Bansho Senran sisters. At this moment, among the three, aside from Ranjika Matsumoto, the other two could both be called Yuhaime. Not only did they share the same face and figure, but even their hair color was identical. Now that I've mastered Ranjika's Bankai, what's next? Masatsuki tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up as he recalled the carefully planned schedule he had mapped out for himself. At the entrance of the 12th Division, Masatsuki Aozaki looked at Mayuri Kuratsuchi standing across from him and asked with a grin, "Everything ready?" Mayuri smirked, his lips curling with disdain as he lazily responded, "There's nothing to prepare. There was never anything of value to gain in that damned prison, nor anything worth bringing out. Besides, you lot have been keeping an eye on me the whole time. What else was I supposed to do except amuse myself with those crude devices?" Masatsuki shrugged and spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Come on now, Kiryu and Senjumaru both think you're incredibly dangerous." At the mention of those two names, Mayuri clicked his tongue in irritation, his face twisting with disgust. "Those two women are nothing but trouble," he spat, his tone growing sharper, as though recalling something particularly unpleasant. "So, you're just letting me walk free now?" A trace of mockery laced his voice. They had promised to release him long ago, yet he had been left waiting for over a decade. Of course. Masatsuki seemed to see right through Mayuri's thoughts and offered a knowing smile. After all, waiting with hope was the most agonizing thing, enough to make time feel like an eternity. Without another word, he reached out and lightly patted Mayuri on the shoulder. "What is this?" Mayuri's eyes narrowed in confusion. A surge of overwhelming force erupted from Masatsuki like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire area. The sheer intensity of his ryatsu was suffocating, as if it could tear the very fabric of space apart. Faced with such terrifying pressure, Mayuri's body trembled involuntarily. He felt like a lone boat caught in a raging storm, ready to be swallowed by the waves at any moment. Even as fear and doubt lingered in his mind, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure. "So, is this your trump card?" Masatsuki chuckled softly, like a gentle breeze brushing across the ocean's surface. In an instant, the overwhelming ryatsu vanished without a trace. Tilting his head slightly, he cast a deep, unreadable gaze at Mayuri. A faint smirk played on his lips, tinged with an almost imperceptible amusement. "Sorry, but this is all I've got for now. Does that disappoint you?" The crushing weight that had been bearing down on Mayuri suddenly disappeared, and the tension in his body gradually eased. Yet, he didn't respond. Instead, he let out a cold snort, his dissatisfaction evident. He knew full well that Masatsuki had just unleashed the terrifying display of power as a warning, to make sure he understood his place. And it worked. A talent of this magnitude was unheard of in all of Soul Society's history. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be forced to live under Masatsuki's shadow for the rest of his life. Mayuri let out a long sigh of resignation. Seeing this, Masatsuki's grin widened, though he remained silent. Because he knew that the brilliant man standing before him had already understood his message loud and clear. After entering the room, Masatsuki Aozaki finally stopped walking and slowly turned around to face Mayuri Kuratsuchi. "From now on, you will serve as the third-seated officer of the 12th Division and concurrently as the deputy director of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. And this place," Masatsuki gestured to the laboratory around them, "has been specially prepared for you." Mayuri raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then who is the director?" His tone carried both reluctance and skepticism. "Naturally, it's Kisuke," Masatsuki replied casually, a flicker of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Kisuke Urahara? Huh, so it really is him." Mayuri sneered. He didn't have much fondness for that man, but there was no denying his brilliance. If anyone had to be in charge, at least it was someone competent. That was something he could begrudgingly accept. At the very least, he wouldn't have to take orders from some worthless buffoons. Masatsuki smirked faintly and said, "Kisuke made it clear that, within these walls, your authority ranks just below his and mine." "Not bad, huh?" Mayuri's brows furrowed deeply, his face twisting in disbelief. He looked as if his intelligence had just been personally insulted. "Why is someone like you ranked above me?" he demanded. To him, Masatsuki was undoubtedly clever, but if they were talking pure intellect, there was no way he should be placed ahead of him. Something shady was going on here. Could it be that Kiryu Hikifune had taken a liking to this pretty-faced man and pulled some strings for him? Masatsuki chuckled, as if he had already anticipated Mayuri's reaction. "The reason is simple, I'm one of this department's founders." His voice carried both pride and amusement, as if he enjoyed seeing Mayuri struggle to accept it. Mayuri clicked his tongue in disdain but, after weighing Masatsuki's strength and status, he had no choice but to accept the arrangement. Masatsuki's grin widened slightly. "All right, no need to look so bitter. I actually have some good news for you, interested?" Hearing this, Mayuri lifted his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Masatsuki's as if trying to decipher his intentions. Masatsuki met his eyes with a knowing smile. "I know all about your so-called mad science. The artificial soul, quite an ambitious concept. So, wouldn't you like to see that grand experiment through to the end?" Mayuri's frown deepened. "I don't need you to tell me that. I intend to continue my work no matter what." Those very experiments had landed him in confinement. But for that reason alone, the artificial soul project had become an obsession, one he would never abandon. Masatsuki suddenly changed the subject. "Oh. In that case, I suppose I can rest easy. But then again, based on my understanding of your research, Kiryu's jikin should be of great use to you, no?" The moment those words left his lips, Mayuri's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. 40 chapters ahead. P. /Pink Snake. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Adorable. Kiryu Hikifune's jikin technique was something Mayuri Kuratsuchi had only heard of, never witnessed firsthand. But he knew all too well that this technique wasn't just helpful to him, it was the key to the success of the Artificial Soul project. "What do you intend to do?" Mayuri took a deep breath, steadying himself before asking. "I've discussed it with Kasuke. The research data related to jikin can be made available to you, and we will grant you the necessary access rights." As he spoke, Masatsuki Aozaki placed his hands on the cold, hard metal lab bench and leaned forward slightly, as if applying more pressure through sheer presence. "However, keep in mind, this data is for your eyes only. You are strictly forbidden from disclosing even a single word of it to anyone else." His tone grew serious as he emphasized the warning. "What do you want from me in return?" Mayuri frowned, his gaze sharp. He knew full well that nothing in this world came for free. No one handed out favors without expecting something in exchange. If fate had ever been so generous to him, he wouldn't have ended up imprisoned all those years ago. "Kasuke wants you to master all the necessary techniques. In addition, he's conducting an important experiment and needs your assistance." Masatsuki propped his chin on his fist, pausing briefly before continuing. "As for me, I want the results of your research. I want the final product of this experiment to be mine." "No problem." Mayuri agreed without hesitation, nodding decisively. The true core of scientific achievement was technology. As long as he controlled the technology, the finished product could be reproduced indefinitely. Compared to a single product, the knowledge and methodology behind it were far more valuable. Besides, it didn't matter if the other party was after the jikin technology. His only goal was to uncover its secrets, what happened to it afterward was of little concern to him. Then, Masatsuki extended a hand, a faint but genuine smile playing on his lips. "Pleasure doing business with you." Mayuri studied the bright, confident face in front of him for a moment before lowering his gaze to the outstretched, pale hand. After a brief pause, he reached out and shook it. Accompanied by the flirtatious glances of a group of female Shinigami, Masatsuki Aozaki left the 12th Division barracks in high spirits and made his way back to the 11th Division, which wasn't far away. The 11th Division barracks. Under the blazing sun, squad members trained tirelessly, their sweat never ceasing to fall. At this moment, inside the dojo, Mashiro Kuna was facing the greatest challenge of her life. Standing before her was Jin Ichimaru, challenging her for the position of 11th Division Lieutenant. Since both of them held lieutenant-level strength, their battle was bound to be fierce. Third seat Ichimaru defeated Lieutenant Mashiro. I guess we should start calling him Lieutenant Ichimaru now. That means Mashiro got knocked back to third seat. She'll definitely run to Masatsuki-sama for comfort. I feel like she lost on purpose. Damn, I'm jealous. Yeah, but who would have thought we'd go through 3 different lieutenants in just 5 years? 3. Who was Mashiro's predecessor? If I remember right, it was Ettore Yamazaki. Ugh, don't even bring up that old guy. He actually went off to work in the Central District, what a disgrace to our squad. Amid the cheers of the squad members, Jin Ichimaru emerged victorious. According to the 11th Division's rules, if a lower-seated officer defeated a higher-seated officer in an official match witnessed by the squad, they would automatically take over the higher-ranking position. In other words, Jin Ichimaru had officially become the 11th Division's lieutenant. Back in the office, Masatsuki Aozaki casually signed an appointment letter and handed it to Jin. "Congratulations, Jin. The 11th Division is yours now. You say that like you were actually managing it. We both know I've been the one handling squad affairs this whole time." Jin took the letter with an exasperated roll of his eyes. Masatsuki Aozaki had a great relationship with the squad members, he even personally interviewed new recruits every year. But when it came to actual squad duties, Jin Ichimaru was the one doing all the work. It had been the same during Mashiro Kuna's time as lieutenant. "Masatsuki." A playful, whining voice called out just as the office door burst open. A green-haired figure in a black Shihakushō lunged forward, tackling Masatsuki Aozaki. "Jin bullied me. I'm upset." Mashiro Kuna wrapped her arms around Masatsuki's neck, her teary eyes brimming with exaggerated sorrow. This woman was born to be an actress, after all, wasn't she the one who had complained about being lieutenant in the first place? Jin Ichimaru shook his head, knowing this was his cue to leave. Without a word, he turned and exited the office, making sure to close the door behind him. These days, the 1st Division was enforcing strict oversight on all squads, installing surveillance devices throughout the barracks. Fortunately, private areas like the captain's quarters and rest lounges were exempt from monitoring, Masatsuki's favorite places to relax. After greeting the 2 female squad members standing guard, Jin headed off toward the lieutenant's office. Inside the captain's office, Masatsuki Aozaki and Mashiro Kuna spent an unforgettable afternoon together. As night fell, Masatsuki Aozaki returned to his quarters. With 2 female squad members attending to him, he enjoyed a comfortable bath. After changing into a fresh yukata, he stepped into the courtyard, stretching lazily. The moonlight was mesmerizing. It would have been perfect to share this view with family. As if sensing his thoughts, a small figure suddenly darted out from the darkness. A black cat, adorned with a delicate collar, approached him. "Yoruchi, when did you get here? Why didn't you at least say hello? While you were bathing." The small cat leaped into Masatsuki's arms, rubbing its nose against him. You smell like Mashiro. You really never take a break, do you?" Masatsuki thought for a moment. He vaguely recalled seeing her clothes on the bed earlier. At the time, he had assumed they were left behind from a previous visit. After all, his quarters contained quite a collection of clothing from his various wives. Now, it seemed they had been removed only recently. Smirking, he pulled Yoruchi closer, rubbing his cheek against her soft fur. She was warm and fluffy, and since she wasn't resisting, he took full advantage of the moment. After playing with her for a while, he let out a satisfied sigh. Then, Yoruchi transformed back into her human form, slipping into a yukata as she settled into his lap. "Hey, Masatsuki, what do you think of Yashiro?" Masatsuki fell silent for a moment before answering with complete seriousness. "He does look a lot like you, and he's definitely cute. But I have absolutely no interest in men." 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Fate. "That's not what I meant. I want to teach him Shunko." Yoruchi Shihoin furrowed her brow slightly, then leaned in, rubbing her nose against Masatsuki Aozaki's. "Has he reached 3rd class spiritual power?" Masatsuki paused for a moment, clearly caught off guard by the question. "Not yet, but he's close," Yoruchi replied casually. "He's barely over 100, and he's already about to reach 3rd class. That's ridiculously fast. That's what you call exceptional talent." "Having the bloodline of one of the 5 noble clans is truly enviable," Masatsuki mused. After all, reaching the level of a top-tier lieutenant in just over a century was an astonishing feat even in the talent-rich Gotei 13, such a prodigy was a once-in-a-century rarity. However, even for those born into the 5 noble clans, reaching the level of a captain required not just their prestigious lineage but also extraordinary talent and relentless effort. You shouldn't be the one saying things like that, it'll make others feel inferior. As soon as she finished speaking, Yoruchi sat up straight and swiftly pressed a soft kiss against Masatsuki's cheek. "I plan to pass down the position of family head to him once he masters Shunko." Masatsuki was momentarily stunned as he fully grasped the weight of Yoruchi's words. A warm feeling surged in his chest, and he couldn't help but pull her into a tight embrace. That night, Yoruchi clung to Masatsuki like a sleepy koala, wrapped around his broad, firm chest without setting foot on the ground. Her eyes remained shut, caught between sleep and wakefulness, but her grip on him never loosened. Her peaceful expression was almost unbearably adorable. Every so often, she would murmur something about wanting to give him children right away, as if she were afraid of falling behind her sisters and losing her place. Listening to her, Masatsuki could only shake his head helplessly, feeling a faint ripple of emotion stir within him. Still, Yoruichi's sudden desire to have children left him with mixed feelings. The truth was, he wasn't ready for something like that. The world was still filled with countless dangers, and even if he managed to fully merge with the Hogyoku, there was no guarantee of absolute safety. No one could predict what the future would bring. The timing simply wasn't right. Most of the time, when he claimed to be contributing to Soul Society, it was really just an excuse to slack off. As dawn broke and the first light tinged the sky, Masatsuki carefully handed Yoruichi over to Suifeng, who had come looking for her. When Suifeng saw Yoruichi's peaceful, sleeping face, her eyes widened in shock, her mouth even started to water. Masatsuki couldn't resist teasing the flustered and blushing Suifeng before heading back to his room. Once inside, he retrieved the unfinished Hogyoku. Compared to a decade ago, the gemstone had finally begun to reveal its true potential, radiating an intense blue-black glow that made its extraordinary nature unmistakable. Without hesitation, Masatsuki grasped the Hogyoku in one hand and Bansho Senrin in the other, then began his meditation training. Although the Hogyoku was still incomplete and incapable of facilitating evolution, it was more than sufficient as an aid for refining Ryatsu. With its help, he had advanced from third-class spiritual power to second class in just a few years. For others, like Shunsui Kairaku, reaching second class had taken centuries. Even a genius like Aizen had spent 2 to 3 decades reaching that level. But everyone had long accepted that Masatsuki's monstrous talent was an anomaly. His terrifying rate of advancement no longer shocked them, it had become something they had simply grown numb to. After half a day of intense training, the once bright milky white glow on Bansho Senrin's blade gradually dimmed. Masatsuki was left panting and drenched in sweat, but after sensing the changes in his own Ryatsu, he finally exhaled in relief. After taking a moment to steady his breathing, he smiled in satisfaction. This training session had further refined his Ryatsu. Though the increase wasn't massive, every bit of progress counted at his level. The stronger one's Ryatsu became, the harder it was to push further. Many who barely managed to reach second class found themselves stagnating, unable to advance a single step beyond that point. If I keep training like this, it won't be long before I hit the limit of second class. And once I do, the next step is first class spiritual power. The old man always said my talent far surpassed his. With the Hogyoku's assistance, breaking through to first class shouldn't be an obstacle for me. Masatsuki's eyes burned with unshakable ambition. Upon reaching first-class spiritual power and unleashing Bankai, he would momentarily stand at the absolute peak of the Shinigami world, stepping into the same domain as Yamamoto and Aizen. By then, there would be very few in this era who could truly threaten him. 2 months later, in Naruki City, Kogo Jinjo and the members of Scourge, the Fullbringer organization he had founded, had all gathered in one place. Today was the day he was to hand over his tribute, a task assigned to him by Masatsuki Aozaki. His mission was simple: find Fullbringers. These Fullbringers were the tribute he was expected to present, their bodies containing fragments of the Soul King, fragments that would feed the insatiable hunger of the Hogyoku. Perhaps everyone in this world had their own destined role to play. For more than a decade, Kogo Jinjo had excelled at this grim task, offering up numerous Soul King fragments to Masatsuki Aozaki. At the moment, the recruited Fullbringers sat inside a tavern, their faces alight with joy. Their excitement had reached a fever pitch, like the fervent zealots of a dark faith. Despite their extraordinary abilities, Fullbringers had always been outcasts, misfits rejected by society. To them, Kogo Jinjo was a savior, the one who had lifted them from their suffering. On the other side of the tavern, Masatsuki Aozaki and Kogo Jinjo sat quietly in a dimly lit corner, watching them. In contrast to the frenzied expressions of Scourge's members, Kogo Jinjo remained utterly composed, his face devoid of emotion. Over the years, he had encountered too many people like this, people he had given hope, only to take it away again. But he wasn't the sentimental type. Yes, these people were pitiful. But what right did he have to pity them? Even I can't control my own fate. Kogo Jinjo let out a quiet sigh. As far as master-servant relationships went, the men before him had treated him with a surprising amount of respect. Even in their daily interactions, Masatsuki Aozaki had never looked down on him as a mere subordinate. But in the end, who in this world would willingly accept having their destiny controlled by another? 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, Mindscape. Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled slightly as he gazed at Kogo Jinjo with a half-smile. He knew all too well that the man before him was cunning and ambitious. Though Jinjo appeared respectful on the surface, deep down, he was nothing less than a ruthless and calculating predator. Still, Masatsuki wasn't in a hurry. In fact, he found himself anticipating what was to come. Kogo Jinjo possessed immense potential. If he could be kept in check, he would make a valuable pawn in the future. But if his ambition proved uncontrollable, then Masatsuki would have no choice but to discard him. As he thought about Jinjo's ability to steal Fullbrings and the Soul King fragment slowly growing within him, nurtured through the hunting of hollows, Masatsuki couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If Jinjo couldn't be made useful, then when the time was right, Masatsuki would simply take that precious Soul King fragment for himself. He took a sip of his drink and chuckled. What's this? Are you feeling sorry for them? Jinjo took a sip of his own, replying with mock sincerity. Well, we have lived together for years. Masatsuki let out a soft laugh and shook his head. Don't worry. If all goes as planned, this should be the last time. At this point, the Hogyoku's hunger for Soul King fragments was nearly satisfied. However, it was still unclear whether it would crave more once it absorbed additional hollow souls, so for now, the search for Fullbringers had to continue. So, do I keep going with this mission? Jinjo asked. Masatsuki gave a slight shake of his head before answering firmly. Of course. Fullbringers, if properly utilized, can become a force to be reckoned with. Don't you think? He paused for a moment, as if weighing something in his mind, then asked. Has the Tsuneyashiro clan reached out to you recently? Jinjo shook his head slightly. They only contacted me once after you left. I haven't heard from them since. Seems like they're in no rush. But I suppose that's the confidence that comes with a family that has survived for over 1,000,000 years. Masatsuki gazed into the distance, watching the gathered Fullbringers in thought, before issuing his next order. There are too many eyes here. Take them to the outskirts. I'll be waiting in the west. Yes, sir, Jinjo responded obediently. As Kugo Jinjo led Skyushin's members to the outskirts, each Fullbringer remained on high alert, scanning their surroundings warily. Then, in an instant, Masatsuki Aozaki appeared before them like a specter. His sudden arrival sent a wave of startled gasps through the group. Draped in a black cloak that concealed his Ryatsu, Masatsuki gave off no detectable spiritual presence, yet the oppressive aura surrounding him was suffocating. He stood like a demon emerging from the abyss, his mere presence enough to make their blood run cold. This is the end for all of you. Your fate has reached its conclusion, there's no need to take another step forward. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke with a smile, then turned to Kugo Jinjo. Kugo, you should leave now. Yes. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Before his words had even finished, Kugo Jinjo gave a slight bow, then vanished in an instant using the Shuinpa technique Masatsuki had taught him. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Where did Kugo Jinjo-sama go? A mix of anger and fear rippled through the group. Some yelled in defiance, while others turned and bolted. One person's straw sandals transformed into boots, allowing them to sprint at incredible speed. Another's belt morphed into a whip, latching onto a nearby tree as they swung away. But it was already too late. Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. Masatsuki's quiet incantation sent a chill down everyone's spine. Without giving them a chance to resist, he raised his hand, releasing a surge of energy that instantly took the form of glowing yellow ropes. Like serpents, they coiled around each Fullbringer, binding them in place. Watch out. What the hell is this? Shrieks echoed through the desolate outskirts, the faces of the captured Fullbringers twisted in terror. The gap in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. Despite possessing Soul King fragments and Ryoryoka far beyond that of ordinary humans, these Fullbringers lacked proper training. At best, they were slightly stronger than regular people. Against a captain-level foe like Masatsuki Aozaki, who wielded the power of second-class spiritual power, they didn't stand a chance. In fact, even against standard Shinigami squad members, they would struggle to hold their own. See Soul's Maw. A sharp, feminine voice rang out. A girl suddenly opened her mouth wide, and a massive torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within, surging forward like a tidal wave. Masatsuki's eyes flickered with mild surprise. This ability seemed somewhat similar to Yasutora Sato's Fullbring, both using parts of their own bodies as conduits for power. But if her Fullbring was based on something she deeply cherished, did that mean she had a fixation with her mouth? He dismissed the thought quickly. Whatever the case, he had no intention of letting that wave of water touch him. In the next instant, a breathtakingly elegant woman appeared beside him, dressed in a striking red kimono, her back adorned with blazing wings of fire. With a graceful flick of her delicate fingers, she drew a gleaming katana and swung it down. A blazing inferno erupted from the blade like a fiery dragon, colliding with the incoming water wave, instantly evaporating it into nothingness. With her task complete, the woman drifted toward Masatsuki. She leaned in, pressing a soft kiss against his lips. Her form gradually faded, turning transparent before dissolving into scattered reishi that vanished into the air. Masatsuki licked his lips thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over the startled onlookers. Why is it that every time I summon you, you all seem so eager to take advantage of me? This was the unique ability he had gained after mastering Bankai. The power to manifest the spirits of his Zanpakutō's inner world into reality, summoning them to fight alongside him. However, this wasn't a traditional Bankai ability. Masatsuki's true Bankai did not enhance his own sword's power. Instead, it allowed him to replicate the abilities of other Zanpakutō. It was an ability that functioned without the need for a formal release. Similar to how Koga Kuchiki could summon Muramasa without unsealing his Zanpakutō, Masatsuki could call upon his inner world spirits and bring them into existence. But in truth, this power wasn't as simple as mere summoning, it was the extension of his Zanpakutō's inner world into reality itself. For now, Masatsuki had limited this ability to only the spirits of his swords. Additionally, the strength of these summoned spirits was directly tied to his own Ryatsu. Whether in Shurkai or Bankai form, their power was determined entirely by Masatsuki Aozaki's own level of spiritual power. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Exotic Allure. Give it up. Crying and wailing aren't sounds I enjoy hearing. Masatsuki Aozaki murmured softly, as if offering a final act of mercy to the pitiful souls before him. He let out a faint sigh, a hint of unspeakable sorrow flickering in his eyes, an expression southwest out of place on someone so ruthless that it begged the question, what could possibly make him feel such grief? He had chosen to walk a blood-stained path in pursuit of power. Not because he enjoyed it. Not because he reveled in the thrill of taking lives. But he would never regret it. And he would never turn back. Masatsuki Aozaki slowly extended his palm. His hand, pale and delicate like white jade, radiated a chilling coldness that sent shivers down the spine. With a simple wave, he forcefully tore the soul from the woman who had unleashed waves of water, ripping it straight from her body. Her body convulsed violently before crumpling lifelessly to the side. No. I don't want to die. A Fullbringer let out a terrified scream, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Jinjo-sama. Where are you? Please, save us. Another Fullbringer cried out, his voice hoarse with desperation, clinging to the last sliver of hope. But their pleas found no mercy. Masatsuki Aozaki's expression remained cold as he swung his hand once more. Like a ghostly specter, it slipped swiftly and precisely into the chests of one Fullbringer after another. Each movement was met with an anguished scream, followed by the easy extraction of a soul that gleamed with an eerie green glow. No matter how fiercely they struggled, their resistance was meaningless before Masatsuki Aozaki. Their strength was insignificant. Their defiance, futile. All they could do was watch helplessly as their souls were torn away, their hatred lingering even as their consciousness faded. Go in, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured, his voice unervingly calm. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the snaking tendrils of light unraveled and dissipated. In his hand, a beautiful, crystal-clear gemstone emerged. At this moment, for both Masatsuki Aozaki and the Hogyoku, there was northwest safer place in the world than right here. And so, this priceless gem remained ever at his side. The thin veil of reishi surrounding the Hogyoku slowly peeled away, as though lifted by invisible hands. Masatsuki Aozaki brought his left hand closer. In an instant, the souls in his grasp, along with the precious fragments of the Soul King contained within them, were drawn into the Hogyoku by an overwhelming suction force. For a brief moment, the Hogyoku's surface, once a dull bluish-black, began to pulsate with an intense flickering light, like the frantic beating of a heart, radiating waves of unsettling energy. But the disturbance didn't last long. Soon, its glow dimmed, the energy fluctuations subsided, and all was still once more. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a slow breath, finally relaxing as a relieved smile spread across his face. Gently, he ran his fingers over the Hogyoku, eyes gleaming with satisfaction, before carefully tucking it away. The Soul King fragment has finally satisfied the Hogyoku, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured, his voice carrying a hint of barely restrained excitement. Next, I'll need the souls of hollows. At that thought, his brows furrowed slightly. Testing the Hogyoku's abilities could not be delayed, yet the Gotei 13's oversight on various affairs had only grown stricter. Conducting hollowification experiments now would be too risky. For the time being, he had no choice but to put that plan on hold. In that case, I'll start with the Arankar experiment. This way, I can collect souls at the same time. Tightly clutching the Hogyoku in his arms, Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze hardened with unwavering determination. He had waited far too long for this day, now, at last, his goal was within reach. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he took in his surroundings. The trees and grass swayed in the wind, their rustling sounds resembling a chorus of celebration, as if the world itself was rejoicing alongside him. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of ease washed over him, filling him with boundless energy and confidence. However, there was one thing that dampened the moment: this wasn't the right place. He had no outlet to vent the burning emotions raging within him like a volcanic eruption. Frustrated, he could only pat Bansho Senran at his waist, eliciting two soft hums in response. Sharpening his Ryatsu perception, Masatsuki Aozaki quickly noticed a lone figure standing in the distance, a black-haired youth, completely still. Disappointment flickered across his face. This kid is way too composed. No wonder he'll become the kind of person who doesn't hesitate to do whatever it takes, Masatsuki Aozaki muttered, shaking his head. His stance toward Kugo Jinjo was entirely different from how he treated Jin Ichimaru. Jin was someone he considered a lifelong comrade, someone he could entrust with his life without a second thought. But Kugo Jinjo? That was impossible. If he ever placed his life in Kugo's hands, there was no doubt that the men would kill him without hesitation. Of course, that didn't mean Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't consider Kugo a friend. But if they were ever to form a genuine bond, it would take a long time. Right now, Kugo Jinjo still had some semblance of humanity. In the original timeline, his betrayal of Soul Society was driven by the Tsuneyashiro clan's actions, murdering his fellow Fullbringers to obtain fragments of the Soul King. On top of that, when he discovered that the substitute Shinigami badge granted by Jushiro Yukitake was being used to monitor him, he mistakenly believed it was the Gotei 13's doing. Feeling completely betrayed, he turned against them. That alone proved one thing: at this point in time, Kugo Jinjo still valued his comrades. Sephiroth-sama. A voice called out. Upon seeing the black-clad figure who had suddenly appeared, Kugo Jinjo merely nodded, unfazed. Go and find your comrades, Masatsuki Aozaki said indifferently, sparing him a brief glance. What? Kugo Jinjo blinked in confusion. I don't mean those expendable resources keeping you alive, and I don't want your life either. Masatsuki Aozaki looked toward the distant treetops before casually patting Kugo's shoulder. With a slight smirk, he added. Go find real comrades, the kind who are truly by your side. That's your mission. And you don't get to refuse. Kugo Jinjo's lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Masatsuki Aozaki shot him a final glance before stepping forward without hesitation, his figure disappearing into the distance. Upon reaching a deserted clearing, Masatsuki Aozaki clicked his tongue in annoyance, his brows knitting together. TCH. Can't expect to run into a swarm of hollows every time I come to the world of the living. Why the hell isn't that Seireitei bastard sending more my way? He let out an exasperated sigh. In the past, when his strength was lacking, he had been forced to lay low in Rakangai, then work his way up in Seireitei while dealing with all sorts of female Shinigami. He hadn't been able to visit the world of the living often, and stepping into Hueco Mundo without enough power would have been suicidal. As a result, his collection of hollow souls had been insufficient. But now, things were different. Having reached second-class Ryatsu and mastered Bankai, he might not be an unstoppable force in Hueco Mundo, but at the very least, he was more than capable of protecting himself. And, if he was being honest, his desire to collect souls wasn't the only reason he wanted to go. Hueco Mundo had strong opponents, ones he had long wanted to challenge. And beyond that, he was eager to experience the kind of world that Soul Society could never offer. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Hueco Mundo. Masatsuki Aozaki left the world of the living and stepped into the 11th Division headquarters in Soul Society. Without the slightest attempt to hide it, he openly declared in front of Jin Ichimaru and the other division members that he was going to slack off. Then, he summoned Jin Ichimaru into his office alone. Once inside, Masatsuki Aozaki lounged in the chair behind the captain's desk, his tone casual as he said. For the time being, don't come looking for me, Jin. You'll handle the squad's affairs, and I'll let you know when I return. Jin Ichimaru stiffened at the words. It was the first time he had ever heard Masatsuki Aozaki request to be completely out of contact. He straightened his back, his expression turning unusually serious. Where are you going? Is it dangerous? Hueco Mundo, Masatsuki Aozaki replied indifferently. Are you insane? Jin Ichimaru couldn't help but shout. The moment the words left his mouth, a bone-chilling cold surged up from the soles of his feet, climbing his spine and burrowing into his mind like an icy current. This cold wasn't from any change in temperature but from the fear and unease welling up deep inside him. The reason was simple: Jin Ichimaru knew Masatsuki Aozaki all too well. Once he made up his mind, nothing and no one could change it. Why are you going to Hueco Mundo? It's too dangerous, it's the Hollow's territory. Jin Ichimaru took a step closer, lowering his voice anxiously. You might run into a Minos, or worse, a Vasto Lord. Just 10 of them could destroy the entire Seireitei. It was clear his understanding of Minos still came from the textbooks of Shino Academy. After all, the farthest he had ever traveled was the world of the living, and that was only for his assigned patrol duties. Forget Vasto Lords, he had never even seen a Jillian, the lowest class Minos. Well, you make a fair point, but I have my reasons for going. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. Jin Ikamaru's body went rigid at those words, shock flashing across his face. But he quickly composed himself and said firmly. I'm going with you. Masatsuki Aozaki, however, shook his head without hesitation. Absolutely not. With your current strength, you're nowhere near ready to handle the dangers of Hueco Mundo. Even I would struggle to protect you. He clapped Jin Ichimaru on the shoulder, his tone carrying a rare note of seriousness. Stay here and take care of the squad's affairs in my absence. That alone is the greatest support you can give me. Jin Ichimaru clenched his fists, his lips trembling slightly as if he wanted to argue, but in the end, he stayed silent. Because he knew Masatsuki Aozaki was right. As a captain-class fighter with second-class spiritual power, if there was a threat even he couldn't handle, then as a lieutenant with only fifth-class spiritual power, Jin Ichimaru would be nothing more than dead weight. Masatsuki Aozaki sensed the turmoil and hesitation in him. He patted his shoulder again, smiling reassuringly. Don't stress yourself too much. Then, after a brief pause, a glimmer of confidence and pride flickered across his face. Don't forget, I'm the Captain Commander's prized disciple. Compared to you, I know far more about Minos. Finally, he met Jin Ichimaru's gaze, his voice steady and resolute. With my current strength, keeping myself safe won't be a problem. There's no need to worry. With that, he turned and walked away. Jin Ichimaru watched his figure disappear into the distance, his brows furrowed in deep concern. 3 days later. Night shrouded the land, and a bright moon hung in the sky, though its glow was hazy, veiled by a layer of grey mist. This eerie and desolate realm was the dwelling place of the Hollows, Hueco Mundo. Everywhere one looked, shades of grey and white stretched endlessly, resembling an infinite desert of pale sand. The ground beneath was dry and rigid, devoid of any signs of life. Scattered across the barren terrain were lifeless, quartz-like trees, adding to the bleakness and deathly stillness of the scene. The wind howled intermittently, sweeping up gusts of sand, instilling an ominous sense of unease. Suddenly, several streaks of dazzling light shot across the night sky like meteors, leaving behind long crimson trails as they raced toward 4 masked figures fleeing at high speed. Judging by their Ryatsu, the 4 were all powerful Minos. Their pursuers, 3 Ajuchas-class Minos, took on the forms of a stag, a python, and a lion. Leading the charge at the front, however, was a Minos wielding a massive bone sword. Its humanoid form bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human. Though its entire body was encased in dense, white bone armor, leaving only its eyes and long golden hair exposed, the enormous, heart-like organs on its chest made one thing clear: this was a female Vasto Lord-class Minos. A deafening series of explosions erupted. Boom. 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 Fine, snow-white sand blasted into the air around the 4 fleeing female Minos, surging into the sky like a raging sandstorm. In the next instant, fireballs of deep crimson ignited above, bursting into violent plumes of smoke that billowed like mushroom clouds, staining the sky a furious shade of red. Haribel. Stop running. I swear I'll catch you today. Not far behind, a dozen Minos gave chase. One among them, also humanoid, roared furiously, swinging its massive arms like a windmill as it hurled boulders with reckless force. Oswell again. Does this bastard ever stop? He's been after us for 3 days and nights. Why won't these idiots just leave Haribel-sama alone? Don't they ever get tired? The frustrated voice came from the deer-like Ajuchas running beside the humanoid Minos, Haribel. I'm sorry, Apache. I've dragged you all into this, came a cool yet faintly apologetic voice from behind Haribel's mask. At those words, the deer-like Ajuchas, Emilo Apache, visibly tensed, her expression shifting into one of alarm. Her eyes flickered with panic, as if she had just spoken out of turn. And no, Haribel-sama. That's not what I meant. Apache hurriedly tried to explain. I wasn't blaming you. It's just, those damn subordinates of Barragan are completely out of line. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Night. Haribel-sama, Oswell is closing in fast. At the sound of the urgent cry, the lion-like hollow, Francesca Mila rose, looked even more anxious. Her already fierce expression was now filled with worry as she kept a tense watch on their pursuers, issuing a warning to Haribel at her side. Haribel, however, showed no sign of surprise or panic upon hearing the news. But the snake-like hollow, Sung-sun, standing nearby, couldn't help but blame herself. It's our fault for holding Haribel-sama back. If not for us, there's no way someone of her strength as a Vasto Lord-class hollow would be caught so easily by those guys. Before she could finish, Haribel shot her a sharp look, a silent warning to drop the subject. Sung-sun immediately realized her mistake, her face flushing as she lowered her head in guilt. Internally, she sighed, Haribel-sama is always like this. She may seem quiet and reserved, but she's truly kind. Even if we were to give up on ourselves, she would never abandon us. Haribel gently shook her head but didn't reprimand Sung-sun further. She turned toward the distant horizon, where thick clouds of dust and smoke swirled. A massive horde of hollows surged forward like an unstoppable tidal wave, racing toward them. A quick assessment told her that the gap between them was closing at an alarming speed. Her mind worked rapidly to assess the situation. Oswell was one of the most powerful subordinates of Hueco Mundo's king, Baragon, and a rare Vasto Lord-class hollow. His strength was nearly equal to her own. If she were alone, she might still have a chance to escape from Oswell and the Ajuchas under his command. But now, she had Apache, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun with her, all of them still Ajuchas. No, at this rate, we'll be caught soon. If they were forced into battle, the overwhelming numbers on Las Noches' side would put them at a dire disadvantage. If the three of them fought, survival would be near impossible. They could very well die here. Harabelle slowly lowered her gaze, her sharp eyes sweeping over the massive blade in her hands, as if searching for the power and fate hidden within it. Her once calm eyes now burned with an unshakable determination, filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. She recalled how it had all begun, how she had refused Baragon's demand to become his subordinate, only to be met with endless pursuit and hatred. In the end, it was her decision that had led to this. But Sung Sun and the others, they were simply caught in the crossfire. Sung Sun, take everyone and go. Harabelle gritted her teeth, her voice low but resolute. She clenched her fists before turning sharply, raising her massive sword high, bracing herself for the storm ahead. Head to the forest of death. If I don't join you within 3 days, don't wait for me. Her words rang with unwavering determination. Right now, the only way forward was to buy enough time to ensure the others could reach safety. With her own strength, she still had a slim chance of breaking through Oswell's forces. If she could hold them off, the others' chances of survival would increase dramatically. A dazzling golden Ryatsu gathered around her greatsword, condensing into a brilliant, spherical mass. In the blink of an eye, the golden light shot forward like a pillar piercing the sky. A deafening roar followed. Boom. The energy beam crashed down like a falling meteor, striking the left flank of the advancing hollows. A massive explosion erupted, sending a shockwave surging outward, tearing through the battlefield. Not far away, Oswell staggered slightly from the impact, the white sands of Hueco Mundo whipping through the air like a torrential downpour, rustling as they fell. That woman, she's holding back. In a situation like this. Oswell scoffed. Does she think so little of us? His white mask, shaped like a dragon's maw, sat atop his head, and his body was clad in heart and bone armor, giving him the appearance of a medieval knight. In his hands, he gripped a massive lance, several meters long. Brushing the sand from his forehead, he smirked. The black cloak draped over his back billowed wildly from the lingering shockwaves of Harabelle's attack. Despite his taunts, Oswell couldn't deny a certain respect for her. She wasn't just strong, she never abused her power to oppress the weak. Even when facing those who sought her life, she never struck to kill unless absolutely necessary. To Oswell, Harabelle was a knight in her own right. But as Baragon's knight, his duty was absolute. No matter how much he respected his opponent, he would not hesitate. Pegasus, faster. We're almost on her. Oswell patted the massive, horse-like Ajuchas beneath him before turning to the hollows trailing behind. Pegasus and I will engage her first, catch up when you can. Yes, sir, the hollows responded in unison. With a sudden burst of force, Pegasus galloped forward, azure Ryatsu flaring around its hooves. In an instant, Oswell and his steed vanished from sight. Harabelle cast a quick glance at Sung Sun and the others retreating into the distance, feeling a moment of relief. But as she turned back to see Oswell and Pegasus closing in, flickering through the air with blinding speed, her brows furrowed. Baragon's most loyal knight was formidable, and he wasn't alone, his squad of Ajuchas was following close behind. This would be a brutal fight. Something about this pursuit had always seemed strange. Baragon had sent hunters after them before, but those had been minor skirmishes. Yet in recent years, the number of pursuit squads had grown alarmingly. And it wasn't just Harabelle and her group being targeted, wild Ajuchas were disappearing as well. With a flash, Oswell and Pegasus appeared in midair. Clang. The sharp ring of metal echoed as Harabelle's greatsword clashed against Oswell's massive lance, sending brilliant arcs of energy cascading through the battlefield. Oswell tilted his head slightly, glancing past Harabelle before chuckling. Letting them escape again. I admire your self-sacrificing nature, but do you really think they can get away? If I had to guess, their destination is the forest of death, isn't it? You spent quite a bit of time there before. Harabelle's pupils contracted. I'm the one you're after. Oswell smirked. Lately, a lot of our forces heading to the world of the living have gone missing. Seireitei-sama is running low on test subjects, and he's quite displeased. He spoke with a level of formality when referring to Seireitei, respect reserved for the powerful. Harabelle's eyes burned with fury. So you've been sending the Ajuchas you've captured straight to his lab. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Lord. These guys even have reinforcements. At this rate, we're going to be caught. Hearing Apache's words, Sung-sun frowned, deep in thought. It was true, there was a clear hierarchy of strength among the Ajuches. Their current power level placed them in the middle tier. Not to mention Oswell, who was locked in battle with Harabel. Even among the Ajuches tasked with pursuing and cutting them off, several were significantly stronger than them. We can't keep running like this. Let's just take them head on. We're all Ajuches, who's afraid of who? Mila Rose suddenly widened her eyes in fury, stepping forward forcefully. Her Ryatsu surged, radiating without restraint, her presence instantly becoming overwhelming. What do you say, Apache? She turned to Apache, whose sharp gaze burned with the same intensity. Not to be outdone, Apache's Ryatsu flared violently, kicking up a swirling storm of dust and sand. Gritting her teeth, she growled. Yeah. Let those bastards know we're not easy prey. Sung-sun cast a calm glance at her two companions before shifting her gaze forward, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. At this moment, they were caught in a pincer attack. Relentless pursuers closing in from behind, while ahead, the vague outlines of enemies charging toward them became clearer. In this situation, fighting seemed like the only option left. Suddenly, a deafening, thunderous hum erupted from behind. Through the thick smoke that filled the sky, multiple blazing red energy blasts rained down like a torrential storm. The beams intertwined, forming a suffocating barrage that swept toward them with merciless force. Sung-sun. This time, you're not getting away. At that moment, a beast-like roar echoed across the battlefield, shaking the very air. Apache immediately recognized the voice and spat in frustration. Damn it, it's that bastard Gio again. Beside her, Mila Rose clenched her teeth, eyes locked on the Ajuches charging toward them, a massive saber-toothed tiger like Minos. Without hesitation, she leapt into the air. Her body moved like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the sky. In an instant, she was airborne, ready to meet the oncoming challenge. Crack! Sharp claws suddenly extended from her fingertips, gleaming with a chilling light. Like meteors streaking through the night, they carried devastating power, tearing through the air with an unstoppable force. Clang! Their claws collided, sparks erupting in a dazzling display, like fireworks bursting across the battlefield. In that moment, a long crack split across the once impenetrable bone armor on Mila Rose's right claw. They were both Ajuches, yet even the most oblivious onlooker could now see. The power gap between them was insurmountable. The two figures streaked past each other at incredible speed, kicking up a fierce wind. Then, boom. Two brilliant columns of energy exploded across Gio's body. But as the dust settled, he sneered. And in the next instant, his figure vanished. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, as blinding fireballs shot upward, bursting like massive bombs in the gloomy sky. The roaring orange flames painted the entire sky crimson, as if a grand and spectacular fireworks display was unfolding. Just as Oswell was deeply familiar with Harabel and her group, Sung-sun and the others, having clashed with the forces of Las Noches multiple times, knew their enemies inside and out. Mila Rose alone was no match for the saber-toothed tiger, Gio Vega. Even with the combined efforts of the three of them, they could barely hold their ground. So slow. With a disdainful sneer, Gio leapt from the billowing smoke and landed smoothly. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Gio Vega's powerful forelimb snapped off without warning. His once thick, muscular arms now hung limply, revealing two smooth, cleanly severed cuts. At the same time, the surrounding air began to twist and distort violently, growing thick and oppressive. Gio Vega's face contorted in shock. What is this? Whoosh! A fierce wind howled across the desert like a rampaging beast, kicking up a blinding storm of sand that swallowed the sky. Under the crushing weight of the terrifying Ryatsu, many hollows gasped for breath, their mouths hanging open in shock. Who's there? A startled cry rang out, and tension flooded the battlefield. Moments later, exclamations of shock followed one after another. What incredible Ryatsu! Could it be another Vasto Lord? Gio-sama. Who could have arrived? All eyes turned to their leader, Gio Vega. The battle-hardened and highly respected Hollow Commander now looked utterly disheveled. His forelimbs were severed, his body weakened, and an undeniable flicker of fear gleamed in his eyes. As the leader of this elite force and a close confidant of His Majesty Baragon, Gio had always been known for his formidable strength. Yet at this moment, even he was at a complete loss, faced with such an unknown and overwhelming Ryatsu. I don't know. Gio's voice trembled. I've never felt this kind of Ryatsu before. It's definitely not from anyone in Las Noches. His words struck the surrounding hollows like a thunderclap, their pupils shrinking to needlepoints. Already on edge, their nerves were now stretched to the breaking point. If this Ryatsu was unfamiliar to Gio, then it could only mean one thing: the intruder was from outside Las Noches. And from the sheer pressure of their presence, they had to be an immensely powerful being. Gio gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his wounds, knowing full well that the arrival was anything but friendly. With a furious roar, he commanded. The intruder is hostile. Prepare for battle. The hollows hesitated for a brief moment before snapping to attention. Without the need for words, they moved into action, their movements swift and precise. Their bodies pulsed with intense ryuryoku as they scanned their surroundings, bracing themselves for whatever attack might come. Sung-sun, Apache, and Mila Rose exchanged glances, each seeing the same shock reflected in the other's eyes. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Good Kid. The Ajuchas class Minos all widened their eyes in horror, their voices trembling with disbelief. Gio-sama. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Gio Vega was just as stunned, but before he could process what was happening, a slender yet powerful hand suddenly clamped around his throat. In an instant, his upper body was lifted clean off the ground. The surrounding hollows barely dared to breathe. They turned in panic, their gazes locking onto a small, thin figure standing before them. A fierce wind howled through the battlefield, stirring up a storm of sand that raged like coiling dragons in the sky. Amid the swirling chaos, the figure suddenly flexed his right arm, effortlessly swinging Gio's massive body as if it were nothing more than a mere rag doll. Then, with a violent motion, he slammed Gio into the ground, sending up a billowing cloud of white sand. A vast and pure Ryatsu blanketed the area, suffocatingly heavy, plunging the once silent desert into an even deeper, deathly stillness. Shinigami, why are you here? Gio rasped, forcing the words from his dry throat as he stared at the young man before him, his eyes flickering toward the Zanpakutō at his waist. But before he could finish speaking, his severed forelimbs had already begun to regenerate at an astonishing speed. With a snarl, his freshly regrown, razor-sharp claws lashed out toward the young Shinigami with blinding ferocity. You never learn, do you? Yuheim. The young Shinigami's voice was quiet yet carried an undeniable authority. A sudden shimmer of light appeared behind him, and in an instant, a white-haired beauty clad in flowing feathered robes emerged like a specter. Her luminous eyes sparkled, but there was nothing warm in her gaze, only cold, decisive intent. With a mere flick of her delicate hand, two razor-sharp wind blades shot forth. The air itself seemed to be torn asunder in their wake, producing an eerie, piercing whistle. And just as swiftly as she had appeared, the mysterious woman vanished like the wind. Whoosh! The wind blades struck, followed by two muffled thuds. Gio's claws were severed in an instant, blood spraying in all directions. The searing pain forced a guttural, agonized scream from Gio Vega. Masatsuki Aozaki stood motionless, his cold gaze fixed on the now trembling hollow before him. Slowly, he raised his other hand to his lips and blew softly, mockingly, as if scoffing at Gio's powerlessness. His once intact black cloak was now in tatters, a torn sleeve fluttering in the wind, exposing an arm as pale as fresh snow. So, that Seiro just now, was it you and the ones behind you? Masatsuki Aozaki's voice was calm, devoid of emotion, like the still surface of undisturbed water. I never expected such a warm welcome the moment I arrived in this world. He paused, his brows furrowing slightly as if pondering something. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, should I consider this bad luck? Or a stroke of fortune? With that, he casually tore off what remained of his ruined cloak and tossed it aside. As the fabric fell away, an overwhelming Ryatsu surged forth, crashing over the battlefield like a tidal wave. The sheer weight of it bore down on everyone present, an oppressive force unlike anything they had ever felt before. Just now, that little kitten called you Sung-sun. Is that your name? Masatsuki Aozaki turned, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips as he locked eyes with the massive serpentine hollow behind him. His voice remained eerily composed. Sung-sun, despite being several times Masatsuki Aozaki's size, shuddered under his gaze like a frightened child. After a brief hesitation, she nodded honestly and replied. Yes, Sung-sun is my name. Good. I like honest, well-behaved kids. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded approvingly, his smile carrying an unsettling sense of amusement. His gaze then shifted past Sung-sun, falling on the two figures behind her. And you too, you must be Apache and Mila Rose. Apache and Mila Rose swallowed hard. Even with their naturally fiery tempers, neither of them dared to act recklessly in the face of such overwhelming pressure. Despite their fear, they gritted their teeth and answered in unison, that's right. At that moment, Gio, unable to suppress his fury any longer, roared. Shinigami brat, how dare you ignore us? As his words fell, his previously severed arms regenerated once more. However, Masatsuki Aozaki remained unfazed by Gio's provocation. His brows furrowed slightly, and his grip on Gio's neck tightened. Gio immediately felt his strength drain away, his body going limp and powerless. Then, with blinding speed, Masatsuki Aozaki's other hand plunged into Gio's chest, only to withdraw just as quickly. A sharp, tearing sound echoed through the battlefield as a radiant soul orb, shimmering with an enchanting glow, appeared in his grasp. And with that, Gio's life force was extinguished. The once powerful Ajuchas-class Minos had been effortlessly slain. Of course, this outcome was only natural. After all, Masatsuki Aozaki's current strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Even if Gio Vega had evolved into an Arrancar, he still wouldn't have stood a chance. Gio-sama. The surrounding hollows cried out in horror. Quite a few of you. Masatsuki Aozaki cast a brief glance at the gathered Minos, but within his eyes, a flicker of insatiable hunger burned. Without hesitation, he began chanting, his voice carrying an eerie calm. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Black coffin. The moment his voice ceased, a massive black cube, as dark as ink and exuding an ominous aura, surged from the ground. In an instant, it expanded at an alarming speed, swallowing up all the Minos behind Gio. From its obsidian walls, countless shadowy blades burst forth, glinting coldly as they spread like a relentless tide. The sheer number of these piercing blades formed an overwhelming, inescapable prison of death. The Minos, caught within this horrifying spectacle, had no time to react. Before they could even move, their bodies were assaulted from every direction, pierced, slashed, and torn apart. Agonized screams filled the sky, each one more wretched than the last. Inside the Kuro Hitsuji, the Ajuchas were subjected to a torment akin to being shredded by 1,000 blades. The unbearable pain racked their bodies and minds, and their cries were the only way they could release the crushing agony. With a mere wave of his hand, Masatsuki Aozaki dismissed the massive black coffin, which vanished without a trace. As he gazed at the battlefield, now littered with the battered and broken bodies of Ajuchas, he slowly extended his hands, reaching toward them like a reaper collecting his harvest. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Vasto Lord. As the Hogyoku merged with the final soul, Masatsuki Aozaki tucked it into his arms. His gaze swept slowly over the three women before him, Sung-sun, Apache, and Mila Rose. The corner of his mouth curled into an enigmatic smile. Do you want to live, or would you rather dissolve into reishi like the others? His voice was calm and low, yet it carried an invisible weight, sending a chill through the air. The three of them froze in disbelief. A Shinigami encountering hollows, shouldn't he have slaughtered them on sight? Why was this man asking such a question, even offering them the choice between life and death? After a brief moment of shock, Sung-sun was the first to regain her composure. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm, and raised a hand to stop Apache and Mila Rose, who looked as if they were about to speak. Lowering her head, she spoke in a tone of utmost humility. We want to live. Please spare us. Never had she imagined that she would one day beg a Shinigami for mercy. She was not someone who feared death. But right now, there was someone more important to her than her own life, Harabel. Harabel had stayed behind, facing Oswell and his forces alone to protect them. If she recklessly threw away her life out of pride, how could she ever face Harabel's sacrifice? So, even if it meant setting aside her dignity and pleading for survival, Sung-sun did not hesitate. Whoosh! The desert winds roared like raging tides. Harabel's bone armor was already battered and broken under the relentless assault of the surrounding hollows. Through her narrowed pupils, a figure slowly came into focus, Oswell, his long black hair flowing in the wind. From a distance, he grinned at her, his expression chilling to the core. Taking a step forward, Oswell raised his lance high. In an instant, an orb of pure darkness rapidly coalesced at its tip, its dense energy visible to the naked eye. Then, with a powerful swing of his arm, he hurled the sphere forward. The jet-black mass shot through the air like an arrow. First, it compressed. Then, it rapidly expanded, spinning violently as it streaked toward the ground. In less than a second, the energy orb underwent a breathtaking transformation mid-flight. By the time it struck, it had become an immense pillar of black light, piercing the sky. The once still desert erupted into chaos, a massive shockwave rippling outward as if heralding the apocalypse. The explosion's energy fluctuations were beyond imagination, its devastating reach spanning tens of kilometers in every direction. The raging winds carried towering waves of sand, tearing through the restless dunes like a rampaging beast, carving a bottomless crevasse into the earth itself. From afar, one could see the terrifying air currents swirling wildly, twisting the gray clouds above into a vortex so massive it seemed to swallow the sky itself. Like a crumbling white wall collapsing in slow motion, the vortex pressed downward, an oppressive force so overwhelming it was almost suffocating. Faced with such an unimaginable storm, even the Ajuchas of Las Noches trembled in fear, feeling as if the very fabric of space around them had begun to warp. "Is that also a Seiro?" someone exclaimed in awe. "No wonder it's a Vasto Lord-class attack." Another voice, filled with reverence, added. "This is the true power of Hueco Mundo's overlord. Oswell-sama is simply unstoppable." Faced with such an overwhelming display of strength, the gathered hollows were left in awe. The concentrated Seiro, condensed into a blazing energy projectile, obliterated everything in its path, reducing the ground where Haribel once stood to nothing but swirling sand and devastation. No, even an ordinary Vasto Lord wouldn't be capable of such destruction. At least, not in such a short time. This is the power of Oswell-sama. A crimson Minos, resembling a griffin with a white mask and a crest-like comb, shook its body, scattering the fine white sand that had settled upon it. Spreading its wings, it forcefully flapped and shot up toward the sky. Aburama Redder's gaze remained locked onto the dust-covered battlefield below. Clenching his teeth, he muttered. "Haribel isn't just any Vasto Lord." "You're right. After all, she earned His Majesty's favor. How could she be ordinary?" Oswell smiled slightly, shaking his head before continuing. "That Seiro just now. I doubt it was enough to be a real threat to her." Just then, a brilliant golden Ryatsu flared to life, flickering between the gray-white clouds. In mere moments, the energy surged and coalesced into a massive, spiraling pillar of light. Like a divine lance piercing the sky, it illuminated the battlefield, casting a solemn glow upon the faces of all present. "Scatter." Oswell's voice boomed like a thunderclap, echoing across the battlefield. The hollows reacted instantly, retreating in all directions. Almost simultaneously, the golden pillar of light crashed down upon their previous position. A deafening explosion followed. The force of impact shattered the ground, leaving behind a massive, bottomless crater. Smoke and debris billowed into the sky, blotting out the moon. At the same time, a fierce gust of wind roared toward Oswell. The air carried not only the intense fluctuations of Ryatsu but also a sharp, cutting force, sword energy. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. Haribel stood tall, her battle-worn form exuding an undeniable majesty, like a war goddess descended upon the battlefield. The cracks and fractures in her armor only heightened the tragic beauty of her presence. Oswell's gaze sharpened. Raising his gleaming lance, he held it firmly before him, an immovable mountain of power. His muscles tensed, energy surging into his arms. Then, the massive blade descended, slashing toward him with unstoppable force. The moment it collided with his lance, sparks exploded in all directions, scattering like fireworks across the night sky. The sharp clang of metal rang out, a sound so deafening it seemed to shake the battlefield itself. Aburama took in the sight, then exchanged a glance with Finder Kalius, the Ajuchas beside him, his crab-like form brimming with readiness. Without hesitation, they lunged forward, their talons and massive pincers slicing through the air like lightning, attacking Haribel from both flanks. Oswell gritted his teeth and tightened his grip, exerting all his strength to pin Haribel down, blocking her escape. Haribel struggled fiercely, but the sheer force against her was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the crushing strike from the talons and pincers slammed into her with devastating impact. The sheer force sent her flying. Like a severed kite, she spiraled through the air before crashing to the ground. Above, the white moon hung dim and obscured, while in front of her, the ominous red glow of an approaching threat grew closer. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pink snake. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Powerless. The crimson light exploded, shadows intertwining in a mesmerizing spectacle, as if the entire world before them had begun to fracture and collapse. At that moment, Oswell stood firm, yet in an instant, his figure vanished like a phantom. "It's not over yet." His voice, deep and weighty, carried a chilling coldness that sent shivers through the air. Hearing this, Haribel, lying on the ground, clenched her teeth, determination flashing in her eyes. She endured the searing pain ravaging her body and struggled to stand. Suddenly, a thunderous crash rang out. Clang! The great sword and lance clashed fiercely once more, sparks scattering in all directions. Oswell swiftly sidestepped and lashed out with a vicious whip kick against the greatsword, forcing Haribel to stumble forward involuntarily. His head snapped up, jet-black hair whipping through the wind like a cascading waterfall, scattering fine white grains of sand. His eyes were fierce, brimming with unshakable dominance, as if the entire battlefield was under his control. He let out a quiet sigh. "What a pity, Haribel. I had no desire to take your life, but His Majesty has given the order. I have no choice." With those words, the Vasto Lord, ruler of the Hollows, took a resolute step forward. The wind howled, whipping around him and sending his vast black cloak billowing like the wings of an ancient dragon. His figure blurred as he shot through the air, ascending in an instant. The lance in his grip gleamed coldly, its tip bursting forth with a menacing black-red glow, like the breath of a raging fire dragon. Ryatsu surged outward at an astonishing speed, forming a towering pillar of light that coiled around the lance before erupting with terrifying force. Noble and pure knight, may your next life be spared from this dark and desolate land. Oswell's long black hair flowed wildly in the wind, his voice deep and commanding, carrying an indescribable sense of majesty and power. At this moment, he seemed less like a man and more like an untamed, ferocious dragon. Lance in hand, wrapped in swirling black-red ryatsu, he lunged forward like a streak of lightning, aiming directly at the throat of the exhausted, barely standing knight. This strike carried the force of a raging storm, an unstoppable power driven by absolute conviction. The world fell into a deathly silence. Then, in the next instant, a piercing slash split through the air. Shoo! A roaring wave of sword pressure, shaped like a massive crescent moon, tore through the dark night sky. Its sheer force was suffocating, its might unparalleled as it cleaved through several powerful Aegis-class Minos in its path. Where the sword's light swept through, it ripped through space itself, leaving behind a deep, abyssal rift, as if the very sky had been torn in two. Then, clang! A resounding impact echoed as the flying slash met the lance head-on. Oswell's seemingly indestructible weapon trembled, then halted completely, unable to advance even an inch further. The force of the collision sent him hurtling backward, his body skidding across the sand dunes for dozens of meters, carving a deep trench in his wake. At the same time, cracks spread along the length of his lance, unable to withstand the immense power behind the strike. The oppressive sword aura dissipated instantly. The once chaotic, dust-filled battlefield suddenly became crystal clear. Fine white sand drifted through the air, settling over the surroundings like a translucent veil. Standing atop the dunes, Oswell remained steady, his dragon-winged cloak billowing in the wind. His grip tightened around the cracked lance, and a vast, unfathomable pressure radiated from his very being. His gaze, sharp and ice-cold, locked onto the mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared nearby. His voice rang out, brimming with fury and authority. "Who are you? Are you challenging Las Noches, intending to save this woman?" A mocking voice responded, laced with disdain. "Bringing a pack of men to gang up on a defenseless woman, do you really have the nerve to call yourself a knight?" Oswell's expression stiffened, as if struck in a sore spot. The surrounding Aegis-class Minos froze as well, momentarily stunned, struggling to believe what they had just heard. Defenseless? Who? That Vasto lord over there. Lord Oswell, look out. Above. The moment the alarmed shouts rang out, a brilliant flash of light streaked through the air. From within the howling winds, a ghostly hand, white and flawless like sculpted jade, shot forward with astonishing speed. The hand carried an overwhelming force, its sharp, twisted winds shredding the very air around it. With an unstoppable momentum, it reached straight for Oswell's forehead. Though the strike appeared deceptively simple, it exuded an inescapable, overwhelming pressure, as if the entire world were being crushed beneath its weight. So fast. Oswell's heart pounded violently, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Never had he imagined that anyone other than Barragan and Seireitei could breach his defenses so effortlessly. Even more unthinkable was the sheer speed of his opponent, it was beyond comprehension. At that moment, Masatsuki Aozaki emerged from the swirling tempest, letting out a cold, disdainful snort. His movements were elegant and weightless, as if he were an otherworldly being descending upon the mortal realm. "So, you're the so-called strongest knight under Barragan." Masatsuki's voice was ice-cold, laced with an overwhelming aura of dominance. "How disappointing, you're far too weak." His deep, abyss-like eyes gleamed with a jet-black radiance, dazzling like the brightest star piercing through the dark night sky. Without hesitation, his right hand morphed into a razor-sharp talon, slashing forward with lightning speed, straight for Oswell's face. A crushing force surged toward Oswell, an unstoppable power that sent every hair on his body standing on end. It felt as if a violent current of electricity had shot through him. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the approaching figure. A wave of unprecedented fear and despair surged through him. The attack was so deceptively ordinary, yet flawless, he couldn't find a single weakness to exploit. It was as fierce as an erupting volcano and as swift as a lightning bolt tearing through the sky. It radiated absolute dominance, an unshakable might that could make even gods and ghosts tremble in fear. The clawed hand seized Oswell's face with an iron grip, its strength as unyielding as forged steel. With effortless ease, Masatsuki lifted him high into the air. Then, with a violent swing, Oswell was hurled downward like a severed kite, crashing into the earth with devastating force. Brutal. Simple. Unstoppable. A thunderous impact resounded, shaking the very ground beneath them. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Submission. Hold on. Oswell cried out in his heart as his inky black ryatsu surged like a raging tide, rapidly engulfing his bone armor. Crack. A sharp, resounding shatter suddenly echoed. Did it hold? Encased in white sand, Oswell felt a fleeting moment of relief. But in the next instant, as a searing pain shot across his face, his smile vanished without a trace. I still couldn't block it. This Shinigami is too strong. He gritted his teeth, the crushing force distorting his face beneath the mask. Masatsuki Aozaki seized his face and mercilessly lifted him high above his head once more. Then, with a powerful swing of both hands, he hurled Oswell like a bowling ball thrown with all his might, straight into the horde of hollows gathered on the Las Noches side. A series of heavy thuds followed. Several powerful and high-ranking Ajuchas were instantly reduced to nothing but a mist of crimson blood. Oswell's body crashed through multiple Ajuchas before slamming hard into the sand. Boom. The ground trembled as a massive crater formed, sending streams of sand scattering into the air. The three late-arriving hollow girls were left in utter shock at the sight before them. Can this even be considered a Shinigami? Don't Shinigami usually purify hollows with their Zanpakutō? But this was nothing short of ruthless carnage, so brutal that even they, terrifying Minos themselves, felt dwarfed in comparison. Ha, just who are you? Oswell struggled to his feet, his body drenched in blood. The once pristine white mask on his face was now shattered, revealing half of the face that had long remained hidden from the world. Beneath the mask was a strikingly handsome man. He wiped the blood from his face, gasping for air as if he had just survived a relentless battle. Masatsuki Aozaki swiftly unsheathed his Bancho Senrin, his fingers hooking into the slightly trembling cross-star ring blade as he pulled hard. The blade slid smoothly from its sheath, its hilt dropping perfectly into his grip. A ribbon as pure as snow trailed from the blade, and in the next instant, the razor-sharp edge shot forward like an arrow, striking an oncoming Ajucha's dead center. A piercing scream rang out. In a single slash, the powerful hollow was cleaved clean in two. You don't need to know who I am, Masatsuki Aozaki said coldly, his voice carrying the overwhelming authority of an absolute force. Even if you did, it wouldn't matter. Step by step, he advanced toward Oswell, Bancho Senrin gleaming with a chilling light in his grip. With every swing, a storm of blood rained down. With every strike, Ajuchas who dared to stand in his way were torn apart, limbs severed, bodies crippled, left utterly incapable of continuing the fight. The three hollow girls stared in horror, their eyes wide, their throats tight as they swallowed nervously. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Moving with the utmost caution, they quietly crept over to Haribel. But when they finally got a clear look at her, their eyes darkened with alarm. She was severely wounded. Haribel-sama, we're saved. You must hold on. The three hollow girls, Apache, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun, cried out anxiously. Seeing them unharmed, Haribel let out a long sigh of relief. Although she was filled with doubts about the men who had stepped forward to protect her, uncertain of his intentions, the current situation made one thing clear: this handsome man was not her enemy. Sigh. I really am too weak. Haribel muttered to herself heavily, lowering her head as her gaze fell upon the gaping wound in her abdomen. The wound was healing painfully slowly, far too slow, due to her excessive depletion of Ryatsu. Under normal circumstances, an injury like this would have fully healed in less than 3 seconds. Masatsuki Aozaki casually glanced at the four reunited women, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Then, his gaze locked onto Oswell, standing not far ahead. As a Vasto Lord, Oswell possessed only second-rate Ryatsu, but even so, he was considered a rare powerhouse in Hueco Mundo. Even without becoming an Arankar, his strength was enough to contend with most captain-level opponents. Unfortunately, today, he had encountered Masatsuki Aozaki. I admire your talent. Will you swear loyalty to me? If you follow me, I will grant you even greater power. As he spoke, the two clashed once more. Masatsuki Aozaki struck Oswell with a single blow, sending him flying back. A sharp light flickered in his eyes. Masatsuki Aozaki had absolute confidence in his strength. A Vasto Lord of second-rank Ryatsu. He was certain he could suppress him with ease. If he could subdue Oswell, it would be a significant step in expanding his influence in Hueco Mundo. However, Oswell merely let out a derisive laugh in response to Masatsuki Aozaki's offer. After everything that's happened, you still expect me to submit? It seems those three have already chosen to follow you. Putting aside whether I'd even be willing to bow my head, even if I agreed, would you truly trust me without hesitation? Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively and replied with unwavering certainty. I have always been tolerant of those with value. As long as you treat me with sincerity, I will respond in kind. Oswell's mocking smile faded in an instant. His expression grew solemn as he stared into Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes filled with nothing but sincerity. For a long moment, Oswell remained silent, as if trying to peer into the depths of the man's soul. But in the end, it was futile. After a brief pause, he shook his head lightly and spoke in a measured tone. I have to admit. In this moment, even I feel a slight admiration for your magnanimity. He stopped for a moment, as if lost in thought, then continued. If I had met someone like you before pledging my loyalty to His Majesty Baragon, I might have followed you without a second thought. But unfortunately, I am now His Majesty Baragon's knight. Even if I fall here, I will never betray him. His final words carried an unshakable resolve, leaving no room for negotiation. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Betrayal. Then there's nothing we can do, Masatsuki Aozaki sighed helplessly, though he didn't feel much disappointment. On his way here, he had already learned from Sung-sun about this vasto lord. As a loyal follower of Baragon, convincing him to switch sides was nothing more than a fool's dream. Ikatsu. With a low shout, an immense force erupted. Oswell's body was sent flying as if struck by a high-speed rocket, soaring backward at an incredible speed. A white shockwave rippled through the air in his wake, resembling the impact of an explosive shell. At that moment, Aburama and Finder flashed behind Oswell like lightning, swiftly catching his body and forming a solid human barrier. The three of them shot across the sky like meteors, hurtling dozens of meters before crashing into the desert, kicking up a massive cloud of sand. Watching this unfold, Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled slightly as he shook his head. His Ryatsu was already superior to Oswell's. After releasing his Shurikai, though he remained within the second-class spiritual power level, his strength had completely overwhelmed the latter. I acknowledge your loyalty. In that case, fulfill your duty to your liege. His gaze was as cold as ice. The knight who had once again risen to his feet was filled with unwavering devotion and faith toward his liege. He would never submit so easily. At that moment, cries of shock erupted from the hollows of Las Noches. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed the scene before them. Oswell's right side suddenly burst open, blood and flesh scattering in all directions, reduced to countless tiny fragments. As if torn apart by an invisible force, the remains drifted into the air, carried away by the wind. And amidst the gruesome sight, a long blade as white as snow and razor-sharp appeared silently. The sword hovered in midair, its tip gleaming with a chilling light as it advanced toward Oswell, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying white Ryatsu. Faced with imminent death, Oswell merely closed his eyes, showing no fear, like an actor gracefully taking his final bow, accepting his fate with dignity. The Minos of Las Noches turned pale, their faces filled with horror as an unshakable sense of dread crept into their hearts. Let me help you take your final bow. The voice was cold and resolute, accompanied by the faintest trace of an indifferent smile. Masatsuki Aozaki wielded his sword with smooth, elegant movements, as if performing a mesmerizing dance, yet each swing carried a lethal intent, brimming with unimaginable power. A flash of steel. Oswell's armor shattered, and in an instant, a crimson line appeared across his neck. Scarlet blood spurted out, forming a mist in the air. In the next moment, Masatsuki Aozaki's hand shot forward like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly piercing Oswell's chest before swiftly withdrawing. A faint smile of relief surfaced on the knight's face. His body swayed slightly before collapsing without suspense. Masatsuki Aozaki slowly turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping across the Minos of Las Noches. His voice was calm and low, his lips curved into a faint smile as he asked, "Do you intend to collect his body?" Upon hearing this, the members of Las Noches turned pale, their expressions filled with terror as they cried out. "How could we? We would never do something so foolish. My lord, I am willing to submit to you. Please allow me to follow you. My lord, please spare me. That idiot Oswell deserved to die, it was his own fault. Please, let me live." For a moment, desperate pleas and flattery echoed through the vast desert. Under the endless sea of sand, the hollows of Las Noches stood ashen-faced, staring at Oswell's body as it slowly plummeted to the ground. Their eyes locked onto his shattered lance and ruined armor, and a chilling dread seeped into their hearts. Unlike the loyal and fearless Oswell, most hollows in Las Noches had only submitted to Baragon's rule to survive. Now, seeing even the mighty Oswell fall to his death, the already cowardly and spineless hollows were paralyzed with fear, completely losing the will to resist. To them, loyalty was nothing more than a bargaining chip, a means to prolong their existence under Baragon's rule. The moment their lives were threatened, loyalty meant nothing. They would discard it without hesitation, betraying their so-called king without a second thought. As long as they could stay alive, nothing else mattered. You vile, treacherous bastards! How dare you commit such an unforgivable act, betraying the great and noble Majesty Baragon? At that moment, Aburama let out a sharp, furious shriek, his voice trembling with uncontrollable rage and hatred. Humph! His Majesty Baragon will never forgive you traitors. You will suffer the same cruel fate as Haribel, hunted relentlessly until you are reduced to dust. Aburama roared, eyes burning with fury, as if trying to unleash every ounce of his rage. Hearing his words, the surrounding hollows froze in place. Just moments ago, Oswell had been mercilessly struck down by Masatsuki Aozaki's overwhelming Ryatsu. With their own lives hanging by a thread, chaos had consumed them, leaving them no time to consider how their distant ruler would react. But now, as they watched Aburama hovering in the air, shouting in outrage, their gazes shifted toward him. In their eyes, a barely perceptible glint of murderous intent flickered. They had respected the powerful knight who had fallen, but as for the mad griffin before them, there was not a trace of fear in their expressions. This idiot. Finder cursed inwardly. His massive crab claw rested across his chest, poised to defend against any sudden attack from the other hollows. Everyone knew that, like Aburama, Finder was a devoted follower of Baragon. However, unlike Aburama, Finder was both more arrogant and more intelligent. Don't bother. Masatsuki Aozaki's mouth curled into a cold, violent sneer. A faint white glow of Ryatsu flickered around his slightly bent index finger. The only thing of value you have is your filthy souls. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Spoils of Battle. Why can't you let us live? An Ajuchas roared furiously, his voice echoing through the desert. Why should Sung Sun and the others be spared, while we're the ones condemned to die? Another Ajuchas immediately echoed his resentment, his face twisted with anger. No. We don't want to die. We're even stronger than Apache and the others, we can be far more valuable as subordinates. More Ajuchas began shouting, their emotions running high. Their once fearful expressions had contorted into something savage and unhinged. Chaos erupted among the Ajuchas of Las Noches, their enraged howls rising one after another, as if they were on the verge of overturning the entire sea of sand. Finder, watching from the sidelines, tensed. His expression was equally grim as he turned to Aburama and whispered. Aburama, this isn't good. If they start fighting, we'll use the chaos to escape. A being this powerful appearing in Hueco Mundo, we have to report this to His Majesty. Aburama furrowed his brows slightly before giving a small nod, signaling his understanding. Though unease stirred within him, he chose to follow Finder's plan. At that moment, an overwhelming Ryatsu blanketed the desert, suffocating and oppressive. The very air felt thick and heavy, as if an invisible force had pressed a towering mountain onto their backs, making even the simplest movements difficult. Faced with the frenzied Ajuchas, Masatsuki Aozaki merely shook his head and said in a calm, indifferent voice. You have no worth alive. Sung Sun, Apache, and Mila Rose, though Ajuchas themselves, held an irreplaceable place in Haribel's heart, so much so that she was willing to lay down her life for them. Taking in the three meant gaining Haribel's allegiance, a rare vasto lord-class Minos in Hueco Mundo. In essence, it was securing her loyalty. A dozen Ajuchas, no, even dozens or hundreds, could never compare to the value of Haribel alone. As for these Ajuchas before him, they weren't particularly strong, nor was there a vasto lord willing to die for them. To Masatsuki Aozaki, their existence simply had no value. Heido No. 4, by Akurai. Whoosh! A bolt of white lightning roared like a silver dragon, surging from his fingertips and streaking across the air in a dazzling arc. It moved as fast as true lightning, so swift that the very air around it compressed, producing a deep, crackling boom. And its target was the figure floating in midair. Aburama, the red-feathered, white-faced griffin, Baragon's devoted follower. Finder screamed in terror, Aburama, look out. A deafening explosion followed, the sheer force of the blast seeming to tear through space itself. Blinding white lightning surged forward, nearly consuming Aburama whole. Frozen in shock, his limbs trembled uncontrollably, as if drained of all strength. His body refused to obey him. His face was as pale as a corpse, devoid of blood. Even his mind had stalled, he had no idea what had just happened. At that moment, a massive Minos, resembling a sea turtle, suddenly appeared before him. Its sturdy body shielded Aburama from the fatal blast that had been mere inches from piercing his chest. The electricity tore through the Minos' thick shell, passing straight through, only to rip into Aburama's wings. Finder. Snapping back to his senses, Aburama crashed to the ground, gulping dryly, his throat parched. Finder, having completed his throw, narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand dismissively. Don't get careless just because you can fly. That man is far beyond anything we can handle. What a formidable knight, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured. He held Oswell's soul in his hand, inspecting it carefully, weighing it lightly in his palm. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. His gaze drifted over to the red-feathered griffin lying on the ground. Aburama, struggling to move, suddenly felt something. He raised his head and locked eyes with Masatsuki, only to be struck by a wave of sheer terror, his entire body shuddering violently. Just a single glance. Yet in that instant, the suffocating aura of death and overwhelming pressure he'd just escaped came crashing down on him once more. Even with Finder's protection, Aburama felt a crushing sense of doom surrounding him, as though he had been plunged into an abyss of eternal frost. It's pointless, Masatsuki said with a shake of his head, his voice tinged with regret. If you're going to die anyway, why not face it with the same courage as Oswell? He turned away, a trace of mockery flickering across his face. He hadn't immediately cut these feeble creatures down. After all, what he sought wasn't mindless slaughter, it was strong, valuable souls. If he'd only wanted to strip them of their ability to fight, a single Byakurai would have been enough to reduce their bodies to nothing but ash. Who gave you permission to save him? Masatsuki Aozaki raised his blade, its edge gleaming with a chilling light. Around it, pure white Ryatsu flickered and pulsed, burning like a brilliant, ghostly flame. Narrowing his eyes, he casually glanced at Finder, standing not far away. That single glance sent an unbearable chill down Finder's spine. It felt as though the very sky above him was collapsing, the ground beneath his feet fracturing apart. A suffocating, crushing pressure engulfed him, pressing down with an inescapable force. Under this immense Ryatsu, Finder felt utterly insignificant, a mere insect on the verge of being crushed into dust. He could sense it clearly. The Ryatsu radiating from the Shinigami far surpassed that of most in Las Noches. It was second only to the two top Vasto Lords, Seireitei and Baragon. At this moment, Masatsuki Aozaki exuded an aura so overwhelming it stole the breath from the air. Pure white Ryatsu surged around him in turbulent waves, spiraling into a massive vortex, as if seeking to swallow the very world itself. With terrifying speed, he closed the distance toward Finder, the one who had dared to interfere. The ajuchas standing between them shattered in an instant, cleaved apart beneath his blade. Screams filled the air. Limbs flew, blood rained down, and in the blink of an eye, Masatsuki appeared before Finder, his figure drenched in crimson. A flash of steel. A deep gash opened across Finder's chest, torrents of blood spilling forth. The cries of agony ceased. Aburama, only just having regenerated his limbs, looked up, his eyes widening in horror. Everywhere he looked, the bodies of the fallen lay still. The once chaotic battlefield had plunged into eerie silence. Before he could utter a word, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Scalding hot blood spilled onto the sands. A gleaming white blade had run him through. A slender hand plunged into his chest, then withdrew. The world before him faded into darkness. 40 chapters ahead. /Pink Snake. Chapter 181, Forest of Minos. Haribel lay quietly in the dim cave, her gaze slowly shifting to the handsome men before her, who wore a faint smile. Then, she lifted her head and stared at the pitch-black ceiling above. On either side of her stood two massive ajuchas, Apache and Mila Rose. The two towering female Minos flanked her, fussing over her condition with visible concern. However, their anxious chatter was relentless, ringing in her ears and making her already aching head throb even more. After a period of rest, Haribel's Ryatsu had nearly recovered, and her ultra-speed regeneration had returned to its usual efficiency. By now, her wounds had almost completely healed. The once torn flesh had mended, and a layer of smooth, white bone armor encased her body once more. Haribel, the golden-haired warrior, Hueco Mundo's Valkyrie, had faced an unprecedented crisis, yet she had survived. After suffering severe injuries and falling into unconsciousness, she had been carried to this temporary underground refuge by her closest companions, where she received timely medical care. You sure can sleep. You've been out for an entire day and night. After thoroughly examining Haribel's condition, Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled and teased. But don't worry, I have some knowledge of healing techniques. Your injuries aren't serious. Masatsuki had studied Kaido under Retsu Unohana, and after years of rigorous training, his mastery had reached extraordinary heights. With full concentration, he meticulously assessed Haribel from head to toe, inside and out, ensuring a thorough examination. Not only that, but he had even prepared an incredibly detailed medical report, neatly inscribed with the name Haribel at the top. Every detail was accounted for, the sheer level of precision was almost excessive. You're not going to kill us? Haribel sat up, her turquoise eyes locking onto Masatsuki Aozaki's with confusion. He had shown no mercy when dealing with Las Noches before. Even now, he could easily end her life. So why hadn't he? Why was the Shinigami tending to her injuries with such care instead? It never even occurred to her that the men before her might have ulterior motives. After all, beneath the bone-white armor that covered her like a second skin, her entire body was concealed, even her face was hidden, save for a pair of piercing, luminous eyes. I do enjoy fighting, but I wouldn't call myself a bloodthirsty lunatic. Honestly, I don't get you people, always talking about life and death. Masatsuki waved a hand dismissively and said in an offhand tone. If you want to thank someone, thank Sung-sun and the others. They practically sold themselves just to get me to save you. Haribel frowned slightly, still filled with doubt. Shinigami. You are a Shinigami, aren't you? Then why are you helping us hollows? Masatsuki Aozaki gazed at the Vasto Lord before him in silence. For a brief moment, time seemed to freeze, the only sound between them the quiet rhythm of their breathing. Then, at last, he broke the silence. Believe me, Haribel. I don't care whether someone is a hollow or a Shinigami. His voice was steady and calm, yet the conviction within it was impossible to ignore. Haribel's body tensed slightly, her eyes widening as she stared at this enigmatic man. She had never imagined that a Shinigami would say something like that. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke again. What I truly care about is you, Haribel. You, as a person. I need you, Haribel. Will you stand by my side and walk this path with me? His gaze remained locked onto Haribel, his eyes shining with anticipation. Companion. Walk together. Haribel murmured to herself, momentarily dazed. She couldn't comprehend it. Why would a Shinigami with such unfathomable power make such an unimaginable request? The war between Shinigami and Hollows had raged for millions of years, persisting since the world's very creation. Shinigami and Hollows were supposed to be eternal enemies. And yet, even the mighty Oswell had fallen before him. How could she, then, even consider herself worthy of being his enemy? The thought left her with a sense of frustration. However, deep within her, an unfamiliar longing stirred at Masatsuki Aozaki's proposal. She had endured countless battles, steeped in bloodshed. The endless cycle of fighting had long since exhausted her. At her core, she despised combat. And to make things more complicated, this undeniably handsome man, had saved her life. How could she possibly see him as an enemy? Haribel leaned quietly against the headboard, replaying Masatsuki Aozaki's words over and over in her mind, lost in silence. A Shinigami, seeking companionship with a Hollow. It was unthinkable. Yet, for some reason, the sincerity in Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes lingered within her, refusing to fade. You have plenty of time to think it over. There's no need to rush, I'll wait. Masatsuki Aozaki's voice was calm, laced with warmth. Then, with a graceful movement, he leaped onto the other stone bed. Haribel's gaze first drifted to the men beside her, already fast asleep, his features at ease. Then, she turned toward Apache and Mila Rose, who were playfully messing around, and finally to Sung Sun, who had just entered the cave with a light sway, a faint smile on her lips. This Shinigami, he treats them well. Haribel's eyes flickered slightly, as though caught in the midst of an internal struggle. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and a full week had gone by. Masatsuki Aozaki led his companions to the surface. Before them stretched an endless desert, its golden sands rolling toward the horizon, so vast that even the farthest reaches were impossible to discern. As Masatsuki Aozaki had predicted, after 7 days of contemplation, Haribel had given him her answer. Now, she stood respectfully at his side, her head slightly bowed. Masatsuki-sama, do you truly have a way to increase our strength without devouring other hollows? That question was the final weight on the scale, the one that tipped it completely. In that moment, all of Haribel's hesitation vanished, and she chose to stand by Masatsuki Aozaki's side. She knew that if she wanted to protect Sung Sun, Apache, and Mila Rose, she needed power. She despised using her strength to harm others, but when faced with those who wielded power recklessly, what other choice was there? The only way to resist the cruel forces of the world was to grow stronger. Yet, even though Masatsuki Aozaki treated her as a companion, Haribel still insisted on addressing him with honor. In Hueco Mundo, a land where the strong ruled over the weak, showing deference to power was the natural order. There is a way, Masatsuki Aozaki nodded, but I haven't tested it yet. And this isn't the right place for that. Then where are we going? Apache asked eagerly. The forest of Minos. As confusion flickered across the group's faces, Masatsuki Aozaki elaborated. The place you call the Forest of Death, I intend to establish a temporary base there. Sung Sun mused thoughtfully. As expected of Masatsuki-sama. The Forest of Death, being home to the Jillians, truly lives up to the name, Forest of Minos. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, The Great Sin. A towering, solitary structure stood between heaven and earth. Constructed entirely from massive white stone, its countless thick pillars and intricately crafted brick supported what appeared to be an ancient capital of Hueco Mundo. Unlike the seamless, futuristic Las Noches that Aizen would later rule, the architecture before them reflected a craftsmanship more akin to the ancient techniques of the human world. The surrounding rocky mountains were riddled with caves of varying sizes, serving as the nesting grounds of the Ajuchas. Their bestial postures mirrored the instincts and behaviors of wild animals. And yet, the sheer scale and design of most buildings within Las Noches suggested they were meant for beings in human form. Among all hollows, only Vasto Lord and Arankar came closest to resembling humans. This raised an unsettling question. Could there have once been an ancient civilization in Hueco Mundo, formed by Vasto Lords or Arankars? As night deepened, moonlight cascaded over Las Noches like flowing water. Before the throne, numerous powerful Minos knelt in reverence, their bodies trembling slightly. None dared to lift their heads. Seated upon the throne was a humanoid skeleton, adorned with a resplendent golden crown. A regal black velvet robe, lined with deep purple, draped over his bony frame. He emanated an unquestionable authority, one that demanded submission without the need for anger. With one hand lazily supporting his chin, he gazed down at the gathered hollows, his presence exuding absolute dominance. His eye sockets, devoid of pupils, seemed to pierce through each of his subjects with an invisible yet razor-sharp gaze. The ajuchas in attendance swallowed nervously. Though their sheer size far surpassed that of a Vasto Lord, some even 10 times larger, it was meaningless. When it came to Ryatsu, the Vasto Lord were the true giants. As the undisputed ruler of Hueco Mundo, Baragon idly tapped his skeletal fingers against the armrest of his throne. Each rhythmic tap carried a weight that sent a silent wave of dread through those present. Then, his deep voice rumbled like distant thunder, shaking them to their core. The pursuit of Haribel has lasted half a month. Has Oswell returned? However, before any of his subordinates could respond, a figure burst into the palace like a storm. A rose in full bloom, yet unmistakably humanoid. It was one of Baragon's most trusted ajuchas, Charlotte Chulhorn. His expression was frantic, his steps hurried, as if he had just escaped catastrophe. At the sight of his disheveled appearance, unease rippled through the gathered hollows. A heavy weight settled upon them. For they knew all too well. The wrath of Baragon was not something the ajuchas could afford to endure. Your Majesty Baragon. A grave incident has occurred. Oswell-sama, he has fallen in battle. We discovered his body in the western dunes. Your Majesty Baragon. A grave incident has occurred. Lord Oswell, he has fallen in battle. We discovered his body in the western dunes. Charlotte Chulhorn reported breathlessly, his voice filled with grief and shock. Gio, Aburama, and Finder, who set out with us, have also vanished without a trace. The assembled hollows felt their hearts clench, their faces full of disbelief. Then, with trepidation, they turned their gazes toward Baragon, who sat high above them, and lowered their heads even further. Missing. Most likely, they had all perished, reduced to nothing but scattered reishi. Even Oswell, a Vasto Lord-class Minos, had fallen. What chance did those ajuchas have of surviving? The open-air palace was instantly shrouded in heavy silence. Baragon slowly straightened his posture, his once lazy demeanor vanishing, though he did not speak immediately. Everyone present knew all too well, this was only the brief calm before the storm. As expected, in the next instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual pressure descended from the pinnacle of Hueco Mundo, crushing down upon them all. The sheer magnitude of the oppressive force made even the strongest falter. Those with weaker Ryatsu found their minds reeling, their vision blurring as if they were about to faint under the suffocating weight of fear itself. Who dares commit such an atrocity? Baragon's voice thundered with barely restrained fury. Oswell had been his right hand. He was also well aware of Haribel's strength. The two were nearly evenly matched. It was absurd to think that Haribel alone could have killed Oswell. Even if that woman had abandoned her principle of not consuming her own kind, there was no way her power had grown so rapidly. No, without a doubt, Oswell's death was the work of someone else. The situation remains unclear. No valuable clues were found at the scene. Upon hearing this, Baragon slowly rose to his feet. It was obvious to all, his fury was burning like an unrelenting blaze. A Vasto Lord of Oswell's caliber, both immensely powerful and absolutely loyal, was a rare asset in Hueco Mundo. Losing such an exceptional subordinate was an enormous blow to a ruler. A mantis-like ajuchas, bearing 6 scythe-like arms, stepped forward and knelt on one knee, as if it had something to report. Baragon cast it a glance. This ajuchas had been recruited by Oswell himself during a hunt. Among ajuchas, its strength was second only to the Vasto Lords, one of the strongest Minos beneath that rank. Given time, it had the potential to ascend to a Vasto Lord. Because of this, despite being a newcomer to Las Noches, its status had already surpassed veterans like Gio Vega, making it one of Baragon's most trusted subordinates. Baragon gazed down at the ajuchas, his expression unreadable as he spoke in a calm voice. Neutra, what do you wish to say? At the sound of his name, Neutra quickly bowed his head and answered with reverence. Your Majesty, I believe the one who killed Oswell was most likely Neliel. The moment those words fell, an eerie silence engulfed Las Noches. All eyes turned toward Neutra, their expressions laced with intrigue. Though he had not been in Las Noches for long, his disdain for women was no secret. As two female Vasto Lords, Haribel and Neliel were frequent targets of his contempt. Yet, under the weight of their gazes, Neutra remained unfazed. He kept his eyes locked on Baragon, as if seeking affirmation. Baragon sat back on his throne, his face impassive as he mulled over the claim. In his mind, an image gradually surfaced, a tall, half-human, half-goat female Vasto Lord. Having ruled Hueco Mundo for so long, he understood well just how rare Vasto Lords were. In this era, including the now-deceased Oswell, the number of Vasto Lords he knew of barely exceeded a handful. And Neliel was among them, stronger than even Oswell. More importantly, Neliel was not one for senseless combat. Yet, she had an infuriating tendency to meddle in affairs that did not concern her, repeatedly interfering with Las Noches capture operations. Given that, it was indeed possible, both in motive and ability, that she had aided Haribel in eliminating Oswell. With this thought, Barragan furrowed his brows slightly, his stance toward Neutra's claim shifting toward agreement. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Arrancar. 3 months later, in the forest of Minos. Masatsuki-sama, is this really necessary? Once this is done, will I truly become an Arrancar? Haribel murmured softly, unable to suppress her unease as she felt the strange sensations coursing through her body. The term Arrancar was something Masatsuki Aozaki had introduced to her, a title given to hollows who had grasped the power of the Shinigami, essentially, Shinigamified hollows. Upon becoming an Arrancar, a hollow's mask would shatter, revealing a human face, while their strength would undergo a significant boost. Some of their power would be sealed into a spiritual core, taking the form of a Zanpakutō. However, the process of Arrancarization was an extremely dangerous experiment, one without any prior successful precedents for reference. Because of this, thorough and meticulous physical examinations were necessary. Although she was wrapped in her sturdy bone armor, preventing direct contact, Haribel still felt a faint sense of embarrassment when Masatsuki Aozaki's hand touched her. Beneath her mask, her face tinged slightly with warmth. The Arrancar experiment has proven successful for Ajuchas, but when it comes to Vasto Lord, we still lack sufficient experience. Naturally, caution is essential. Masatsuki Aozaki waved his hand dismissively before turning toward the 2 young girls behind him and giving instructions. Loli, bring me the examination report. Minoli, take Haribel to rest. Upon receiving the command, Loli Avern, the black-haired girl with twin ponytails, swiftly retrieved a document and handed it to Masatsuki Aozaki. Haribel-sama, please come with me. Minoli Malia, the short-haired blonde girl, spoke softly, her voice tinged with apprehension as she carefully helped the powerful and elegant Vasto Lord to her feet. This was the pinnacle that all hollows in Hueco Mundo aspired to reach. Both of these girls were Ajuchas that Masatsuki Aozaki had encountered on his way to the forest of Minos. They had also been among the first to undergo the Arrancar experiment. It was only because the experiment had proven successful on them that Masatsuki Aozaki had decided to proceed with similar tests on individuals such as Sung Sun, Apache, and Mila Rose. He carefully examined the detailed report in his hands, scrutinizing every data point with precision. After thoroughly reviewing the findings, he nodded in satisfaction. No abnormalities detected. Based on the current data, there shouldn't be any issues proceeding with the Arrancarization. He muttered thoughtfully, as if reaffirming the conclusion to himself. Without hesitation, he picked up a pen and signed his name at the bottom of the report with deliberate intent. Once he had completed the signature, Masatsuki Aozaki lifted his gaze slightly, staring into the distance. The corner of his lips curled into a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk. He was filled with anticipation for the upcoming Arrancarization experiment on Haribel. He was well aware of its extraordinary significance and the far-reaching consequences it could bring. Not just because he found Haribel physically captivating. But more importantly, if the experiment succeeded, he would gain a formidable ally at the very apex of Hueco Mundo. If he was destined to stand atop the heavens one day, then Hueco Mundo was meant to be the land beneath his feet. Masatsuki-sama, Sung Sun, and the others are coming out. Loli softly reminded him. Masatsuki Aozaki's ears twitched slightly at her words, his instincts sharpening as he tuned into the faintest sounds in his surroundings. A nearly imperceptible set of footsteps echoed down the narrow corridor outside the laboratory. The sound was deliberately hushed, barely audible, yet, it could not escape Masatsuki Aozaki's keen hearing. As the footsteps gradually approached, a knowing smile crept across his face. 3 striking figures appeared in view. The one in the lead moved with effortless grace, while the 2 behind her strode in with a bold, carefree demeanor, stepping into the makeshift laboratory. Masatsuki-sama. The first to speak had a voice as clear and melodious as a songbird. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced up to see Sung Sun approaching with Apache and Mila Rose in tow. They stopped in front of him, exchanged brief glances, then knelt down in unison, their eyes filled with deep reverence and admiration. The sight took Masatsuki Aozaki by surprise. Sung Sun had always been composed and respectful, so her deference was expected. But Apache and Mila Rose were far more headstrong. Though they had always addressed him as Sama out of acknowledgement of his strength, in their hearts, their loyalty belonged solely to Haribel. Yet at this moment, the sincerity in their gazes made it clear, this was not just a formality. It was genuine recognition, born from admiration and respect. Masatsuki Aozaki was secretly pleased, but he let out a teasing sigh of mock exasperation. Oh, come on. The 3 girls flushed slightly at his jest. Earning the true trust of these proud warriors had never been an easy task. But it seemed his efforts had finally borne fruit. All right, get up. Let me check your condition. His gaze shifted to the experimental equipment beside him, which had been transported from Soul Society. With a subtle motion, he gestured for Sung-sun, Apache, and Mila Rose to lie down inside the intricate apparatus. None of them hesitated. Without a word, they removed their light garments and entered the complex machinery, abandoning ultra-speed regeneration in exchange for increased Reiatsu. Reiatsu output has doubled, still classified at the 4th rank spiritual power level. Upon resurrection, they should just barely reach the 3rd rank. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded in satisfaction. Even in their base state, their Reiatsu had already surpassed what it was when they were hollows. Though the boost wasn't overwhelming, becoming an Arrancar meant gaining access to their true power, resurrection, akin to a Shinigami Shirkai. Upon activation, they would revert to their original forms, their Reiatsu surging dramatically. According to Masatsuki Aozaki's research, an Arrancar's power increase from resurrection was roughly equivalent to a Shinigami Shirkai, amplifying their combat strength by nearly 5-fold. But that wasn't the most important aspect. The true breakthrough was the transformation in their ability to control and harness Reiatsu. At the same Reiatsu level, both their offensive and defensive capabilities had undergone a qualitative leap. Hollows, by nature, were highly inefficient in their use of Reiatsu. Take Jillian's, for example. Despite possessing the formidable power of 6th-class Reiatsu, a few ordinary seated Shinigami who had mastered Shirkai could easily take them down, even with lower Reiatsu levels. This wasn't just due to their lack of intelligence but also their poor ability to utilize their own spiritual energy. In terms of Reiatsu manipulation, Hollows had never been able to match Shinigami of the same rank. Whether in attack or defense, they were always at a disadvantage. However, as Arrancar, Sung-sun, Apache, and Mila Rose had refined their control to the level of Shinigami. Once they activated their resurrection, they would be more than capable of defeating even a Juchus-class Hollows with 3rd-class spiritual power, effortlessly. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, Born as One. In the vast and endless Hueco Mundo, there exists a mysterious and perilous domain, the Forest of Minos. This labyrinthine expanse is composed of towering quartz trees, buried deep beneath the endless dunes of Hueco Mundo. As a dwelling place for Jillians and lower-class Hollows, it is usually inhabited only by eerie creatures with white masks roaming aimlessly. However, today, this once quiet forest had unexpected visitors. They bore humanoid forms, yet the aura they emitted was anything but ordinary. Apache, wearing a mask adorned with large antlers, Sung-sun, her lower body transformed into a massive white serpent, and Mila Rose, golden hair cascading over her shoulders, all were locked in a fierce battle with Harabel. That's enough. Harabel finally called out, unable to hold back any longer, her gaze carrying a trace of hesitation. Your strength has indeed improved greatly, but you're still far from being able to challenge a Vasto Lord. At her words, Apache immediately protested. That's not fair, Harabel-sama. She stood defiantly, the massive antlered mask atop her head, a deerskin cloak draped over her shoulders. Deep crimson stripes framed her eyes, their irises now a striking flesh-pink hue. We promised Masatsuki-sama that we'd show him our true strength. And you swore you wouldn't hold back, are you really going to disappoint him? Harabel silently studied the 3 before her, their bodies covered in wounds. Finally, she let out a sigh, though a flicker of uncertainty stirred within her. This battle was meant as a test of their abilities, a chance for her, as a Vasto Lord, to personally gauge their combat prowess after becoming Arrancars. The stance of the 3 girls made it clear they had fully entered Resurrection, yet they were still no match for her. And yet, Apache's bold declaration made her wonder, did they have another trump card? Quimera Parka. With 3 unified cries, Sung-sun, Apache, and Mila Rose clenched their left arms in unison, the crimson light radiating from each of them converging as one. Within the blinding red glow, a vague figure began to shift and writhe, gradually solidifying into an enormous, humanoid beast. Standing tall and imposing, the creature exuded overwhelming strength. A pair of massive, hardened antlers crowned its head, while its powerful legs, resembling those of a stag, firmly planted it to the ground. Long, flowing black mane-like hair billowed in the wind, and a thick white serpent coiled around its form, serving as a flexible and sinuous tail. Standing nearby, focused on collecting experimental data, Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes lit up at the sight of a familiar figure. So this is Aion. Not bad. The Reiatsu he's giving off is already at the level of an ordinary captain-class Shinigami after releasing Shirkai. However, Masatsuki Aozaki soon shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, Sung-sun and the others are still too weak on their own. If they could raise their base Reiatsu to the level of an average captain, then Aion's Reiatsu might be able to reach the threshold of second-class spiritual power. Seeing Aion appear, Masatsuki Aozaki gained a general understanding of the strength of the 3 hollow girls. No longer paying attention to the situation, he turned to Loli and instructed. Keep recording the data. Report any abnormalities to me immediately. With that, he returned to the temporary laboratory. Entering the lab, Masatsuki Aozaki gently closed the door and carefully placed the Hogyoku in front of him. The gemstone, crystal clear and radiating an enigmatic glow, appeared flawless. Yet, in truth, it remained dormant, still in an unawakened state. In the original events, Sosuke Aizen spent nearly 4 months successfully awakening the Hogyoku. Furrowing his brows, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured to himself. Is there no other way to shorten the Hogyoku's awakening time? He sat cross-legged, lost in thought. 4 months didn't seem excessively long, but for Masatsuki Aozaki, who had reached the final step, each passing day would feel like an eternity. Even a genius like Aizen couldn't shorten the process. What could he do? Masatsuki Aozaki sighed, both admiring and envying the intellect of those before him. Perhaps. I need to borrow your power. He slowly extended his hand, pressing it lightly against the Hogyoku. The Hogyoku possessed the ability to absorb and manifest the hearts of those around it. As long as one had enough potential, it could guide that potential to its peak. Holding on to the thought of, let's see what happens, Masatsuki Aozaki attempted to communicate with the Hogyoku. The moment his intent merged with it, a surge of power erupted from the Hogyoku, breaking through the thin reishi membrane surrounding it. A dazzling light engulfed the entire room as if the vast cosmos had unfolded within it. A deep, resonant hum filled the space as Masatsuki Aozaki cautiously lifted the seal. A gemstone, glowing with a profound blue-black radiance, slid from his palm, resting in the center of his hand. It emitted an overwhelming aura, mysterious and otherworldly. The power within was unfathomable, shimmering like the stars scattered across the universe. Suspended above his palm, the Hogyoku trembled faintly. Its immense energy surged outward like an unstoppable tide, spreading in all directions. The energy resembled countless fine nerve endings, instinctively extending outward, as if trying to explore everything around it. My spiritual awareness, it's been amplified several times over. Not only that, my perception has become sharper, more refined, I can sense even the slightest fluctuation in Ryatsu with absolute clarity. It's as if all the reishi in the world is laid bare before me. Why was I given this ability? Is there something I need to discover for myself? Masatsuki Aozaki marveled inwardly, his gaze locked onto the humming Hogyoku in his hand. As if realizing something, he slowly lifted it and pressed it against his bare chest. Unexpectedly, he felt no resistance, no foreign sensation at all. The Hogyoku fused seamlessly with his body, as if they had always been one. There was no struggle, no friction, no sound, only perfect integration. The overwhelming energy that had been radiating outward came to an abrupt halt. As the Hogyoku fully embedded itself in his chest, Masatsuki Aozaki felt no discomfort. Instead, an unprecedented sense of lightness washed over him. It was an indescribable sensation, one of absolute unity with the world itself. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, Thicket. Masatsuki Aozaki gently placed a hand on his chest, feeling the mysterious power radiating from the blue-black Hogyoku embedded within him. It rested there quietly. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, his eyes sharpening with newfound clarity. At that moment, he felt as if he had transcended the world, gazing down upon it from a lofty, otherworldly perspective. The vast spectacle of existence unfolded before him like a magnificent, vividly painted scroll. And upon this immense tapestry, a pair of familiar eyes slowly opened, deep and wise beyond measure. A strange sensation surged through Masatsuki Aozaki's heart. He felt as though he knew this presence, as if, somewhere in his memory, he had once understood its true identity. Yet, as he faced it now, his recollection grew hazy and indistinct. This contradiction unsettled him deeply. Just then, a resonant, bell-like voice rang out. Go forward. Forward. But where? Masatsuki Aozaki found himself lost in thought. An irresistible impulse stirred within him, compelling him to lift his gaze to the vast, empty sky. It felt as though all he had to do was take a single step, and he would ascend to an entirely new plane of existence. Yet, that boundless emptiness carried an eerie sense of isolation, so vast, it was almost terrifying. And in the next instant, everything would change beyond recognition. He hesitated, standing frozen in place, debating whether to step into the unknown. What lay beyond? What did this path truly mean? Was it worth pursuing without hesitation? Questions flooded his mind, filling him with doubt. Yet, his yearning for the unknown surged like an unstoppable tide, relentlessly eroding the barriers of his resolve. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward, as if truly ascending into the heavens. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, reality snapped back into focus. He found himself seated, his body slack, as if he had merely drifted into a trance. A second later, he blinked, then straightened as though nothing had happened. My Ryatsu hasn't increased. Is it because the Hogyoku hasn't fully awakened yet? Muttering to himself, he slowly lowered his head, blinking thoughtfully. The Hogyoku had fused perfectly with his body, yet it hadn't triggered the evolution he had expected. There wasn't even the slightest sign of an increase in Ryatsu. It didn't raise my Ryatsu level, but I can tap into the immense Ryatsu stored within the Hogyoku. In other words, the total amount of Ryatsu I can wield now far exceeds what I had before. Masatsuki Aozaki contemplated this in silence. Though his Ryatsu level remained unchanged, the sheer volume of Ryoryoku at his disposal had multiplied several times over. He nodded slightly, then shut his eyes, focusing his enhanced spiritual perception to its fullest extent. His awareness expanded at a staggering rate, stretching across a vast radius of hundreds of miles, an area roughly a third the size of the Seireitei. In terms of the world of the living, it was comparable to the entire landmass of Japan. After a brief pause, his figure blurred into motion. In an instant, he became a streak of shadow, vanishing into the distant horizon like a fleeting gust of wind. The strength test for the three hollow girls had long since concluded, and they were now resting. Among them, only Haribel caught a glimpse of Masatsuki Aozaki's retreating figure. Considering the dangers that lurked within Hueco Mundo, she instinctively wanted to follow him. But she quickly realized just how terrifyingly fast he was. After pursuing him for a short distance, she understood that catching up was impossible. Left with no choice, she abandoned the thought. Masatsuki-sama, where are you going? Will there be danger? A trace of concern surfaced in Haribel's heart, but knowing that her own strength was insufficient, she could only sigh inwardly. She could only hope to break through her bottleneck and become an Arrancar as soon as possible. Only then would she be qualified to stand by that powerful man's side and walk alongside him. After about half a day, Masatsuki Aozaki had traveled far from the temporary base. Before him stretched an endless stone forest, shrouded in a grayish glow. Towering quartz trees rose from the ground, piercing the sky like colossal pillars. They formed a vast and breathtaking forest, holding Hueco Mundo's shifting sands in place. It was these towering trees that supported the sea of sand, dividing Hueco Mundo into an upper and lower layer. The forest of Minos lay within the lower level. Masatsuki Aozaki moved through the quartz forest, cutting down everything in his path. Ruahar. A chorus of furious howls echoed from behind as a group of Jillians, their scarlet eyes glowing, relentlessly pursued him. Heido No. 4, by Akurai. With a soft incantation, Masatsuki Aozaki raised his right hand and pointed toward the approaching Jillians. ZZZZT. A crackling burst of light flared as a dazzling white bolt of lightning erupted like a roaring dragon, taking form in an instant. The thick, searing thunder tore through the air with a force so overwhelming it seemed capable of rending space itself. Faced with such a devastating attack, the three Jillians, burdened by their massive, sluggish bodies and limited intelligence, had no chance to evade. They could only watch as the blinding lightning streaked toward them, piercing mercilessly through their enormous forms. There wasn't even time for them to let out a final scream. The towering creatures were completely engulfed by the raging white thunder. In mere moments, life was drained from their bodies, replaced by a suffocating aura of death. Their once mighty forms, suddenly devoid of support, began to disintegrate into countless tiny reishi particles. Boom. 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 Three thunderous crashes echoed as the colossal beasts collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, never to rise again. Guided by his sharpened spiritual perception, sensitive to even the most elusive fluctuations of Ryatsu, Masatsuki Aozaki pressed forward. Eventually, he arrived at an isolated, concealed place, deep within the unknown reaches of Hueco Mundo. Stretching endlessly before him was a dense forest, so vast it seemed without end. After a long and difficult search, his gaze fell upon something unusual, an eerie grove of white trees. They lacked color, sound, or scent. They simply existed, like a void given form. These trees twisted together like brambles, their tangled branches tightly constricting a single, massive white tree at the center. From a distance, it looked as if the giant tree had been shackled by countless heavy and merciless restraints, bound in endless torment. Could this be part of the Soul King's body? Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the strange trees before him. Within them, he sensed a familiar presence, an energy identical to the Soul King fragments he had collected before. But compared to those scattered fragments, something of this scale. Calling it Soul King's shards doesn't seem fitting. Soul King's flesh would be more accurate. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself before stepping toward the area where the Ryatsu was at its densest. Each step was measured and cautious. He had no idea what awaited him. Then, his expression suddenly changed. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Stairway. The Hogyoku began to heat up without warning. It seemed to be trying to convey something, and somehow, Masatsuki Aozaki instinctively grasped its meaning. Like an intricate spider's web, countless fine threads of Ryatsu streamed endlessly from within the Hogyoku, weaving outward and rapidly linking with the branches of the surrounding trees. This was what the Hogyoku desired. Strange. After its completion, the Hogyoku showed no reaction to ordinary Soul King fragments, so why does it now crave these bizarre pieces of flesh? Pressing a hand against his chest, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured to himself, puzzled. Yet, despite his uncertainty, he made no move to stop the Hogyoku. Threads of Ryatsu continued to flow from his chest, slipping through his fingers and extending outward, deepening their connection with the thicket. Under their influence, the once rigid branches softened, moving with an eerie fluidity, like sentient tendrils swaying in the air. One by one, the upper branches latched onto the Ryatsu threads, slowly drawing together and converging in their direction. Then, the massive tree at the heart of the grove erupted with a brilliant white light. It was at that moment that Masatsuki Aozaki finally realized the truth. This dense thicket before him wasn't simply vegetation. It was nothing more than decaying flesh clinging to the massive tree. What the hell is this? Is it really a piece of the Soul King's flesh? Or, could it be one of the Soul King's internal organs? His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the unfolding scene. Fixing his gaze on the tree, Masatsuki Aozaki's expression grew contemplative, as though he were peering beyond its bark, glimpsing the passage of time itself. With measured steps, he approached its base, feeling the pulsing energy beneath his feet. Then, he slowly raised a hand and pressed his palm against the tree trunk. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy rippled outward from his hand, triggering a violent resonance with the Hogyoku. The intensity of the reaction crashed over him like a tidal wave. And then, something incredible happened. The massive tree began to tremble violently. The very earth beneath him shuddered in response. Branches sagged downward, while the once lifeless white thicket, now seemingly imbued with vitality, began surging toward the center, frantically converging. It was as if the colossal tree had suddenly awakened. Yet, it did not possess life in the way ordinary creatures did. Instead, it moved in a grotesque imitation of the living, an existence that was both active and dead. Then, from the thick, gnarled trunk, a gigantic eye silently opened. The scara was pitch black, with only the central pupil emitting an eerie, profound glow. It stared at Masatsuki Aozaki, silent, unblinking, devoid of life. And then, without warning, countless branches and vines surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing toward him. They seemed to be reaching out, longing to pull him into their embrace. Yet, despite the abruptness of it all, Masatsuki Aozaki remained utterly calm. His expression was still and unshaken, like the surface of an undisturbed pool. Have you already passed on? Masatsuki Aozaki murmured softly, but even as he spoke, the words felt uncertain. His gaze rested on the lifeless eyes before him, a faint trace of sorrow flickering within. With a quiet sigh, as if lamenting its fate, he slowly spread his arms. He made no resistance as the branches and vines coiled around him, their movements gentle, like soft, sentient tendrils embracing him. In the depths of his tranquil, lake-like gaze, the massive tree and the surrounding grove suddenly erupted with a dazzling, almost blinding light. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky seemed to ignite, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. What was once a world shrouded in darkness was now engulfed by endless white light. All around him, the snow-white thickets began to contract and close in upon themselves, moving with an eerie slowness. They intertwined seamlessly, merging into one, without a single gap or flaw. From the branches, thick streams of white, viscous fluid began to flow, trickling down like gentle currents, gradually converging into a vast, warm ocean. Masatsuki Aozaki felt as though he were sinking into this warmth, his body and mind experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Sleepiness crept over him, heavy and irresistible. His eyes fluttered shut. The great tree cradled him like a compassionate mother. Its branches, like delicate fingers, caressed his face before drawing him into a firm embrace. Slowly, they wrapped around him, forming a massive, white cocoon. Within the sphere, Masatsuki Aozaki lay in perfect stillness. It was as if he had returned to the womb, enveloped in deep, undisturbed slumber. Yet, in stark contrast to his peaceful repose, the massive tree seemed to writhe in silent agony. The white sphere trembled occasionally, emitting low, resonant hums. Its size gradually shrank, as though it were slowly unraveling, releasing its suffering. Around them, reishi rapidly converged, forming a barrier of Ryatsu, one that closely resembled the membrane that had once encased the Hogyoku. The great transformation taking place in the outside world seemed entirely disconnected from Masatsuki Aozaki. He simply slept, like an infant lost in a peaceful dream. In that dream, he saw a familiar figure, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man with eyes unlike any other. It felt as though he was floating above the clouds, surrounded by an endless expanse of ethereal nothingness. Before him stretched two parallel staircases, pure white, ascending toward the heavens. It was there, at the intersection of those stairs, that their paths crossed. Masatsuki Aozaki took a step forward, climbing the staircase. Halfway up, he could no longer hold back his curiosity and lifted his gaze. He saw the middle-aged man descending from above, clad in a pristine white robe, untouched by even a speck of dust. He moved slowly, walking along a bridge that extended from the sky's highest point. He stood so high above that it was impossible to feel disdain toward him. His gaze was neither condescending nor arrogant, but one that overlooked all existence itself. A divine radiance emanated from his being, so pure and intense that one could hardly bear to look at him directly. In his deep, unfathomable eyes, there was an unspoken kindness, yet mingled within it was an indescribable weariness. If there were truly a god in this world, he would look just like this. The thought surfaced in Masatsuki Aozaki's mind. There was an innate majesty about this man. He was born to be a god. Aozaki. Masatsuki. The middle-aged man descended step by step, his voice carrying Masatsuki Aozaki's name. For some reason, an inexplicable joy rose within Masatsuki Aozaki's heart. Without hesitation, he called out in return. Yahweh. Yahweh did not answer. The gentle smile on his face remained unchanged as he continued his descent, as though he were about to fall from the heavens into the mortal world. He soon reached the bottom of the staircase, one more step, and he would cross into the realm below. Yet just as he was about to take that step, he abruptly halted. Slowly, he turned, his deep gaze lifting upward, toward Masatsuki Aozaki, who stood at the heights above. At that same moment, Masatsuki Aozaki, who had been ascending toward the sky, also stopped. He turned slightly, looking downward, his eyes meeting Yahweh's across the distance between them. The sunlight bathed them both. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Nihilite. Is that sun on the horizon the lingering glow of a setting sun, hanging at the edge of the sky? Or is it the first light of dawn, heralding the rise of a new day? Masatsuki Aozaki had no way of knowing. Because that sun simply hovered there, neither rising nor setting. The afterglow of twilight seemed to drape Yahweh's face in a golden veil, while the light of the rising sun bathed Masatsuki Aozaki's figure, making him shine brilliantly. Won't you come with me? Masatsuki Aozaki asked softly. At that moment, the sunlight fell upon Yahweh's face, illuminating it even more. Yahweh froze for a brief moment, a rare look of surprise flashing across his face. Then, he chuckled and shook his head. Don't be afraid. The path is wide. You won't be alone. His voice was quiet, yet it reached Masatsuki Aozaki's ears clearly. With those words, Yahweh slowly turned and walked away, his figure gradually fading into the endless sea of clouds. Masatsuki Aozaki stood motionless, as still as a statue. He placed a hand over his chest, as if feeling the warmth of his own heartbeat. The world around him fell into an unnatural silence. Sunlight, golden as molten metal, spilled onto the corridor, casting a dazzling array of colors, making it feel like he was standing in a paradise adrift in mist. After a long while, Masatsuki Aozaki finally stirred, as if waking from a dream. He slowly lowered his hand, then stepped forward, ascending the staircase one step at a time. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He never looked back. The wind howled. Waves crashed. Thunder rumbled. Birds sang. A woman's laughter, crisp as silver bells, echoed. A cacophony of sounds surged and receded, ringing endlessly in Masatsuki Aozaki's ears. The world around him grew ever more vibrant and dazzling. Masatsuki Aozaki paused, feeling as though he had just woken from a dream. But when he looked around, he found only the same barren, desolate land stretching before him. He opened his arms, but had no one to embrace. From the heavens, he had returned to the forest of Minos. Masatsuki Aozaki let his arms fall to his sides, a trace of confusion and emptiness flickering in his gaze. Just then, the sound of unfamiliar, deliberate footsteps reached his ears. He looked up. A figure emerged from the darkness. A white creature, wearing a long-horned mask. The left side of the mask was shattered, revealing half of a young man's face. His short, jet-black hair was tousled, his skin pale as paper, his eyes an eerie shade of green. His limbs were long and slender, a pair of bat-like wings sprouting from his back. A deep green streak ran down his face, like a trail of dried tears. An Arankar. Or more precisely, a half-formed one, not yet fully evolved. The young man gazed blankly at Masatsuki Aozaki, the one who had just embraced the world, saying nothing. Then, slowly, he began walking toward him. There was something about Masatsuki Aozaki that inexplicably drew him in. Setting aside his fleeting reverie, Masatsuki Aozaki took a step forward, carefully studying the half-Arankar before him. With such distinct features, he already had an idea of who this might be. Vasto Lord. Masatsuki Aozaki asked with a smile. To avoid startling the dazed young man, he refrained from calling out his name. In the original timeline, Ulquiorra cipher was the number 4 Espada. From the moment of his birth, Ulquiorra had always been different from his kind. He was a humanoid hollow, his entire body pure white, with sight as his only sense. In contrast, his peers were pitch black, their eyes and teeth glowing in the darkness. Because of his unique appearance and unnatural disposition, he was rejected and isolated by the others. So, he left the cave on his own, wandering Hueco Mundo in solitude. During his long journey, he stumbled upon a strange, white grove. It was colorless, soundless, and scentless, an existence seemingly detached from the world itself, standing in silent isolation. To Ulquiorra, this grove was the closest thing to true nothingness that he had ever encountered. At that moment, he resolved to bury himself within this endless void. But the moment he stepped into the mysterious grove, the unexpected happened. The instant he touched one of its branches, the solid hollow mask on his face shattered on its own, transforming him from a hollow into a half-Arrancar. Could it be that the white grove Ulquiorra encountered was actually the Soul King's kidney fused with the Hogyoku? Masatsuki Aozaki stroked his chin in thought. The truth about the Soul King's kidney had only become clear to him after absorbing the massive tree and forest. It was, in essence, a crucial organ within the Soul King's body, responsible for maintaining balance. And this balance was not merely superficial, it extended into every detail, regulating the delicate relationships and distribution of all resources. It functioned like an intricate and precise ecosystem, where every part was interdependent, influencing one another in a continuous cycle of adjustment to sustain overall stability and harmony. Take himself as an example. On the surface, it might have seemed like he had simply taken a nap after assimilating the Soul King's kidney. But in reality, his soul, spiritual body, and Reiatsu had undergone a complete reconfiguration, ultimately achieving an unprecedented state of balance. This balance was critical. It brought a fundamental improvement not only to his physical abilities but also to his control over his Reiatsu. Even his Kido, at the same Reiatsu output, could now unleash twice its original power. Without a doubt, his strength had increased significantly. As he gazed at Ulquiorra, curiosity stirred in Masatsuki Aozaki's heart. He watched as Ulquiorra slightly parted his lips, as if attempting to speak, but no words came out. Is it because he just completed his Arrancar transformation and hasn't adapted to speaking yet? Masatsuki Aozaki speculated. Ulquiorra cipher, an existence that ceaselessly pursued the meaning of nothingness. He never listened, never ate, never touched, never rested. He had no companions. His only connection to the world was through his emerald green eyes. He drifted alone, detached from existence itself. Things that entered his gaze were meaningless. Things beyond his gaze simply did not exist. Yet, this seemingly hollow existence deeply intrigued Masatsuki Aozaki. The void should exist within my world as well. If that's the case, come to my world. Grinning, he extended a hand toward Ulquiorra, whose puzzled gaze remained fixed upon him. 40 chapters ahead. P. A Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 188, Growth. 4 months later. A cool breeze flowed like a gentle stream, and this was the first thing Masatsuki Aozaki felt as he regained consciousness. From the distant horizon came the cheerful cries of small white-faced creatures, their crisp, melodious calls resembling heavenly music. Mixed with their sounds was the laughter of a girl, clear and sweet, like the ringing of a silver bell. Masatsuki Aozaki struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, which felt as though they weighed 1,000 pounds. He managed to crack them open slightly, and a hazy yet brilliant light filled his vision. My Reiatsu has increased again. An intoxicating sense of comfort washed over him, leaving him utterly enthralled. After such a long period of slumber, his mind felt somewhat sluggish, his thoughts clouded. The Hogyoku had long since awakened, continuously refining and elevating his very existence. After some time, Masatsuki Aozaki mustered his strength and slowly opened his eyes. Yet that indescribable, blissful sensation still lingered, pulling him deeper into its embrace. If simply accelerating my growth feels this good, I can't even imagine what it'll be like when the evolution is complete. Stretching lazily, he murmured to himself. In his current fused state, the power of the Hogyoku had accelerated his Reiatsu growth to an overwhelming degree. What had originally been estimated to take decades to reach first-class spiritual power was now happening at an unprecedented pace. Masatsuki Aozaki lay quietly on the soft bed, completely bare, with only a white sheet loosely draped over him. His exposed form was in plain view, and the women who had been standing guard instinctively swallowed at the sight. He could clearly feel the surging force within him, his Reiatsu climbing higher and higher. Just one step away from first-class spiritual power. Even now, without even releasing his Zanpakutō, he was confident he could face an ordinary first-class spiritual power-ranked warrior head-on. Has Masatsuki-sama awakened? You look so happy, did you have a pleasant dream? A soft and melodious voice drifted into his ears. A pleased smile spread across Masatsuki Aozaki's face as he slowly turned his head toward the source of the voice. His gaze landed on a well-defined bone mask emanating an air of quiet mystery. Beneath it, golden hair, neatly braided into 3 strands, shimmered faintly. And those emerald green eyes, gleaming like precious gems, were filled with nothing but concern. How could I not be in a good mood when the first thing I see upon waking is such a beautiful face? Masatsuki Aozaki looked at the slightly weary Haribel, who had clearly been by his side for some time, and the corners of his lips curled into a soft smile. Haribel shifted uncomfortably. She turned her head slightly, avoiding his gaze, while her hand unconsciously reached up to touch her mask, her expression tinged with a hint of loneliness and sorrow. Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes moved past her, toward the doorway. Sung-sun, Apache, and Mila Rose were tiptoeing out of the room, only to sneak their heads back in from the edge of the doorframe, peeking in with barely contained curiosity. Haribel remained silent for a moment, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions before softly asking. Masatsuki-sama, you've been asleep for quite some time. Are you sure you're all right? Worry was evident in her expression. In the dangerous world of Hueco Mundo, prolonged sleep was never a good sign. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled and replied. Now that I've seen you, Haribel, I feel much better. However, before he could finish, Haribel quickly lowered her head. Masatsuki-sama, you're finally awake. At almost the same moment, half of a rather handsome face suddenly appeared from the side. A pale, snow-white hand reached out and gently pressed against Masatsuki Aozaki's forehead. A calm voice followed. Your body temperature is stabilizing, and there seems to be no major issues. Not only that, but your Ryatsu is continuing to rise, and your spiritual body is also. Masatsuki Aozaki and Haribel both turned toward Okiura, who was seriously reporting his observations, with expressions of helplessness. Ah. Okiura. Finally, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted the never-ending report. Okiura blinked slightly, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Leaning in close, he asked in an even, unwavering tone. What is it, Masatsuki-sama? Are you feeling unwell? Staring at his completely emotionless face, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but wonder. Did this man, who so formally addressed him as Masatsuki-sama, genuinely care about his condition? Or was he simply conducting an objective assessment, detached from any personal concern? Okiura continued. If you feel any discomfort, you should inform me. I can call Loli and Minoli. I'm still unfamiliar with the equipment here, so I may not be proficient in using it yet. Masatsuki Aozaki cut him off directly. Could you step out for now? I'd like to be alone with Haribel. But Masatsuki-sama previously stated that this was a necessary procedure. Am I disrupting something? For the first time, a hint of genuine expression flickered across Okiura's otherwise statue-like face. He frowned slightly, his emerald eyes showing a trace of uncertainty, as though genuinely questioning whether his actions had been intrusive. After a long pause, he sighed. It seemed he truly couldn't comprehend why following Masatsuki Aozaki's instructions had suddenly become an interruption. Masatsuki Aozaki and Haribel exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. This guy really had no awareness of the mood in the room at all. Even with lingering doubt in his mind, Okiura still chose to obey. Just as he turned to leave, a pair of voices suddenly shouted from behind him. You, the new guy, get out of the way. At Sung-sun's signal, Apache and Mila Rose swiftly moved in. Without hesitation, they each grabbed one of Okiura's horns and, without resistance from him, dragged him backward out of the room. Throughout the entire process, Okiura remained utterly silent. Not a single protest, no words of resistance, no struggle, no retaliation. The mighty Vasto Lord-class half-Arankar simply let the two Ajuchas Arankar handle him as they pleased. He resembled a motionless statue, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling as he was dragged away. Masatsuki Aozaki watched the whole scene unfold and couldn't help but shake his head. This guy was serious to a fault, but at times, unintentionally amusing. Still, thanks to his interruption, whatever romantic atmosphere had been building in the room had completely vanished. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree and Com /Pink Snake.